The story begins with an arrow being shot, piercing straight into the monster's eye. The young archer gently lifted the monster onto the leaderboard, right after he jumped off it and let out a breath. This is Ian, a level 93 archer. He received a notification that he defeated a goblin, and earned 10 experience points. Ian thought for a moment, then decided to collect about 100,000 gold. Before taking a break, he grabbed his bow and went deeper inside. A thick smoke drifted by. Then a hideous two-headed monster emerged from it. Seeing Ian, it roared to show off its strength. Standing next to him, it looked like an elephant beside an ant. Before Ian could react, the two-headed monster swung its spiked mace down at him really fast. Ian had to quickly cast a blink spell on himself. He blinked backward to dodge that brutal strike. He regained his balance and thought, damn lucky I blinked just in time or I'd be dead. Getting hit by a mace that big is basically a one-way ticket home for a funeral. At that moment, a notification popped up showing the blink cooldown had 1 minute left. Ian cursed under his breath, but before he could catch his breath, the monster charged at him again. He wanted to attack but stayed quick to dodge. Knowing he had to take it down within a minute, Ian looked around briefly, then immediately ran away to keep his distance. As the monster took slow, steady steps forward, he thought, I only have one trap left. No choice but to use it after setting the trap. Ian boldly shouted, you damn brute. Big-headed idiot, you jealous cripple. I'm right here if you're so tough. Come and get me without hesitation. The two-headed beast lunged at Ian. He thought carefully about timing. Missing by just 0.01 seconds would mean failure. As the monster slammed its mace into the ground, Ian timed it perfectly and jumped up. That swing triggered the electric trap Ian had set, stunning the monster stiff like the skill D Oaken, freezing it solid. Ian didn't hesitate and immediately took advantage. Raising his bow at the same time, the system announced. The advanced stun trap was triggered, stunning the target for about 5 seconds, and weakening it. Damn, 5 seconds of stun. No messing around now. One shot to the head and it's done for. Totally screwed. Back to Ian. He seized the moment. You're dead. You're dead. Critical strike boost activated. Sniper skill activated. Focus skill activated. All activated. Ian didn't forget to jump and fire a shot. Thwack, the arrows flew out like a hailstorm. Bam, it pierced right through the monster. The hit was so strong, it sent the monster flying hundreds of meters away. After that, nothing else. Ian defeated the two-headed goblin and earned a whopping 98,500 experience points. He casually walked over to check his loot to see what he got from the monster. He received a goblin warrior's tunic and goblin warrior's boots. Ian's jaw dropped. Oh my god, what kind of level lets you get an item from the goblin warrior set? That's rarer than winning the lottery. And I got 2 pieces, totally worth it. Listening to that daily report, if I sold these it'd be at least 5,000,001. Enough to support the Enon's baby. Maybe I've used up all my luck for the month. But wait, it's not over yet. What appeared next shocked him even more. A Mulan crystal. At this point, Ian could only keep calling his parents, because he couldn't believe what was right in front of him. Suddenly Kalen, the world-famous VR game, had been released 6 months ago. Now it has over 10 million players. Basically, it's an incredibly popular game, dominating the entire gaming industry. When Jin Sung bought the VR capsule worth 10,000 with the tuition money his parents gave him, and all the savings from his part-time jobs, everyone said he was crazy. So even though he started playing 2 months after the game launched, he leveled up his archer character to glory. In just 4 months of monster hunting with that archer, he earned about 200,000 per hour. From the game he made millions of won. The thing is, there's now an announcement about a massive, upcoming update, introducing a new region and 3 new classes. Players enjoying Kalen were excited to hear the news. However, the orange-haired guy was deep in thought, deciding not to get too caught up in it. He just needed to reset his current character. If he wanted a new one, then they'd grind that character. Jin Sung stood beside him and said, let's hunt and collect rewards until the new region drops. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll make my tuition money back in just 1 session. What do you think? That's their plan. An item that can unlock a hidden class from the NPC, responsible for class changes. Basically, it's a super valuable item he got lucky with. The catch is it's only for players at level 10. who haven't gone through the class change process yet. Jin Song gritted his teeth bitterly. If he uses it, he'd have to create a new character. But after making all that money, what should he do? The orange-haired guy in the video called Jin Song a fool. Are you seriously thinking of restarting your level 93 Archer character? Are you kidding me? That's such a waste. Your character is currently ranked top in Korea, in the top 1000 overall, and top 100 among archers. Are you gonna just throw all that away? Jin Song asked. Do you think? I don't know, but this is the chance to unlock the first new class. I can't just toss this item. The orange-haired guy seriously reminded him to learn more about the hidden class being revealed. Did you know there's a sniper in our guild? Jin Song replied, yeah, I've hunted with him a few times. The orange-haired guy asked, do you think sniper is way better than archer? Jin Song hesitated. Well, they used to have quite a big level gap, so I'm not sure, but it's definitely more useful than archer. Their range is unbelievably wide, and their shot damage is strong, but quick shooting is pretty tough. The biggest drawback is, when there are lots of monsters nearby, it's very limited. Is that so? The orange-haired guy agreed. You mean just because it's a hidden class, doesn't mean it'll be stronger? Jin Sung said, I know. The orange-haired guy almost went crazy hearing that. If you know that, why did you almost throw away your level 93 character? You can easily make over 1,001 a day, just by hunting with that character. Jin Sung called out to the orange-haired guy. Yoon-hyun, why do you even play this game? Yoon-hyun blinked. Because it's fun. Jin Song snapped his fingers. Mom's home-cooked meal. That's the answer for the new hidden class. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yoon-hyun just shook his head at his reckless spirits. Alright, go for it. I'm not stopping you anymore, idiot. Good luck. Jin Sung gave a thumbs up. Back to Kalen, an old silver-haired man sitting and selling some stuff. Jin Sung approached him and the old man asked, what do you need? But Jin Sung told him, I'm looking for a resurrection potion. The old man smiled slyly. Lucky you came to the right place. He pulled out the hot item to show him he just got it, but tightly grabbed Jin Sung's hand, holding the potion, making him jump. You know, once you drink it, your power will vanish. You won't be able to come back. Jin Song smiled, even more frighteningly than the old man. That's why I'm going to drink it, the most expensive resurrection potion. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll get a better class when I respawn. I'll make more money with this new class. And with that, Jin Song downed the whole potion in one gulp. Let's go. The system announced that his level and stats would be reset at the trombone training center. Everyone was training hard, with the locals right in front of him. Ian had been training non-stop for over a day straight. Just to remind everyone who might be confused, Ian is Jin Sung's in-game character name. People around kept exclaiming. They'd never seen a training session that intense before. Tomorrow is the day. The big update for the currently popular VR game will be released. A purple light shone down. After the eye scan was completed, the system announces that Ian has entered the game. World of Skyland. The first thing he needs to do is find the Summoners Guild. After searching for a while, he finally found the place he needed to go. It seems Ian is the first person to set foot here. Slowly stepping up the floor, he met Guildmaster Ken from the Summoner Career Center, who warned him that the path of a summoner is not an easy one. Taming monsters is very difficult. However, he still accepted. The Guildmaster had to confirm once more. Suddenly Ian pulled out the failed Mulan orb, left by the 6 Earth heroes. The Guildmaster was extremely shocked, and urged himself to quickly give Ian the hidden profession. Knowing Ian was more impressive than he thought, he asked him to help catch a blue-eyed wolf in the Ramos Plains, because his son wanted to turn it into a summoned beast. However, he couldn't handle it himself. Ian was wide-eyed in surprise, knowing the blue-eyed wolf is a rare level 40 monster. Yet, the Guildmaster assigned such a task to a newbie. At level 10 he gave Ian 5 binding magic scrolls to capture and tie up the wolf, saying the wolf was still a cub and weak. The system displayed the quest acceptance board, with the reward being the monster tamer profession. Ian felt like he hit the jackpot. This was the hidden profession he had been searching for. Without hesitation, the tamer immediately accepted the quest and set off. Although Ian's current level was 10, his stats were like a level 30, so this quest wasn't too difficult. When he saw the wolf standing on the cliff, unlike the data, this wolf was level 20. Ian wasn't sure if he could handle it at his current level 10. Turning off the system screen, he carefully aimed at the wolf, lurking on the rock ledge. He shot an arrow straight at the wolf, making it roar angrily, slowly approaching. Ian's arrow and bow glowed with a blue light, surrounding them suddenly. Ian remembered he had to capture it alive, and the last arrow was enough to kill the wolf. Instantly, while he was closing his eyes to think, the wolf lunged at him from behind, his wild white eyes, bared teeth and sharp claws aimed straight at Ian. Suddenly Ian gently punched the wolf, making it want to break its own jaw. The wolf immediately looked pitiful, tearing up and acting miserable. Right now, it didn't seem like the same species as the legendary blue-eyed wolf. He switched tactics, stopped using his bow, and instead repeatedly interacted with the wolf, using the right hand rule, until it rolled onto the ground. It looked like it was seeing its ancestors. On the other side, although he controlled himself, Ian still failed to use the binding scroll to capture the wolf alive. He had no choice but to fatten it up and then punch it again. He couldn't let it disappear. The wolf's eyes welled up with tears as if giving up. This lifetime after losing so much time. He had to quickly return to the center, to hand over the binding scroll, containing the wolf, to the guild leader. The guild leader was extremely surprised to see Ian had completed this mission. Keep in mind, most first missions for the taming profession end in failure. The guild leader quickly told Ian that tamers aren't suited for him. He suggested Ian become a master instead. Ian had never heard of a profession mission that could be set like this, since this role was even higher than a tamer. Without hesitation, Ian accepted the path to becoming one of the first taming masters. Ian's purple power spread like waves around the house, marking an important milestone. He had officially become a taming master. He opened the system panel and decided to tame the red wolf, mentioned earlier in the guide. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. He began plotting how he would become the strongest. First with this profession, in a desolate land, giant rocks stretched up like mountains. All around was dry barren soil and stone layers. The scene made him notice crows flying overhead, as a group of summoners stalked the red wolf. When they noticed him, they started whispering. Looks like someone switched to a new profession already. Standing behind the crowd, Long was curious. Maybe I should just watch how they do this. The summoners combined their magic, but all efforts failed. No one could catch the red wolf. That scene made him feel quietly lucky. Better to catch the monster I found first. So Ian decided to leave and explore his hunting abilities. In this mysterious world with his current stats, he wondered how many wolves he could catch. Seeing a pack of wolves walking by, he was determined to try right away. He quickly drew his bow, excited, focused on the target. Time passed. As the sun reached its peak, Ian got his first catch. Opening the system panel, he checked the stats of the first wolf he caught. It was a level 12 wolf with a shy personality that left him feeling stumped. Monsters have personalities too. As he kept exploring, the image of the second wolf shocked him. If the first looked clueless, this one screen image showed a fierce expression. Its eyes were full of challenge. He realized monsters of the same level could have different stats. With the excitement of an explorer, Ian decided to hunt more wolves, to see which had the highest stats. I'll spend the whole day hunting wolves. But frustration grew as he realized the other wolves' stats weren't as good as he hoped. Meanwhile, the system suddenly notified him his critical hit rate had increased. A wave of joy burst as the system announced he earned the title Wolf Expert for catching a large number of wolves. This title lets you identify high-level wolves without having to catch them. Feeling pumped up, he radiated confidence. In his eyes appeared a magic circle with a star shape, like in the movie Cardcaptor. The analysis function activated. His eyes scanned the stats of the wolves clearly shown. Finally, his gaze stopped on a wolf with dark gray fur and glowing red fierce eyes. Our eyes met instead of the song lyric. I just want to look at you longer, it growled as if challenging him, not knowing its limit as it lunged forward. Its fate was miserable, beaten until it barely recognized itself. Looks like you've learned your lesson, he said with satisfaction, then immediately cast a binding spell. Looking at the stats of this prime wolf, He couldn't help but drool and smiled foolishly, like a kid seeing candy. The thing is, this wolf isn't ordinary, it has potential to grow. While the system showed all others as unable to evolve, he set his target, and decided to release the other wolves, focusing on training Li, the name he gave this one. Kneeling before Lai, he smiled kindly like a proud father, and from that moment the wolf's name was confirmed. From now on your name is Lai. Hearing the new name, Lai looked up. Its eyes shone brightly, as if it just ate its favorite food. The system also confirmed Lai seemed to like its name. Lai's loyalty increased. The two looked at each other and smiled foolishly, like kids who just discovered a miracle. He was quite surprised there's a loyalty stat too. The clueless days were over. Now he and Lai moved forward, looking cool like two heroes. Time to hunt, Ian shouted, and Lai responded with a majestic growl. In a modern high-rise building, the atmosphere was tense enough to cut with a knife. Our Lotus Guild has weakened since Jin Sung left. Yoon Hyun sat in front of the computer, talking to someone. He said he'd switch to summoner. Not sure what he plans to do with it. When will he come back as a summoner? Is his combat level really that good? His eyes scanned posts criticizing the game. Sweat dripped from his forehead. His mind was full of question marks. This post expressed a summoner player's frustration about how slow the profession levels up. Along with that were a lot of negative comments. Behind the screen, Hyun also admitted defeat to Jin Sung because of it. He had to recreate the character. After all, he thought their complaints were justified. At that moment, he quietly predicted that leveling up to 20 and joining his guild would probably take a long time. At the same time in Kailan, the sky was darkened, as if painted with streaks of bright purple. The light from someone's power was exploding, spreading across half the sky. It was Ian. He and his wolf fought with all their might tirelessly. The system just notified that he activated the wind. Blessing speed increased by 37. As the arrow was just shot, Lai ran after and attacked, the fox taking advantage of the moment. It opened its mouth wide, using its two sharp jaws to bite the back of the target in front of it. Since the red fox was temporarily injured, couldn't fight Lai at full strength, and there was also the support of Jin Sung's trusted partner, he noticed that its level and stats were even lower than the red fox's, but it still charged in not a bit of fear. Is it because of its personality? At this moment, he figured he might as well give it a hand. You did great, Lai. Even a simple compliment like that made it really happy. It combined a dual blade strike with the arrow he shot to finish off the red fox. You defeated a red fox, gained 265 XP. The summoned beast Lai also received 265 XP. Thanks to this, Jin Sung learned that XP is split evenly. I should at least level Lai up to 15. Now time to grind some more. Then the master and companion sat close together, acting very affectionate. Lai even gently touched his hand. You activated the basic training skill. Cooldown time is 35 minutes. No wonder it's so obedient. Lai's summoned beast will improve its understanding of the summoner's commands. For about 10 minutes, the potential of summoned beasts increases through training. Lai's current potential is 65. Wherever Jin Sung threw an object, Lai would run after it to pick it up. Really useful. You activated Summon Beast. First aid. Lai recovered 45 health. Lai had to lie still, while Jin Sung bandaged his whole body. He looked so miserable. You've been my master for a while now, huh? And finally, after all this, Lai. The summoned beast reached level 15. The power it radiated looked really striking. However, this level up took longer. Jin Sung thought a lot. Maybe it's because the XP has to be shared. But training Lai actually feels really fun. It gets stronger every time it levels up. Jin Sung gently stroked Lai affectionately beside him. And it likes that too, Lai. Should we go hunt some bears? Alright, time to head to the new hunting grounds. These two masters really work well together. Arriving at the new land, there are a lot of black bears gathered in one area. Skill proficiency has increased. Basic summoning is now level 2. You gained 3 skill points. You learned the active skill, Wild Warrior's Blessing. You learned the basic tactics skill. Jin Sung feels satisfied with this. Hard work really pays off. Let's see what these skills can do. Wild Warrior's Blessing and Active Skill. Skill level Unskilled Mana required 1 o'clock 50. Can apply Wild Warrior's Blessing to yourself. And party members' duration about 20 minutes. Increases attack power up to 30. Applying it to a summoned beast. Increases the effect up to 100. Reading through the system lines. This skill looks pretty cool. Next is Basic Tactics. What's that about? The system just introduced a new Basic Tactics skill. Passive skill type skill level Unskilled. But making a summoned beast stronger. Definitely feels way more worth it. That means Jinsung is on the right track. Tomorrow, he plans to try catching a rare and unique beast. It's just past 4 a.m. now. He's locked inside the Kailan tree. To level up, I'll level Lai up to level 21st. After a long night, I finally managed to level up Lai. Let's move. The next day, they continue hunting, activating Wild Warriors, blessing basic training and the aim for weak spot skill. They're still using their old coordinated tactics. Jinsong stands in front shooting arrows, and Lai attacks, right after you defeated an Asian black bear. The fierce look of the black bear is just for show. It only roars but can't really fight. Maybe it's because Lai has gotten much stronger. Soon after they gained 5 and 45 XP. This time, finishing off a monster was way faster than he expected. I used to hunt here when I was a level 35 archer. The hunting speed is faster than before. Can't believe, just leveling up 5 times made such a clear difference. A man and his wolf keep hunting without getting tired. But watching closely, he saw a bigger one standing on 2 legs. Bigger than the others. He immediately used the scouting skill, and found out it's called the Shadow Bear. This is a rare, unique beast named Demon Jinsung is cautious, unsure if he can catch it. He suddenly remembered he let the other bear go before, so his leadership stat is still too low to catch one. Maybe after this, his determination to level up will be even stronger. Next time he's back in town, he'll buy a bunch of new soul contract scrolls. He decides to skip the big bear. He and Lai keep hunting the others. Lai's combat stats are almost equal to his now, so a level 38 beast is nothing. 2 beasts rush at each other, but you can clearly see Lai's speed. In a flash, Lai defeats the shadow bear. After the fight, he receives 145 XP. Lai has reached level 20. Jinsung is pretty proud and confident in his beast's abilities. Awesome. Once you hit level 20, you can do everything in Kailan, like joining guilds, dungeon quests, or labyrinth challenges. There are lots of quests that require level 20. He checks the system mail to see what items he got. He received Asian black bear meat, a bear hunter's warhammer, and the undying shadow necklace. Out of these 3, he points to the second item and says, he's never seen it before. Time to use an appraisal scroll. He tests the necklace's stats. This is the undying shadow necklace. Unique rank requires intelligence 35+. Durability 124 1. 24 options plus 15 stamina. 20 skill cooldown time. A mysterious necklace made by obsidian, containing darkness as deep as an abyss. It's a valuable and rare item. Jinsong is really happy to know its worth. I already have a pretty good necklace from the auction house, but this one's way better. On top of that, he's proudly bragging about his luck. Honestly, I have no complaints about this item right now. Let's see how much Lai's stats have increased. Attack up by 4, defense up by 2. But when he checks speed, he's totally shocked. What could it be? That monsters get stronger as they level up? No, that doesn't make sense. Its growth rate for speed is abnormal. This definitely isn't a coincidence. He's determined to find out the reason. He's worried and tense trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, the beast just sits beside him, grinning foolishly. Then a light flashes in his eyes. Could this be Lai's potential? He stares at Lai. The answer is, the potential stat for the basic training skill has increased. Each time Lai's potential stat increases by 10. Its growth rate also increases accordingly. I knew it. Basic training skill has a bug. I was right. Hidden classes also have their own unique skills. Every monster also has its own potential stats, and this determines their growth rate while leveling up. In other words, a monster's class naturally increases based on its potential, and training skills are what boost it. From this reasoning, Jinsung decided to spend all his remaining Skill points on basic training. Basic training reached level 5 and upgraded to intermediate training. This is an active skill. An unmastered skill has a cooldown of 25 minutes. After use, select a pet to enter training mode for 15 minutes. A summoned pet in training mode will better understand the owner's commands. The pet's potential increases. By repeating the training mode, potential points will level up. The intermediate training skill. After reading this, he felt lucky for saving his skill points, instead of going after that bear. It was such a relief to uncover that big mystery. So Lai's potential is now 94 and will soon rise to 100. Looking at the clock, he wasn't happy at all. That he'd wasted nearly an hour just to find the answer. Jin Song and Lai stood up again, ready to gain experience as fast as possible. He hadn't eaten anything all morning, so he grabbed a ridiculously tasty sandwich. If I had pushed myself to study, I'd probably be a lawyer or a doctor by now. At this moment, he was back home researching on his computer. Oh, a video about shadow wizards. Those skeletons look so cute. Maybe wait, am I really complimenting that? Jin Song's next sentence undercut the first one. He kept reading and discovered many strange things. Besides the Eun Hyun hotline, no one else had called. He checked and found it was a strange number, but answered anyway to see who was on the other end. Hello, is this Jin Sung's number? My name is Lee Ji-hun, assistant, lecturer of the virtual reality department at Korea University. Do you know Professor Lee Jin-guk?
Yin Sung Yepliet Honsli.
Of course, he's the head lecturer of the department. Suddenly Lee Ji-hun asked him to contact the professor, which confused him and made him want to know why. Then he said, I think it's about your grades. Jin Sung felt like exploding, his head spinning, tears ready to fall. Could it be that I'm under academic probation? Things were getting unstable and it was already late. No rest, and now I have to deal with this too, ma'am. What will happen if I don't call the professor? He said he'll send your grades by email and of course, not to your personal email address. Jin Song's face went pale, sweat pouring down, teeth clenched in worry. If my dad sees my grades, I'm screwed. Deep down he had already guessed that. His dad's image at that moment was dark and brooding, with a spooky voice saying, I'm very disappointed in you. Just imagining it made him feel crushed. He might get called back, just when he's enjoying his youth. That's why Jin Sung decided to call his teacher, and the teacher, by setting a meeting for next semester, was secretly wishing him luck to get through this ordeal. Jin Sung hurriedly looked for the teacher's number to contact him. Hello, teacher. This is Jin Sung. I heard you were looking for me. May I ask what you need? Is it about my grades? The teacher immediately replied firmly, yes. Is everything okay? Why aren't you joining any department activities, but already getting academic probation? In your first semester you only have 2 FS, and I'm thinking about giving you a third one.
Yin Sung
Was frustrated that the teacher was threatening him. What the heck does he want from me? Even though he was angry, he had to keep his cool over the phone. What should I do, teacher? First tell me why you haven't joined any department activities. He thought carefully before giving a proper answer. He couldn't say. It was because he was busy playing video games. What should I say? Oh, I got it, teacher. You know, the reason I chose the virtual reality major is because I admire the unlimited potential of VR. One reason VR is the center of attention worldwide and is because of the game Kylan Ride. So I thought I should get in by playing this game. The teacher immediately asked back, you mean you don't go to class because you're busy playing games all day? Jin Song quickly defended himself. No, it's not because of gaming, teacher. I want to learn about the extraordinary virtual world within Kilian. Since I gave that reason, the teacher got curious and asked what level I was at. If you play that much, you should at least be on Korea's top rankings, right? Hearing that question, he immediately felt a little regret. Damn, I wish I hadn't reset. Well, here's the thing, teacher. I was level 93 at first, but I recently reset my character, so now I'm level 20. The teacher found that funny. Do I think he's an idiot? Does he think I'm just saying that to avoid trouble? Jin Song knew he really was trying to avoid trouble, but it was out of necessity. So do you want to bet? Let's see if I'm telling the truth. I'll try to reach level 93 before the new semester starts. If I can level up from 20 to 93 in time, wouldn't that prove I deserve to be level 93? From the start, Lee Jin-gu totally agreed. That's right, definitely. Personally, I'm also pretty interested in Kylan. If you succeed, I won't put you on academic probation. But if you fail, you won't just be on academic probation. Your parents will also get your grades for this. And next semester, and you'll have to join department activities. It's tough, but this is also a chance for Jisung to turn things around. Oh, and if you win the bet, I'll give you an A in all my classes, whether you attend or not. The teacher thought Jisung couldn't do it, so he agreed without hesitation. Hearing that benefit, his eyes lit up. You promised to keep your word. Thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. There isn't much time left. We'll have to work harder anyway. The original plan was to get back to my old level before the break ends. I avoided academic probation this semester, so that's good. I'll get A's without having to go to class. I can definitely do it first. I'll join the Lotus Guild, but right now I'm only level 20, and the Lotus Guild requires 3 times your level, so level 60. Although the guild master can send a join request for Jin-sung, he thinks he won't be accepted. Do you still want to go ahead? Jin-sung still followed his original plan. I still want to join. I'm good friends with the guild leader and the main members, so it shouldn't be a problem. He sent the join request for me. I'll be automatically registered once the guild leader accepts. Knowing this would happen,
Jin-sung messaged Yoon Hyun separately.
Oh no, Hyun Hai, will he accept it or not? But he's inactive now. Oh well. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. He'll accept eventually. Next is the auction house. I'll change all my gear. This is a perk for wealthy new players. I'll switch to the best gear that fits my current stats. The summoner class's stat bonuses don't add to melee, but instead boost summoning stats like taming. Later I'll rely more on summoning beasts. Jin-sung was still wondering if there was anything that would increase his summoning stat, something that enhances power maybe. He carefully looked at every weapon on display. Suddenly he saw the Nature Mother's headband, with durability maxed at 224. 2 and 24 defense, and an option that adds 25 vigor. It's a hero tier accessory requiring level 25. This is a weapon with special abilities. Summoned beasts get 20 more vigor, and 15 more combat power, and summoned beasts have a 15 chance to dodge bullets. This is amazing. He happily bought it for 150,000 gold. Finally, gear for the summoner class started to be sold. Even though he was using this item now, he still had many unanswered questions. Wait, maybe all items named Nature Mother are for summoners. So he searched for this item in the search bar. Mother Nature also has other special items, called Mother Nature's Staff. The combat power ranges from 150 to 165 degrees. Durability 201 out of 201. The option is Wisdom along with 21 Leadership plus 35. This is also a top-tier hero accessory. The item requirement is 20 Strength.
40 Charisma plus 20.
Summoned beasts increase combat power by 35. Summoned beasts increase critical hit chance by 15. Now it's getting harder to choose. Caught between a rock and a hard place. I'm using a bow but a staff. And then he bought it, because he knew he couldn't use the bow forever. A bit early, but starting to get used to a different melee style. Isn't a bad idea. Holding a staff feels a little weird, but it's okay. Jin-sung stepped outside and summoned Lai to come. Along mid-range training still works even in town, so he had to use it. As soon as the cooldown ended just right, he looked up at the sky and smiled brightly. Time to find some quests and get going. On the street, everyone's attention was on Jin-sung. Oh, he's a 1 million summoner. The women admire him, but the men envy him. You can see it clearly in their jealous eyes. I heard leveling up as a summoner is really tough. I've never seen a summoner above level 15. Jin-sung whispered to Lee, let's just do the golden quest for now. We can get double experience from completing this quest, and take all the XP for ourselves. Looking around, he finally found it. The quest NPC. He waved warmly. Lapis, long time no see. But when he greeted the NPC's expression was like, who is this guy? This NPC would forget me even if I reset everything. Luckily, he still remembered him. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that Ian? Seems like friendship with NPCs doesn't reset few. Jin-sung asked the commander, has Golem been causing any trouble lately? Lapis replied, I'm struggling with the new Golem camp set up nearby. The expedition unit doesn't have enough soldiers. Can you recommend some skilled mercenaries? Jin-sung confidently replied, I plan to help personally. He looked a bit doubtful. You anyway. That's great, but it would be better if there were more people. He checked the system for some info about conquering the Golem. Camp in Somua Valley. Volunteer commander at Lucan Village. Lapis is calling for everyone to join the mission, to conquer the Golem camp. Join the troops and raid the Golem camp. Before deciding, he suddenly remembered this was a team quest. Damn, who can I bring along? I don't think there's any newbie around. Level 40 in the guild commander. Can you delay the conquest a bit, until I can form a team? Lapis is pretty easygoing. So he happily agreed, of course. At least I can do that, so before that, can you clear out some scouting golems outside the camp? Eliminate scouting golems in the Somua Valley. Commander of the volunteer soldiers in Lucan Village. Lapis called mercenaries to kill a few scouting golems. Before the soldiers acted, kill at least 10 scouting golems and return safely. This mission has some difficulty, but only rewards raw armor for the volunteer soldiers. Seeing he was relaxed and generous with me, Jin Sung decided to make a quick trip and return. Took nearly 30 minutes. Frustrating, but I had no other choice. You could say I did it reluctantly. Let's see, is Yoon Hyun Hyjin active? I hear they are. The two exchanged messages back and forth. Yoon Hyun, will you accept my request to join? A reply came immediately, you're level 20 already. I accept. Hey, how did you level up so fast? Even the Dark Wizard doesn't level up that fast. Jin Sung encouraged his friend's competitive spirit. You know me, I'll catch up to you soon. You play more, buddy, level up fast. Without you I'd be struggling with a lot of stuff. Taking the chance, Jin Sung looked for teammates. Do you know anyone around level 40 in our guild? Sadly no one, so I have to handle it myself. I headed to the guild chat. Better to ask members to recommend someone than team up with strangers. Immediately a message popped up. Ian has joined the guild, I'm back. How's everyone doing? Bye. Alan was surprised to see him return. You're level 20 already. Loban was also shocked. What, Ian? You leveled 20 and joined the guild already? I heard summoners level up with a lot of pain. Is that all a lie? Jin Sung didn't want to sound arrogant. Level 20 is nothing special. You should be worried. I'll be back to my old level soon. I proposed a method. Hurry up and level up. You're too slow farming without you. Yeah, but guys, if you know anyone around level 40, please introduce them to me. They'd be surprised if I said, I'm going to take on Golem's quests at level 20. And then Jin Sung said, I'm planning to take the Golem's camp conquest quest, and I need one more person. Can anyone help? It's okay if you can't just come into the camp with me. I'll carry that person. A mix of questions and curiosity followed Ian. Aren't you level 20? How can you do a camp quest at level 20? What do you mean carry the team? Aren't you trying to get carried on a camp quest? I think he leveled to 20 because someone carried him. Idiot. Do you think with his personality he would ask for help? If he wanted help he would have asked us already. Why look for a level 40? What do you mean once you hit level 60? You can't even take quests anymore. We can't help him, they argued fiercely. After Jin Sung's request message, there was even some slight disdain for his abilities. I'm level 20, but luckily got a 1,000 healing pet, so I can handle running quests. It'll carry me. Loban felt extremely jealous. How are you always so lucky? Bylan also didn't trust him much. There has to be some reason you leveled 20 so fast. At the same time, Jie Queen spoke up. Basically, I have a level 45 friend, but she created her character as a crafter, so her melee ability is different. She's a melee priest and crafter is a chef. I think she's a priest, but probably won't help much in melee. She's not good at the game either. Is that okay? Jin Song had to accept. Can you contact us when she's online? He thought quietly, if she can fill the number needed. I don't care about her skill. I have some things to do, so I'm leaving the chat now. Jia Queen. Message me when you reach her. Talking with guild members is fun, but it's nothing compared to the thrill of hunting and leveling up on the battlefield. I'll finish the quest quickly. Before hearing from Jia Queen. That day, Jin Sung went to the stream and saw a group of leopards drinking water across the bank. They're coon monsters. It'd be really cool if I could catch one. They don't look very cool or strong. While walking normally, the leopard stopped and refused to move further. He worried maybe my thoughts aren't reaching it. I have to sit down and speak softly to it. Hey leopard, do you know how much I love you? But no matter what sweet words I say now, it's still mad at me first. Then it growled loudly and I noticed the leopard was evolving to the next level. Now I'm more happy than sad. Finally you evolved. But what triggered the evolution? What's the requirement? Potential. Its potential reached 100 already. Its appearance should change when it evolves too. Hopefully it gets bigger so I can ride it. It's now a wolf. The leopard evolved into a red mane wolf, thanks to a successful pet evolution. Intermediate training skill proficiency increased. Intermediate training skill advanced to Z rank at 45.7. When leveling up next, you are the first to successfully evolve and summon a beast. Reputation increased by 1000. Leadership charisma increased by 30. You are the first to summon the red mane wolf. Reputation increased by 1500. Jin Song is as happy as if it's harvest time. He keeps rubbing the red mane wolf's head. Hee, go on, I love you so much. Level 20 HP 790 out of 7. 90 combat power 235 defense 97 agility 215. Classified as a rare grade beast. Brave nature can evolve intelligence 1. 35 has the ability to inherit 15 of damage. Back to health, and if it lands a critical hit, it takes 50 of that damage instead of health. If it lands a critical strike, the enemy will start bleeding. Enemies with the bleeding status take an extra 20 damage per second. For 10 seconds, the fierce wolf has a mysterious red mane, known for its aggressive and violent traits. Its rank has upgraded from common to rare, and it can still evolve further. If it evolves more, it could reach a unique rank. Jin Song covers his mouth to laugh quietly. The summoning profession is old news. Forget about those cocoon. I don't need them even if I had a whole cocoon army. My lie is still the best, right. I've always been proud to have it, Lee. Do you think you can carry me on your back? It lowers itself so Jin Sung can easily climb on. Run Lie. Its movement speed is really fast, even with a heavy load on its back. Before they know it, they've arrived at Early Season Valley. Just arrived, nothing special yet. So Jin Song feels really relaxed, partly because he doesn't have to waste energy moving around. The orchids here look so real with these details. The mission is to kill 10 scouting golems. Lai has evolved so cool, I can't just leave it like this. Let's give it our all. And so Jin Sung activated the wind blessing on it. Agility increased by 37 for the summoned beast. Lai's agility increased by 37. At the same time, he activated the frenzy blessing. Combat power increased by 33. Lai's combat power has increased by 66. In front of them, strange green creatures holding weapons appeared. Lai, do you see those 3 sneaky golems? I'll sneak up from behind. This time I'm not using a bow, so I can't stick to the old fighting style. Lee getting this kind of buff won't be weaker than any golem. I'm sure of that. Lai, in close combat, is way stronger than those regular ones, and it also has 2 inherited passive skills. But we can't be too careless. So Jin Song also activated weakness detection. Enemy weakness detected accuracy increased by 14.5. Critical hit chance increased by 22.5. Attacks on weak points deal an extra 91 damage. Seeing the way Lai howled so powerfully, it frightened the golem. A wolf. A dire wolf is attacking Lai's summoned beast. It landed a critical hit on the scouting golem. The scouting golem lost 75 health points, total health remaining 89. The scouting golem is bleeding and losing 215 health points per second. In the end, it died from bleeding out. After killing just one, he gained 210 experience points. The speed of its death shocked Jin Sung. What the heck? How can a level 40 monster die in one hit? Let the other 2 not get angry. This time, they teamed up to attack Lai, and it looks tougher. So Lai got hit by one of them and felt pain. Lai's summoned beast was hit by a scouting golem and lost 294 health points. Thanks to that, Lai's attack power kept getting stronger. He wasn't willing to just take hits like that, and he dealt 495 damage to a scouting golem. 15 damage, recovered 75. 73, then 76 health points. The last one finally turned pale with fear. Sweat was pouring down as he witnessed Lai's power, and his teammate a critical hit dealt 50 damage. Recovered 523 health points. After a while fighting, Lai completed the mission without any damage, except for getting hit once by them. Jin Sung sincerely thanked Lai for carrying him. He bowed his head and snuggled up to him, looking very cute. Only 3 down. Not enough yet. They still have to kill 7 more to officially finish. Let's do it again, Lai. I'm so relaxed just lying under the tree singing softly. All the hard work depends on Lai the wolf. At the same time, Jin Sung's friend sent a message. Are you active? Can you talk now? To avoid any unexpected results. So I told Lai to stop temporarily. Maybe you guessed it, my friend contacted. She's active now. She's also accepted your invite. Her name is Heron. You should greet her first. But is that really okay? You should prepare for her close combat skills. Otherwise Jin Song might be a bit upset. He doesn't understand me. Hey, don't worry, I just soloed in the Somu Valley. Now coming out here with this news. Your friend is pretty surprised. Where is Somu Valley? Isn't that the golem camp? You killed them all by yourself. Yeah, that's right. I hunted scouting golems at the Vanguard camp. I just leveled up 5 times. Your friend can't believe you pulled it off. Are you cheating or using a bug? Be careful or you'll get banned. Cry your eyes out if that really is Jin Song's power. He'll catch up to his friends soon. He set a goal to reach level 100 in 2 months. Hit level 50 in 15 days, level 80 in the next 15 days, and level 100 in the last month. He's determined to win this bet at all costs, or the consequences will be serious. Actually, the bet with the professor might be more beneficial. For Miji, a queen's friend's name is Heron. I looked her up and sent the message first. Hello, you're GA Queen's friend, right? Surprisingly, she replied right away. Maybe she was waiting for my message. Hi, yes. Nice to meet you. She's currently in Lucan Village, fixing equipment at the forge. And Jin Sung told her to stay there, and he would be there in 10 minutes. If it's real, if you want, I'll come find you personally.
Hello, I'm Ian.
She turned around smiling warmly with a sweet voice.
Marin.
I've heard a lot about you from GA Queen. Jin Sung just thought she was GA Queen's friend, but Heron said she feels more like his sister. I'm ready, so I can take the mission whenever you're ready. How about you? Ian can see Heron's readiness and spirit. Jin Sung likes it too. I'm ready as well. Is there a special reason you're doing this camp mission? Yeah, there's a mission I want to do that only becomes available after finishing this camp's mission from the Duke Chepin's chef. But to enter the Duke's castle, I have to finish this mission first. Jin Song was shocked, since these two tasks seemed unrelated. The chef. Yeah, what mission from a chef? Heron's crafting profession is a chef. When Heron mentioned that
Jin Sung Zembet.
GA Queen told him her crafting profession was a chef. Right, I'm majoring in culinary arts. Even in the real world, you seem quite interested and want to know more about it. I heard crafting professions are hard to manage, but if you specialize in cooking, it's a bit easier. Talking a bit. Turns out they share the same hobby. Skills from the real world often affect crafting. In the game it can't take too long. They walked and chatted. You're the first chef I've ever met. When will I get a chance to taste your cooking? Heron is delighted to hear that. Of course, after a while, they met Lapis. He was also surprised you found a new member. I thought it would be tough for 2 people. But I know your abilities, Ian, so I'll entrust this to you. The Vanguard unit just left. If you hurry, you can catch up, follow and assist them. Conquer the Golem camp in Somua Valley. Commander of the volunteer soldiers in Lucan Village. Lapis is calling for help with the mission to conquer the Golem camp. Join the Vanguard unit and raid the Golem camp. After reading it, Jin Sung frowned and sighed. The mission has changed a bit because we arrived late, but the rewards are the same luckily. He glanced over and asked Heron if she had accepted the mission yet, getting ready to head out for battle.
Jin Sung Sumong Lisa Unitentino Scaring Haren.
It's okay, that's my summoned beast. Not a monster. She suddenly got an excited idea. If you can summon beasts, then you must be a 1,000,000 summoner. But that class just came out a few days ago. So how have you already done the Golem camp mission? He casually explained a bit to help her understand. Just lucky this wolf is really powerful. I leveled up quickly and can handle the golems easily. It's a poor excuse, but if I told her I'm level 25, she wouldn't want to team up with me. Heron kind of understood, but it was all a lie. She's level 45, but still runs away if she faced even a scout golem. The way Haroon answered so honestly surprised Jin Sung. Does this girl really believe what I said? She does believe me. Then I added that everyone's different. You mainly focus on crafting, and cooking is a useful skill, but the game hasn't fully developed the potential to take advantage of it yet. Even if you focus on crafting, how did she get to level 45 without being able to beat a scout golem? Others recognized her unique talent, and Heron was quietly happy inside. Thanks, I still prefer cooking over hunting. so I'm fine with that. This wolf is really cool. I've never seen this breed before. I'm confident that Lai is the only one like this. On the entire server, Heron curiously asked its name. Is Lai? You could also call it Lai. Heron seemed to really like it, and kept praising it non-stop. She offered a plate of beef to Lai as a treat. Seeing the delicious food and its aroma made Jin Sung want to share it with Lai. What's this, a steak? Covered in sauce, looks delicious. I want to summon a beast too. Lai just ate smoked steak, gaining 200 health points for 20 minutes. Eating meat unexpectedly boosts strength. Lai's abilities just increased. Is that because of Heron's food effect? That's right, my skill has improved, but it also depends on the quality of the food. But it will drain the eater over a certain period. Lai's health of 400 is a bit low. Adding 200 will make him much stronger from now on. Keeping a close bond with Heron will be very beneficial. After eating, Lee stuck out his tongue, teasing Jin Song, you having all the food to yourself. How that wolf saw the beast had something he didn't, so he asked, do you have anything for me? Heron held a plain white plate and smiled, saying, not yet. I'll cook something even better after the mission, so don't be jealous. Jin Sung sat down, sadly turned his back, didn't want to talk, and just doodled on the ground with his finger. But when he heard that, he turned back and emphasized, promise me. Would this make Heron scared of his human side? But whatever, he had his own reasons. At the Somoa Valley, Captain Trin Fat's men, led by Hugo, were also present in large numbers. They wore armor and carried shields, looking very impressive. Jin Sung and Heron were there too. Oh, you guys are the new mercenaries. Each of you will be a huge help for this mission. Thanks for coming all the way here. Their manners were polite and grateful. Jin Song replied seriously, I'm just doing my duty, sir. Luckily they didn't arrive late. Otherwise, who knows what kind of problems would have come up. Are those other players? Were they really bad today? They looked uncomfortable, gloomy, and their eyes were full of fear. Well, that's none of my business anyway. We're fighting different battles. There were a lot of soldiers present, lined up neatly ready to fight. The goblins were growling in packs across from them. They weren't afraid at all. Captain Hugo led with a firm voice. Today we will wipe out all the goblins in Somua Valley. Soldiers, advance, don't retreat or give up. At this critical moment, the battle ends when we kill their leader. The morale of the allies rose by 30. All stats increased by 10. For 20 minutes, Jin Song and Lee continued their fierce fight. The leader gaped in shock at his power. What, you're just a skin tamed by humans? In a flash, Lai leapt up and tore into the goblin leader, dealing critical damage. The goblin leader's health dropped by 1,215, meaning 0.7 of its total health decreased. Its health dropped by 243 points per second. For 10 seconds, seeing the situation improve, Hugo felt victory was possible, and shouted to motivate everyone, focus your attack on him right now. In this final moment, everyone focused their full strength on the leader alone. The goblin leader's health dropped by 30, and it went berserk, beaten up like a mangy dog. The goblin spat fire, scaring everyone half to death. Everyone screamed in chaos. What just happened? All of a sudden, is fire fearful? Everyone dodged. Jin Song dodged quickly, but still got caught in the chain explosion. Taking 684 damage, he lost balance and fell on his back. Jin Sung quickly grabbed his burned arm. Crying out in pain, he had to use emergency aid, but a blue wind wrapped around him, putting out the fire. Heron, from his team, used healing light to restore his strength.
Yin Sung Statan Mutering.
Heron healing light. He turned around, called Heron, and thanked her. Heron just smiled in response. Jin Song summoned his pet, ready to fight. Time to counterattack. Li appeared, letting out a call. Jin Song stood beside, pulling out his hot weapon. He ordered it to draw the goblin leader's attention. Don't try to attack, okay? Jin Song switched to his bow, ready to shoot down the goblins. Jin Song raised his bow, took aim. He needed the right moment. This goblin looked like it just went crazy, attacking and yelling, curse you all to die. The goblin leader was more violent now, so if Jin Song made a mistake, everyone would be doomed. The goblin followed his plan, went berserk, attacking everyone, then let its guard down. Right then, Lai rushed in to draw its attention, and now Jin Sung released the arrow. Straight at the distracted goblin leader, the arrow flew like the wind toward it. By the time it realized it was too late, the goblin leader panicked and screamed loudly, then was finished off by Jin Sung's arrow. In a single shot, the goblin leader lay still like a clam, slowly fading away into thin air. And Jin Sung had done it. Everyone was stunned. Unable to believe it, the goblin leader was dead. Only when the system announced goblin defeated, goblin camp mission complete, did everyone jump up cheering success. Mission complete. And as soon as Jin Sung killed the goblin leader, reward notifications popped up everywhere. He officially leveled up to level 30, unlocked a special skill, and also unlocked spatial swaps.
Jin Sung
excitedly examined the special spatial swap skill. Hugo approached Jin Sung and told him he was the one who killed the goblin leader. He reached out his hand to interact. Well done, you're Ian right. Jin Sung politely replied yes. Captain Hugo showed goodwill toward him. They could raid the camp without heavy losses. Thanks to him, he was very grateful. Jin Sung humbly said it's nothing. All thanks to the courage of the volunteers, who led them to complete the mission. Hugo advised him return safely. Then he turned to the other soldiers and shouted, "Great job, soldiers." He declared the mission complete, and told them to head back to the village. Jin Sung sighed in relief. Petted Lai finally done. Maybe he should check out the other skills he got. Just as I predicted, I received a skill related to potential. I can divide skills for summoning beasts. I should also give Lai a new skill. First I need to check Lai's potential rank. Jin Sung checked and saw Lai's potential is still 6. I wonder if 100 potential points are enough for Lai to evolve significantly. If the potential points reach 20, I'll try dividing a skill for it. I want to help it evolve after it gains another 100 points. But actually giving it a skill first would be better. Let me check what the second spatial swap skill is. Jin Sung was a bit disappointed. He didn't unlock any attack or capture skills. But these skills are still pretty useful. In close combat, these skills are awesome. I'm really satisfied while checking the skills. Heron suddenly waved excitedly from behind. Jin Sung quickly stood up and ran over to her. Heron bowed and thanked him. They could finish the mission thanks to him. Jin Sung laughed and told her, "You all did more than one person could do." Heron insisted on giving him the credit, but without him they wouldn't have finished. "Please, I'm begging you."
Jin Sung jokingly pitted Lai.
"Actually, it did more than me." Heron agreed. She was really surprised by Lai. Its close combat skills were amazing. She also petted it, saying, "Thanks today, Lai." A noise behind caught Jin Sung's attention. He turned around and saw other players moving this way. "Are these guys coming to introduce themselves?" A young man with an HKT lion mane spoke first. "You're Rookin. You didn't get a chance to introduce yourself during the mission." Jin Sung extended his hand for a shake. "Nice to meet you, I'm Jin Sung." Rookin invited him. "Want to start another mission with us?" Jin Sung thought for a moment and asked what mission. Rookin excitedly told him, "They know a hidden mission related to the camp." Mission. Jin Sung quietly thought it over. If it's related, it must be the Goblin High Priest mission. I was gonna give up on that mission because of its difficulty, but now I'm at a new level after the running mission. Anyway, I'm considering that mission. But these guys look like they're over level 50. So, why are they inviting us to do the High Priest mission? The level gap is too big for it to benefit them. Jin Sung pretended to be naive and asked. He hinted at a hidden mission related to it. "I have a bad feeling about this. Should I dig deeper?" Rookin replied. "There's a Goblin High Priest mission in the tunnel behind the camp. They just need to kill him to complete the mission. He's weaker than the Goblin leader, but it might still be tough for them. He saw you in close combat, and it seems like you have a very powerful summoner's artifact. So if you join them, they'll finish the mission quickly." Jin Sung sneered inside. "They think you summoned through a summoner's artifact. That artifact is very valuable. They probably plan to capture you and grab a big haul." "Got it." Jin Sung jumped in. "Always ready. So should I come up with an excuse or something?" Jin Sung and Heron followed Rookin's group to see if they could find anything. The two opened a chat interface inside their heads, sending private messages to each other. Heron asked curiously why send private messages. Jin Sung told her wait a moment. Then he turned to Rukin and said, I like this offer but I have to ask my teammates first. Can you wait a bit? Rukin agreed comfortably. Of course. Jin Sung turned to Heron. What do you think? Right in front of Rukin. Heron scratched her head thoughtfully. I think it's still through the chat interface. Jin Sung told her I think they're trying to PK them. Heron asked confusedly PK them. Jin Sung replied you're right. Looks like they planned to kill them during the High Priest mission. More precisely they want to kill you rather than them. Heron asked so what should they do? Jin Sung told her just say yes to my previous question. And so Heron agreed. The problem is they'll share the mission with them, so there's no reason to refuse the invitation. Rukin gave a thumbs up to the two, secretly laughing at their stupidity. Heron asked Jin Sung so what's the plan? He replied don't worry. I already have a plan. We'll wrap up these fools. At the same time the scene switched to somewhere else, where Lee Jin-guk was comfortably chilling on a rock. The air in Kalen is always so fresh. Hard to believe this is virtual reality. Scientists created this truly amazing. Well done. Hill convinced the outdoor club members to hold their next meet-up. In Kalen, Jin-guk rummaged in his bag, pulled out a corn cob and cheered. Here it is. He took a big bite and said with satisfaction, with no picnic without corn. Right, almost forgot. Jin-guk reached aside to summon Ubi, the wolf dog who gradually appeared fully. He took out a big piece of meat and rubbed it over the fire. He truly understands the taste of life. Tell Luffy to eat this. Luffy dashed over and bit into the delicious meat. Jin-guk kept marveling. Sitting up here is so comfortable. He must be grinding this game too. He quietly recalled the name Park Jin Sung. Right. He should have asked his profession. There's no way he's a summoner. Back to Jin Sung. Heron and Rukin's group boldly entered the cave to carry out the mission. Heron and Jin Song coordinated surprisingly well, as they continuously wiped out several monsters inside. Rukin excitedly watched the two, thinking to himself, finally reaching the final part of the mission, of the hidden boss. The Goblin High Priest is about to appear. Should he get ready for the real plan? His plan was that while Heron and Jin Sung are busy dealing with the Goblin High Priest, they'd pretend to be overwhelmed, boom, ambush the two and take everything. Soon he'd have the artifact worth millions of gold. Just thinking about it made Rukin drool, making Jin Sung shake his head. Look at him laughing. He should at least look serious. He silently informed Heron that the boss would appear. Soon Heron asked what they should do. Jin Song pointed toward the prison-like area. If anyone steps inside even one step, the boss will appear within 5 seconds. The entrance will be locked by iron bars. They'll follow the group from behind, and when he signals quick jump back. Okay. After briefing Heron, Jin Sung immediately ordered Lai to attack. Lai growled and took out 2 goblins at once. Jin Sung anxiously told Rukin to speed up their advance. Come on, okay. Rukin happily nodded repeatedly. This idiot knows nothing. He can't escape without a summoned beast. Everything's going according to plan. Jin Sung read Rukin like a book. He definitely knew what Rukin was thinking. After the Anaconda leader finished off the low-level goblins, Rukin led the way to the Goblin High Priest. See over there, the Goblin High Priest, and 2 fierce ones will appear there. Now let's go in together, Jin Sung also said. Lai, lead the way. Lai obediently took steps forward. Jin Sung stood outside, silently watching and counting down. At that moment, he grabbed Heron's hand and pulled her back, avoiding the falling iron net. Rukin clutched the iron gate, screaming like he had a lung problem. What are you two doing? Why aren't you going in?
Jin Sung tan tek hiu.
Why are you seriously asking me why? He knew they planned to PK them. And it's always about his summoner's artifact. Rukin was startled when his plan was exposed. What? How do you know? Jin Song obviously had no reason to follow their plan. Have fun in there, the 3 of you. Rukin clenched his teeth and cursed him as an idiot. You don't understand anything. You can't escape from here. The mission says returning outside is impossible, unless the boss monster is killed, or all party members are wiped out. Actually, they could handle the Goblin High Priest on their own. Once they kill the High Priest and these iron bars lift, it will be their funeral day. Hurry up, Jin Song chuckled. Thanks for the warning, then he yelled, ordering Lai to bite following orders. Lai immediately charged at Milong. making Yukon a crazy fan. He quickly drew his sword to rush in, but it was too late. Rukuin gritted his teeth in rage. That mad dog at that moment. Jin Sung cancelled the summon, leaving Rukuin and the weak girl to face the goblin high priest. Rukuin got hit by Bavina's move, standing there stunned, staring at the goblin high priest and cursing Jin Sung. Rukuin was bitter and furious, just cursing loudly without knowing what to do. You bastard, do you think we can't kill the boss? Just because of that, after killing the boss and the iron bars lift, you'll be the next one. Jin Sung leisurely sat back and waited. He thought they couldn't pull it off. The goblin high priest and two muscular minions were growling behind, making Yukon nervous. Damn beasts. Rukuin drew his sword and charged forward, telling his two comrades to deal with these boss monsters first. Jin Sung would handle things later. He gave Jin Sung a sideways glance, warning to see if he could stay calm. Later, Jin Sung happily sat back and watched the show. Has any third-rate villain ever succeeded? After saying that line, Heren, still a bit compassionate, asked him if they would be okay. Jin Sung told her if she's worried, then go help. Heren gave a bitter smile and pointed ahead. Help. Rukin and his minions lost the initiative and could only weakly defend. Rukuin tried, but it didn't amount to much, though he sure talked a big game. I bought everything I need. Now I just need a weapon, but I don't know if there's a bow, like the wild type I bought before. Just as expected, there's no bow at my level that can do high damage. All these accessories are kind of basic, not good enough to use in my opinion. There is no bow that can boost the power of summoned beasts. Should I broaden my search? After looking over and over, I finally picked an ancient summoner's iron glove. After hearing that, Jin Sung understood what this skill was all about. Back to the familiar scene, with snow-covered rocky mountains and, of course, the giant stone monster. Right from the start they were chasing each other, like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Remember, I'll attack from the front so you cover the back. Man and beast split up to fight easier, and the fight ended quickly, with earth-shattering punches, throwing rocks everywhere. While fighting, he discovered the monster's weak spot. So, Jin Sung couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. I trust you because of you. I've already spent 900,000 gold investing in these fancy gloves to see who can beat that monster. Without hesitation, he charged forward, throwing two punches straight at the monster. Surprising it, the monster didn't even have time to react. Finding that weak spot was totally worth the money. Maybe when Jin Sung bought it, he felt proud of the treasure he picked himself. It looks like a kid's toy, but it's actually pretty powerful. Looking back now, I still like how it works. Wait, if it's random, does that include Puke too? Meaning if it activates, I'd also. Jin Sung got scared, thinking he was about to turn into a puffball. Luckily, there are rules about physical traits. You kept babbling and the monster just sprayed glue. Should I use the new skill I just got at level 30? The monster roared in agreement right away. This time there were two monsters plus props. Jin Sung got caught in the middle, but somehow escaped, causing the two brothers to accidentally hit each other on the head. With their sticks it worked. You can tell how much those two brothers care about each other. They were just fighting for fun. Even a slap dealt over 1,000 damage. No wonder it's a level 60 ice goblin. I have to take it down before it can heal. This goblin is experienced, so it won't be easy to defeat. You've landed a critical hit on the ice goblin, probably caught off guard. It didn't have time to react. I need to keep attacking. With all the strength Jin Sung has, pulling everything out to finish off this monster. The ice goblin isn't a pushover either, so both sides are fired up, eyes blazing, charging at each other. My body is faster now, I'm full of power. But in this state I'd die if I took even one hit. Jin Sung uses the power of his treasure, but still has to be careful, not ready to die and go to heaven just yet. When the monster attacks in a wide area, it'll leave an opening afterward. No beating around the bush. He charged right in all or nothing. You just landed a critical hit on the ice goblin. To finish it off, Jin Sung thanks the little goblin. One more punch to the face to tighten the gloves, and complete the mission again. The giant stone monster falls to the ground defeated. You killed an ice goblin, and earned 1.06 experience points. In the evening in this dense forest, the wind howls in my ears, snow covers the ground. The Nuam Dalcam family is sitting warm by the fire. I've set up the boundary, because there will be times when level 100 orcs appear. My friend is bragging about his achievement, so Florazan praises him. It's serious. The northern region is not a place for playing around. Luckily we came on this expedition, thanks to which we can lay the foundation for the guild. While talking, my friend pours Lorraine a cup of water. We need to think about the next plan. Although the reason we came here is that there's not much territory left. In the northern area, the question is whether we can protect the land we occupy. We have to do it within 3 months. Until we achieve that, we need to utilize every member to reinforce our base. Right after completing the expedition, we must bring guild members here. The team seems quite large. The brothers are bustling. There's a lot to do, and we also have to hunt in the surrounding area. Everyone will come except for one person. How could the team leave a brother behind? What do you mean? Of course, it's Ian. He has to hunt a lot in the southern area to level up, without knowing if Ian has moved to the northern area. Yet the best one has been left behind. Well, successful people have their own paths. Recently he just asked me for some information about the northern area. He said he would hunt in the snowy mountains of Croatia, and is looking for all the information. Hearing about Ian's diligence also makes my friend curious. I wonder what level he is now. I'm not sure about that either anyway. Ian leveling up quickly is a good thing, right? My friend with a face like a goose is confused, wondering what Ian is doing without inviting him. Taking down a frost elf. Then the earth becomes peaceful again. Jin Song is still wearing gloves, walking his lone wolf now. I'm sharing my experience with 4 pets, instead of 2. So I can clearly see that leveling up is much harder. Now even though I just passed level 40, I see my teammates getting beaten up, badly scared. The remaining Frost Elf is willing to become Jin Sung's pet. It's probably time for Slap's potential to reach 100, right? It's time to teach the pet that's bigger than its owner. What's going on? Slap's potential has reached 100. So why hasn't it evolved yet? This creature is big but has a tiny soul. It hasn't grown up yet, I know. One of the evolution conditions is 100 potential points. Are there any other requirements besides potential 1 level? But I remember it only evolved at level 2 in the live. Each monster requires a different evolution level. Whatever, right now, I can't do anything. And Jin Sung is still mumbling to himself, thinking of ways to raise the little one. Now I have to use my training skills on Pukpuki. Why is this little turtle just starting to walk, being dragged out to be a test subject? Where did this Pukpuki go? It must have sensed this unfortunate event coming, and ran away. If it got attacked, the system would have notified me. I have to lure it out with some tasty bait. Come out and I'll give you this meatball. I circled around and saw the turtle, diligently digging its head into the ground, wondering what it was doing. Turns out it was munching on a yam. Puki's potential increased by 10. All stats increased by 5. Jin Sung was furious, because his pet was eating way too much to control, and the turtle just kept enjoying its meal. Yams are a rare herb, boosting all stats by 5 points. See, you're jealous. I should have eaten that instead of this tiny turtle. Next time you find something like that, you have to give it to me. I'll give you a piece of meat. Jin Sung instructed bribing in exchange for the meat. Although just by looking at the turtle, you could tell it understood human language. Seemed pouty and just walked away, probably looking for a new owner. Unexpectedly it led you to a secret basement. No way, you might. No, just be the first person to discover this maze.
Jin Sung exclaimed joyfully
as he became the first to explore this maze. He also learned that in the next 5 days, the drop rate for items here would be doubled. It was worth the long trip to the northern region. Jin Sung was invited to register for the maze, and would receive 500 reputation points. He was stingy and didn't want to share the experience, or the double item drop rate with other players. Not even for 500 reputation points, which is no small amount. He hugged Pudgy and praised it for doing well. Finally it did something useful. After a while of feeling relaxed, Jin Sung decided to enter the maze. Accompanying Jin Sung were Slap and Lai. Even though this maze seemed simple, something still made him feel chilly, like a scared chicken. It felt like a ghost or something would appear, Suddenly a large explosion occurred. A horde of ghosts charged out. Jin Song immediately commanded Slap to use the Ice Wave skill, causing the monsters to take hundreds of thousands of damage, and slowing their speed. Jin Sung was worried, as it would take a while before he could use his skills again. He was also frantic, and asking Lai to deal with the one on the left. He didn't pay attention to whether Lai could defeat it or not. All he wanted was to buy some time. As for Jin Sung, he quickly activated the effect of the Ancient Summoner's effect. He was lucky to borrow Slap's Ice Wave. As he charged forward, he reminded Lai to dodge quickly. Just as he landed, he gritted his teeth in frustration. If this keeps up, the battle will drag on forever. In a life-and-death situation, Jin Sung accidentally glanced at the lazy turtle Pudgy. Yawning in a corner, Jin Sung froze. He absolutely couldn't let it lounge around, sipping tea like that. He ordered it to attack the two monsters and draw the attention of the center. Even though he himself heard the order, Jin Sung was gaping in disbelief when he saw it actually do it. Jin Sung praised Pudgy for doing well. He thought it would be something impressive, but it turned out to be all bark and no bite. This lazy turtle quickly withdrew into its shell, only to receive numerous lethal damage hits. Though he was quite annoyed by this dramatic strategy, Jin Sung still kindly trusted in its peculiar defense. Jin Sung was strongly convinced that he would win this battle. Soon then he ordered all summoned beasts to attack. After a fierce fight, Jin Song's side was close to defeating them. He looked around, frowning slightly when he noticed that, even though he had gone through the entire basement, the atmosphere felt so different. A bright column of light appeared right behind Jin Sung. He recognized this as the summoning circle for the boss. He quickly reminded the two summoned beasts to prepare to attack, but unexpectedly what appeared was an old man's ghost. He smiled warmly and said he saw Jin Sung as a 1,000 summoner, making him feel cornered. Jin Sung was skeptical. He guessed this old man couldn't be a monster. He politely asked for his identity. The old man just murmured that he never expected the first person to challenge Goli's test would be a 1,000 summoner. The old man wondered if this was fate. Hearing that, Jin Sung asked if the old man's name was Wooly. After receiving a nod, he then asked why he was here. Wooly just replied that he still couldn't tell Jin Sung about that, still in shock. Jin Sung saw him raise his staff and say that if Jin Sung passed his test, he would learn all the secrets of the maze. The surroundings shook like an earthquake, with aftershocks continuously occurring. Wally quickly summoned a level 70 Chaos Dragon. Jin Sung was left speechless at its enormous size. This one was twice the size of the ghost dragons that were already as tall as a one-story building. He stared wide-eyed when he saw it was at level 75, a hero level. He completely didn't believe he could defeat it. When he felt like he was about to die, the sensible thing Jin Sung believed was to cancel the summoning of his summoned beasts. First, the Chaos Dragon roared majestically, causing Jin Sung's stats to drop by 5 for 10 minutes. He was determined even if he died, he wouldn't back down without fighting. Wally controls the Chaos Dragon to attack Jin Sung. He was a bit surprised to see that it could also attack with its breath. Then he cradles Pudgy, while ordering the other two to scatter quickly under the heat of this dragon's breath. Thanks to Pudgy's defensive ability, he narrowly escaped death, even though that attack could penetrate the bizarre defenses of this turtle and directly reduce 1/3 of its health. He suspects that the Chaos Dragon is similar to the Demon Dragon, poor defense and low health.
Jin Sung Officialia
counter-attacks by ordering Slap to use the freezing skill. The others attack fiercely from behind. Even if Jin Sung might eventually have to give up, he is determined not to back down but to fight. Just as he activated the weak point detection function, a danger from the Chaos Dragon appeared. It used its tail to deliver a fatal blow to Slap. Before Jin Sung could warn, Slap lost nearly 5,000 health and Jin Sung was furious. Even if it is a boss over level 70. This is too much. He quickly cancelled Slap's summoning. Turning around, he saw his other summon also receive a fatal blow. but managed to deal nearly 2,000 damage to the Chaos Dragon and inflict a bleeding status. Due to Lai landing a critical hit, his combat power increased for 5 seconds. Jin Song silently thanked the heavens. When he realized Lai attacked the boss's weak point, it was completely devastating. Thanks to his weak point detection skill, the Chaos Dragon gradually lost thousands of health points. Taking this opportunity, Jin Sung swapped places with Lai, using Puji as a weapon to attack the Chaos Dragon.
Jin Sung silently wondered
why every attack was a critical hit. The foolish dragon was lucky that Puji was still great. He only lost about 100 health. Lai was ordered by Jin Sung to deliver another critical hit to the Chaos Dragon directly, causing it to lose over 2,500 health. Even though the Chaos Dragon just took a critical hit,
Jin Sung Guex
still had more than half of its health left. Just as he regained his spirit for a moment, he was slammed against the wall by the tail of the Chaos Dragon. He lost over 500 health. Jin Song's mind was completely in chaos. His confidence began to waver. He doubted whether he could defeat this level 75 monster. If not, Jin Song's valuable experience would vanish. Along with the game over screen and a 24-hour login restriction, it would cost him too much. He had to win, otherwise he would lose everything. Nevertheless, Jin Sung was determined to ensure Lai stayed alive. At all costs he couldn't lose Lai. He looked around to find Lai, still continuing to land critical hits on the Chaos Dragon. Thanks to Lai, he suddenly realized that attacking the wounded areas would deal extra damage. That means, if Jin Sung continuously attacked the injured spots, the damage would increase. He noticed that Lai had always been attacking the weak point on the Chaos Dragon's neck. Jin Sung felt both happy and secretly frustrated with himself. Why did he only realize this now? He never thought about this characteristic before, and it didn't really matter, because right now he was going to test it out. After Lai's intense attack, the name tag of the Chaos Dragon was flashing. That means its health had dropped by more than half. From another perspective, it meant that Jin Sung could only reduce its health by half. After such a long fight, this thing was truly a monster. Now he needed to make a practical decision. Could they win in their current state? After a moment, Jin Sung sighed and thanked Lai for fighting hard. He cancelled Lai's summon. There was no time for emergency first aid. If the battle continued, his body would become heavy, and that would directly lead to him being unable to dodge the dragon's attacks anymore, and he couldn't win with just Lai alone. So right now he had to try to minimize the losses. Jin Song grabbed Puji. He clicked his tongue, recalling the consequences of failing against the threatening roar of the Chaos Dragon. Jin Song still didn't back down. This surprised goalie, and he recalled the Chaos Dragon. Jin Sung was sweating profusely when he saw that the monster had disappeared. Along with it came countless rewards for conquering the Chaos Maze, hundreds of thousands of experience points, and leveled up to 43. Jin Song was still in shock. When he saw that he had conquered this maze, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Maybe he could never have sent this dragon away in the first place. Nevertheless, the experience points received were quite low compared to his expectations. Jin Sung, ignoring his fatigue, sat straight on the ground. Wally came over to praise him, surprised that Jin Sung could fight so well against the Chaos Dragon. Jin Sung felt a bit shy and said, there was nothing surprising about it. After all, he still lost. Wally replied that wasn't the case, because it was a summoned beast. He couldn't defeat it with his current abilities. And congratulations on passing this test. Jin Sung grumbled to himself, wondering what kind of test this was. Wally asked Jin Sung's name, and he quickly replied that his name was Ian. Wally directly offered him a very special gift, asking if he wanted to inherit his legacy, which was the path of a dragon tamer. Although a bit dazzled by such a wonderful gift, he quickly realized it could be a hidden profession. He never expected to acquire a mysterious profession in this way. This surely wasn't a scam, right? While being a dragon tamer just sounds so cool. And now being invited by an old man to be his successor, becoming a legendary dragon tamer too. He nodded in agreement, but there had to be a catch. He pretended to think for a moment. After all, was it better to be a master tamer or a dragon tamer?
Jin Sung
had easily unlocked the master tamer profession. At the start of the game, but almost unlocked the Dragon Tamer title, after overcoming countless challenges. Alright, if that's the case. Jin Sung looked up at Goli confidently. He wanted to become a dragon tamer. The old man was pleased to hear that. He assured him he would never regret it. It seemed he hadn't even had time to feel proud yet. The transfer began. Let's bless the birth of the new dragon tamer. Looks cool. But it didn't last a minute before it faded away. What the heck? How come the system shows up like this? You cannot switch to a lower profession. Transformation failed. Damn. Is it frustrating? Being too good can be a curse. Goli just understood. Now Jin Song was on the path to becoming a master. No wonder he couldn't pull him back. Well, it was a matter of skills after all. He felt sad knowing this wasn't an ordinary summoner, as he could see Jin Sung's red mane wolf, but he never expected Jin Song to be a master. Looking at Gully so majestic, he actually just learned that master tamers were even higher than dragon tamers. Although it felt a bit over the top, it was okay. Jin Song knew he was good, and he would try to dig up more information. So maybe he would discover something useful. Wally helped him analyze a bit. Lie. Jin Song's wolf was a rare grade. Being rare surely meant its power wasn't normal. It had to be super abnormal, but that was only possible if the Tamer nurtured the summoned beast. By that special method, right? He appreciated this person. No doubt about it. Yet he could accurately state the grade and power of Lie. And if he were an NPC, that would still be quite impressive. The title of Legendary Dragon Tamer wasn't just for show, it was something to be proud of. Except for Jin Sung. Wally must have felt heartbroken reading his thoughts, but how could he forget after all? Why was he waiting for a challenger like him there? He almost forgot something important. I knew it, planning to cheat me out of it. There's no spring without a reward. After overcoming a bunch of silly challenges, I almost forgot and would have gone home empty-handed. Meanwhile, in a different scenario, things weren't any easier. While John Hyun was struggling with this slap, Gohan stood by clapping loudly to cheer him on. That's my disciple. Frustrating, but doing nothing. It took forever to finish off this monster. It was exhausting. Finally, they also achieved 1,000 territory points. The Lotus base has been upgraded to Lotus Village. The position of the head of Lotus Village has been automatically given to the president, John Hyun. Floating in the heart of joy, being praised by everyone for growing up is also nice. But looking at myself, I feel like I'm aging too quickly. It's a bit heartbreaking. The upgrade of the club base is complete. I wonder if my little teammates over there are doing okay. I mean, Jin Sung, I hope you guys are holding up. But it seems like more than that. Like 5 consecutive days, with only 2 hours of sleep each day, is making him sleepy even in game.
I'm tired.
The little turtle next to me, usually relaxed, now looks pale and sickly. Both of our eyes are bloodshot. Poor Jin Sung is starting to regret taking on this mission. But there really isn't any other choice. If we mess up this crazy task, we won't get the rewards. Giving up or failing would cost us the reputation that matches the task. Level plus, it's a difficulty level B. On top of that, he hasn't even reached level 50 yet. If only he hadn't accepted it at the start, he wouldn't be in such a mess now. The mission is for a summoner, with skills recognized by goal, and forming a party isn't allowed. But luckily there's no time limit, otherwise Jin Sung would usually go home. On this day, the full moon, and on Memorial Days. The most important part is being handled very carelessly. The rewards are also unclear. It's really frustrating, although I like playing solo. It's really tough right now. It might be more feasible after leveling up before starting the mission. Wally gave him a spirit stone of the dragon god. At the very end, the sky finally opened up. Once upon a time, a long time ago in Wally's era, there were legendary monsters that no longer exist, just like the summoned beasts that had been with him for a long time. His best friend, the battle dragon Cassius, 1,000 years ago, where the dragon tamers lived, was attacked by evil dragons. Countless dragons and tamers lost their lives. Their side was 100 times stronger than Cassio's. That's why he ran away and hid here, in the snowy mountains of Croatia, because he had a mission to protect his companion. The evil dragons wouldn't let them go easily, so he had no choice but to seal himself and Cassio's underground. It's so touching, I'm about to cry. Oh my, what a beautiful friendship. Looking back at myself and my friend, it's like Wally has endured here for 1,000 years, without a single ray of sunshine, to resurrect Cassius. He decided to give this stone to you, so Jin Song can take on this noble mission. The space mage will tell him how to bring back the battle dragon soul to this world. It doesn't necessarily have to be a dragon tamer who can restore Cassius's spirit stone. However, you do need some experience and knowledge. The innate skill of the dragon tamer has revived Cassius into a battle dragon, and the only one who could do that and caught his eye is Jin Sung. Oh wow, what a pity. Oh, if it bears the name of a divine dragon, it must be a 1,000,000 extraordinary summon. Well, let's just grab the shorts and take them to the space mage. Then we'll figure it out at the same time. Wally also gave you a reward. After a long wait, it turned out to be the decorative feathers of the dragon tamer. This is an artifact passed down to the leaders of the dragon tamers. However, you need to find the space mage to remove the seal. Then it can reveal its true power. In the end, you still have to find that mage. Before he disappears, Wally blessed and hoped that Jin Sung could revive the descendants of the divine dragons in the world. Felt like he had just been given an extraordinary mission at that moment. He also checked this item. What the heck, this is an epic item. Totally insane. Looking over the system panel showed a strange item that meet the stats are ridiculously high. Moreover, it's only usable for your own summon. If this gets unlocked, I'll definitely become a super gal, completely invincible. Those red parts look really tricky, because if your summon runs out of health during a fight, you can totally swap in another one. That's peak drama. Capturing a dragon is the dream of so many summoners. You definitely have to have one in the future, huh? Looking closely, this feather is really useful. Hey, it was worth doing that silly quest. Hey, hold on. When was spring ever that easy? At least right now. You have to reach level 70 to complete a B rank quest. Alone going at this pace isn't stable. If I stay up for 5 days straight like this, I might meet my ancestors soon. I might be tired, but my summon doesn't know what tired means. One hit and I level up to 50, finally achieving the magic power stat. Although our Jin Sung didn't do much, he was totally exhausted. Luckily, he reached level 50 before time ran out, or else he would have been toast. Only after the battle did he wonder what this summon and soul power was. Forget it. The important thing now is to get some deep sleep first. Thinking he could rest just like that. The real story was just beginning. Muhaha. Just as he stretched, 10 notifications popped up. You are the first summoner to reach level 50, earning 500 fame points and so on. In general, it's all praises. The first to hit level 50 feels like just having saved the world. And then there's the mission again. Who wouldn't be annoyed on top of that? It even boldly states the first oracle of summoners. You are ahead of all the summoners. In the Lucifer Kingdom, Emperor Solius wishes to meet you. Find the Emperor within 3 days. The difficulty is no joke. This is truly a special mission. With such a big contribution, you might even get 10 iPhone 16 Pro Max. Just thinking about it makes me feel the heat. Suddenly I feel like I'm in big trouble. I know Kalen is known for creating many good loot for players. Okay, now to get some sleep. You can sleep while being in the capital. Mulan Folino. The Lucifer Kingdom was peaceful all of a sudden. And then there was an earthquake. The ground kept shaking and rumbling. Something began to appear inside the castle. Just as everyone speculated, it was the Tower of the Summoner, who was the first to reach level 50. The people around started to buzz. Who in the world is that? Meanwhile, the guy everyone is talking about was snoring away in bed, going back to normal life. Feeling life is so much better. He got up to cook 8 ramen noodles with 2 eggs, and sat down to read comments in the game forum. This is the leisurely life of a legendary gamer. I wish I could have that too. I knew all the news was about the summoner reaching level 50. It's always the hot trend. Hey, everyone is really out of their minds. Heaven forbids me from eating. Just as I picked up a piece of noodles, someone said they knew who the summoner was. What the heck? I thought it was a clickbait, and then I saw my picture on there. I really thought I was famous, only to find out it was a scandal. Life is so tragic, and I even got told it was a fake image. These guys must be out of their minds, man. It's tough for Jin Sung, the hybrid summoner. Right after that, he poked at the clueless turtle sticking by my side. BUP BUP. If it could hear, it would surely be heartbroken. Summoning it out, he could see it was angry with him, so he had to go and comfort it, tiring himself out. Luckily, this one loves meat just like me, a little bribery, and it wagged its tail obediently right away, just chilling in the middle of the storm, when a message from Ju-hyun came in saying, "Are you crazy? What the heck are you doing? My friend, man, that's tough. Just this morning, they're already calling me insane. It seems like the chubby guy has caught on. Luckily, only Ju-hyun knows that it's me. It seems Ju-hyun isn't the only one messaging you. Oh my god, your goddess is Ha-jin. She knows you reached level 50,000 summoner, and immediately messaged me. Okay, I take back what I said before. Now let me ask again, is Jin Sung out of his mind? Looking at that face, it's clear she's planning to take advantage of you. Ju-hyun isn't wrong to be suspicious, and Ha-jin is an angel, a fallen angel. Just got a message from a girl. Did you forget about your friend already?" After a series of messages bragging about achievements, he finally got to the main point. The Empire Arena is starting next week, but you can only participate in the rookie tournament if you're level 50 or below. Ju-hyun thinks Jin Sung should take a break from grinding for a while. If she hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten. Winning that match will earn a few thousand prestige points. That's good. What should they do for a week without grinding? Well, let's just go do some prophecy quests. Then not long after, Jin Sung moved to the summoning tower. This was created from his achievements. Impressive, right? He can really hold his head high now. But no one believes him still. He felt a bit proud. There's still plenty of time to see what's interesting in here. Looks cool. At the Archer Tower, Jin Sung approached the Artifact Exchange Center. They traded items and books, and the skill issues were resolved by exchanging contribution points. I push it from the side slap. Should use ice waves together. Then, finish with a combo and increase the attack pressure. At the moment, it looked like a chaotic summoning of Huni's beasts. The Dark Warrior was paralyzed. They'll be slowed down by 30, at least temporarily. Jin Sung had a bit of hope for victory. Huni, on the other hand, was very excited. It's not going to be easy, however. Your luck ends here. The next move, called Dark Judgment, is the basic attack skill of the Dark Witch. This move is fast, but its trajectory can be predicted through the caster's hands. Huni was amused, praising him for being good. But too bad he faced an opponent like Tamu. Ha ha ha. Even at this point, that kid still has this weird expression. It must be that delusion of grandeur. Hopeless already. Now it's my chance. Silip used Electric Punch, but after that it just felt even more embarrassing. Huni found it confusing. It didn't even punch anything, but it was all part of the plan. That's just what the kid thinks. This is the real attack. Let's go. Lie. The black skeletons shattered into 100 pieces, along with the regretful gaze of that kid. He kept boasting, saying all of this was within his predictions. The dead seek revenge, but even though it tried, the outcome might already be clear. Lie's summoned beast dealt a fatal blow to Huni. It officially lost to 272 horsepower. He was quick to feel happy, but it wasn't over yet. The skill Revenge of the Dead activated and reflected 276 of the damage. Lie's summoned beast received 6270 damage, with damage reaching this shocking number. Even Jin Sung was surprised. Really, that much damage? No way. Lie's health hasn't even reached 8,000. At this rate, Lie will and then will take another 759 damage. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Jin Sung quickly recalled Lie canceling the summon. If not, it would die. Honey chuckled softly. Hee. Just as I thought. That pathetic wolf attacks hard, but has terrible vitality. Nothing can hide the eyes that see through this crime. For the first time, Jin Sung had to face this kind of feeling. I didn't expect that I would have to fight without Lie. I should have used a safer strategy and taken down the skeletons first. But it must have already taken significant damage, and that skill Vengeful Dead probably won't last long, so I still have a chance.
Hunis my wickel atkin Jin Sung.
Should I guess what you're thinking? With my brilliant mind, you're definitely thinking that. I've lost a lot of health, right? Of course you can't deny it. The next skill unleashed is called Soul Absorption. With this my health is back to full. Well, how are you going to defeat me now without the wolf? Jin Sung began to worry, sweating. If I'm not careful, I could lose this match. What should I do? This match is completely different from the previous ones. So many extraordinary moments. Truly is an intense match. This match is so thrilling. Henben asked Lucia, who do you think will win this match? She wasn't wasn't sure, because it's still too early to determine who will be the winner. That's what makes this match so dramatic. While fiercely battling, Jin Sung suddenly dismissed his summon beast. Everyone was confused, not understanding what he was doing. Wasn't that his only summon beast? But it seemed like the best attacker. Jin Sung was deep in thought, calculating something. This was a question many were wondering. The way Jin Sung calculated made it hard for his opponent to understand. He called his summon beast back. Instead of summoning more, "Hey, have you recognized my power and given up? Wow, I will accept your concession. I really am merciful." He remained calm, observing every move of the kid. What is he planning to do? He stepped closer, pointing directly at Huni's face. "Hey kid, if you keep talking like that, I'll teach you a lesson, punk." Being called a punk also unintentionally made him angry. "You scoundrel, I was going to let you surrender, but I can't forgive you for calling me a punk." It turns out this was Jin Sung's plan, deliberately provoking Huni. Now he quietly summoned Bat to fight. In front of him was the angry big-headed turtle. He didn't expect that he still had a summon beast. At this crucial moment, Jin Sung felt touched by the action of the big-headed turtle because from the start, he thought it followed him just for meatballs, but it courageously stood up to protect him. Huni held his staff straight in front of the beast. "I will eliminate this big-headed turtle." The Judgment of Darkness skill was cast directly at Bat. The Judgment of Darkness skill had been chanted, summoning Ian's summon beast. Upon receiving damage, Bat immediately created a shield. The entire attack made Huni angrier than ever. "You brave turtle, I will take care of you. But first I must execute that scoundrel. Grab him, don't let him escape." Jin Sung felt happy inside, but didn't express it, avoiding being guessed by the opponent. "Just as I predicted, I've got him now. Is my chance." Space swap. While Huni was concentrating on attacking, Jin Sung suddenly teleported behind him, quickly giving him a backflip, head first into the ground. He tried to crouch up, defiantly saying, "I'm still plenty strong." Jin Sung bent slightly, crouched down beside him and laughed. He reached out and flicked him painfully on the forehead, causing him to cry out loudly and tumble straight down to the stands. Player Huni has left the arena. According to the arena rules, he is eliminated due to boundary violation. Player Ian has won. As of now, despite this match being a bit tough, it's already his third victory. Hen and Lucia were surprised, sighing in relief. It truly was an unexpected comeback. "Did you see that? Insane, how could he use his skills so excellently? He won without needing the summoned wolf. Thanks to the artifact, truly masterful." Even though he won, he was still labeled by Malong's nonsensical remarks. "It's not the artifact, it's that ridiculous artifact thing. Can you believe it?" Huni below was not satisfied, muttering, "It should have been my victory. I was about to win." Jin Sung approached to comfort him. "Don't cry, kid. That's how you grow up. If you want to try again next time, I'll be ready." Huni hurriedly wanted to fight again. Right now it was getting dark. This is the support center of ITB. The staff working here are very busy answering calls. "Yes, hello. How can I help?" "The rookie tournament. You want to watch it live right now? I don't know how many times. This has been an issue already. Why are they so eager to watch a tournament that hasn't even finished yet?" The forums are also very lively. What is happening in the rookie tournament? These girls can't fully grasp the situation. Outside the arena in the finals, Jin Sung met Lim Long again. Just as he initially predicted, he didn't expect that this guy made it this far, using only basic assassin skills. "Meanwhile, I've revealed all my tricks. This match is really not going to be easy." Lim Long started the conversation first. "Hello Ian. I really enjoy watching your matches. You two seem to be very in sync, unlike the previous competitors. It's nice to meet you. Let's have a great match." The finals of the rookie tournament between player Lim Long and player Ian will begin shortly. The audience below is cheering. Regardless of who wins, show us what you've got, summoner. Everyone is curious about his true abilities. The match will start in 5 seconds. Jin Sung stretches and warms up to achieve the best results. "No matter how I think about it, this isn't a favorable opponent for a summoner. If I can't find a way to deal with that invisible skill, I won't have a chance to win. I need to maximize my senses and dodge the first attack with my reflexes. Then I have to win." before his invisible skill cooldown is over. The match just started a few seconds ago, and Lim Long has already used his invisible skill. What a formidable opponent. However, it's a bit strange that he didn't use his invisibility skill. I thought he would use invisibility and attack right away. The long duration of his invisibility is a disadvantage. He must be planning to use it later. Well, if I were him, I would use invisibility in dangerous moments. If I fail, the risk is too great. Look how accurately he aims. He knows our abilities are on par. I focus on sensing every second. As my opponent approaches, I immediately tell all my creatures to scatter. Ian quickly instructs Jillip to use Ice Wave. I didn't expect Lim Long to actually take the hit. Then he hurriedly used the Dark Leap to counterattack. In an instant he disappeared and hid in the shadows. Ian has to keep a cool head to defeat the Shadow Right. His hidden system must be related to shadows, which is why he used that skill. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. The match is getting more intense. Lai uses the explosive skill immediately again. With that skill, why does this guy keep making me angry? But he can't dodge while in the air, and has to cool down too. Yet that was all a wrong assumption. Lim Long managed to nimbly dodge that hit. He's holding a small knife, breaking Ian's carefully planned skill. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could he fall like that and still dodge? Two sharp eyes like knives stared at each other, looking truly frightening. This time Lim Long used the darkness to his advantage, catching him off guard, and dealing a lethal blow to the target. Ian took 4 to 560 damage in just one hit. Not long after he took another one, 0.75 damage. If it's just a shadow, how could it deal so much damage? The damage continued to decrease. While Ian was still puzzled, Lai was getting angrier, and pushed him with an electric ball. Lai's relentless efforts seemed to be paying off. Summoning a creature, Lai dealt damage to Lim Long, reducing the player's health by 1.795. The electric ball skill hit its target, reducing the player's health by another 1.285. Player Lim Long was paralyzed, his speed reduced by 30 at this moment. Ian felt a bit safer. He was attacked in a style that didn't suit him. Fortunately, the paralysis worked, even though he couldn't take a lethal hit. Not good. The battlefield stabilized again. Lim Long was worried, but still managed to stay as calm as possible. Ian thought that if he could just be the bait, Lai would successfully attack. Let's break a few of that guy's bones. Since the assassin's health had dropped to that of a dark mage, Lim Long planned to use that move again. But this time, don't even think about it. He thought he could catch the shadow, but it wasn't that easy. There was no shadow. It was an invisibility skill. Where did that guy go? He predicted where the opponent might be. To his surprise, he managed to hit the target. Player Lim Long was hit by paralysis. He grimaced in pain. I got hit. However, he still tried to unleash all his power. The summoned beast Bat appeared to protect Ian and took the lethal damage. Bat's health dropped by 27. At the same time, Ian summoned Pudgy to act as a shield. Therefore, it was attacked and lost 27 health points. Then he tucked Pudgy behind his cloak and continued attacking, yet he was attacked unexpectedly and lost quite a bit of health. You have been poisoned, so you will lose 315 health points every second that passes. Ian lightly touched the wound to heal himself and regained 843 health points. Lim Long was particularly intrigued by Ian's abilities. He was using the skills he already had. It was truly perfect. After a while, Lim Long's mask fell off, revealing a very handsome face. But anyway, healing the wounds is just a temporary solution. So I can't overdo it. Ian's health is already too low, but I will never give up. I will put all my strength into this decisive attack. He shouted out with a strong voice, saying 3 words: peak. Give up. The attack speed was indeed dazzling. Before he knew it, he switched positions, causing Lim Long to be unable to react. His eyes widened in surprise. The sharp gaze and wide-open teeth of Lai were enough to scare the opponent into submission. It bit straight into his arm, causing blood to gush out. Player Lim Long lost 350 health points. Having been severely injured, he would lose 6 and 30 health points every second. Ian silently rejoiced at having achieved his wish. If I keep extending the time and let Lai continuously attack, he will surely lose health from Lai's hits. I can confidently say that I can block his previous dark attacks, so now it's best for me to keep my distance from him. Every time he attacked, Ian felt increasingly annoyed by Lim Long's abilities. I have to stretch out the time. If I can maintain the current state, he will gradually lose health until it's below 5, and this match will end. Lim Long split into multiple dark blades, and launched an attack on Ian. All at once he hurriedly called for Lai and shouted, "Go." This is the decisive blow. Both of his beasts rushed Lim Long together, forcing him to stop resisting. The dark blade skill seemed to have something off. At this point, unexpectedly, Ian was counterattacked without warning. You have been attacked by Lim Long's dark blade. Player Ian lost 1-3. 75 health points. The match ended. Player Ian lost, due to having less than 5 health remaining. Both sides struggled for a long time, and finally there was a definitive result. Ian painfully wondered to himself, is it a defeat? Player Lim Long is the victor. That day, fireworks exploded celebrating this glorious victory. Oh well, it's over anyway. Self-reflection is enough. Now let's see what reward I get. So exciting, he was unsure which box to open first. I'll just pick this one. Inside was an attack ring with 205 to 235 damage. Usable 255 times hero level. Costing 100 mana per use. Requires level 50 or higher to use.
Miscellaneous mana 30, attraction 50.
Command quality 15. As for the passive, wearing it will restore 1 mana per second, increasing up to 5 of the summoned beast's attraction. And loyalty. Player Ian's items cannot be used or traded by others, and if he dies the item will be lost. This is a special ring for summoners. Wow. This ring's effects and passive are really suitable for me, although a bit disappointed that it can't be sold or lent to others. He carefully put it on his finger. I'm just a little sad that this item can't be sold. My soul energy isn't enough for the electric wave skill, so having this is really nice. I'm on a roll now. Let's check the weapon chest. Inside is a dazzling glowing bow. This is the binding bow of the summoner, with an attack of 205 to 235, durability of 600 out of 6000, agility choice of 6, summoning energy of 30 and a critical hit chance of 15. The critical hit damage is 70. This is a heroic grade longbow. The requirement is level 50. Attack ranges from 209 to 395, and all agility and attack stats of summoned units increase by 20 and 30 respectively. If you deal a critical hit to an enemy, it restores 3 soul energy, and leaves a binding mark on the enemy. The mark lasts for 5 seconds. Hitting the mark target will reduce their speed. For 5 seconds all skills and items belonging to player Ian cannot be lent or traded. They do not drop when the player dies. A prized bow, awarded to the summoner for outstanding performance. In the arena Ian rests his chin in admiration. I got a better item than I thought, but this one is a bit bulky. If I switch weapons, I won't be able to use the link skill, and I'd lose the critical damage increase rate from the beast summoning, and the leadership skill from the fist, but restoring soul energy, and the speed reduction skill is pretty tempting. He wonders what to do. I'll use the bow, but keep the fist, until I find a weapon with a link skill. Now if I go hunting, the cooldown time for my training ability will be significantly reduced, as it cuts the cooldown by up to 5 seconds. Speaking of which, let me check Lai's ability. The training skill has increased to intermediate level 8 and Lai's ability is over 50. That's really good. Now if I get another new summoned beast, I can raise it well. I can't use the link skill once I change weapons. Once I catch a special or heroic grade summon beast and evolve it, it will be extremely VIP and awesome. While he was busy calculating for the new item, he suddenly realized he forgot something, but couldn't remember what it turned out to be. The bet that reached level 93 before the break ends. There are still 1 month and 10 days before the semester starts, and the first week is an adjustment period, so the first class with Professor Lee Young-guk is on Thursday. So to sum up, Ian has exactly 50 days left. Thinking about this situation is so stressful. His hands tremble, sweat pouring down. He has a headache pulling his hair out. Oh dear. And then Ian and his beasts continue to hunt. He has now reached level 62 in just a week. Not bad, but he needs to speed up. He stretches and sighs. When will he reach level 93? Then he checks the system. To see how effective the increase is, at least the skills in the first system must be reached at level 60. To help hunting go a little faster, the explosive potential is a type of direct. Level 1 skill effectiveness 5. Cooldown time 20 minutes. Active time 1 minute and 20 seconds. The requirement is to only use it on summoned beasts, increasing the combat skills of the summoned beasts by exploding their potential. All combat stats of the designated summoned beasts will increase by 100 of the skill's potential level, and the effectiveness will increase the active time. With this explosive potential skill, the combat ability of the summoned beasts doubles. That's pretty good now. Bat has reached level 61. Lai is at 63 and Slap is already at 64. Ian stood high surveying the terrain, feeling that this spot is a bit too easy. Now I should probably find another place. The hunting spot needs to be more challenging. Where should I go? Should I head to the Foco mountain range? I still need to complete the B-level quest. From the snail, that's right. Those who pass the test will receive rewards, along with an irresistible quest anyway. If I bring the soul stone to the space magic tower, they'll find a way to resurrect the war dragon somehow. And take this is Ian's reward. He was excited. I'll go to the space magic tower as soon as I reach level 70. And then his party set off for their intended location. And at this point Ian had logged out of the game for lunch, but had run out of 5 cups. Alright, I'll call for food delivery now. Let's see if there's any news about new monsters around the Foco mountain range. He was multitasking, one hand checking information, the other ordering food. The new monster is a lava witch, found in the underground caves of the Lacing Plateau. It's level 73 to 75 with about 12,000 health. An attack and defense predicted to be around 200. Skills are not yet determined. Intelligence stat is predicted to be around 1,100. Energy is also not defined. The lava, which is a rare elemental type in the region. Fire continuously deals isotropic thermal damage in a wide range, predicted to be around 3.2 Kalis. The burning ability is fixed, predicted to withstand high damage when affected in a burst. Looking at this graphics makes Ian very excited and intrigued. Its inherent ability is AoE attack. Many stats are still undetermined. Wow, this is a fire area skill. It deals quite a large amount of damage, although the area of effect is large. Okay, I'm gonna catch this lava witch. You are mine, but thinking again. This is a rare tier. I have evolved many common tier units already, so I want to catch a rare tier 1 and evolve it. But the problem is time. If I want to catch a rare tier that can evolve, how long would it take? It must take a long time. Oh man, I'm so torn. But if I catch it, it will double my leveling speed. He stood up, shut down the computer. Alright, I've gathered enough information. Time to eat and reconnect. A little while later, Ian arrived at the Foco mountain range. It's been a long time since he last came here. He got a lot of things from this place before he fully restarted. The hideout of the outlaws in the Foco mountain range must be somewhere around here. Their average level ranges from about 68 to 72. So this is not a bad hunting spot. In front of him was a bottomless pit. The canyon is wider than I remember, but my plan should still work right now. Ian summoned Big Boy Slap. Bring those rocks over here. I'm worried they won't be able to move them, because they're too big, but it looks like we can do it. Can we hide their Big Boy Lie? Do you see the guards over there? Be quiet and move closer to them. Don't get detected, then wait for my signal. They began to execute as planned. This time he decided to use his name. Holding the bow and arrow in hand, he landed as lightly as possible with Lai, then quickly charged up. It would be fitted to the bow, because he was using a bow. That wasn't convenient. It also has a paralysis effect. Just as the bow was about to be released, the guards noticed him. He had to take them down immediately, without giving them a chance to retaliate. Paralysis is just an added measure. The first arrow aimed straight at the face, made him scream loudly. The guards of the outlaws in the mountain were paralyzed. They will slow down by 30, plus 50 damage from the electric attack. The cooldown time for charging has been reduced. You hit the charged skill, dealing 79 damage to the outlaw guard of the mountain. The charge dealt an additional 27 damage at the same time. Ian commanded Lai to quickly bite the remaining arrow. Both had to split up to deal with them, to take them down in one go. Just as they defeated two, someone above saw them and shouted, "There's an enemy, everyone gather at the gate," he yelled, while ringing the bell to catch everyone's attention. Seeing the situation turn chaotic, Ian directed Lai, "Everything is part of his long-term plan. They took the bait, great. They rushed out of the city gates. That bastard is running to kill him." Ian was now playing cat and mouse with them, dodging back and forth like a fool, to see if they could catch up. They kept shouting, "Stop there. Kill him, make him suffer." After running a certain distance quite far, they must have all rushed out now. Good. Everything is going according to plan. It's time to go back. Let's start. Lai went back towards them. If we run far enough to the destination, then Shilup will take action. It's hiding pretty well. Bat and Chip are also acting strange. You guys want to do something cool, huh? Alright, but save it for next time. There will always be another chance, so stop complaining. Get on my back while chatting with my beast. They were right in front of us, loudly asking who dares to challenge us. The outlaws from Foko Mountain laughed quietly to themselves. Does he want to look cool or something? In the end, he's still just a monster. Lap jumped down. A huge foot was about to come down and crush them. At this point, there's no escaping the sun-summoned beast. Lap dealt 340 damage to them. Gotcha, so you have to use that head. However, Sheila also lost to 892 health from jumping down. Even though they took them down, Sheila still suffered heavy losses in the end, so the ambush is useless now. Let's use ice waves to continue attacking them. They could do nothing but run away. The bald guy just stood there frustrated, shouting, "What the hell are you all doing? Kill this fat golem first, hurry." But Lap only targeted the leader, making the bald guy almost lose his life. At the same time, Lai struck fiercely, blocking his path. Looking around, there were dangers everywhere. That guy kept shouting for help to his useless subordinates, and then summoning a beast. Lai dealt a fatal blow to him. The outlaw from Foko lost 475 health. He will suffer 1095 damage per second due to bleeding for 10 seconds. In the end, he died from excessive bleeding. The experience points are high. Wow. Even the bleeding damage was in the thousands. They all died within 4 to 5 hours, after being bitten by Lai. Good. Very good. At this moment, Ian noticed the brilliant mark left on the outlaw from Foko. All cooldown times will be reduced by 5 seconds. Ian felt great. Reducing the cooldown by 5 seconds is awesome. Alright, let's go on a rampage. Speaking of which, why are there so few outlaws here? How can we be sure there were more before? Should we chase after them? The bald guy was hurriedly running away, when another guy stood in his way. He shouted for that guy to get out of the way. That guy raised his axe and yelled back, "Who do you think you're talking to?" That guy was the leader. In an instant, he took the life of the bald guy. Ian was startled when he saw the outlaw witch from the mountain, and now level 70. No wonder everything has been going so smoothly. But I don't need to run away, which is living outside the law. Mount Foko 1 is level 73. Another is even higher at level 75. They're all around level 70 or higher. Ian is facing scary guys like these. The scruffy guy. Kia says his people should deal with the big guy first. Everyone is teaming up to attack. Just the lone slap. Those damn witches must be fire-based. Ian is worried, wondering if he should retreat. Big Buddy can't take it. Tisk tisk. What's left to cry about if Big Buddy dies here? I'll have to fight without him for a week. Should I pull back before he dies? This is so awkward. Big Buddy's XP is at 99.7. This is my chance. I could level him up. Lai use fury. Aim at that guy and shoot. And Big Buddy lean back a little more. They all follow Ian's instructions. At this moment, the witches are using high-level fire spells. If Big Buddy gets hit by that spell before leveling up, he won't survive. Lai, take him down first. It's too late. Summon the beast. Big Buddy has taken damage from the witch's fireball spell. He will lose 745 health per second. Lai is furious, fighting back. Boom, you've defeated a living witch and gained 3007 experience. Summoning the beast. Big Buddy has reached level 60. Ian can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nice, Big Buddy is fully healed. Now it's time to take them all down. I timed this perfectly. The confidence of victory is growing. However, the light surrounding Slap hasn't faded yet. It's evolving. The light bursts out, pushing the witches away for miles. Ice Golem. Big Buddy has evolved into Abyss Golem. Ian is quite excited. Abyss Golem sounds familiar. do the monsters on those abyss islands. All become abyss monsters when they reach special rank. Even the abyss turtle. Intermediate training effect increases. No, it hasn't successfully evolved. Beast summoning has upgraded to advanced training. Advanced training at level requires 98.7 to reach the next level. He's so happy he's almost in tears. And he's also upgraded from intermediate to advanced training. Intermediate training was slow. Truly a rare rank. That scruffy guy is getting loud again, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Attack." No matter the situation, at this point Ian is more excited than nervous. In front of a heavy opponent. Oh, come on. They won't even let me check Big Buddy's status window. Big Buddy could take them out with just one punch, and at the same time, create a shockwave that sends them flying. Wow, this is great. You're a VIP pro, Big Buddy. The evolution status is even better than I expected. Is this the power of Abyss Golem? Alright, let's finish this. At this point, only the scruffy guy Kian is left. So he's cowering in fear, raising his axe above his head. Trembling, wondering, why am I the only one left? Everything seems to be resolved. Ian is exhausted but happy that Big Buddy has evolved. He must have evolved because of leveling up, right? The evolution requirement is level 65. But Lai evolved at level 20. Are they different intrinsic abilities? Will be updated when skills are clicked. As for the Abyss, it protects the Abyss. The Ancient Guardian protects the Deep Lake. It possesses a massive form and destructive power. What a pity you can't evolve anymore. Lai can still evolve even after evolving before. Forget it, the other things are still great. He goes straight to special rank, without needing a rare rank. Defense is high too. Just look at the rank to see the difference. A whole different level compared to Lai, although Lai's attack and agility are still higher. Let's check the intrinsic abilities. The Ice Wave will be replaced by the Abyss skill. He just used earlier. The Abyss skill stretches out, creating a conical shockwave within a 20-kilometer range. After the shockwave, a vortex will form. In 10 seconds, all opponents will be pulled into the vortex. Affected opponents will suffer 35 of the summons. Attack stats. Cooldown for the beast is every 0.4 seconds, and the vortex will explode when the duration ends, causing 150 of the defense stats as damage to all enemies within 10 kilo. The cooldown time is 5 minutes, which isn't too long. It should be quite useful. As for the Abyss Protector, defense increases proportionately with reduced health. When health drops below 10, a shield equivalent to 50 of the maximum health of the summoned beast will be created for 10 seconds. The attributes of this skill are also good. Alright, I finished reviewing Big Buddy's evolution info, and there are still quite a few things left. So let's go find the base of those living outside the law. Not many of them are excited to ask about their pets. That night, Heron was bustling around preparing food in the kitchen. All done, it looks delicious. And she suddenly remembers Ian. He must be out of meatballs by now. Next time I should make meatballs. I wonder what Ian is up to. Maybe she's missing him again. That night Ian, along with Slip and Lai, was still busy taking them down. Slip stood high, continuously throwing large rocks down to crush them. Giving Ian a hand. He's too exhausted now. He needs to rest and heal anyway. I need to find some supplies. Holding a meatball in his hand, little one shows a cute expression, wanting it. You making that face is useless. You know this is the last meatball, right? So cute. Next time we meet, I have to ask Sister Heron to make more delicious food. Ian's top priority right now is to reach level 70. At the same time, his friend texted asking what he was doing. No matter how tired he was, he still replied, "I'm busy doing a quest. I need to reach level 93 before I start school again." This was a bit difficult, but he had to make it happen. His friend could only wish him good luck. "So what are you going to do? Where are you?" He didn't reply much. Just said, "Forget it. I'll be back when I'm done." "Wait a bit, I'm super busy." Why does he keep texting? Ian complained to himself, but still couldn't ignore any messages. Bibi was signaling something to Ian. "Do you want to ask why I'm busy while I'm laying eggs? Here it's because of this." Before he could explain clearly, he shot an arrow forward unexpectedly. He hit a bird indeed. It was a plentiful item that he had captured. Lofia successfully. Lofia Charles 72. Health 15,760. Energy 7,950. Total attack 46. Defense 275. Agility 1052. Intelligence. It's a rare type of predatory bird. The shy trait cannot evolve. Regarding its inherent ability as Dangfang, Lofia has the ability to sense wind currents, taking no damage for 5 seconds, increasing speed by 70 while flying. A rare bird inhabiting the Foku mountain range, possessing beautiful white feathers, just as Ian thought because of its high agility. He needed to boost his own agility. With his existing skills, he would only use it for a short time, so it wasn't necessary to name it WoW. This little guy costs too many leadership skills now. I don't have room for that stat anymore. I need to level this up quickly and increase my leadership stat. Alright, let's get back to hunting. Today's hunting is going well. It's a wonderful day at the Foco Mountain Center. The guards are surrounding. The gate is very strict. It seems they have spotted Ian. Baybuck immediately used the pitfall technique to strike down. Everyone was calling for help. I'm being sucked in. The impact of the punch became more useful when the pitfall was activated, and conveniently Ian got 2 more electric orbs, then switched to the DNA electric oscillation technique, so they wouldn't have time to react. Just as I thought, mass killing is indeed the most satisfying way to hunt. Then back to the bow. Attacking in waves is better than killing in bulk. Many of Ian's shots hit the opponent. The bandit leader in the center of Foku Mountain. At level 80, seeing this number, Ian paused for a moment. Level 80. I'm only around level 75 before restarting everything. Not to mention his weapon has turned into a crossbow. But I can escape, due to the increased agility after capturing Lofia. But what should I do now? I can handle the guys on the mountain. Their health is low, so hitting fast should work. This is Ian's personal hope. Big baby once again. Let's use the deep pit to attack together. With Ian's bow and arrows, Lai caught the leader. The thug frowned and cursed them as bastards. You dare to underestimate me. He used a wide-range buff. Usually only heavyweights have that move. Ian was determined to kill him as quickly as possible. Who knows what other tricks he has. He immediately used the dwarf's weak point skill, and told Lai to use fury right away. Both sides fought fiercely, but ultimately the thugs were still in danger. They were trying their best to hold on, but how long could they last? As for Lai, she just kept attacking, not caring about their expressions or anything else. The thug was getting more and more irritated. He aimed his crossbow at Lai, but forgot that Ian was behind her. Don't get cocky, I'm protecting Lai absolutely. He thought he was great but let his guard down. At that moment, Lai followed the arrows and charged at him. Now if he curses, Lai was right in front of him. What else is there to do but curse? Cursing is useless, it just wastes more saliva. Lai used her claws to tear him apart. In pain, the summoned beast had dealt a fatal blow to the thug leader. The thug leader's health dropped to 6,018 bleeding, taking an additional 1,203 damage per second. Ian was quite proud of Lai. Nice. We took more than half of his health with just 2 hits. The thug was panting, thinking that if he continued just a little more. But before he could finish thinking, Lai attacked his other hand, but it was unsuccessful. The summoned beast had taken damage from the thug leader. Lai's health dropped to 5,956, nearly 6,000 damage from a single hit. He didn't even bother using the crossbow. Even if Lai's defense went down with her fury skill, that wouldn't be a problem. Was that buff he used earlier his attack? This guy is cheating. Ian was very frustrated but didn't just attack randomly. Fall back, big baby. Throw me over there. Selop looked confused and hesitated. Ian spoke up, I know it's dangerous, but just throw me the crossbow and bow. We're hitting each other at the same time. We'll finish him off first. Ian was confident he could do it, but the thug leader was clearly scared, visible in his eyes. Ian could quickly dodge that crossbow shot, but he could not. However, he still took 2 to 352 damage from the fall. Oh my, I went a bit overboard. How could the ancient summoner's iron fist activate its influence ability? But still it was worth it. Ian borrowed the power of the big baby summoner. He took the pit skill to attack the thug leader, determined to hit him so he had no way to retreat. Lai also took the opportunity to sneak attack. This is the finishing blow. He charged in for a close-range attack. We did it, a perfect ending. You have defeated the thug leader and received 18,500 experience points. He gave me a lot of experience. Truly a final boss. Oh wow. This item is unforgettable. Loot dropped. Well done, Lai. As Ian was about to open the mirror, Lai looked away and barked loudly. Turns out that the story isn't over yet. He was surrounded by thugs. That bastard killed our big brother. Don't let him lay eggs, oh my. With my current health, I won't easily escape from here. After dealing with these guys right, if I push too hard this time, it might backfire, just watch. That leader has loyal subordinates, so it's time for him to use Lofia to escape. Wow. My body feels as light as drinking oolong tea. With Lofia, my agility is top-notch. Bye-bye guys. They looked helpless as they couldn't catch up, just standing there dazed. Oh right, I ran away and almost forgot that. Lai and the big baby are still in danger. Let me cancel the summon, so you two can get out of there. At that moment, they thought they were abandoned and felt lonely. Even though I didn't reach level 70, I still earned a good amount. I should contact Heron and give my summoned beast some food. At this time Ian arrived at the Muron auction house. It seems Heron said she was somewhere around here. She said she was getting groceries from the auction house. The first person to see Ian was Kabuli. Ian was also quite surprised to see Heron with him. It's been a while since I saw you. How have you been? Heron was happy, but still quite shy. She gently smiled and said, Hi Ian, it's been a while since we last saw each other. In the game, yeah. I feel a bit awkward replying. You're right, Heron smiled and explained. I couldn't be active due to schoolwork, and I didn't follow you in the newbie tournament. I'm sorry, it's no problem. Luckily you weren't there. Even if you were, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. I lost anyway. Heron said a few comforting words to him, making Kabuli behind feel defeated too. Second place is still good. Congratulations, Ian. However, this was not the ranking Ian wanted, so he wasn't happy at all. What is this feeling? It feels like I'm just air. Kabuli didn't feel good, and didn't want to discuss this anymore. Ian suddenly remembered that he said everyone in the guild had leveled up to level 95 or higher, right? That's amazing. Kabuli crossed his arms behind his head. Proudly replied, of course. I'm sure Piolon is over level 100 by now. Thanks to that, he realized that the high-ranked people were at least level 120. I have to get involved. It's all thanks to us working hard. Our checkpoint has grown bigger, so dealing with the nearby monsters has also become tougher. Having you there will be really helpful. But you went and reset your character. Ian told me to just wait. I'll be back before the reset, and I'm currently level 69. I'll also get an academic warning if I'm not quick. Kabuli has to respect Ian too. Is this guy really sacrificing sleep to play games? Heron just hinted to tease him. Ian, you're going to burn out. Ian scratched his head looking down. Actually, I have a reason to level up quickly. Alright, can you show me the new friend you mentioned? Does he like my meatballs? At this moment she learned that its name is Pudgy. Just looking at it, you'll understand why it's named that. Heron seemed to find every creature adorable. Her eyes sparkling. It was nibbling on a carrot, but wasn't happy when Heron approached, even dodging and giving her a side-eye. Ian, does Pudgy not like me or something? Ian wasn't sure why, feeling quite awkward. Pudgy is a proud one. Heron, did you accidentally bring some meatballs with you? It must be mad about Ian not letting it eat last time. Heron seemed to have brought some that she made when leveling up her cooking skills. Let's see. This is the meatball made with an improved recipe. Show me for a bit. As soon as Pudgy saw it, its eyes lit up, filled with love. It was able to nibble on it and accepted it. Heron really changes her mind faster than flipping a pancake. Ian looked utterly helpless. He knew it would be like this. Heron intended to give it more meat, but was stopped by Ian. Don't give it more or it will become spoiled. But if you give me some, I'll give Pudgy one when it's hungry. It's all just your brother's hints. She was generous and agreed. You'll definitely take good care of Pudgy. However, that turtle is Zero. Is clearly upset with Ian. Kabuli felt sorry for it. If you keep treating Pudgy like this, it will cry. Why don't you give it another meatball? Fine, one meatball will turn into 2, 3 and then more, but I should probably calm it down. Pudgy, you know, there's a turtle named Pudgy in the northern region. It's famous for being the greatest turtle in the world, and that annoys me. As far as I know, no turtle can compare to your handsomeness and greatness. So I've always pondered and realized that maybe you lost to Pudgy because you gained weight. You've eaten too many meatballs, so I can't give you a lot of meatballs, Pudgy. Do you understand how I feel? It seemed that just by saying this, it got psychologically manipulated and started crying. So just be a little more patient. I'll help you become the coolest turtle in the world. Hearing these lies makes Cabuli sick. That con artist, they continue their hunting journey. Just a little further, and we'll be able to exit with Foco. The air is getting hotter. It seems we are approaching the scorched land. Does Heron's meatball affect the lava patrol? No, I don't even know if they eat food. Just looking at it makes me not want to enter that area. But I can't avoid it. I need to catch a monster. And I need to level up to 90 as soon as possible. Lion Daddy are struggling to hold on, successfully destroying its tail. In the underground dungeon of the scorched land, you are going with Lai and Dottie into the tomb. The air inside is very hot due to the lava eggs. There are some lava qua and lava quad on guard here. You can't let your guard down, because if you fail and more than 10 lava come at you, it will be dangerous. You need to quickly get to the lowest level of the dungeon. To catch the lava patrol, the lower the level, the rarer the monsters. A few monsters charged forward. D cautiously supported behind you. Fly waits for your command to attack, whichever one you shoot first. After giving the order, you draw your bow to activate the boost. You have to quickly escape from this group of monsters and get down to the lowest level of the dungeon to catch the lava patrol. So annoying. The lower the level, the rarer the monsters. I hope the next one will be a special one. Looking back at Slap, I feel so sorry for it. So many sisters' dreams are ruined, just because Slap rushed ahead without thinking. This time we're all going to hell, and Lai takes on the task of attacking the targets you shoot at that moment. The brothers charged forward. Jin Sung aimed his bow at the fire-faced monster, and shot. The explosion of potential erupted. Slap and Lai coordinated quickly. Every shot took out an enemy. With this smooth progress, reaching the lowest level is just a matter of time. Oh, after all, is a rare monster who would let you go so easily. No, Jin Sung is thinking too early. I'll take my time, then we'll lure it. I knew it while we were busy fighting. I suddenly realized they changed color. Are they tainted, smelling this strong odor? Is this part of their mission? Forget it, I'll come back later. Right now let's explore another area. Staying here too long might lead to a stroke. The three of them rushed up to the clouds, reaching level 10, eagerly opening the door. Oh my heavens, the lava flames are blazing. So hot it's like roasting meat. Seems Jin Sung is the first to discover the source of the lava. Fire attribute attraction increases by 5. Fire resistance increases by 10. He had never heard of the existence of this before, and he could be the first to discover it. Ha ha ha. How precious. Just as he was about to celebrate, for more than 10 seconds another disaster appeared. A monster with 2 horns on its head. Said Jin Song is the qualified one. The qualification to enter this place is him. Luckily he just came in. It was immediately a wise decision. This goat-headed monster claims to be the guardian of the lava source. The ID name is Helion. He gets straight to the point. To avoid being lengthy, can you clear out the source of the lava and solve its problems by yourself? Thinking of refusing, but my mouth agreed. That's silly. Before I could mentally prepare, I had to run the deadline right away. First, he asks you to catch at least 20 tainted lava patrols. Difficulty level B. Logic tells me to refuse, but seeing the reward of 500 experience points made me do a complete 360. Yes, right away. This price is a steal, equivalent to 12 regular lava patrols. In that dungeon, Helios gives you a sealing stone. Alright, let me handle this. I'll make sure it's done right. Thinking this time I had the reward secured. As easy as pie, but there are 3 hours left. It got tricked again. Greed for material things is so painful. 2 hours passed gradually. Jin Sung felt like he barely had time to breathe, let alone rest. Helios was eating cake and drinking tea, watching him complete the task. Tick-tock. Time is running out and still no sign of love. Jin Seong always knows how to surprise us. With just a few seconds left, he rushed in. He even thought he wasn't trustworthy at all, until he knew Jin Sung had caught a total of 31. From now on we conclude, Never underestimate others. Looking at him now, he seems relaxed. But earlier he was running around like crazy. So he completed the task and got 1.3 million experience points in his pocket. He really hit the jackpot. Usually it takes half a day to earn that much. But now it only took 3 hours. He's about to level up to 71. With this momentum, he accidentally asked if he needed anything else. As expected, there's still a lot. Just take your time, Emperor. Ziliot wanted to update the situation of the summoner. Pioneer, the one everyone knows, who doesn't even bother to prove himself yet. My brother prefers to live in seclusion, completely hidden with no news at all. Halim suggested that he personally lead that person. To meet Celia, even 100 scholars would have to rack their brains for a year to hope to find a solution. Yet the emperor entrusted him with the task to find it within a month. Not to mention that the national day is approaching. At that time, the power of the royal family will be strengthened. If the symbol of the Xinfei Empire appears, if there's still no word in 2 months, then bring that person here. Right now that person in the story is still busy with their flashy task. Who knows when this hassle will be over? You've been working for 24 hours straight. Are you planning to go on strike or what? If the reward doesn't amount to anything substantial, I swear I'll chop that person into 200 pieces and make curry to vent my anger. Fortunately, you've completed the task. As for whether it's the last task or not, who knows? After confirming with him, the guy intended to sit and catch his breath for a bit, wondering if he should retire right now. You've collected herbs 5 times already. Please give me another task. Just give me 3 or better yet. No task at all would be great. Jin Sung clasped his hands and muttered Amitabha Buddha. Damn, just sat down and already felt an earthquake. Are you about to kick the bucket? Alright, you'll be the only one in Kailan to kick the bucket. In the dungeon, that sounds pretty cool. Doesn't it? Oh look, the lava tower has stopped flowing at that moment. Helium also appeared to join the fun. Seeing the old man laugh, he felt happy too and hurriedly thanked that thing. Finally finished the task. But why haven't I seen the reward yet? Is this how it is? Here it comes. I thought I was being cheated. Saw the notification you received 1.2.935. 0,000 experience points, and it felt like flowers blooming in my heart. Feels really fabulous. As if I would level up even more if I didn't stop to hunt midway. In addition, Jin Sung also received a lava sealing stone, which promises to summon one of the guardians of the lava core. He would have given you something else. But since Ji Sung Appa has contributed so much, this is the best thing he can give you. A guardian. The information panel appeared. This is an 80-level lava dragon, which reduces fire damage absorption by 30. In addition, there's lava breath and lava lord. Overall, it's pretty badass. I'm just kidding, but that's still nothing. What really shocked you here is that this one is a hero-level monster, with a combat power of nearly 2,000. This one is the pinnacle for sure. I'm so greedy, I wish I could make a summoning pact and try it out immediately, but carrying the load with those 2 big brothers isn't done yet, and I'm still lacking leadership ability. It'll have to do for now. We can figure it out later. Let's go back to the village to find items to boost leadership ability first. After saying goodbye and not planning to meet again, Jin Sung left with a bounty of spoils. As for Yu Hyun, today is the first day of school, but I can't see my friend anywhere. I can't even reach him by phone. Thinking back to the image of my friend logged in for 50 hours straight, I felt a bit sad, because I care deeply about my close friend. Yoon decided to stop by his place after school to check if he's still alive. At this time, Jin Sung was still deeply focused on grinding the game, and forgot he had to go to school today. He must be level 89 by now, grinding hard instead of staying stuck at level 71. Jin Sung was riding the Lava Dragon King, while Slap was handling the nasty dragon monsters below. The 4 of them swept through, leaving corpses everywhere they went. A deep abyss pit. That's some top-tier skill right there. Then one final move. JK's erupting flame easily wiped out all those rookies. Again easy. Lai was in charge of chasing down the ones trying to escape. I mean, that's seriously cool, huh? Pretty badass, right? But after about 10 minutes, the screen went dark, because he realized he couldn't fly to catch them. Pretty disappointing this time. Raka rates Dragon King had to be worth 100 of those other dragons combined. Every swipe it made killed those other dragons without mercy. Soon after they finished off that group, Jin Song leveled up to 91 successfully. So excited he was practically drooling. Finally, after all those tough days, he got the special skill tied to his class. Oh god, if it's some lame skill, he's just gonna quit and delete the game right away. He has to reach level 93 within the time limit. Even though he was supposed to go back to school today, if he figured out how to change his schedule, and all that, he only had 10 days left. Turns out he hadn't forgotten his class schedule. I thought he'd be so addicted to the game. He'd skip school, it would have been heartbreaking. Our poor guy leveling up non-stop, losing sleep and meals. Please give him a useful skill or he's gonna lose it. You've received synchronization skill and link skill. What the f-stocks, what the hell are these two skills? Really makes you curious. What caught Jin Sung's eye was the hero skill. Rank label not bad at all. The skills are kind of cool, and I think he saw them before on the Black Mage Online forum, but he still didn't get what it meant. To have the blood of two subjects balanced. Like that when you don't understand something. And what do you do exactly? You gotta practice it to get it right away. Jin Sung took out his two test subjects, Lie and Slap, to link them together. So that's how it works. No matter what the blood levels are like, the percentage stats will still be equal. Sounds useful, but also like a double-edged sword. That could mess you up anytime. Alright. Next is synchronization. Your stats will match those of your summoned beast. Sounds pretty interesting. I gotta try this right away. Let's test it out with the other two. Too bold, I don't dare. Suddenly remembered I still have Bat. Bat clueless and useless but very cute. Alright, I'll try with it. But getting this one out and convincing it to sync with me is also a big deal. However, besides the initial blinding light, nothing much happened after that. Damn. I have to check the strength stats again. This is so frustrating. Defense is up by 1,500, but why did your dexterity and ability and stats drop like that? But on second thought, it's kind of cool. That means your defense stat is almost on par with Slap. Now, just wondering why the system shows such a weird shape. A human head with a turtle body. Cancel it quickly. It ruins my 4,000 years of beauty. Alright, no more using the skill on Bat. Bat suddenly feeling tired. Whatever happens, I'll deal with it later. Even if the world ends, I need to sleep first. Back at Korean University. Are you? Hyun is very sad because his best friend ignored him. This message is from a buddy, not a real friend, and while he's all upset, Jin Song's muse suddenly appears out of nowhere. She says hi to him. Not only our main guy, but even the chubby friend is captivated by this beauty. But Ngoai Kwang, even though she plays Bak and Yeet Kwang, Haren's personality is no different from Bak Ko-ten. So she made her character very realistic, which is probably why Jin Sung found it strange. He didn't immediately recognize her. When Haren met Yoon, she just wanted to ask where Jin Sung was hiding. When she heard he wasn't in class, she figured he was at home grinding games. She said she'd give him a piece of her mind next time he goes to class. Meanwhile, somewhere far away on a mountain, snow is falling heavily. The judgment of darkness causes this monster great pain. Ganji Honey looks super cool, ordering this too big grapefruit monster to hold its ground against his legion of darkness. Guess they're just ignoring it. He's confident he's level 85, so the other guy's probably around level 80, plus 10 points for arrogance. The problem is his guess is way off. He's already in the 90s and this guy just reached 85. Talk about gutsy chi. Han thinks Jin Sung is a cowardly summoner who cheated his way to level 85 or higher. He says that, but pulls out a doll that looks just like Jin Sung, like it's cursed or something, and that's what they call stabbed in the back. Says the other guy cheats, so he cheats too. Winner is king. Loser blames cheating. Just as he's about to cast a death curse on Jin Sung, the system notifies that the skill can't be used on that target. So embarrassing. Ganchi Hyuni has woken up since cheating failed. He's determined to get stronger, to beat Jin Sung at the university. When the professor calls Jin Sung's name, he's nowhere to be found. Then it hits him. Jin Sung hasn't been around the whole first week of class. The professor thinks back and gets a headache, because the first week was just schedule changes. So it doesn't affect Jin Sung's attendance score. Lucky guy, no doubt. But today's class is mandatory. So this time, Jin Sung Park can't avoid being marked absent, and tuition is as much as buying a scooter. So don't worry about it, guys. Just as the professor is about to mark him absent, a guy rushes in wildly. Hello, professor.
I'm Yin Sun.
Jin Sung runs in at full speed just in time. Jin Gok waves him over quickly to find a seat. Jin Sung drags himself to sit next to Hyun, and immediately gets scolded. Hyun asks why Jin Sung hasn't come to school, or replied to Tommy's messages or calls all this time. Jin Sung looks deadpan and says, "It's because of circumstances." Then he holds up his phone. Hyun stares for a moment, then his eyes widen. Seeing Jin Sung has reached level 93, Hyun's loud shout draws a ton of sharp looks from everyone around. Hyun is still stunned that Jin Sung just recreated his character and already hit level 93. Jin Sung isn't modest and admits it, saying Hyun can honestly be jealous of him. Hyun admits defeat, looking all frustrated. Yep, he's definitely jealous. Then notices Jin Sung happily doing something on his phone. Turns out, Jin Sung just sent a message to Professor Jin Guk. Hyun panics and calls Jin Sung an idiot. Why would you send that to the professor?
Jin Sung riply mysteriously.
Everything has a reason up at the podium. Jin Guk sees Jin Sung's message and replies, "Come to my office after class," along with a reminder that Jin Sung's deadline has already passed. Jin Sung breaks out in a cold sweat after seeing that message. After class, both show up at the spot. After a chorus of cicadas, Jin Sung breaks the silence. He asks the professor what he wants. Jin Guk tells him to first explain the photo he sent. Jin Sung says it's the status of his character. Gli. Isn't it obvious? The professor recognized it right away, since he plays Kai Lan himself. After some small talk, Jin Sung notices the professor's expression is weird. He anxiously asks, "You haven't forgotten our bet, right?" Jin Guk immediately hits Jin Sung's weak spot. He replies, "The bet only applied before school started again, which is why he said the deadline has passed." Jin Sung's eyes dart around as he explains at length. Actually, he reached level 93 before school started, but because he played continuously for 50 hours, his body isn't in great shape, so you had to stay in bed to recover until yesterday. Finally, you started to get better. Yet Jin Soo just said, "Does Jin Sung really think you'd believe that braggart's nonsense? Even an elementary school kid wouldn't buy it." Jin Sung felt uneasy but swore to God it was true. He thought to himself, they don't have a contract. The teacher can easily cancel the bet, and there's not much I can do about it. Jin Suk thought, I didn't expect Jin Sung to actually reach level 93, when the highest level summoner in the official game, News, is only level 78. Even if he's a bit late, that's still no small feat. If he's telling the truth, I might be able to use him for my data gathering. Jin Suk directly asked, is Jin Sung free this Sunday? At the land of missing bones, Jin Sung arrived early. He thanked heaven that the professor almost let him off the hook, and even told him to come to the robot village at 2 p.m. this Sunday. But why does the teacher want to meet him on Sunday? Anyway, it was a relief that he was done grinding levels. Jin Sung wondered, maybe I should start finishing some of the tasks I left undone. Right now, the ones he was most interested in were the space magic, lighting task and hatching Jimin's egg. He didn't have enough info to do the egg hatching task yet, so he decided to do the other one first. He and Lai headed to the space magic tower. It was his first time coming here directly, and he felt the place was kind of deserted, which made sense, since most players had no reason to come here. Then the teleport gate in front of him lit up. He was asked if he wanted to go to the higher floors of the tower, and he agreed and went up. Passing through that gate, another teleport gate appeared. He was a little suspicious. Do I just keep climbing up using these teleport gates? Suddenly that gate flared brightly, and countless giant demons appeared out of nowhere. Jin Sung was stunned, and realized this was probably a barrier before reaching the next teleport gate, so he had to defeat all the monsters appearing on each floor. This was going to be tiring. Jin Sung quickly summoned all his summons, and ordered them to wipe out the giant demons. They fought up close in a fierce battle, with Jin Song's side having the upper hand. Chibi kept screaming like someone was stabbing it. Even Jin Song had to scold it. You're really noisy. I don't know how many more power UPS. You'll need to evolve. The chip had long reached 950 mana spirit points, but was still stuck at 9 hours 75 minutes. At first it increased fast, but now the rate had slowed down a lot, just 25 points left. So it probably wouldn't take much longer. Jin Song told himself, so he kept pushing through the gates, up to the highest floor of the space magic tower. Jin Sung saw someone sitting at a table. It was a space wizard. She greeted him. Jin Sung, it's been a while since the last time I saw a gibber visitor. I guess since Jin Sung made it here, you must be quite a skilled explorer. Jin Sung nodded. He thought to himself. She seemed cold but actually kind-hearted. So Jin Sung officially completed the mission to track the lost ancient monster and earned nearly 570,000 experience. Although this mission didn't give much experience, something is better than nothing. He introduced himself. I'm Ian, a level 1000 healer, here on the request of Dragon Tamer Wally. Zipper asked in surprise. You mean the legendary Dragon Tamer Wally? I never thought I'd hear news about him again. She invited Jin Sung to sit down, sensing they would have a long conversation. After a while of chatting, Jin Sung asked, do you have to finish your current research to awaken the spirit stone? Getting a nod from Zipper, Jin Sung thought, maybe then I'll learn more about the divine dragon. Zipper suddenly remembered something. She wanted to ask Jin Sung for a favor, and he couldn't refuse the mission called Ancient Relic, to awaken the spirit stone of the divine dragon, the space which had to activate magical equipment. To do that she needed some materials, and Jin Sung had to enter the space magic tower, created by Zipper, and collect fragments of the ancient relic. There were 6 pieces total, and Jin Sung had to collect all of them. The condition was no teaming up, and to finish within 3 days. Jin Sung almost passed out when he saw the mission requirements. He guessed it was part of a bigger quest line. Even the difficulty was rated A. He wasn't planning to refuse anyway, but even if he wanted to, he still felt annoyed for having no choice. Jin Sung asked Zipper, so I just have to bring back the relic fragments? Right after her reply, he figured he had to leave right now. The question was where to go. Zipper asked him to wait a moment, assuming he didn't know what the relic looked like, so he'd probably need something. Zipper pulled out a magnifying glass. Jin Sung was a bit suspicious about its quality, but she explained it was a piece of magical equipment that allowed him to distinguish the ancient relics. The 6 types of fragments looked pretty similar, so he'd need this to tell them apart. Then she pointed to the nearby gate, saying, it led to the underground dungeon of the ancient noble empire ruins, and there, Jin Sung had to hunt the souls of grave robbers. He could get relic fragments from them. Jin Sung realized the souls of the grave robbers were holding the relic fragments. Zipper also reminded him that, whenever he got a relic fragment, he should use the equipment on it and return within 4 days. After collecting all 6 types of relic fragments, Jin Sung confidently said, leave it all to me, and stepped through the gate. Jin Sung looked around. Sure, this was the underground dungeon of the ancient Nobel Empire ruins. The place was a bit eerie. Thinking back, the Nobel Empire was the predecessor of the current Kamen Empire, one of the 2 superpowers in the Great 6 Kernels. He wondered what level these monsters were. These monsters were under level 90, perfect for him to hunt. But where was the soul of the grave robber? He didn't see a single one here. Thanks to this mission, Jin Sung earned the title of the first person to discover this dungeon. For the next 5 days, the item drop rate in this dungeon was doubled. That made Jin Sung super happy. It was just perfect. Jin Sung was only allowed to stay here for 4 days. He wished they had set the limit to 5 days. Facing the monsters, Jin Sung quickly summoned Lai to hunt with him. While looking for the souls of grave robbers, he quickly found the first one. While Lai was chasing it, he used the Clopia Link skill to call the grave robber. Finally, a fragment dropped. Jin Sung picked it up, complaining about the dust on his hands. He pulled out the magnifying glass, inspecting it while praying. "This is fragment number 4, please. Not the one I already have. You get what you wish for." Jin Song already had fragment number 5. Jin Song started to seriously doubt this system cheating. He had gotten fragment number 5 dozens of times already. He began to feel sorry for his own fate. He had been grinding like crazy for 2 days, but only got 5 different types. This mission was really a pain. Why were monster spawn rates and drop rates so low? He couldn't find anything useful on the online forums either. The only helpful info he found was that drop rates increased if he didn't attack the backpack of the thieves. Without that info, he was basically doomed. Jin Sung was about to lose his mind, as time was running out. Less than 4 hours remained. Based on his progress, he could probably only get 1 or 2 more fragments before time ran out, and it was unclear if he could get fragment number 4. He hadn't gotten it in the previous 5 tries. If he had known from the start, he would have gone straight after the grave robber, instead of hunting randomly. Then Jin Sung summoned Lofia to scout the area for him, and if it found any grave robbers, to let him know. Luckily, there were no monsters in this dungeon, since he used ranged attacks. Using Lofia was more convenient. As Jin Song ran and looked around, he spotted a strange monster. It was the soul of an ancient summoner at level 95. Jin Song guessed it was a hero rank. He hadn't even seen a special rank monster in this dungeon before. Jin Sung wondered if he should do something, since it was an immortal, a level 90 monster. It takes at least 30 minutes to defeat a hero level monster. The precious time left to complete your mission will only last a few short minutes. With it, Jin Song decided to pluck every feather off that monster. You don't get to encounter a hero level monster often, and on top of that, experience points and loot drop rates are doubled. While Jin Sung and Lai charged in, that monster muttered some kind of spell. Suddenly countless monsters appeared. Jin Sung was startled and quickly told Lai to fall back. Jin Song summoned more help from that day, and Jakai to back him up. Jin Song saw it with his own eyes, and knew for sure that this monster, although low-level, was a summoner. Sure enough, a hero-level monster won't be easy, but that doesn't mean you can just retreat easily. He ordered Lai to attack. Lai quickly took out about 10 of the monsters. Jin Sung cursed silently at that low-level monster, guessing it knew its summoner status was its weakness. I was told to dodge to the side. Then, Jin Song asked that Day and Jae Kyung to move forward. That Day used the Abyss Pit skill, but, unfortunately, was counter-attacked before Jin Sung could help. While Jakai was attacking a dragon, he got knocked down by its tail. Just as he got up, another monster appeared behind him. Seizing the chance to strike, suddenly Jin Sung broke into a wicked smile. He immediately knew it would do that quickly. He summoned Pudgy to defend behind him. The monster bit Pudgy, who teared up because he was just too adorable. Jin Sung took the opportunity to shoot a piercing arrow at the monster's flesh. He confidently boasted that this fight was definitely a win. He called Lai to rush over and finish off that low-level monster. Finally, the battle ended. Jin Sung let out a sigh of relief. This low-level monster was hero rank, so it held up pretty well. Maybe he just had to keep killing it until it was dead. For good, isn't its body already dead? The reward flashed up. Jin Song smiled happily and said, "That's exactly why he joined this game." Jin Song received 2 items in total, the Ancient Summoner's Staff and the Ancient Summoner's Encyclopedia. Jin Song was pretty satisfied with these hero-level items. Basically, he now had another damage skill, scaling with summoned mana, although the encyclopedia was kind of useless, since it converted flat power to mana scaling. He could still significantly boost his damage level. Jin Sung was lucky. He didn't skip this hero-level monster. Suddenly Lai bumped into Jin Sung. Confusing him, it kept bumping into his bag. Suddenly he remembered the artifact fragment mission, and realized since it took 30 minutes, the system automatically went into full sprint to hunt the grave robber, cursing loudly. Stupid mission item. Where the hell are you hiding? Damn mission item. Jin Sung and the lone wolf dashed off like madmen. being chased by ghosts after running the marathon. You just sat down on the stairs, like you were being chased by ghosts. You hadn't even settled when you suddenly remembered. The time was still ticking down. If I'm super unlucky, the mission would have failed already. Have you collected all the artifact pieces? Jin Sung sighed deeply like he was about to collapse. Yes, I've got everything right here with me. You really didn't disappoint me. I was worried you were taking too long. I'm exhausted, but having you care for me helps a bit. Jin Sung finished this mission, carrying a bag full of artifacts. Mission completed at grade C. Damn, it still haven't reached grade B. Poor guy running like a beast. But still no level up. Mission's over. I'm so tired, and there's still the zinc task. Jin Sung looked worn out as he dragged himself into the room, while his little sister sang happily. Carrying the bag, you sit at the desk, but your head keeps nodding off. Look, I finally finished. The magical items are all thanks to you, explorer. Thank you so much. The girl jumped up excitedly, while Jin Sung kept yawning, unable to fall asleep. It's nothing. I'm just glad your experiment succeeded. Now that the magical item is complete, can we use this to revive the soul stone of the dragon god? Unfortunately no, because we don't know if this will work reliably. This could backfire and blow up the soul stone. Both of them started racking their brains, trying to decide which item to use. The dragon god probably has 1 million resurrection points, with insane combat stats, and might even be legendary rank. Thinking about those giant dragons tearing the earth apart, Jin Sung kept shaking his head. If the soul stone explodes, I'll lose sleep from the nightmare. So I think we should try it on the soul stones of other ancient monsters. First we'll test the magical item on your dragon god. Soul stone later. My little sister decided to take the risk. Go big or go home. The next mission is to revive an ancient monster. Good news is it's difficulty level A, and you can't refuse this mission. Jin Sung got excited, pulling at his hair and ears. Jumping up and down. This game won't let me be good. Then you collapse to the ground, the tears streaming non-stop from happiness. His little sister just stood by, wishing he'd smile soon. Early in the morning, sunlight shone down on houses packed closely together. I remember the teacher said to meet near the gate. Jin Sung walked slowly out the giant city gate. Now that I think about it, I forgot to ask the professor's player ID. Jin Sung had just sat down when the teacher sat right in front of him and asked, "You're here already?" He doubted reality, not sure if this really was the professor, so he had to check the ID to confirm. The professor's ID was Jin Google. The teacher only uses his real name. Only then did Jin Sung realize he called him professor. Twice. Yes, so you're a PUBG song, right? I can't see the player ID or level, so the teacher didn't expect to have a student with such a high-level professor. Wait a moment, let me switch my profile from private to public first. He's humble, not showing off his skills publicly. That's why the teacher didn't recognize him. Your screenshot shows you're already level 94. And from that day on, the student kept leveling up. Yes, professor, that's the result of my summer efforts. Being praised like that made him tremble with joy. Professor, can we go now? Since the teacher confirmed my level, I won the bet. Wait a moment, I think you should come with me first. The teacher refused all of Jin Sung's refusals. The blazing sun shone down on the ground. Professor, where are we? He was led by the teacher to a completely unfamiliar place. Hopefully this isn't a kidnapping. I heard you're a 1,000,000-point resurrection master. Look, you'll know exactly where we are when you see it. You'll know as soon as you see it. Sounds intriguing, heightens curiosity. The teacher opened a warehouse door, then smirked at Jin Sung. His face looked a bit sly, but he still followed. Jin Sung walked in, looking around in amazement. He saw various wolf and bear cubs, locked in separate cages. This is a monster breeding center. This place actually exists. I was lucky to meet an NPC manager at the Summoner's Tower. The NPC told me about this place. Turns out it's where the wolf and bear cubs were born. When I first found it, it was still under construction then. Then they gave me a mission. I had to catch the wolves, bear cubs, and other caged monsters. But they looked pretty happy, sitting and singing to each other. Now that I think about it, I heard, if you complete the mission to build the facilities, you can manage the place yourself. So missions like this must be hidden missions. Jin Sung found it pretty interesting, and wanted to take care of the monsters here. After I completed the mission, the monster breeding center was finished. I'm currently working at this center. The teacher gently petted his cute little panda. Professor, did you get any system messages about how the monster breeding center was built? After finishing the mission, Professor didn't expect his student to know everything. That's the case for players who complete the production license mission. To manage facilities, since you already know, it's easier to talk like you said. I have to get the license to build the monster breeding center, but I still haven't met the requirements. The master's demands are a bit high. This item is just a bonus. The 6 monsters our AF gave me. I can only complete the requirement to get the monster breeding center manager certificate. If and only if I register 50 monsters. Hey, didn't I also get something similar? After finishing the Magic Tower mission, why does Jin Song feel like something's off? But looking at the notebook the master's holding, it also looks different because yours doesn't have the function to register monsters. So you can add more monsters for this bonus 6. I have to catch monsters, but my ability right now, I can only catch about 30 monsters. So I want you to take this item and register the remaining monsters. I've done half already. I'll leave the other half for you to finish. And one more thing before you start the mission. Summon No Kuan, wake the lone wolf up and get ready. I know the black wolf is a common wolf rank, but I've never seen one this big. Jin Sung kept staring and the wolf wasn't ready yet, making the master anxious. Well, once you step in here, there's no turning back like owner. Like pet both smirked and moved toward Jin Sung. Get ready for a fight between master and student, or you won't be able to protect yourself. Jin Sung was shocked and stunned, but it was already too late. The most intense free fire battle is about to take place. On screen, Jin Sung versus Lee Jin-huk. Jin Sung is summoning his power as he sees opponent Lee Jin-huk getting into attack stance. Jin Sung's pet also evolves another stage. A blue aura surrounds Lai, making Oval widen his eyes in surprise, adding 1000 power of all creatures. The free fire demon interface faces. Oval thought Jin Sung had the sure 10 points in hand, but Lee Jin-huk just smirked mockingly, throwing Jin Sung into panic. Jin Sung blames the master for pushing him too hard. Professor, why did you do this? You only asked me to help you. Actually, Lee Jin-huk just wanted to test Jin Sung's free fire power. Looks like you've also evolved your summoned beast. Lee Jin-huk explains what happened earlier. So their teacher-student bond isn't broken. Sorry for scaring you. I just wanted to see your summoned beast. Oh, the master wanted to see your summon. Although Jin Sung passed this tough test, he still got scolded by Lee Jin-huk for skipping class. But we'll talk more about why you didn't attend lectures during the schedule change. You still haven't forgotten. Oh, I guess that's hard to avoid. Lee Jin-huk wonders about the evolution of divine beasts, which has been a mystery since he started teaching. This monster breeding center trains summoned beasts to trust their players. Our oval training ground here evolved into a black pan wolf. I'm not exactly sure why it evolved, though Jin Sung kind of understood what teacher Jin Hugh meant. I get it, so your wolf is also an evolved wolf. There's a spiritual connection between the player and the monster, and when things get really intense, the monster evolves just like Jin Sung's Lai pet evolved during the fight with Oliver. My Lai is also an evolved summoned beast. It's a red fur wolf, just like my illusion training skill. This place must train summoned beasts to awaken their hidden potential, and that leads to evolution. Jin Sung's reasoning sounded good enough to satisfy teacher Jin-huk. Teacher Jin-huk gave Jin Sung a chance to show his skills. If you do well here, this place will be yours. If you help me, I'll let you use this monster breeding center. However you want, not bad. The teacher seems pretty enthusiastic. Jin Sung thought it over for a while. I don't know if this training center is faster than my training skill, but since my skill has a cooldown, I figure I can benefit by increasing the trust of monsters I'm not using, and maybe unlock other traits when this monster breeding center upgrades. This all sounds pretty reasonable. Upgrade skills and get to use the training center. Jin Sung agreed right away. Yes, professor, I'll help you. Oh, really good, but what's with that expression? Jin Sung's face looked like he wanted to ask for a favor. Can I ask you something? Teacher Lee Jin-huk asked. Ask for what? The scene switched to a bright sunny day, with blue skies and white clouds. Jin Song stood in front of a mysterious, lifeless-looking matrix-free fire. Jin Sung stretched and looked tired, maybe because he hadn't been sleeping well lately, which caused his back pain, sore knees and numb hands. Jin Sung's request was for teacher Jin Huk to build a training center near where Jin Sung is stationed. If the teacher builds the summoned beast breeding center near my base, I'll do my best to help you. This request isn't difficult. The teacher agreed, of course, because teacher Jin Huk trusted Jin Sung enough to accept the offer. This is exactly the kind of teacher-student bond that should be nurtured more. Before this intense battle, Jin Sung reviewed his monster list. Before starting the mission, should I record the recently acquired summons? Everyone was wide-eyed, amazed by the huge collection of monsters Jin Sung recently got. Jin Sung just summoned another awesome Lai pet, a strong bull to increase his influence. You've registered Red Fur Wolf. Your reputation increased by 1/200. You've registered Abyssal Turtle. Your reputation increased by 53,700. You've registered Abyssal Golem. Your reputation increased by 5,600. Having just acquired the Lai Mountain Goat, Sung was amazed at how much his reputation had skyrocketed. Registering Peepo, Pudgy gave me the most reputation points. Compared to Big Kid, who's also rare, he gave me 10 times more reputation points. The unexpected jump in numbers made Jin Sung really excited. Is it because Peepo, Pudgy has the potential to become a legendary monster after evolving, or is it a system glitch? But before he could think more about it, Jin Sung had to go do teacher Jin Huk's mission. Now that I've finished registering, I'll move on to the next mission. Lai Mountain Goat was sent out to fight alongside Jin Sung. For this mission, Jin Sung rode Lai, promising that a bright future was waiting for them. Ahead today will be perfect if we discover the dungeon inside the teleport gate. Do you think so too? Lai and Jin Sung faced the first challenge of their journey. You've arrived at an open highlands. You're the first to discover this land. Your reputation increased by 100,000 over 10 days. Jin Sung's reputation points will double, along with countless other titles. These amazing rewards have Jin Sung totally hooked. There should be rewards like this more often. Jin Sung was immersed in rewards from various dungeons. Rewards vary by mission and region, depending on the rank of monsters defeated. So the rank of the Stone Spirit monster set relates to the ranks I've defeated, and the rewards I'll receive. With this huge hunger for rewards, Jin Sung was determined to hunt down the strongest monster. In this area, I'll take the soul of the strongest monster in this land. I just need to search all over the area, plus the bonus for being the first discoverer. Within 10 days, Jin Sung and Lai charged forward with high spirits. Let's go now that I think about it. We're leveling up like crazy, stopping at the edge of a high cliff. Jin Sung wasn't sure if he should jump down or not. Should I jump down the cliff or not? Down there are all higher level monsters below. Monsters block all paths, their fierce eyes making it harder for Jin Sung to move. After thinking it over, Jin Sung gathered all his pets into a team, preparing fully for this battle. Let's see if you guys are ready to fight. Jin Sung picked 2 pets to evolve, because of their insane strength and trust. Lai and Pudgy are about to evolve right. They've both done well as million-level pets, and there's potential manpower about to be unlocked. I think JJ is about to evolve too. The soul points are almost maxed out, along with the command to advance. Burning determination in his heart. Jin Sung also rose up. Let's go guys. I've never fought these monsters before, so let's get familiar first. The stomping footsteps of Lai, charging down the cliff, echoed loudly, linking souls with Clopia. Jin Sung shouted. Lai evolved to the next level. A blue light covered his whole body, and the overwhelming power even caused Jin Sung to feel strange. It even changed his face. Lai vanished in the blue smoke, evolving into a wolf with long fangs, and a roar that shook the sky and earth. It turned out that both Jin Sung and Lai synchronized with each other, causing a completely different change from before. I think synchronizing with Lai was the best choice. For me, both appearance and other aspects changed. Jin Sung ordered Lai to move forward. The big guy leads the way. This transformation scene even surprised the brothers. watching from the cliff looking up. A giant wolf walking on two legs, holding a magic staff charged straight down. Everyone attacked the monsters below, an endless source of power beyond description. Jin Song let Lai choose which monsters to kill, like picking dishes to eat. Lai, just bite them, your call. The fire dragon in his mouth shot out a huge fireball. It burned all the monsters, setting them ablaze like a free fire match. Lai was worried, because the monster's strength was about equal to his. I can't even lose half my health, because their defense is too high. Lai used his sword to kill those monsters, but their power was terrifying. Yeah, I can't do much damage, how about this? Take this. Lai's to Diaochin moves, but what left him speechless was that, while the whole team was fighting, those twitchy monsters' chibi seemed reborn. Lai was startled. Oh my god, what is that? Chibi shone with a huge bright light. The system window popped up just as Jin Song predicted. Chibi had evolved to a new level. It looked like an eagle spreading its wings, like the emblem on the shirts of the Soul Fighters. Its wings spread wide, talons sharp like those of the Soul Street Girls. The lightning had evolved from a beginner soul to an intermediate soul. Lai saw Chibi's evolution and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Chibi evolved. Was that lightning just now?" Because of the evolution, after Jin Song saw Chibi had evolved, he quickly opened the info window to check. He looked at Chibi's new profile and was speechless. Super awesome, wow. Evolving to intermediate level. It gains this passive skill too. It even sucks the enemy's blood weight. Isn't that a bit like a vampire? Jin Song was busy, studying the new abilities of the upgraded Chibi. Looks pretty satisfying. Manipulating the area isn't really a damage skill, so the attack is pretty low. But on the plus side, its healing skill is pretty solid. Probably just leveled up, so its mood is a bit unstable. Chibi ignores Jin Song's words. Not cool, Chibi says, and turns away. Chibi refuses and spins away, making Jin Sung really annoyed. Lai feels like he hasn't been praised yet, so he snuggles up to Jin Sung to get some attention. Me too. It's cute, and since it's devouring all the monsters, Jin Sung praises it fully. Our Lai's doing great too, so I'm giving you praise as well. The idea to exploit Chibi's power flashes in Jin Sung's mind. Since Chibi evolves and has innate abilities, should we just wipe everything out? This greed even makes the viewers nod in agreement, because it makes so much sense. The camera quickly shifts to a table full of sparkling blink stones. Those are the stones Jin Sung collected from the dungeon. Zipper looks at the blink soul stones on the table, as Midas peeks out. What the heck? How do you have so many soul stones? Jin Sung brags after Zipper's praise. Like a toad with sores, he recounts his adventure. Well, that's how it went. Zipper looks at Jin Song admiringly. Henley, Lee Jin Huck trusts you that much, huh? Thanks for completing my request, Henley. Lord Jin Huck sent you to me. Look, your reputation points are rising faster than revival in Free Fire. No wonder you're the king of monster recovery quests. Mission complete. EXP increased by 2.0457. 500 points. That much express, worth every bit of effort, even if it stings a little. Jinsung's power is off the charts. Zipper offers to show him the soul stone recovery process. Please follow me. I'll show you how the soul stones get restored. Bring all your soul stones. In the blink of an eye, the two arrive at the castle gate. It looks old and antique outside, but inside it's fancy and pristine. Zipper's soul stone recovery place. Wow, this is the place. Yes, this is where we restore soul stones. Zipper opens the bag filled with countless soul stones and prepares carefully. So shall we get started? The soul stone fragments float into the air. They gather into a huge, colorful stone that fills the entire room with light. Can't tell what kind of monster is inside that stone. The glowing light makes Jin Sung and Zipper suspicious about the monster inside, since they still can't see it. Breaking the cocoon. I don't know what this is. After 7749 hopes and waits, a giant monster appears looking like a turtle. The soul stone fragment hybrid made for Zipper makes her overjoyed. Success. A brilliant success. Jin Sung checks the tablet again, because he's still confused. Success. You have successfully restored the monster club ship. Your reputation increased by 500. After restoring a regular monster, Jin Sung thinks over the recent monster restoration. If I successfully restore an ancient monster, It will appear in the 6 corona regions. Why would I get more monsters appearing in the 6 corona areas? With such great rewards, Jin-sung is stunned and amazed, totally hooked after Zipper's huge success. Jin-sung tries his luck next. Let's keep this momentum going and restore another monster. In Jin-sung's imagination, inside the Soul Stone would be monsters with immense power, and it doesn't disappoint. He fails, crushing his hopes and knocking him down. Like a sudden blow in bad luck, there's only one Soul Stone fragment left. For Jin-sung's unlucky fate, light appears again, slowly growing brighter. The monster slowly emerges. Luckily for Jin-sung, it's a huge red tiger. It roars across the arena. This looks insanely awesome. Jin-sung successfully restores the monster highlight. Your reputation increases by 30,000. After restoring a monster, even Zipper thinks the highlight is super impressive. Damn, I never dreamed I'd see this monster with my own eyes. I want 1-2. Zipper and Jin-sung are so in sync. They managed to get a rare monster. Thanks for your effort. I get to meet monsters I've only read about in books. Jin-sung's pride flares up as he responds to Zipper's. Thanks, no problem. I had a special experience thanks to you. Zipper trusts Jin-sung's reliability so much that she entrusts the Halai monster to him. For raising well, I want you to take care of this kid for me, okay? With the right timing and everything aligned, Jin-sung agrees to the deal. Without hesitation, Jin-sung checks the highlights info. The profile couldn't be better. Oh, it's only level 1. Then I can raise it my way, boosting hidden potential to 100 before leveling up. That way it might grow even more. Jin-sung summons the monster. Wait, haven't you named it yet? You've got to name it. Hey buddy, what should I name you? After some thought, he settles on a name for the cute tiger. Alright, you're Halai. Let's just stick with Halai. Zipper sees how affectionate Jin-sung is with the highlight and gets a little jealous. Haha, this little guy probably likes you a lot. Explorer Jin-sung is totally hooked. Showing off his new pet, I really like it too. It fits perfectly with the summoner title. But there are still many big goals ahead in Zipper's beast. Summoning journey. Now our target has appeared. The soul stone of the huge divine dragon is in hand, giving Jin-sung a new mission in this conquest journey. Standing before the magnificent European-style palace, the radiant glow shines directly onto the sacrificial altar, leaving Ian stunned. Is that a divine dragon? He immediately took out a dazzling red crystal. He asked her, is this it? The crystal in his hand glowed brilliantly. The light was so dazzling and beautiful that Ian could feel this was completely different from other spirit stones, even from its sharp exterior. Without thinking much, he handed it over to Zipper. He gently accepted it and carefully placed the spirit stone on the sacrificial altar. Immediately, the light grew even more magnificent. Energy surged out from the spirit stone, continuously radiating its essence. He was extremely excited. Could it be that, after all this effort, he could finally witness the divine dragon, a creature on a completely different level? In every aspect, it would surely become a legend of Kai. Suddenly the whole atmosphere seemed compressed, then exploded, causing the space to ripple for a moment. After waiting a long while, he was so anxious he couldn't wait any longer. He worried, what if something went wrong before he could worry more? A terrifying light shot straight into his eyes, making it impossible to see the current situation. When the light finally softened, and the scene came into view, Ian was left completely stunned. On the sacrificial altar now floated an egg hovering in the air. Seeing this, she shouted loudly, it worked! The egg you're seeing is the divine dragon's egg. Looking at the glossy black egg floating there, he grew even more doubtful. Is this really the divine dragon's egg? Before the egg could settle for 3 seconds, Zipper quickly lunged to tightly hug its rough outer shell. As soon as this egg hatches, he will be the first summoner to own a divine dragon. That title has been lost for over 100 years. She cheerfully said this, without paying attention to her surroundings. Seconds later, she got her comeuppance, twisting her ankle on the red carpet. The egg she was holding carefully flew out of her hands. By reflex, Ian saw this and turned pale with fear. Speechless and desperate to hold on to the last bit of hope, he dashed forward with all his might to catch the egg. Luckily, the elderly carrying heavy loads had helped him. and the egg flew right into Ian's hands. But before even 2 seconds passed, the egg seemed unhappy and fell straight to the ground, shattering the stone surface. Unbelievable falling from that height. The egg should have shattered to pieces, but that little guy in Wyvern scared you so much, you actually cried like a waterfall. Luckily it was harder than the floor. Zipper apologized frantically. I almost lost my mind and my senses. Today was your lucky day. After carefully inspecting it inside and out, Ian confirmed there was no damage, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing you weren't too angry, she felt a bit relieved too. It was really hard, but you still have to be careful. You didn't forget to check the system bag again. Sure enough, no extra experience was rewarded. You guessed for sure. The Divine Dragon Proof was the biggest prize. The system then showed a notification. The seal on the black feather item was lifted. That's why your leadership experience increased. Not only that, now you can freely catch any monster, without leadership stat restrictions. Also, the leadership requirement to summon dragon species is halved. Your summoning ability also improved. Seeing all those rewards flooding the screen, Ian was thrilled, just thinking that you can hunt without limits, and cut leadership requirements by more than half. Means you could summon at least 2 hero tier beasts, and still have leadership points left. Your excited expression made the girl beside you suspicious. Could it be you're a little crazy now from the hard fall? But you didn't really care at the moment. Now you had to check the egg's detailed stats. Looking at all the intimidating info on the screen, most of it was still unknown, which made you extremely excited. If it ever hatches, you still want it to be a dragon, not just an egg, because you'd researched summoner eggs for griffins. Hatching quest but found no info. But now thinking back, you still wondered, maybe this way is better. You had to figure out how summoners hatch eggs, since now you owned both griffins and the divine dragon's eggs. Thinking maybe Zipper could know how summoner eggs hatch. Sure enough, she didn't disappoint your hopes. She understood very well, hearing that you were so eager. You couldn't wait and urged her to quickly tell you the method to hatch the eggs. She was surprised too, obviously. Ian was a summoner, but didn't know this is really simple. As long as a summoner incubates it, it will hatch. To put it simply, the summoner is like the mother of the summoned beast. You just imagined yourself turning into a mother hen, incubating an egg, and got totally terrified. Then you realized she was tricking you. You're sensitive even without chili. Does she really think something so basic? Even a kid would know, but you wouldn't. But the problem is, the mother of Giffy can be used by a 130 level Seiko with your current rank. But going there is like putting a noose around your neck. There are already level 130 plus monsters at the entrance. You thought for a bit and decided, maybe it's better to ask a knight instead. Ian wanted to find another way, because the divine proof has no mother beast, but still hatches. She didn't mention this part. Zipper's thought made you speechless. Thinking it through, she had no other method, but knew a summoner familiar with this issue. Hearing that, your eyes lit up like you'd struck gold. You quickly asked where this summoner was, but her answer was like a cold splash of water, because that person died in a Noban capital 300 years ago. But since you asked, she would open a gate for you to meet their spirit. You thought, how messed up is this? Still, patching things like that was better than nothing, so you hurriedly thanked her. But she reconsidered your earlier attitude. That seemed like you wanted to say something rude to a pretty flower like her. That made her rethink, seeing her displeased. You couldn't let food fall from your mouth now, so you decided to humble yourself. Feeling your sincerity, she dropped it and got to the main point. That summoner was Ezel, one of the top experts in ancient Onbin. She guessed that person could answer your question. Hearing the name Ezel surprised you. You didn't expect it to be a woman. Seeing her respectful attitude, you boldly guessed she must have been quite old. Before letting you meet her, she had one request she hoped you could fulfill. You were pretty surprised, until you saw Zipper's notice board about raising ancient monsters, because she didn't want the divine dragon you just restored to go extinct in the Corona continent. So she wanted you to learn how to raise them from Eggle, at difficulty A. But with the Summoner's Hatching skill book as a reward, you read through it once, and found it hard to understand. She didn't want them to go extinct. There's already news that monsters will appear all over the Corona continent. but when you saw the reward, the skill book for hatching eggs, was exactly what you needed right now. Truly wish granted. It was like killing two birds with one stone, completing this mission and doing well for the Empire. Only a fool wouldn't accept. Immediately you rushed up and shook her hand repeatedly, fully agreeing to her conditions, which even confused Zipper. In the cold snow-covered Man Mountain, a hand wrapped in a cotton coat was cautiously probing the flower before her. She found the flower's reaction very amusing, watching her happily. You prepared to gather your spoils and leave, but just as you were about to go, you didn't notice when an uninvited guest appeared behind her. The white tiger charged swiftly, pounding its paws onto the pure white snow, causing snow to fly up all around. She noticed this as something quite usual, and immediately focused more. An arrow zipped through the air, making her only have time to let out a warning shout. Gawai took advantage of this moment, and quickly raised his bow. He sharply released the arrow, shooting straight at the fierce beast. Seeing his younger siblings stunned and thrown off balance, he noticed the beast's fighting spirit was still intact. He shouted loudly, telling her to run. Quickly, but before she could react, the snow tiger lunged forward again, aiming a direct attack. Knowing there was no use running now, he had to take down another enemy. Her startled scream made her turn around, just in time to see the beast, ready to pounce and devour her alive. She quickly pulled out her magic staff to block this unwelcome approach. The air around her formed a shield, protecting her from the monster's claws. That's when he drew his bow. Aiming true, he shot the arrow straight at the snow tiger, hitting a critical spot, causing fresh blood to gush out non-stop. Seconds later, could no longer stand and collapsed onto the snow. But how could these tricks fool Gwai? He stomped hard on its pure white fur, raised his bow high and aimed right at its head, asking, "How dare you scare her so badly?" She turned pale, seeing he didn't seem convinced. The tiger roared even louder, but it didn't know that the angrier it got, the more Gwai enjoyed teasing it. He pulled hard. The shot would be the end. After dealing with the troublesome big tiger, he turned to remind her that this place was extremely dangerous, especially those weak monsters, which still were about 20 levels higher than her. Without him, what would she have done? She couldn't argue back, so she acted all cute and clingy. "That's why you have to come with me, so thank me, okay?" He found that annoying, but what Gawai really worried about now was when she would finish gathering everything. So he really wanted to go home already. Seeing him lose patience like that, she was sure she was almost done. The reason for searching for materials in such a dangerous place was simply because Hajin wanted ingredients to improve the seasoning level. Actually, she wanted to go with Ian, but he said he had a mission gone already. Really annoying, no point talking. Gwai saw his sister sitting there, dazed and spaced out like that, so he got curious. Why did she need so many ingredients? He wondered how much food was she planning to make. They'd been gathering for over an hour already, and he was about to throw a tantrum, but when she said she was going to cook many dishes, Gwai immediately spun around and started flattering her. Was she trying to cook something delicious for this poor little brother? But her hesitation and silence shocked him deeply. Could it be that it's not? "Why are you worried now? Let's go finish the job." Ian is still on his hunting journey. Now the little film is lucky to be spoiled by him. "Hey little film, are you hungry? Then I've got the perfect dish. Let's see, where are the meatballs?" Bougie heard and immediately acted cute. Trying to beg, Ian gave some to it too. Didn't abandon any of them. "It eats like it's never had a meal before. You guys really like this dish, huh? If I go back to the guild, I probably need to start managing the estate first. If I train NPC soldiers and use them for hunting, the efficiency will probably increase a lot. I don't have enough leadership stats to register more monsters, so I'll focus on the ones I already have. I wonder when the divine dragon egg will hatch, but by then, I'll find a way to increase leadership stats." After thinking for a while, he asked, "Have you guys finished eating?" Looking over, Poochie shyly hid behind a tree at Griffin's appearance. "Look at those two. Griffin probably isn't much of a glutton. Poochie must really like him. Those two are so close, like they've known each other forever. Everyone, let's go. It won't be long until we reach our guild headquarters. The monster breeding center is running really well. It's tough, but definitely worth the time." The uncle's waiting for Ian, because he'll have to leave soon. Why hasn't he arrived yet? At the same time Heron just arrived. Professor, I brought what you asked for. This is food for the monsters. The smell is delicious. I'm sure you'd eat this if you were hungry. Amazing, Heron reminded him. I think Jin Sung was on his way to the mansion earlier, and Heron hurried off to meet him. You should have told me sooner. Turns out, you want to play matchmaker for this young couple. Haha, good timing for them. Perfect timing. She secretly blamed Jin Sung for not keeping in touch. All this time, we decided not to use formal speech anymore. He should have told me first when he came back. Right now I can invite him to join us. At the Northern 6th District, right. Running to meet him, the building suddenly changed. Could this be related to Jin Sung's return? Seeing him, she couldn't contain her excitement, and shouted his name in his hand. He was holding a pair of rings, and standing next to him was a guy, which shattered Heron's heart. What happened here? No way. Those two are all set, the guy eagerly asked. What do you think? We expanded the guild headquarters. Didn't we? He hoped for praise and recognition. Ian had no choice but to go along with it. Alright, well done. Guild Master, let's review everything before upgrading the estate. If we upgrade right now, there might be some bugs inside. I think the first facility we should build after upgrading, without extra cost, is the training center. Yoon had his own opinion. Don't you think that's too risky? Wouldn't building the army to improve the estate's defense be better because the protection period is almost over? But Ian thought, not only low-level soldiers qualify for training, even if there are hundreds of them. One high-level mage using an AoE skill can wipe them out easily. But if we build the guild directly and assign high-level NPCs to these duties, the army's strength can grow. Some strong characters might also appear. Floral and summed it up. We should build the training center first to train NPCs into trainers, then immediately upgrade our army. If we have a player with a relevant role, above level 100, 800,000 fame, and a title higher than Baron to become a state owner, we can build a guild suitable for that player. At headquarters, Yu Hyun reacted strongly and wasn't happy. Damn, are you cheating? Do you even play the game with us? Fine, okay, let's do it. What are we waiting for? Upgrade the estate. All upgrade requirements have been met. Lotus, guild headquarters upgraded from village to estate. Proceeding with estate upgrade. Guild headquarters upgraded successfully. Everything has changed. The scenery here is so beautiful. Ian, I didn't expect upgrading the estate would materialize like this. At the same time, the system displays a notification that the Lord title will automatically transfer to player Ian. With the Baron title, do you agree? The upgrade will be cancelled, because only one player can hold the noble title. If declined, Yu Hyun immediately clicked agree. Without thinking much, you have become the Lord of the estate. After loading is complete, the estate's basic settings will proceed. With internal management awesome, Ian should start handling the Lord's internal affairs. Now set the tax rate to the lowest. Build the Summoner Guild. Oh right. With Heron here, I should call her to talk. I'll also give her the kitchen and a gift. Yoon pretended to tease him. What gift? I have a portion for you. It's a quest reward, but I have no one else to give it to besides Heron. This was everything before. She saw the misunderstanding scene between the two guys, but luckily Ian explained in time. This is for you. Haroon blushed and he said, I got this as a quest reward, so I'm giving it to you. She paused and asked, what is this? What's going on? Is this the item he randomly gave me? Am I overthinking this? Ian's never stuttered like this in front of a girl before. I mean, if you think it's too valuable, you don't have to accept it. It's not easy for Heron to refuse a gift from her crush. No way. Who said that? Let's hope I'm not too easy. She put her hand out and found out its attributes. So cool, and it's called a wedding ring. Could it be a couple's ring? Suspicious, Heron asked directly. Do you have one of these rings too? He held his up and honestly showed it off. Here's mine. Heron felt happy inside, like she was on cloud 9. Thank you, I'll wear it. This was also one of the reasons he could finally give up his level 50 ring. The wedding ring of the forest was unsealed. After meeting all the blessing conditions of El Mop, when worn, all combat abilities increase by 20, all job skills increase by 30, and all cooldown times are reduced by 1 second. It doesn't apply to skills with less than 1 second cooldown. Now you can summon your partner once a day, using the power of LMOP. Ian was super excited. Wow, look at these awesome skills. They're amazing. Using this couple's ring with Heron, Feels like I already have a girlfriend. They both kept their shy thoughts inside, and I was worried for no reason. I even thought he didn't like me. Flora Land and Yoo Hyun were annoyed, watching this unhealthy scene, because it's not for singles like them. They forgot about us already. This is definitely a good time for them. Kabuli also especially praised the new building. It looks awesome. It seems like this is everyone's shared opinion. Yoon was happy he arrived. Since he's here, he should lend a hand. There's a lot to handle. Kabuli was very willing. If you asked, I'll help. Hehe. You said Ian is here, but he's probably gone already, huh? Oh, he went to Phelan Bay with Flora Land. He's probably hunting monsters in the dungeon now. Today, we have to pick 3 more people with architect skills. Let's finish quickly and then follow Ian. Yoon was a bit worried, unsure if the 2 of them could handle a fight. Kabuli recounted yesterday it was just me and Logan. Yoon modestly said that he and Logan are both warriors, with high damage, but he's just a support, so his damage is low. Kabuli laughed and asked back, "You don't believe me? I just need to dish out a lot of damage. That's all. If I don't die, it won't be a big loss either way. It's still a dungeon, just a matter of time." The teacher is more hopeful, so Yoo Hyun is way more excited. Let's finish up and go. Do you think Floral and Ian can clear that dungeon? I have no clue how a summoner fights, so I'm totally clueless. Turns out Yoon isn't as free as the eldest brother. But Ian will definitely protect Flora Land with his monsters, so it should be fine anyway. Hurry up, your hands look way too idle. On Ian's side, the hunt is intense. Danger everywhere. Flora Land can't hold on much longer. If we wait another minute, my cooldown will be over. Ian, can you distract them while I cast the spell? You both have to work together to take down this dangerous enemy. He immediately shouted for Holly to be careful. An electric ball hit at the monster, but unlucky it missed. But that's just what you think. Dumb monster. Holly kept attacking, sweeping as much as possible to stun it. After dealing a bunch of damage to stun the monster, he pulled back. Ian is proud of the beasts he's trained so well. Stunned now if we keep attacking. Ian put so much effort and brain power, and yet that monster has already recovered. Damn, its resistance to status effects is way too strong. No choice, we have to keep attacking until it's down. Floraland shouted more, please distract it. Floraland is definitely preparing a big move, alright. I have to buy her some time to finish casting. While Ian focused on distracting the monster, it used all its strength to attack him. He planned to dodge, but if he dodged, Floraland would get hit. The whole plan would fail, since she can't move while casting. He told her not to stop casting. I'll try to block the attack. Ian summoned Pudgy to shield him. Pudgy's natural ability, the Lord of Water, was activated. Pudgy absorbed the water cannon from the giant Phelan, and Ian recovered 749 health. Ian is still holding on. Good, it's working. Pudgy's innate power had never been used before, but now it's effective. The time has come right now. Everyone attack together. Limong used Bloodthirsty. The tomb of Hero Phelan has been conquered. Never thought that by teaming up once, we could take it down. Time limit 50 minutes. Completion time 31 minutes 29 seconds. Achieved rank or experience reward 22. 52,000 gold reward 142.5 and 14 gold. You will be listed in the Fallen Heroes Hall of Fame for conquering the Fallen Heroes tomb 8 times. With the highest score, you will be listed in the Dungeon Hall of Fame, ranked number 1 until you drop in rank. You will receive 3,000 reputation points every day. Everything is temporarily settled. Jean's song is relaxing, eating chicken and watching TV with Yoon. Wait, this news is important. The reporter is about to explain the territory war rules on TV. The hosts are reporters Lucia and Hen. We are at the Ganda battlefield, and most of you already know. This is where the guild wars take place. Today the first territory war will happen here. That's why we're here to explain things more clearly. The Ganda battlefield is an enclosed, protected area, a high-level zone that doesn't even appear on the map. When the guild war is triggered, all guild members participating in the battle will be transferred to the Ganda battlefield. Even players not involved in the guilds can become spectators inside the Ganda battlefield by spending coins. So, before we start broadcasting the Korean server war between the top guild, Dazuna, and Guild 4 Olin, let's learn more about the territory war rules. Yoo Hyun, thinks we should listen carefully to this, and have Jin Sung take notes. On all the territory war rules, you have to fight to seize the opponent. Guild's territory. There are two types of territory war. One is the battlefield inside Ganda, similar to a regular guild war. The other is castle siege. The defending guild must protect their castle, and the attacking guild must capture it. Castle sieges take place in the protected battlefield, because it displays the corresponding guild's mansion, so the map will change, depending on the territory war match. All territory wars end when all members of a guild are eliminated, or when one side has more survivors. After 1 hour for the protected battlefield to win, the defending guild's crystal inside the castle must be destroyed. The attacking guild must win 3 matches in the protected battlefield for the map to switch to the Ganda battlefield, and if they win the 4th match, they can seize the territory. The defending guild must win 3 matches in either the protected or Ganda battlefield to defend their territory. Territory wars happen once every 24 hours, and the winning guild is listed in the protected fortress for a week. Each territory war match allows up to 30 players per side if the battle scales up to a national level. The maximum number of players increases to 100, with unlimited NPC participants. A player can only participate in 2 matches per territory war against the opposing guild. Reading all these rules makes your head spin. This is way more complicated than a normal guild war, with consequences even bigger than losing guild reputation and dropping a few ranks, probably because it involves territory right. The most important rule is that a player can only join 2 matches against the opposing guild to prevent one strong player from carrying the entire guild to victory. That means, even if Ian can defeat another guild alone in battle, he still can't win by himself. I see you two keep worrying and forgot to eat. Ian just hinted the food's about to get cold. Thinking about it in territory wars, the skills of guild members are important, but NPCs are just as crucial. The maximum number of NPCs Ian can register as servants is 20, because he is a baron also. So if a servant NPC dies, they only respawn after a week. Got it? So there's no reason to delay registering servant NPCs anymore. On the Lim Long side, Celine especially praised him. It seems we easily conquered this place thanks to you. Lim Long was cold but humble, replying with just 2 words. Not at all. Then she started wondering, but why haven't you joined any guild yet? With your skills, Lim Long, you could join even the highest level guilds. Aren't you ranked first in the assassin class category? Lim Long's reason was simple, because I really like playing solo. Taking the opportunity, Celine promoted her guild. If you think about joining, why not join us? Guild C is in the top 10, though currently ranked 13, but they have reached rank 8 before. What do you think? Wanna join? Lim Long crossed his arms and answered with a very serious look. I don't think I want to join any guild yet, but if I do, I'll let you know first. Celine. She heard this and felt a little hopeful. You promise, right? See you turning away. He felt the time to join a guild was near, but if he joined a big guild, he'd just be seen as disposable. He didn't want that. He wanted to save his skills, to have enough authority in a guild. In front of Lim Long now was the Hall of Fame. The player rankings. He was curious if he should check who had the highest score. Rank 1 Challenger Ian. Guild Lotus Floraland. From Guild Lotus level 6. 31 minutes 21 seconds. Grade A. Rank 2. Challenger Samit and Team. Guild Dazuna level 6. 34 minutes 49 seconds. Grade A. Rank 3 Challenger Giant from Guild Dazuna. And Makam Guild Titan level 6. 34 minutes 52 seconds. Seeing the results, he was just as surprised. The Fallen Dungeon can be conquered in half an hour. Who came after these guys? Guild Lotus rank 1 and 2 are 3 minutes apart. The Dazuna Guild and the Titan Guild are always competing for first and second place. But I've never even heard of the Lotus Guild before. But I'm sure I've seen the name Ian somewhere before. Suddenly remembered, turns out he's the guy I met in the rookie tournament finals. But shouldn't he be level 100 to rank first? Is the player level in Floraland around 1 and 12? Or something even so? My pride still took a hit, seeing the loser sitting higher on the leaderboard. Jealousy started to rise. I can't just sit here doing nothing. That morning, Jin Sung casually walked around in broad daylight. The professor happened to see him and asked, "Why are you here today? The Lord himself coming here." What an honor. It had been a while since they last met. He especially asked if the professor's breeding facility had stabilized yet. The professor proudly answered, of course, since the Summoner Guild hasn't been around long. It seems there are a lot of summoners in the area, meaning lots of customers. Ian thought we didn't have any player customers at all. Oh professor, have any NPC summoners stopped by? You have to register them as NPC underlings. But they told me they might have come from the Summoner Guild. Oh, if you mean that cute girl, she's over there, and Kuei-ban is making her leave our spot over there. Jin Song looked surprised. A cute girl. Ah, thanks professor. See you later, he thought to himself. Could that NPC lady have a quest? She often stops by the breeding facility and seems to be a pretty NPC. Wait, the professor forgot something. Heron asked me to contact her when Jin Sung arrived. He sent a message to Heron. Jin Sung just arrived at the breeding facility. Ask him what he's doing there. Then he replied, in a way that would make any girl jealous. Talking to a cute girl over there. After everything was settled, the professor realized he had made a huge mistake, but figured it wasn't really his problem. Jin Song just kept watching that cute girl without saying a word. First he had to check what kind of NPC she was. Syria level 108 summoner class. A civilian with attack ability. Human personality. Lively 8 unknown innate profession talent. Her natural ability is healing. Summoned beasts can use up to 20 of spirit mana to heal 60 for summoned beasts. With a 5-minute cooldown, the spirits protection can increase the combat ability of all allied beasts within 20 meters by 5. But her passive skill, summoned beast cloning, can clone one of the allied summoned beasts participating in battle. The cloned summoned beast has 50 of the original's combat ability and lasts for 30 minutes. Even if the time limit hasn't reached 30 minutes, it will disappear once its health drops to 0. With a 20-minute cooldown, she is a 1 million apprentice summoner, quite talented with an energetic and bright personality. Jin Song really likes people like her. I won't find an NPC this good anywhere else. After learning quite a bit about the girl, he slowly started a conversation. Hello Syria, we've met once before, right? She stopped playing and answered him. Sorry my lord, I didn't know you were here. Jin Song wasn't the petty type. It's okay, no problem. Actually, I came to see you about something, and since we're a man and a woman standing here chatting, I figured Syria might feel a little shy. He carefully took something out from his coat. I can register her as an NPC subordinate by giving her my seal of authority. Will you accept this? I hope you can help me move forward. Hearing this, Syria's eyes widened happily. You want me to help you? You have proposed summoning apprentice summoner Syria as your subordinate. You think I can be of help to you? Lord Jin Song trusts his judgment in people, because he already knows her abilities well. Of course, that's why I asked her to do this. Her eyes sparkled with joy. I gladly accept. You have summoned apprentice summoner Syria as your subordinate. The current number of subordinates for player Ian is 1 out of 20. Syria's talent level is hero rank, with rare profession skills. If you dismiss subordinate Syria, you will lose 17,000 reputation points. If your reputation falls to 0, you will be considered infamous. They happily cooperated. Thank you for your help, Syria. You too, my lord. Everything seems to be settled smoothly. He reminded her to keep leveling up. At the same time, Jin Sung suddenly felt a dangerous aura behind him. What's this? Why do I suddenly feel chills? It turned out to be Jin Sung's presence. The voice ringing in his ear sounded really scary. Dad asked him, who's that girl? You two seem close, you two even holding hands. Jin Sung stammered, trembling. That's her. She's an NPC I took as a subordinate. An NPC summoner. We just shook hands. Just a handshake. It was a greeting. Hearing this, Heron calmed down, but still felt uneasy inside. Why does the very first NPC subordinate have to be such a cute young girl? Jin Sung could only force a smile and say, he didn't know, though it took some time. Luckily, he managed to calm her down. Jin Sung spotted the space witch zipper. She must be someone of an extremely high rank. But since she's an NPC, can I register her as a subordinate? He was confused about how to persuade her. He kept thinking it wouldn't work, then changed his mind again. What's there to lose by just asking? When he met her, she spoke comfortably. Long time no see, but I've heard about you becoming a baron. He didn't know why she knew that, So he asked her, where did you hear that? I have some connections with the royal palace of the Libuko kingdom. Pretty wide connections at first. Jin Song just listened casually, but suddenly he was surprised. What? How could Zipper have connections with the royal palace? Could it be we've been talking for a while? She suddenly remembered she hadn't made tea for her guest. Please wait a moment, taking the chance. He opened her info window. Zipper's level was still unclear. Her profession was Space Witch. She was human, curious personality. Talent level unknown, normal status. Has attack ability, innate ability unknown. A Space Witch, continuing the legends. Now Jin Song started to make guesses. Could she be equal in rank to that freak? Helen, an account higher status than a baron like me. Then she probably can't be a subordinate, with a rank higher than mine. He pretended to ask for more info. Zipper, are you also a noble of the Libuko kingdom? Just as he thought, the previous king granted her the title of count. Since then, she occasionally helps the royal palace's witches. Now Jin Sung knew his place. He had no choice but to cry inside. Too bad, I guess I'll get a higher title first. Then try again later, the first thing said. As soon as the protection period ends, they requested a territory war. Yuan's face looked tired. Reply. Can't be avoided considering guild ranks. Our territory is much higher level, so the other guilds craving it is understandable. Our guild has gotten stronger. This will be a castle battle, so no need to worry too much. The opposing police guild's rank isn't much different from ours, because 70 of territory wars are guilds, successfully defending their territory. By the way, Yuyun asked, does anyone have any useful info about the polycyst guild? Actually, Kabulabita has quite a bit. He eagerly volunteered. A friend of mine used to be in the polycyst guild. Unlike us, they seem to constantly change members. Besides the guild leader and vice leader, they also often swap out the executive members. They have about 200 members in the guild, but only 10 of them are founding members. Providing that much info made him proud. See, I know a lot, right? Flora Land knocked on his head. How does bragging help us beat them? But from that info, it means they're constantly recruiting new members, which means they don't have much experience fighting together based on the team and skills. A few executive members are very strong, but the other members aren't. Kabuli agrees with that, just doesn't know how to put it. Seems like they give a lot of gold to people who join the guild. Hyun joked then. Maybe this battle will be easier to win than we thought. But Jin Sung disagreed. That doesn't mean they'll be easy to defeat, because they're at diamond rank. I'm sure of it. The key members have extremely outstanding combat abilities. Looking at recent territory wars, most defending guilds give up fights in the brave battlefield. Instead, they focus their strength on the protection battlefield. We probably need to use a similar strategy. Yuri Hyun opened the rulebook and read, the attacking guild must win 3 battles on the protection battlefield for the map to switch to the brave battlefield. If they win the 4th battle, they can take over the territory. The defending guild must win 3 battles in either the protection or brave battlefield to defend their territory. This is the classic and least risky strategy, because we only need to win 3 matches. Besides that, Jin Sung also has a pretty good idea. We could go against the classic strategy, saying that he immediately did it, startling everyone. The only member participating in the first territory battle is Ian. They nervously asked for clarification. You plan to fight alone in the first round. Isn't that too much? All the NPCs will fight with me. It's fine. Mentioning NPCs made Heron both sad and worried. The police guild will think we're giving up on the brave battlefield, so we'll use the minimum number of fighters. That's what we'll use to fight against them. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll win 2 battles. To get to the brave battlefield, Ian and his NPC allies had been here a while ago. I just joined the brave battlefield. Syria level 110,000. 1000 healer hero Sirius. Level 109 unique level wizard Tempest. Level 114 regular level priest Alton. Level 110 rare level warrior Malam. Level 107 rare warrior Ian. Must control both summoned beasts and supporting NPCs, so his control level needs to be extremely high. The guild battle will start in 30 seconds. His opponents didn't expect him to show up. Without hiding his rank, the levels I've seen before. No one's over 100. The max level is about 95. There are definitely some strong members among those hiding stats, but I'm the only player on this side, so they'll definitely underestimate me. They already spoke with a condescending tone. Luckily I was right. C didn't expect the Lotus Guild heir to clearly give up on the brave battlefield. Like that, I really want to rush over there now. The last move is mine. Don't even think about stealing it. Flora Land guest. The average level in Police Guild is about 90. Looking at their gear, most are low level, even those hiding stats, but there are more than expected, so I don't know if Ian can handle them alone. After all, Yuyun still trusts him a lot. Time is slowly counting down from the 5th second to the last. He closes his eyes calmly. Just treat this like a monster farming run. The match officially starts. Ian summons his beasts first, but forgets the Earth Shield, which is the best defense. Ian had calculated carefully long ago, so he just follows the plan. Got it, just follow my orders. The opposing side panicked when they learned Ian is a 1,000 level healer. Right when the battle was at its messiest, Ian summoned the Earth. This was the first time they saw this monster. Then it used the Abyss skill, making them lose control and fall freely. Their bodies felt unbelievably heavy. The two leaders stood frozen. What the hell, what's this slow effect? Ian's pack of beasts charged together. Now everyone attack. Rake used a breath skill to make them stagger. Eyes wide open. What the hell, just one hit and I lost half my HP. Damn it, this is a trap. Meanwhile, Finn is about to crush their innate abilities. Finn's summoned beast crushing skill has been activated. They can only scream for help now, because they can't win even if they fight unbelievable. Their attack power is insanely strong. What's going on? What are these monsters? They never told us anything about this. Fall back. Those with a long-range attacks hit the Ice Golem first. We need to hold it back. All power should focus on the Earth Guardian. It's time for Ian to start worrying a bit. Damn it, the Earth Guardian's health has dropped by half, but its defense is still impressive. I knew this would happen. Now is the right moment. Syria, step out and do as I instructed. Syria has used a healing summon to restore 60 of the Earth Guardian's health. They won't let them off the hook at all. We worked hard to reduce its health, and they've already restored it. Malone is about to collapse in a corner of the house. Ian is also executing his technique. Consider this a welcome gift. He strikes a powerful blow towards him, strong enough to take him down on the spot. His magic sphere. It hits directly and deals 720 damage to Lucan. You successfully restored 5 spirit spells. By hitting them, you receive 3.7 contribution to the battle. But Ian never intended to hit that idiot Lucan. Suddenly his entire body emits a purple light. Confuses him as well. Isn't this an attack? What is this? I've never seen anything like it. It doesn't affect the battle, so it's not important, but it should spread from left to right. He yells to warn his teammates, surround the enemy. I gave them this order before the battle. It might end faster than I thought. Now Ian notices that idiot Milan is also here. Immediately call Finn to attack from behind. He tries to use an arrow storm, but it doesn't do anything against Finn's current summoning ability, although Finn has taken wind attribute damage. That's not where it ends. His innate wind guard ability has been activated. FIM's attacks gain an additional 30 effectiveness for the next 3 minutes. Those watching the battle from outside are very excited. The number 1 summoner. It really is something different. He really is skilled. Soon all members of the Polyzid Guild will be dead. You have contributed 100 to this battle. Corresponding to your participation, you receive 63,500 fame. In the first battle of the Ganda battlefield, the Lotus Guild defeats the Polyzid Guild. Night has fallen still at the round table, with 6 faces discussing matters. Kabuli is a fan of Ian. You're really good. The Earth Guardian won all by itself. Seriously, I didn't expect much. But basically you're just playing with them. Ian laughs and says, what did I say? I told you to trust me. The atmosphere suddenly becomes quieter when Kabuli asks, but you know what? We only lost 5 squads the entire match. Almost no losses at all. Ian carried them through the first match. After that, they practically had the win in their hands, so they felt a lot more relieved. Floralin checked on his fighting spirit. Like Ian said, you also think we can win the second match, right? He still insists it's true, because they had to deploy all their elite forces before the second match, so they won't be able to quickly make up their strength anymore. The second match will also be an easy win. But according to Ian, it's not. Like I just said, the second match won't be as easy to win as the first one. Ian looked up with passionate eyes. And back then, they saw me fighting alone and underestimated me a lot. That's why we won so easily. But I'm sure from this round on, they'll have more cautious strategies. Heron asked, thinking more negatively. So you might lose this round, but no matter what, you won't lose this time. I'll crush them. This win just won't be easy. But that doesn't mean I can't win. The next morning they went to school. Jin Sung stretched and yawned with Yuyun. I thought I was gonna fall asleep in class. Even more surprising, Ian actually paid attention in class once. Actually, everything has a reason. Professor Jin Guk said if I kept sleeping in class, he'd make me retake the classes I was allowed to skip. He also knows full well we're crazy busy with the territory battles, so of course there's a valid reason. But Jin Sung, are you sure we can quit the territory battles after the third match tomorrow? I guarantee that just let them win in the end. It only benefits us. If an opposing guild uses all their elite forces in the early matches, they'll have nothing left by match 3 and will win. Sounds like a brilliant strategy. Jin Sung wants to participate more in these territory battles, but they only allow each player to fight in 2 matches. I'm already getting torn apart by him. I'm about to die. Guess it'll take 24 hours to respond, but I still have to evolve Lai. Luckily Lai appeared just in time to save me from death. That was a close call, even though Lai risks it all. I can't bring myself to cancel the summon right away. Oddly, this command can't be cancelled. This has never happened before. Lai's remaining HP is gone. I'm frustrated but can't do anything. Why can't I cancel the command? But why isn't there a notification that Lai died? Turns out Ludhin's hidden skill unlocked. Jin Song's eyes widened seeing Lai in evolution stance. He felt hopeful. If this keeps up, there's still a chance. Jin Sung suddenly realized that Over was in OT mode. During evolution, Jin Sung saw Over mumbling something. Turns out it can talk. Lai finished evolving. It replied, I'm not Charlotte. Jin Sung was shocked to see Lai talking, plus walking on 2 legs. Oval said, if not then just die. It lunged to attack Lai. The two fought, but Lai had the advantage. Lai gave Oval a slap. Oval returned the favor. Then Jin Sung sobered up. Seeing Lai still couldn't fight properly, he ordered Hallie and Finn to quickly help Lai. Hallie hit Over once Finn supported. Jin Song sighed because things still weren't good. Even though Lai evolved, it still couldn't win. Why did Lai start getting bloodthirsty? Using blood transformation, Lai's life force drops but its power stats increase. Blood transformation lasts for 5 minutes. Jin Song was stunned seeing Lai fight like that. Lai kept attacking Oval. Finally, Oval had to fall. Jin Song gained over 1,000 experience points, received the Great Sword and Oval's soul. Oval's soul appeared one last time, thanking them for freeing it, letting it escape its bonds. Jin Sung smiled on the outside. Inside, he silently calculated Lai had evolved. I wonder what reward it got. Over suddenly spoke. Jin Sung must have gotten an item from Charlotte's blood. He'll give you an item from the Dark Clan. Jin Sung thought confusedly. Over just pointed to the sky. Jin Sung was startled, seeing Lunatic on Oval and the other side. It's been 100 years since they last saw it. So nostalgic it has been trapped in darkness too long. Under Jin Sung's curiosity, Oval explained, it's the power of the moon buried underground. 3 stars descended to the ground. Lai quickly absorbed items. Lordian, Dayton and Lunatican. The light made Jin Sung close his eyes. When he opened them, Larry Banner had evolved into Sovereign Banner. This was the first time Jin Sung received a primal beast summon. Jin Sung had a hunch if this was the original form. Does that mean Lai has evolved to the highest level? It had reached level 120. Now Jin Sung couldn't even swallow. Stunned by Lai's peak power, Over slowly disappeared. His role was over. When the mission was complete, Jin Sung gained nearly 30,000 experience points and almost 300,000 gold. He shouted with joy. This mission was definitely worth it.
Lai congratuló Jin Sung.
He turned to Lai and asked, so now you can talk right. Hearing the answer, Jin Sung patted Lai's head. He praised him for beating over, and now being able to talk too. Well done, Lai's tail wagged, showing how excited he was to be praised. Now they headed to Akio. There might be the next mission there. Upon arrival, Akio clapped in praise. When Jin Sung's summoned beast was the king of wolves. But she also had something she wanted to ask Jin Sung. He guessed right away she would give Jin Sung a very important document from the empire, asking him to deliver it to the emperor of the empire. Jin Sung agreed without hesitation and set off, even though he could go to the palace right now. But it was quite far and he wanted to hunt with Lai, who had evolved, so they went to the dungeon first. Hyun contacted him, sent him a link, saying it was a large-scale upgrade celebration event, telling him to check that out quickly. Jin Sung was suspicious, but clicked on the mission request. Upload a fight video from the dungeon to the event bulletin board, and you'll get rewards based on the conditions. If it's the new type of simulation tech, it might increase the synchronization rate by another 2. Jin Sung told Hyun to gather all guild members quickly. He felt there was still time, so no need to rush. Jin Sung said they had to practice. Staying up all night might still not be enough. He set off with Lai, guessing they'd be busy later on. At an office, Mina read the news and saw everyone saying Poland was the easiest with a 15-minute video attached. She thought even though she was over level 100, she still couldn't clear the 3 dungeon floors. In the 50-minute time limit, she clicked to watch but accidentally left the sound on. So her co-workers gathered around and asked Mina, "You play Kilian 2, what level are you at?" Mina almost fainted, but luckily they noticed the video on her computer. They couldn't believe someone could clear the Poland dungeon in just 15 minutes. They all watched the whole video and reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. But what caught everyone's attention the most was the summoner in the video. Someone looked familiar. Turns out it was the guy who always slept at the back of the class. Jin Sung at the Federal Development Department. The four-eyed girl asked the Two-Bangs boy again, is he planning to review these video clips? He invited her to watch together, because this player is absolutely crazy. The four-eyed girl asked if it was video number 1. On the screen, Jin Sung was ordering FIM to use the curse to shatter and wipe out a group of skeleton soldiers. The four-eyed girl watched closely and said, is that an area attack? He wiped out the whole first wave with just one move. How could that be? The Two-Bangs boy explained that area attacks have a long cooldown. What's next? We just see Jin Sung summoning Lai. The four-eyed girl's mouth dropped open when she realized it was the ultimate, final form of the wolf. Lai's spit attack cut through the skeleton soldiers, wiping out the entire second wave. Directly under the increasingly intense gaze of the four-eyed girl, Jin Sung ordered to freeze everything immediately, because as long as the gate remains open, it would still be unbeatable. Florin immediately followed the order. The freeze only lasts for 2 seconds. The boss was frozen from the waist down. Lai kicked a few basic moves and sent the boss straight to the afterlife. The four-eyed girl watched with bright eyes, happily pounding the table so hard that the Two-Bangs boy's hands started bleeding from the impact. She wondered if she should find their contact info. Maybe we should just send first-class rewards to them right away at home. Jin Sung nodded with satisfaction when he saw his group had the highest view count. He was still debating whether to play a bit more. Now Jin Sung decided to do a KO's mission. Deliver the documents. Jin Sung hesitated. He had to go to the royal palace, but didn't know what side quests would appear, so he figured he'd bring Syria along. If Syria had healed last time, Duke Day wouldn't have had to die. When he arrived, he immediately asked Syria if she wanted to come to the palace with him. She smiled brightly and said if it's with Jin Sung, she'd go anywhere. Jin Sung felt happy, but also worried when he noticed Heron wasn't around, so he let out a sigh of relief. Jin Sung brought the documents to Emperor Celsius. The emperor asked if Jin Sung knew the Paken archipelago. Jin Sung honestly said he wasn't sure. The emperor said that, even if Jin Sung was an excellent explorer, he probably hadn't been to the enemy kingdom yet. Jin Sung broke into a sweat when he learned it was the Cayman Kingdom. The emperor said, the Paken archipelago consists of 18 small islands. On one of those islands is Paken Prison, a prison of the Cayman Empire. It's where the empire's war prisoners are held. He wants Jin Sung to bring them back. Among them, Jin Sung must rescue a swordsman named Kasa, because he's the strongest strongest swordsman of the Lucian Kingdom. Emperor Celsius received a prophecy that the black mist of Calabash Valley would dissipate, and then the battle between the two empires would resume. So he wants the prisoners freed before that happens. Swordsman Kasa is the key figure who will decide the victory. Jin Song was surprised to learn he would earn contribution points to the royal family upon completing the mission. This was the first time he'd seen a reward like that. Jin Song agreed to take it, but Pakan prison is very hard to find, because no one knows which island it's on. Even if found, it's heavily guarded and the layout is complex, so it won't be easy. Jin Song is the only person Celius trusts to handle this. Jin Song's brain works a bit faster than normal people's. When he saw the word difficult, the next thing he thought about was excitement. The emperor continued. In 10 days, the Kelabast fog will disappear, and then the battle with the Kaiman Empire will continue. Jin Song needs to bring them back before then. He recalled that 10 days later was also when the new update would be released. Celius would support Jin Song with 3 sailboats, and the night Pauline hoping he would return safely. On the way to Pakan, Jin Song felt so seasick. He was about to throw up green bile. He was pissed thinking he was seasick again. Why does this damn game have to be so detailed? Pudgy shook his head, acting like his owner was such a loser. Even though Jin Sung was about to die, he still threatened Pudgy. Pudgy staying alert because he just summoned it. Wait a bit longer and you'll see it argue back. But it won't get seasick, Jin Sung said. We'll see a little later. Each one threw up as much as the other. Jin Sung and Pudgy. Pudgy seemed to be competing over who could puke more. By evening, both master and pet were completely exhausted. Then they got shocking news. From here on, Jin Sung would have to go alone. Pauline corrected him, not alone. But the infiltration boat only holds 5 people. Jin Sung quickly chose Syria, Pauline himself and Captain Jolin. But Jolin immediately refused. Jin Sung directly asked who's the strongest here, setting foot on the island.
Jin Sung
thanked Finn and Jack for helping them find the place easily. He didn't expect it to be hidden in a place like this. Jin Sung peeked inside and nearly pissed his pants. Seeing so many guards everywhere, he negotiated with Pauline about whether to go straight in. If things went chaotic, it would be easier to escape. Also, should they spare one enemy to act as a guide? Pauline said, leave that to me. He charged straight in with his strength and quickly got surrounded. With just a few sword moves, he took out all the guards, contrasting his fierce fighting style. Pauline smiled warmly, like the nice older brother next door, inviting everyone inside. Pudgy was totally shocked, and Jin Sung couldn't help but admire Emperor Celius's tricky scheming, though Pauline had refused it. Seeing the tragic scene before him, Jin Sung said in pain, I told you to wait for one guy. Pauline replied with some guilt, it's because they were too weak. Jin Sung didn't care and walked straight ahead. Countless forks in this path appeared, making Jin Sung dizzy. In the room where Kasa was imprisoned, Leizone walked in and teased, Kasa's been locked up here for over 15 years now. Surely, the people in Luzaban have forgotten all about Kasa. He continued, not long ago there was a prophecy that the fog covering the Kalibos Valley would gradually disappear. If he and Kasa joined forces, they might even unite the whole continent. Colonel Kasa laughed at that and said, even though I'm not in Luzon now, Halim and Zipper are still here. You coward loom, getting close to us would be tough. Angry, he punched Kasa straight in the face and shouted, do you still delude yourself into thinking you're the Empire's strongest swordsman? You'll rot in this prison until you become food for the rats. Elsewhere, Syria saw the countless pads and worriedly asked Jin Song, what should we do now? Jin Song confidently said, you already have a plan, just trust me. He put Pudgy down, surprising it, and ordered it to quickly find people. After a while, Jin Sung praised it found so many people. It really is a genius, although they might not be the prisoners Jin Sung was looking for. The soldiers in front of him were from Pashtun. Pauline switched to serious mode and told Jin Sung, these guys are way stronger than those bastards earlier. It'll be tough for you to handle them alone. Hearing that, Jin Sung summoned Like and Jack. A few minutes later, they had sent them all to hell. Looking up, Jin Sung saw that the many paths had now divided into 3. Jin Sung picked up Pudgy, Pudgy and pleaded with it to find the right prisoner. With its innocent face, it found another bunch of soldiers. After 5 tries, even Jin Sung was getting frustrated. Bolin sighed and said this is really endless repetition. And the deeper we go, the stronger these soldiers get. Suddenly Pudgy pointed up at the wall, and Jin Sung noticed that only around that area were trees growing. Jin Sung got suspicious and told everyone he would check it out. He told Like and Jack to stay behind and hold the line. Jin Sung rode his flying board into the air and saw exactly what he expected. Landing on a hole, he ordered FIM. When I get down there, sweep through the area. I'll attack from below, you attack from above. FIM asked how Jin Sung planned to get down there himself, and he said don't worry, then used highlight immediately. The guards raised the alarm about an intruder.
Fim ataque das instructed.
While Jin Sung used fireballs, and together they wiped out all the soldiers. The wall collapsed, revealing someone imprisoned inside. A strange voice echoed. It seemed like Jin Sung was a player from the kingdom of Luzabon, but had found every way to get here. Are you hunting for something? Jin Sung forced a smile and asked Seo-John, whose identity he didn't know what he was looking for. How did you guess they're from the Kaiman Empire? Already, if a fight breaks out, it'll be a headache, the mysterious person replied. So what if that's true? Jin Sung tried to ease the tension, saying, what if we just finish our own business without fighting? Charging in and fighting recklessly isn't a good idea. The stranger nodded, seeing the logic. But now he really wanted to heat things up a bit. He launched the attack first. Jin Sung's head hurt from how things turned out, so he had to defeat them quickly. Hallie was ordered to use the wind guard.
Yin Sung Gu X.
The opponent was probably at the warrior level, so he'd have to win with agility. He realized Jin Sung was a 1,000,000 healer, capable of using Hulk on as a companion. Then he kept attacking. His slashes shattered the wall like tofu.
Terrifying Yin Sung.
Just one hit from them could ruin your whole life. You need to end this fight before the wind guard's effect runs out. In 2 minutes, you and Hallie combined attacks, successfully injuring him and weakening his power. Jin Sung frowned when the system showed the player's name as unknown, but just called him an empty ghost. This bastard isn't a real body. Susan has cloned himself 5 times. He praised your East attack, West strike strategy as impressive, but let him show you a few things. The whole group attacked at once. Jin Sung broke into a sweat. If he got hit by this move, it would be all over. Jin Sung quickly rode his flying board into the air to dodge the attack. Seeing that power made him swallow hard. The destruction range was terrifying. If it weren't for the board, he definitely would have taken the hit, but a skill that's strong needs a long cooldown. Taking advantage while Hallie dealt with him, Jin Sung attacked with a mana orb. After that move, Sejong was seriously injured, and his power dropped to critical. He blocked the attack but had to admit, a 1,000,000 healer could be this strong. It was scary still. He was inexperienced, so John had finished his hunt. So he said, see you next time. See, Jin completely disappeared, leaving Jin Sung puzzled. Why did he even provoke you at the start? Who knows, the guy's clearly handsome, but definitely crazy. You also have to go find too. Yet just glanced over at Kasa, and Jin Sung's team froze. Not knowing when he started watching, Kasa called Jin Sung kid, saying there's not much time left, so hurry and get him the key to unlock the other side. Jin Sung saw with his own eyes as he unlocked the handcuffs with bare hands. Kasa rubbed his hands and said, from now on just leave everything to him. Please lend him a sword. Before Jin Sung could ask why, Lizong and his soldiers rushed in. Kasa quickly grabbed the sword, the countdown timer ticking down until time ran out. Then, the iron lock popped open with a splash of red liquid. You then guided everyone to escape from prison quickly. Go straight south, and you'll see the galleon ship waiting there. The group silently thanked heaven that the king hadn't forgotten them. Seeing the mission nearing completion, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, you had already sent the ship notification beforehand. Suddenly a notification popped up, leaving you confused. The message clearly showed an unexpected event. The mission, to stop the Kaisan Empire's reinforcements fleet. Time remaining 12 minutes. Looking at the main screen, the approaching army was as numerous as the Mongol horde, making you even more puzzled. Clearly the group arrived quietly. So how did they find out? But now is not the time to hesitate. You have to act quickly. Why are you moving like a snail? You started doubting. Who's the subordinate and who's the boss? At the same time, Kaisen's troops landed fiercely storming the island, led by a cocky red-haired guy. He was quite surprised by the unexpected welcome. On this island, the powerful Kaiser army stared down his troops, like they wanted to tear them apart. Seeing your arrival, he had already guessed. It really is too late, dead late, finishing his sentence. Do swung his sword fiercely in a circle, tearing the air after sealing the area. He stabbed his sword into the ground, releasing a bright smoke that scared the stunned soldiers, making their jaws drop. His eyes filled with gunpowder scent, warned the Cayman troops, if you dare cross this line, all of you will die. Hearing this, the guy burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? How can you do anything against such a huge army? The fierce and valiant army faced off against Kaiser's men, and he shouted the attack order. Crush Lucifer's people. Seeing the enemy ready to fight the land full of blood, without hesitation he kicked a deadly strike, straight at the frozen soldiers, helping to wipe out a part of the not-so-weak Do. He jumped high, slashing hundreds of times at the Cayman troops, making them scream in hopeless pain. Witnessing this scene, it scared you so much that even the 7 gods stiffened up, thanks to his mastery of the sword. Within moments and Kaiser's help, you kept completing the prisoner rescue mission. Not only that, but it also got upgraded. Makes you feel like it was worth it. After a long fight, Ian was completely exhausted. He was hesitating whether to log off or not. Then a new notification popped up. Prisoner of war rescue mission, requiring prisoners to be taken aboard the ship. Must be completed within 1 day. So he had to keep playing. At sea right now, countless troop ships are moving in groups on the map. The battle was raging fiercely. Both he and Lai had to brace themselves and fight against the enemies. With Lai's appearance, the chat exploded. Everyone was surprised by the scale of the battle and Lai's unbelievable skills. Ian was now so tired from all the minions attacking him. He couldn't avoid it anymore. Just as he mentioned Chow Chow, Chow Chow appeared. He had to fend off attacks while trying not to get exhausted. Right then, good news arrived. Lucifer's naval reinforcements had arrived. Watching the fleet charge ahead, like war horses on the sea, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing those damn Cayman were about to retreat, he kept receiving tons of mission rewards. The system announced, attention all players. A short maintenance break will happen soon. Players are requested to log out quickly. Finally, he could get a good rest. After saying that, he turned off the game and laid neatly on the armchair, ready to drift into a good sleep. At the same time, someone rang his doorbell, but it seemed like he was sleeping peacefully, so he didn't respond. Seeing that, the person outside got anxious. Obviously someone was home. Thinking he might be busy, she decided to enter by entering the password herself. At the same time, the system announced new mystery update. PK disabled and reclaim 6 central locations. Not long ago, the appearance of Kailan's sleep box moved him to tears. He never expected his close friend to be so useful. At times like this, making him thank him repeatedly. She felt pretty jealous of his good luck, because even in the old version, she didn't have one. Hearing that the beauty didn't have a login room yet, Jin Sung's flirtatious nature kicked in, and he insisted on giving her his old login room. Hearing that his friend was stunned, just by selling the old login room, he could have made at least 1 million gold. Could it be that my friend really lost to Jin Sung? She saw that he genuinely wanted to gift it to her, and her heart flared up. Even though she was addicted, she still hesitated and kept refusing. She didn't want to buy it, only because her dad didn't like it. Jin Sung thought for a moment, and suggested selling the room, which made her hesitate a bit. Then Edith asked if he could keep it, so she could drop by to visit. Hearing the goddess in his heart say she wanted to visit his place regularly, made his long-term single heart start pounding. Needless to say, he agreed right away. But the love-filled atmosphere was suddenly crushed by orange-haired Yenkita. He reminded her to tell her dad about what she planned to do, and the result for orange-haired Kita was getting slammed against the wall by Jin Sung, frozen in place. After dealing with that pesky orange-haired guy, Jin Sung went back to sweet talk, promising to keep in touch with Ha Jin, bringing the pink love vibe back. Right now Ha-jin was peeking outside the door. She kept calling but got no answer. Thinking he was asleep, she boldly stepped inside to check. But the result was that he wasn't there, which scared her so much she looked all over panicking. After confirming he wasn't anywhere in the house, Ha-jin finally noticed the Kalen login room door was closed tight. Sure enough, when the door was opened, he was fast asleep inside like he was dead. She moved closer and whispered, "Why aren't you sleeping in bed? Why lie here? Don't you find it uncomfortable?" Before she could finish, his strong hand wrapped around her slim waist and pulled her into the login room to lie down together. His decisive move scared her and thrilled her. At the same time she doubted if he was really asleep, but seeing no reaction, his eyes tightly shut, definitely not faking, relaxed her guard. She slid closer, bringing their faces just a few centimeters apart, making her heart race wildly. Seeing him sleep so soundly, she didn't have the heart to wake him, so she stayed quiet. Ha-jin sacrificed herself to lie there a little longer. Then when he finally woke up, he found himself holding a small stuffed bunny, making him jump in surprise, wondering where the bunny came from. Just as he was utterly confused, he noticed a small box neatly placed on the table. Sure enough, the goddess was thoughtful to the very end. Before leaving, she left a note reminding him it's okay to play games, but don't forget to study. Plus, there was a beautifully arranged bento box. While eating, he figured he should probably go to school today. After finishing his meal, he reluctantly headed to school. He looked around, but still couldn't find Ha-jin anywhere. Just as he was about to call her, clumsy orange-haired Kaida rushed over and dragged him away without a word, leaving him baffled. Only when they reached the event center, hosting the sports tournament he was supposed to be in, though he never signed up, did he realize what was going on. Of course no one else but Cam had registered him. No sooner had he said that, than Jin Sung shot him a fiery glare. Only then did Jin Sung hurriedly apologize for not informing him. Just in time, the sports program was about to start, so he'd have to compete in the battle between the virtual reality technology department and the creative writing department. A guy from the creative writing department was looking around lost, clearly out of place. He took advantage of the opportunity to take him down, instantly defeating the opponent, including the clueless team captain, who also got kicked out of the server. The crowd watching the match kept gasping in awe at his skill. Among them some recognized Jin Sung as the guy from the event video. That's when everyone remembered he was the champion, which attracted a huge fan base. After a intense battle, the virtual reality technology department won the final victory, and the title of best player went to Jin Sung. As he casually walked down the stands, the crowd, recognizing him as Ian, swarmed him, begging for friend requests and autographs, scaring him so much he ran off without looking back. He struggled for a while, before finally escaping the fans' chase. Still confused about what was happening, his phone suddenly rang loudly, making him even more suspicious. The caller was Gilcard, a player. Someone had posted a video of him, single-handedly, taking on 30 of Gilcard's team members online. So Gilcard edited it a bit and uploaded it. Gilcard made quite a bit of money from it, so now he wanted to share some of the profits with him. He got curious about how much money he'd get. Gilcard didn't hold back, and said about 3,000 gold. 10, an impressive amount. Not bad at all for him. Plus, if he sent some more clips, Gilcard would edit and post them, and they'd split the profits again. That deal sounded pretty sweet, making money just by playing games. He was definitely looking forward to it. Just as he was about to hang up and leave, he got spotted hiding there. Once again he had to run for his life from the fans. At Sector 6 Central, the black hooded group was preparing to charge into a fight with their rivals. The guild ranked 1, Desert Lands, seemed a bit overconfident. At rank 2, Titan and his crew marched on steadily, unfazed by the harsh desert sun. At rank 3, Planner was also gearing up to head towards Sector 6 Central, but things definitely weren't as easy as they thought, so the whole group decided to spend some time observing. First at rank 4, What Lan, the confident leader, figured since other guilds had already cleared the way, all he had to do was follow. No extra effort needed. Finally, Lotus guilds. Ian and Kaiser were riding swiftly on Jiffin's Ridge. Luckily Kaiser knew the way, or it would have been tough. the mission notification appeared, requiring them to search for the Holy Grail. How the Jin and Saika, with the rule that they must arrive before the Kaiman Empire. If that's the case, then he had to be the first to find it. Then the two of them stopped at the gate of the Sika relic site and earned the title of the first people to arrive. It made him really excited, laughing so hard his face lit up, because a good start means a good finish. In the blink of an eye it was almost afternoon, and the sky changed color slightly, and the second team had also arrived. But when they stepped in, their courage hardened like steel. He was so angry he gritted his teeth and gums, cursing anyone who dared to get there before him. He swore he would kill that guy to feel satisfied. His murderous aura was so strong that even Ian could feel a chill down his spine. The afternoon sunlight grew even harsher. This made Bao Lam doubt Huni's sense of direction. But actually Huni himself didn't know which way to go. With excessive confidence, he believed that, as long as he followed the footprints of darkness, he'd reach the destination. That made the guy speechless at this arrogance. Suddenly a thick, black mist appeared right in the middle of the desert. He was surprised but also wanted to feel it out. Without hesitation Huni started chanting darkness. Do you crave me immediately? His body felt like a magnet, pulling all the thick black smoke toward him. Only when it all dissipated did he notice a deep purple orb with a rare, strange logo appearing in his empty hand. Meanwhile Jinsong was at the Saika historic relic site. Kaiser asked him skeptically. They would soon have to enter the tomb and face monsters, but could there really be someone inside? As he spoke he stared fixedly at the tightly shut gate. Kaiser's words made him very concerned. Clearly they were the first to arrive, so how could there be someone inside? Only when the gate slowly began to open did he stare in shock and disbelief at the person standing right in front of him. Ganchi Hoon. He didn't expect that he was exactly the person he was looking for. Recalling the time he was beaten by him so badly, he couldn't get up. His eyes reddened with bitterness. But it was also a strange coincidence. This was the moment he could settle old scores and new debts with Ian. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied and laugh uncontrollably. Seeing that, he felt a chill down his spine. Could this guy be crazy? Finally, he managed to stop laughing, because today he would show him what respect means. After saying that, he dashed forward like lightning. He kneeled down in front of him, admitting defeat. This made him so angry he could cry, but had no tears. His attack didn't even get close before being suppressed by his strength. He was forced to kneel and raise his hands. But looking back, he had to admit this guy really had gotten stronger. He really did seem quite familiar with this dungeon. Thinking that he called his name to threaten him, and Huni's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, you praised him as a pretty amazing guy, making him question life itself, wondering what glitch Ian had hit today. To make his words more convincing, you didn't hesitate to say, he was not only smart and good at catching monsters, but also skilled in dungeons. Truly amazing. Good job. So you were very happy to have him as your teammate. Not sure if he had any other desires. Not being recognized by his enemy, and even having to humble himself first, made him even prouder. You also mentioned that your main request was the Holder Gym crown. You obviously agreed happily, because you didn't even know what it was. But the rest had to be yours. He wasn't greedy either, since the crown was all he needed. Right after he spoke, Ian's eyes lit up like headlights, making Balam beside him sense trouble. About to warn him, but you cut in, urging to hurry and take down the dungeon boss. The whole group then stormed toward the large hole. Inside the ruins, Uni announced they had arrived, making you somewhat skeptical, and asking if this was the gate. Judging by his confident look, it probably really was. Without further ado, he placed a deep, purple orb into the black part of his eye, causing purple smoke to spread continuously. The gate then slowly shifted open wide. He seemed delighted, as the dark power resonated together, unleashing a surge of energy from behind. Ian and Ji-hoon couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Holy Grail and the crown right before them. At the same time, you asked if that guy's level was really 270, and Ji-hoon told you not to worry. Holder Jim was the ancient king of the giants. In the 6th Central Land, Holder Jim was a great king who ruled the 6th land peacefully, but near the end of his reign, he became a puppet of the immortal god, and spread the seed of darkness across the whole sixth central land. The immortal god needed to restore the crown, to regain his power, because Holder Jim's crown contained all the dark power he had accumulated over the years. Ganji Hun held the orb and shouted, "I've come to reclaim Holder Jim's power. I am Ganji Hun, heir of the immortal dark god, here to fulfill the 1,000-year-old contract." Following that, the GK Leighton monster roared in pain. His stats dropped by 40 for 10 minutes, and it was temporarily blinded. Ian happily praised "Good job, Han, but that's just a few basic moves from him." Ian ordered the team to defeat the boss as quickly as possible, so they could get what they wanted soon. Immediately, several Shike that day monsters charged together to surround Holder Jim, making it scream. But this time, the stamina of the that day live, and their film kept dropping, which Ian couldn't even imagine. Holder Jim was truly terrifyingly strong. Without Jihin, you would definitely be in danger. Even Kasa couldn't compare to him. Speaking of Kasa, you suddenly realized you didn't know where he had gone. You turned to see him lying around casually. Relaxed and skilled, you asked him, "Have you been here all this time?" Kasa closed his eyes and answered, "Yeah. Don't bother me with that monster." But you pleaded, "That monster is way too strong. Help us out." Kasa seized the chance to demand, "Unless he has the legendary armor, I won't help right now. I'm too tired of my own gear seeing this." You reluctantly agreed to his terms, but were unwilling, mumbling, "What a waste, I mean. Here it is, the legendary armor. You like it?" Kasa instantly perked up and didn't forget to thank you after he put it on. He was about to leave somewhere and told you, "I'll be back soon." Kasa swung his sword in one slash, splitting the face of Holder Jim in two, and the magical crown and grail clattered out. Holding it brought peace to your heart. This meant you had completed the mission. Jihoon was excitedly holding the crown. Then the system announced it was choosing the strongest person in the room. As the new owner, suddenly, it jumped straight toward Kasa and landed on his head. Jihoon's face turned darker than a pot bottom, cursing. "Damn it!" Kasa put on the crown and admired himself. "Oh, this crown really suits a handsome guy. See, I'm awesome." Huni was shocked, his eyes rolling back wildly. "If it weren't for how Jim's crown, I wouldn't have completed the hunt." That kid snapped strictly, "Hey, we never agreed on this from the start." Actually, Ian didn't expect things to turn out this way either. Huni's eyes were full of worry. "Damn it, what do we do now? It's obvious we're not strong enough to challenge that white-haired guy." There was still another way to complete the mission. This crown was simply a transfer tool for the immortal god to fully control How Jim. So if you stayed close to the crown's owner, for the next 100 days you could absorb the leaking dark aura through wooden copper coins. Things were looking up a bit, so Huni brightened considerably. "Really, thank goodness," Kasa said coldly, tilting his head and asking, "Really? Who said you could do that? Don't even think about coming near me." He frowned and said, "Honey, you're annoying." The kid wasn't willing. "How dare you say that to the Lord of Darkness? You'll inherit the power of the immortal god in the future. So disrespectful." It was exactly because of Huni's childish and arrogant attitude that Kasa hated him so much. Ian said softly, "Give him a chance, Lord Kasa. Why don't we help him just this once?" Ian whispered in his ear, "Otherwise, if Huni heard it, he'd jump up. See that he's such a pitiful kid. You can tell he's not normal just by the way he talks." After hearing your advice, Kasa is also considering if you agree to my offer. You have to become my subordinate. However, if you can become stronger than me, I will agree to give you your freedom back. If you really are the descendant of the immortal god, at least you should have that kind of courage, right? Huni got angry when he heard the order to become a subordinate. "This guy wants to insult me, but to gain power there's no other way. I will become strong enough to smash that white-haired guy to pieces." Though it feels a bit unfair for someone as proud as Huni. In the end he chose to agree, putting benefit first. At the Central Guild of the Great Six Titans, a fight was breaking out. Sun Long said, "It's unbelievable that Sakjon was the first one to arrive there. He wiped them all out, I'm sure." The Dark Luna Guild over there used binoculars and saw something. "Is that a historical relic? You found it already? Is that a dungeon?" Sakjan looked wide-eyed. "No, that is the war tower at the Central Land Guild base." Dak Luna, the guild leader, asked, "Has Solon found any clues about the Holy Grail yet?" His face always cold. "Yes. Guild leader, I found it according to the gathered intel. It's located in the central part of the historical relic. In Hao Jim's tomb. Li Rihan said lead 30 people and move out immediately. I will follow closely behind. But it's not over yet, guild leader. There's a bit of a problem. Someone entered that relic before us. But judging by their flag, it looks like they're from the Lusabo kingdom. Li Graham didn't expect anyone from Lusabo to get into the central area that quickly at this point. What's the best way to handle this? Go in fast, grab the Holy Grail as soon as possible. Or do we have another plan? But according to the guild leader, we don't have to rush like that. We can take our time. That means we just need to make sure we don't lose track of them. We'll strike the Lucy Bao people as soon as they come out with the Holy Grail in hand. Going in there, Ian thinks that besides the Holy Grail, everything else is useless. Well, at least I've completed the search. This tough quest means you now own Hao Jim's Holy Grail. You've completed the search objective, explored the Seeker Relic and reached production rank. You gained an extra 25,000 experience points for successfully completing the quest. A new search link path has just been established. Using Hojim's Holy Chalice. To occupy a holy water camp in Hojim's Chalice helps increase the base expansion rate in the 6D central area, and also shortens the camp occupation time. Use the Chalice's ability to take over a base without any tracking difficulty. The tracking conditions are unclear, with a time limit of 7 days. If you lose or the Chalice is stolen, the system will automatically count it as a failed tracking. If you want to get the Chalice back, please restart the tracking mission. He paused after reading. Wait a minute, if there are instructions like this, does that mean there might be other forces trying to steal the Chalice? Ian rested his chin on his hand thinking, then glanced over at Casa to assess the current situation. Even if we manage to take over the base, the Holy Chalice will still be stolen. Big Brother Casa won't listen to that. What bad luck if I lose this tracking mission. I still need to get stronger first. After thinking it through, Ian spoke up and told everyone to move out. Where did it go? Canceling Pudji's summon. But Pudji's close companion refuses to cancel. Cannot cancel the summon. He shouted its name to go find it. Turns out it was just wandering around. I kept smelling something really good. Then I accidentally followed it to a super high place. But I just needed to climb up there. I can do it. Turns out, that delicious smell came from blooming flowers. This sweet fragrance is irresistible. So good. Ian tried to cancel the summon, while Pudji was biting a flower petal. I still want to eat more, but canceling the summon was disabled, thanks to the power of the 100-year Rainbow Bridge. And then it fell head first in a big flop. It silently cursed Ian, its owner, as useless. Only took one bite, and he cancelled the summon right away. But thanks to the power of this herb, I'm still safe and sound. Suddenly a clone of Pudji appeared. Who the hell are you? Pudji freaked out and shouted. No way. Pudji suddenly recalled what Ian had said. But in the 6 northern lands there's a turtle named Pudji. Clearly he's the most handsome turtle in the world. But you know, I just can't stand hearing that. I know no turtle is as handsome and amazing as my Pudji. So what did I think? You know, maybe it's because my Pudji ate too much and gained weight. Maybe that's why. You are not the most handsome turtle in the world. No, I fed you way too many meatballs, so I can't let you eat too many meatballs, Pudji. You understand how I feel, right? So just wait and see. I'll make you the most handsome turtle in the universe. Every word Ian said, it didn't forget a single one. I never thought I'd meet it one day. In a place like this, Pudji was furious. Hated Pudji bitterly even before meeting him. Pudji had sparkling eyes with long eyelashes. Suddenly Ian appeared. Right then it was really hard to track you down, so we almost couldn't keep up. I didn't notice until Pudji turned around. I was startled. What is up with this turtle? Is this really Pudji? The story was made up. It was deeply moved because Ian found its lost identity. To show gratitude, I will offer you something I cherish. Ian held out his hand. If it offers, I guess I should accept. It spat out something covered in saliva. Though a bit gross, it's a spirit turtle shell. A legendary magic item. Whether it can be equipped depends on familiarity. Increases all combat abilities by 55. Reduces cooldown time of all inherent abilities by 15. When worn by an ancient turtle, it lets the wearer use their inherent abilities. Water curtain. The water curtain blocks any weapon from piercing through. Effect lasts 15 seconds cooldown. only 1 minute returning to the user. Ian can only be transformed once. Originally it contained 1 era. Souls of the legendary ancient turtle. It holds the secret for an ancient turtle to evolve and become a dragon turtle. He thought silently that if Pudgy evolved, could become a dragon. Pudgy has been asleep for a very long time, so I don't remember much. Please help me restore the ancient turtle's mission. Memories Poggy. In the ancient relic area, Tomb of the Giants, the dragon turtle has awakened from its long sleep. However, because of that sleep, Poggy doesn't remember its past. To recover its memories, you must find the ancient dragon turtle's magic pearl hidden somewhere in the tomb. Find the ancient dragon turtle's magic pearl, and return to Paoji hidden mission with SS difficulty. Player must gain the trust of the dragon turtle. Player must successfully defeat Hojime. No time limit reward is the dragon turtle certificate. Only 1 team member can receive it. Dragon turtle scale armor. All team members will gain reputation based on the raid level. But Ian needs to gather information to upgrade Pudgy. Yet it even assigned him the mission. What a win-win. At this moment Casa was lying alone, staring at the ceiling. Everyone had gone to look for the ugly turtle. That's so boring. I should go outside and get some fresh air. He stretched and yawned behind him. Solan's men were watching. Ready to assassinate him, they rushed to ambush Casa. But he sensed it just in time and dodged. With incredible speed, he grabbed the attacker's arm and struck hard. Right in the middle of it. It hurt so much the guy nearly cried. There wasn't just one attacker. Several masked figures surrounded them on the cliff above. Bravely Casa pointed and asked, "Who are you guys?" Solan hesitated a bit. He knew they were strong enough to conquer the dungeon. But being the strong, Casa asked again, "I'm asking who are you?" Solan got straight to the point. Hand over the Holy Grail, kill him alone. Casa could hold them off for now. Solan jumped right into the fight, aiming to kill that bastard. To their surprise, as soon as Casa struck, the guild members were wiped out instantly. While their leader was on the way, they had to buy time with all their strength. Solan launched a downward strike. While the guild leader was leaving, they had to hold him back. Casa gave a sinister smile, and took her life with a single slash. "Oh, did I tell you I don't have the Holy Grail?" Solan felt really guilty. What terrible luck. "Sorry, boss." Casa held his weapon regretfully. "My weapon's broken again. There must be some good ones around here, right? Maybe I'll stop by that bastard lord's place, or somewhere else later." That event became known as the Nightmare of the 6 Central Territories. Among the members of the Dark Luna Guild, Sion and Salong had also entered. It was great that we got that mission. Sion had heard about the war tower from Lazo Milk during a previous mission. At that time someone said he looked really pathetic. "Sorry for failing you, sir. I probably won't reach my goal anymore. Instead, I'll give you information about the war tower. It's a place to hunt monsters, or buy relics and rare items. However, you need at least 5,000 contribution points to enter. And what I'm looking for is the FA flag, a relic that can double experience. When hunting monsters, if I get this relic, I'll be much stronger. The Kaisan territory will win the war." Suddenly Sion felt uneasy. That item was the skill book, Loyalty of the Desert Warrior, a legendary passive skill. Can't be consumed, no cooldown. You can create a sword veil by focusing your mind. There's a 15 chance to form the sword veil before a surprise attack. The veil blocks 300 damage for the user, and reflects 150 of that damage back. Condition for using the skill, swordsmanship skill, must be higher than the swordsman level. Every time a sword form is created, the player's damage increases by 10 for the next 15. Moves and can stack continuously for 10 attack rounds. This is probably a legendary item. Seizen thinks if he gets this skill book, he can boost his stats insanely fast. But he'll have to use all his contribution points to buy it if that's the case. He can't buy Face's flag anymore. Is it okay to spend all my contribution points right before a big battle breaks out? But he might not get another chance to get this skill book. So he bought the Loyalty Skill Book of the Desert Warrior. Your contribution points have decreased by 12,000, leaving only 375. That's right, once I get stronger, the whole team will be stronger too. I didn't expect Seizen to also hate Lily-Han this time. I'm definitely going to beat that bastard. Inside a square container, holding a legendary ranked item, Ian is standing outside, waiting for Florin and Yuyun to arrive. Finally here, Yu slow pokes Yahun, asks if there's been any progress. Ian brags about his achievement. Of course I also got the Holy Grail, but I still have some questions. What Ian means here is, he's looking for the magic gem of a turtle named Paji. But how can there be a turtle named Paji? Flora has heard about this for a long time, but there's a hidden NPC related to your quest. That actually makes sense, since hidden NPCs are named based on the context. Honey feels the darkness inside him boiling up. I want to face the enemy as soon as possible. Ian casually asks Honey, by the way, since everyone's here, do you want to go hunting? Yuhuan is confused, not knowing who this kid is. Honey immediately protests, I'm not a kid, and I don't consider myself anyone's subordinate. I will become the Lord of Darkness. You arrogant bastard. Ian is worried about Casa, but figures he'll find his own way. Ian summons Rake to attack first. Yuyun and Florin also add some strength. With the mage's blessing, Yuan's power increased by 30. Death Knights make our enemies suffer through the darkness of despair. In this situation he shouted, Lie. You defeated the Copeland monster. At the end of the battle, Ian thinks we've mostly finished hunting here. Suddenly Pudgy looks panicked. Something's coming, everyone is confused, not understanding what's happening. Unexpectedly from this ground emerges a Selen monster. A level 200 Earth Dragon. A hidden boss equipped with a magic gem. A giant hand rises from the ground. That's the level 200 hidden boss. Celine carrying the magic gem. The wind pressure alone wants to toss all of us away. Ian quickly tells Yuyun to step up and shield, but just blocking the rocks is already too much. And has to do something himself, but he can't fight alone without Casa. Suddenly Celine leaps out of the hole toward him. Florin guns and Huni are all scared because of Celine's breath skill. Discharging a fireball, the magic gem suddenly flashes. It spits out a pillar of fire aimed at them. Even he was terrified, thinking this might be where he dies. But Pudgy suddenly appears out of nowhere, slamming Celine with a tidal wave, instantly putting out the fire. It's not heaven or ancestors carrying us, but the fat turtle carrying the load. Pudgy used the soul summoning skill it got from Papa G. He thumbs up at Ian. Dude, your super cool. Casa comes over at this moment. He shows off his top tier physique. Rippling muscles, every muscle defined. Plus the rain from the fire and water resonances. Earlier the armor and weapon Ian bought earlier were in his inventory. Come on. Admit it, you were late on purpose because you were warming up, making us all scared out of our pants. He tells Casa to take down Celine. He looks and says this. Celine hasn't fully absorbed the magic gem yet. He tilts his head, scratching his ear. Troublesome. Don't want to do it if there's a reward. Then I'll do it. Nobody likes working in cold weather. Right, especially not for unpaid jobs like this. The four of them. Ian recalls the past. This guy really only works if he's paid anyway. Since they found a way to kill it, he has to handle it himself. He summons Pin and Dark Day recalls. The ace orders Dark Day to shoot a purple light beam into the abyss, sucking the rubble inside, freeing Yuyun, who's been holding the defense all this time. Next he orders Yuyun to keep tanking with Doger. Ganji, Huni and Lai keep drawing Salem's attention. He orders his servants to attack from all sides, so Celine never gets a break. Meanwhile Florin buffs Ian and Pin right as he flies up. As he rides Pin into the air. Below is the Len cart. Even at level 200. If attacked all at once its health will drop. His health bar keeps dropping. Ian's attack power also increases. He concentrates power at the gem on his staff. Summons Chi-Chi to use Thunderstrike. Combined with his power, creates electric energy building up on the stones. Aiming straight at Celine, the rain absorbs the electricity, and charged energy crystals pierces through its wounds. Celine takes a full blast of lightning. Numbing its whole body, he lands and picks up the gem Papa G asked him to collect. Is an item that can change an individual's evolutionary potential. And of course, Ian planned to use the stone to upgrade Pudgy, holding the gem in his hand. After assessing it, he would understand why he had to work so hard these past few days. Putting the gem in his pocket, he suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten anything, so he told Ganji Huni to clean up. While he was still dazed, not knowing why he had to do it, Ian suddenly disappeared back to reality. He dragged himself tired. Just as he was about to order food, Hajin was waiting right behind him. She grabbed his hand today. She was determined to pull him out of that game world. Come on, change your clothes. Then let's go on a date. The young man, who had never had a girlfriend, was thrilled to be holding a girl's hand. Walking in the amusement park, he was clearly happy. They both went on the roller coaster. They ate and then watched the fireworks together. At night, under the booming fireworks in the sky, he suddenly asked Ha-jin, if you found someone else's stuff and really needed it, what would you do? She thought he was about to confess, so she was very disappointed. Still, she reminded him, no matter how much you need it, things should be returned to their owner, because they don't belong to you. Ian smiled brightly. Exactly. Thank you so much. He took Ha-jin home. She guessed he'd probably play games all day tomorrow. Too suddenly, she asked him how he thought she looked today. He replied, you look really beautiful, and they awkwardly said goodbye. The next morning he logged into the game, met Papa G and returned the magic pearl. Suddenly it turned hostile. You think you're my dad or something? But he just replied, things should go back to their owners. Even though he wanted to use the pearl to upgrade Pudgy. Only then did it calm down. Controlling thoughts is easy, but the heart is not. He had miraculously overcome temptation and greed. Though wavering, it respected his honesty. Now it could return to its glory days. The pearl slowly merged with Papa G. Its body suddenly glowed golden. Its nature gradually changed. After the light disappeared, a three-headed dragon turtle appeared. Looking at Papaji's new form, Ian thought, if this was used on Pudgy, would it look this cool? Papaji made a proposal to him, because it was very grateful. Hojim's soul was no longer here, so it didn't need to guard this place. It wanted to join him as it spoke. It slammed its three heads on the ground. He was a bit confused, but then opened his arms to welcome it. Quick update on the status of the 6 central territories. The guilds under Kaysen are Dark Luna in first place, and Titan in second. On the other hand, the guilds belonging to the Lucifer Kingdom are the Alan Schwander and Valiant guilds. The place where Ian is standing is one of the 6 new territories, a barren desert with no resources, so the guilds spending money to develop the territory are also facing difficulties. The Cayman Empire is home to many overwhelmingly powerful guilds. Ian's alliance has just been formed. No matter how rushed, they can't avoid the fact that all 6 central territories have monsters, level 130 and above. Even if they establish a foundation, there's no guarantee it can be protected. Speaking of the term foundation, Papa G might not know it, so you asked if there's any village around. He understood immediately, but wasn't sure if it still existed. It's about the second foundation they discovered. As a war trading post, you were hoping for artifacts, but the trade goods were mostly food and resources. If there's no foundation, suddenly Boza mentioned the war tower. You wondered how he knew so much, and he revealed that he operated in the 6 central territories before being captured by Kaiman. Why didn't you tell me? Because you never asked, and besides, I forgot. If you go to the war tower, you can trade contribution points for artifacts, but the tower is located in the west. Where Kaiman controls the scene shifts to the war tower, where Sejin and Lihan are discussing. Annoyed, Sarah brings up the battle between the 2 empires, asking haven't they already agreed to share information. Lihan snaps back saying, the Luna Guild seems too focused on expanding territory that they forgot to mention it. Thinking silently about the battle between the 2 empires, what a pain. Sargin suggests using the tower.
Tu ganuya Lihan agras.
Because if Dark Luna turns against them, it would only lead to losses. Sejin worries that the other side might discover artifacts or something they missed. Lihan steps out of the tower, says goodbye and reports finding nothing. But in reality he found one of Magellan's relics. Back with Ian's group, they're discussing establishing the foundation, and you suggest taking over the frontline territory. Everyone yells at you. You explain that although it's risky, the competition is low. Wouldn't it take a huge amount of effort to occupy the foundation? Lucifer is on our side, so we only have to worry about Kaiman. Yu Hyun worries that if Kyung keeps attacking, they'll run out of resources and food, and they still have to endure attacks from the top 2 guilds. Ian smiles. You already have a plan for that. There's a huge fortress in the middle of the desert. The remaining time to occupy the base is about 4.5 hours. Yoon happily jokes that, thanks to the legendary chopper, Udogam construction is going pretty fast. Florin doesn't hesitate to praise. That's right, Ian's efforts are paying off. We're not sure if building a military base at the front line is the right decision. Ian confidently pats his chest. It's okay, Florian. Just trust me since the teammates have arrived. I'll go greet them. When Kabuli sees you coming, he excitedly waves and calls out, "Here I am." Bolin follows along and greets you. "Too long time no see, Lord. Seeing them again makes you really happy." Kabuli Gohan. Bolin Celia. "Thanks for coming." Then you remember something, Celia. "Do you still have leadership points left?" She respectfully replies, "Yes, sir." "Why do you ask? You don't try to hide it." "I got a new attendant, but don't have enough leadership points. Can you take care of Jandy for a while?" Celia respectfully agrees. "Of course, it's my honor." Right then many future plans flash through your mind. Thanks to the pure dragon's wrath, I really don't need to get more leadership points, but I don't have enough to summon all the spirit beasts. Since Papa G is a heavyweight fighter, even if I summon Zhangda, he wouldn't have much to do. If I leave him with Celia, I can use Zhangda as a secondary fighter. When I go with Celia, Celia notices you've been quiet for a moment, and looks at you puzzled. Then you shout, "Summon Zhangda." A huge stone monster shaped like a chimpanzee appears. You stroke it gently and whisper,
"Jangi, I'm sorry.
But can you stay with Celia for a while? I'll become stronger and come back to get you." It obediently goes to Celia, following your whispered words. She's happy to have him along. "Let's do our best together, okay?" Though a bit reluctant, you still remind him, "Don't cause trouble and remember to listen to her." In the distance, two mysterious figures seem to be assessing the fortress. Far away, Lihan asks Solon, "Who are those fools building a base on the front lines?" Solon respectfully replied, "Yes, they're ranked 107. They are the Lotus Guild from the kingdom of Luciba. Came and showed interest. Perfect timing. On board their perfect prey." Solon quickly warned her master, "Sorry to interrupt, but if you attack their base now, there's a risk that Lucifer's guilds from the outskirts will send reinforcements." Then she suggested a plan. "Why don't we use the Magellan relic you got from the war tower?" I paused for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. "All right, since you were defeated by those weird guys, the guild members now are all low level. If that weren't the case, we could have attacked them immediately." Then she raised a red emblem and smiled slyly. "It's the same either way. We should try the Magellan relic to test the strength of these desert warriors." The Magellan relic is an item you can only get once recognized by the desert warriors. On the central continent, whoever receives this relic is protected by the desert warriors, and all NPCs on the central continent become allies to the holder and their nation, giving you the power to command the desert warriors. At that moment, she turned and ordered someone wipe them out. Katajana, mummy warrior, appeared behind her out of nowhere, making Solon jump. Solon looked at him, pulling out two knives, and was terrified. When did he get here? That guy is really strong. In the city, the bell was ringing loudly. Patrol soldiers saw the desert warriors approaching, dust flying everywhere, and shouted, "Desert warriors, all troops prepare to fight." The desert warriors showed no fear, their eyes blazing red as they charged toward the city. Casa and Ian stood on the city wall watching. Ian asked Casa, "Aren't the desert warriors supposed to be neutral?" Without hesitation he explained, "That's the Magellan relic, an item that lets you command the desert warriors. I guess it's fallen into Kaiman's hands." Ian was frustrated. "Sure, you can give orders, but how can you command a bunch of level 120 NPCs to do whatever you want? Can you help us?" But Casa just turned and walked away. "I'm not getting involved. I owe the desert warriors a lot." Ian seemed to realize something else. If that's the case, Casa's loyalty points are only 3. It's a miracle he hasn't turned against us yet. Looks like I have no other choice. Somehow, we have to do our best to stop the desert warriors ourselves. After getting ready, Ian summoned all 3 of his spirit beasts, calling out Hallie and Papaji again. Celia, excited to see him summon a new spirit beast, asked, "Is that the new attendant you just got?" The desert warriors also recognized the golden dragon. That's the golden dragon turtle. So the fact that the real golden dragon turtle, the guardian of Udon Jim's treasure, is fighting like this means these are the ones who defeated Udon. Jim's vengeful spirit. Cadogan quickly reminded his underlings. Don't let your guard down. They're not ordinary. The whole group behind him shouted. Yes, sir. At that moment an idea suddenly flashed in Ian's mind. I have a combo I want to try. Should I use it? No sooner thought than done. He immediately ordered Lai to charge in. But Kato Jin was no coward. He single-handedly blocked Lai's attack and countered. Lai was lucky to have the golden dragon turtles. Protective skill from Papa G. When this skill is used, Papa G absorbs 274 damage instead of Lai. Katajan's sword was knocked away, and Ian took advantage to push forward. Ali the Wind Guardian, with just one roar, increased all allies' agility by 30. Then Lai activated Fenrir's Fury. Entering a rage state, all stats increased by 50, and critical hit rate rose by 20. With just one swipe, Lai seriously wounded Katajan. That's when he realized he was dealing with a spirit beast. How could a spirit beast defeat all of our desert warriors? No, if we can't take down that spirit beast, then we have to kill the summoner Katanjan. At that moment, overcome by rage and losing his reason, he rushed at Ian wanting to kill him, but before he could touch him, Bolin knocked him away after defeating Katanjan. Bolin couldn't help but marvel and said to Ian, just like you said, they immediately focused their attacks on you. Ian sat confidently on Holly's back, watching his overwhelming victory. Of course it would be like that. Johan, watching the whole battle from afar, was so angry. His face darkened. To think they were defeated by a rank 1 horde of 7 guild. Could Katajan really be that weak? Solon was about to say something, but upon seeing Johan's anger, he could only say master and fell silent. Johan left, but inside he was still fuming. First Solon's failure, now the Desert Warriors' defeat. A string of losses. This is a shame to Dark Luna's reputation. Then she turned back to Solon and said, send a message to Titanic. Time's up. We're starting the hunt for Luciba. Her expression was deadly, as if she could kill anyone who approached. Back with Ian, the bodies on the ground had turned into streams of purple smoke, all sucked up by him. Hallie watched him gathering all the smoke, her head seeming to fill with 1,000 question marks. At that moment Ian heard a notification in his head. Cassius's hatch rate has reached 91 and happily said, Great, Cassius is about to hatch. Then he ordered the troops back to the city. Let's head inside now. After the Desert Warriors' surprise attack, Ian started feeling worried. Luckily I arrived just in time, but protecting the base without me seems tough. We need a plan. Thanks to Ian, the city was safe. Eun felt very grateful. Thank you. We probably wouldn't have even needed to go in. We've always held on to hope ourselves. Everything will work out. Seeing his friend worried, Ian reassured him. Isn't it good when nothing bad happens? Then he paused, thinking, to be honest, the Desert Warriors were stronger than I expected. When I fought them, if Papaji and Bolin hadn't joined the fight, we would have lost. So there must be something we can do right. Are you Hyun? Can you protect the base for a while? He agreed enthusiastically, without hesitation of course. Feeling relieved by his friend's promise, Ian said thanks. I'll be back later. Take care. In the Luciba Kingdom, in the capital Marin, a soldier shouted loudly, if you're here for the Central Continent mission, line up here. Ian arrived later than others, looking at the long line of people in disbelief. Damn, all these people want to go to the Central Continent. The soldier kept shouting non-stop. Line up, all you hopeful adventurers, aiming for the Central Continent. Ian felt nervous waiting. This line is way too long. How long will I have to wait? Suddenly, a soldier came over and interrupted his thoughts. Are you Baron Ian? Though confused, Ian answered yes. That's me, and who are you? The soldier proudly patted his chest. I'm not sure if you remember, but we were in the same camp during the Griffin mission and the prisoner of war mission. Ian vaguely remembered, but the soldier kept talking. What brings you here, Baron? Ian answered honestly, I just want to go to the Central Continent. But you see this line? The soldier laughed and confidently said, leave that to me. I'll take you to Captain Helm right away. Ian was overjoyed. Really? Thanks a lot. Two people were talking loudly a bit farther away. Thank you. At that moment, two people in the distance were chatting lively. A mysterious hooded person curiously asked, who's that guy? The royal guards recognized him and are giving him special treatment. The muscular guy also guessed, I guess even in the game, knowing the right people still matters, huh? The mysterious young man suddenly remembered. Is it him in those ranks? rank 1 announcement videos. The muscular guy got the hint immediately. You mean the summoner? I think his nickname is Ian or something, right? So that guy is a famous summoner. The mysterious guy shook his head. I don't think so, but I'm sure his level is around 110 or so. Suddenly, a voice cut into their debate. No, Ian has to be over 130 by now. Both said in unison, who are you and how do you know? The girl slowly took off her hood. Because I'm the #1 summoner, Lauren. Their eyes suddenly lit up when they saw Lauren. Introducing the idol summoner Lauren. Lauren confidently continued, summoners are often judged by the beasts they summon. You all might not know this, since Ian activated his hidden stats mode. He's actually the strongest summoner here, but he just doesn't want to show it. Ian had now arrived at Helen's room. He was very happy to see him again. Ian asked without hesitation, hello, I want to fight. On the front lines in the central continent. Florin noticed Eugene was deep in thought and asked, what are you thinking about? Yoon looked troubled. No matter how hard I try, I just don't understand Jean's song. And Florin patted Yoon on the shoulder. To comfort him, don't worry. Everything will be fine after all. As Ian were talking about, time went on, and the battle between the Dragon King and the Empire dragged on endlessly. In these battles, the Empire's victories became certain. As the kingdom kept losing, so Ian returned to base to strengthen the forces, preparing for the upcoming fights. All the goals Ian set were accomplished. Because of his outstanding achievements, Ian was assigned to oversee building a fortress, with 3 watchtowers and an outpost. On the front line, Yu Hyan looked at Ian gratefully. Thanks to you, the fortress was completed. But how did you manage it? Jean's song. Ian still didn't understand what Yu Hyun was saying. What do you mean? Yu Hyun began questioning every detail carefully. Even with all your achievements, you couldn't possibly have enough money or manpower to build such a massive fortress. But in response, Ian wore the smile of a winner. If I want to, I can do it. Ian started going on and on. His nose was practically up in the air by now. Now let me explain the most important part. Gathering wealth and materials in a barren desert is an extremely difficult challenge. There's nowhere to buy or sell anything, even if you have the money. So other guilds have been using their command funds to transport materials from other regions, to expand their bases, of course. Basically, we did the same, but with one key difference. That difference lies in the boundaries and the preparations made beforehand. When I set up the beast breeding facility with Professor Lee Ji-moon, I prepared a lot to guard against unexpected situations. That task was pretty tough, but the professor was really excited about it. At the time, thinking about the money flowing into my pockets. Like, this is more than my teaching salary every month. Yu Hyun was shocked and wanted to shout out loud, how many summoners are out there? I didn't think you'd popularize the summoner profession this much. Seeing Yu Hyun so agitated, Ian quickly tried to calm her down. Hey, listen to me first. I already posted all the strategies on how to become a summoner on the bulletin board. The secrets about monster evolution are essential for summoners and their spirit beasts. The way to take care of them has caused the number of summoners in our land to rise rapidly, leading to a boom in trade and making this land wealthy. Besides that, I'm opening a second, large-scale spirit beast breeding camp in a city I've just been eyeing. These places will provide us with financial resources. Yoon couldn't believe it. Amazing. What about manpower? Lauren, not sure where she came from, jumped in. I can explain. Yoon seemed to be a huge fan of Lauren, her eyes lighting up the moment she saw her. A revered summoner, Lauren. What's a noble like you doing in a place like this? Ian heard his friend talking down on their place because of a girl and quickly shot back. What, this place was built with my blood, sweat and tears, and you call it dark? Lauren pounded her chest and explained, the workers will be supplied by us. Golden summoners are you? Hyun was curious. Golden summoners are a group of about 20,000 summoners, extremely talented and high-ranking, a dream team for every summoner. But actually they're a secret group, unofficial rivals keeping an eye on the competition. Ian got super enthusiastic when talking about his idol. Lauren. Ian's class started actively helping out, since Ian himself, who never publicly admits it, shared a post on the notice board. It was a touching story about why we're helping IU. Hyun got goosebumps hearing Lauren. Lauren, everyone's idol, is a founding member of this amazing group. Ian had to admit to Ayu Hyun in shock at first. I was pretty shocked too. Finally Ayu Hyun calmed down. But is it okay that she's helping him for free? She immediately denied it. Oh, what are you talking about free? Of course we receive proper rewards. Ian explained too. I gave her a few talismans, all with the pupuji design. Mentioning those talismans, Lauren happily jumped up. Talismans with the familiar spirit mascot of Lord Ian. Pupuji Ayu Hyun finally understood everything. So simply put, after meeting Lauren in Marin, you handled the manpower requests and accepted Olivia's soldierless village as part of your assets and to raise more funds. You're building another spirit beast facility. Ian was gritting his teeth as he answered, that's right, because I have to push Lauren, who's limping beside me, take good care of me. Lord Ian. Suddenly something fell from afar, catching everyone's attention. Ha Jin angrily looked at him. Jin Song, what are you doing? Seeing her like that, Ian felt like his soul left his body and shouted, Ha Jin, it's not what you think, but she left with a dark expression like she was about to kill someone anyway. Have fun. Then she closed the door, leaving Ian's mind tangled. Why is Ha Jin here at this time? I didn't think he'd be at a level to come here. But then he saw Yugium scratching his head saying, he said the feeling at the northern estate was boring, and wanted to come here. I forgot to mention this. Well, now you know everything. He was so frustrated. He was about to blow up you guys at the Dark Luna base. Sasa said mockingly, looks like it'll snow tomorrow on the central continent. You planning to hit Lucifer first? I thought you weren't interested in the Luciba kingdom. Jahan's anger grew as he heard her talk non-stop. I can't even reveal our defeat to them. If they find out, they'll definitely try to surpass our rank and take the top spot. Sajin kept talking non-stop. It's fine if we all attack from the front. We won't need any strategy. Johan immediately disagreed. No, let's do it like this. Our guild will attack from the front. Titan should take the flank and handle Ocelot and Spino. So John didn't agree with Johan's plan. Any special reason, it would definitely cause heavy losses if Dark Luna acted from the front. Without us, aren't you afraid of Okalin and Spino? Johan is not weak, no. Of course not, this is just a one-sided massacre. We will act strategically tomorrow. Elsewhere, a talking orb hovered in the sky. Hello viewers, everyone quickly recognized that voice. It was an announcement from Han and Lucia. The two in the news continue to deliver updates live to the audience. There have still been many clashes between the Kaysen dynasty and Lucia over the central continent, but this is the first time Kaysen's guilds have contacted our announcers to provide invasion warnings. That's right, with the Kaysen dynasty pushing forward with high morale. We can speculate they are trying hard to fully take over the central continent. Han then showed us the scale of the Kamen dynasty's armies, including the top guild, Dark Luna and Desert Warriors. Seeing the crowd pouring in like that made Han admire it. Truly an incredible sight. Desert Warriors fighting alongside Dark Luna. I guess the rumors that the Magellan relic is in Li Han's hands are true. On the other hand, the Lucifer Kingdom's army looks a bit suspicious, right? Which guild is occupying that base? So Lucia started checking the rank 95 info. I think they just recently entered the top 100. Are the 3rd and 4th ranked guilds. Wakalin and Spino supporting them. Wakalin's leader Simu supports that S. Will anything change even if we send reinforcements? Right, Mon? Leader of the Spino Guild. Man, you're absolutely right. Leader of the Valion Guild. Roy Chen, nothing changes for a 95th ranked guild, even if they get reinforcements. Oh Hyun is extremely tense right now. Are you sure we can stop them? Do you think any guild will send reinforcements? Yan bluntly answered no. There won't be reinforcements from other guilds. But don't worry too much, we've got them too. Then Johan handed Salin a short sword. Hold the. Salin looked confused. This sword is, Johan explained. This sword is enchanted by the summoner. Use it to attack the back gate. Yes, Salin didn't hesitate. Yes, sir. Johan turned back to command the army. Alright, all soldiers, crush those bastards. Ayu Hyun's heart was in chaos. At this moment it's starting. We're going to lose. The opponent is Dark Luna. This will be a tough fight. But Ian was relaxed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, enjoy it after all. It's just a game. Hearing this, he felt courage rise in him. All right, all soldiers ready for battle. Activating the defense tower. The cannons on the wall immediately fired continuously at the Dark Luna forces. Johann rode his horse, watching them without saying a word. The people below were fighting fiercely, struggling with all their might like moths to a flame. The cannons had been loaded and aimed carefully. It fired a huge shot. The crowd below just stood frozen, not daring to move an inch. As it hit the ground, a destructive explosion erupted, accompanied by screams filling the air. The two young men looked so scared, their faces turned pale. The boss wiped sweat streaming down his face. This trip was more trouble than luck. He opened his eyes wide, filled with panic. Other cannonballs were quickly fired,
Bringing destruction.
and causing everyone to scream loudly. Johann stood there watching closely. This defense tower isn't ordinary. Could it be that they've upgraded it? He frowned, annoyed. At this rate, half the forces will be lost before they get through the gate. Suddenly a super large cannonball flew toward them. Wonder if they'll react in time. He quickly activated a matrix, looking confident. That matrix slowed down the giant cannonball's speed. At the last moment it exploded right above his head, nearly giving him a heart attack. Then he looked straight ahead, like he was about to do something. Pulling the reins tight, he spurred his horse, galloping straight through the chaotic crowd, and exploding bombs terrifying the soldiers. As he got closer, he quickly launched himself upward, the high leap allowing him to observe easily, quickly using magic to attack. Johann's eyes narrowed with determination. Take this magic. He lunged down hard. A huge explosion followed. It was like a big blast in response to them. He landed swiftly. Johann had perfectly destroyed the defensive wall. He looked serious, seeing this as a way to open a path for their forces. Then happily watched the remaining ruins. What crazy fool, spending so much money just to reinforce the base. But where did that money come from? Looking at the strange tower ahead, it seemed he'd never seen this kind of defense tower before. Johann quickly drew his sword, thinking about this could cause a chain reaction. He narrowed his eyes. Now there was an even bigger problem. So Johann quickly charged forward with his sword. Now he had to wipe them all out to feel satisfied. Meanwhile, Jinsong was busy admiring the results. Truly a top-tier guild leader. He and his spirit beast were full of excitement. Even though he had high hopes for it, they couldn't just let Johann break this wall so easily. Looks like it's time to step in. Each jade goose had been fully activated. Everything was ready, just waiting for Jinsong to move forward. Something was rushing toward the base of the wall, at incredible speed in the sky. He wasn't far behind either. Let's see who's faster. The whole city was now engulfed in flames. Still, a solemn atmosphere remained clearly present. Han watched with excitement. The battle had been going on for a while. Below were scattered piles of ruined weapons. Bodies lay everywhere. It looked like a mass grave now. Both sides had taken heavy losses. Some were exhausted and slept right by the wall. Others just collapsed on the ground. Bodies were strewn everywhere. The aftermath of this battle was terrifying. At the rear gate of the Lotus base, a group of soldiers had gathered. The leader was sullen. He said he'd send a signal from inside. But wasn't that taking too long? And what about that strange guy? He raised his binoculars. Fatsin and Gakajini were already waiting. They were with the freak he had faced before. What if he's part of the Lotus Guild? Fa looked a bit discouraged. They had to guard the back gate. Suddenly the gate opened. Terrifying him, he focused hard. There was still a small chance to win, as long as the owner's sword was in his hands. Inside the gate it was completely silent. Very eerie bodies scattered all around. Someone quickly reported the gate had been opened. Now everyone advanced. The soldiers quickly ran forward on command. You stayed silent after everyone left. You slowly took off your mask. You're done here now, just wait for him to handle things. Yinsung. The soldiers started flooding and confusing Jahan. He looked down at the crowd, not understanding what was going on. There were still quite a few defense towers to break before his army could enter. Suddenly he noticed something more troublesome. Jin Sung was flying in very fast. Just by looking he recognized who he was. A core member of Lotus. The two young men still looked at each other confused. Suddenly the gate slammed shut. They knew there was another wall inside this one. Should they go now? But they had to fight now. Johann realized something was wrong. This couldn't be happening. Jin Song raised his staff. It was too late now. Power surged out with his excitement. This was revenge for his fallen comrades. Suddenly everything seemed to awaken as if energized. A flood of power suddenly with strange energy. The sky darkened. In the middle was a massive lightning bolt. It spread to Johan's soldiers. The damage dealt was enormous. One by one everyone was struck. Without exception everything returned to normal. The shocked soldiers couldn't get back up. Everything around really had turned into a pile of bodies. Because of a very strange man. He covered his whole body like a mummy. He looked full of deadly intent. Seeing this, Jin Sung shuddered. In a brief moment he stabbed his sword into the ground. He reduced the damage by letting the electricity flow through his entire body. What a fierce willpower. The bodies lying around were no joke. Scattered terribly, but fighting him in this condition. It was definitely tough. He suddenly smiled proudly. That was all he needed, an armored knight looking heroic. Charged fiercely at the terrifying man. He wasn't a kid as he got close. He sensed everything with a decisive strike. He easily blocked the attack. He couldn't land a hit. Looking at him made you a bit scared, but he still acted tough. Could it be that he came here just to be defeated again? With those bloodshot eyes. He does look pretty cool when he talks. Let's see if he can keep talking after a little while. Alright, he's channeling his inner energy with destructive force. His power surging wildly. He's not going to get it beaten this time. Like before, he charged forward like a god, making you jump in shock. His sword tip was already right next to you. No way to dodge, and just like that, Zero lunged fiercely, retreating a bit. Near the back gate of the Lotus Guild headquarters. At that moment, Solin's lightning was still watching closely. The bright lightning made it hard for him to see, so he covered his eyes with his cloak and peeked through. If I'm not mistaken, the timing is just right. The whole army is ready to attack. That thing is the signal from their leader. Everyone advance, they'll break through quickly. From the back gate he drew his sword decisively, leading a huge troop with the blade, granted by their master. Meanwhile, Falcon's side was in chaos. Even though they saw them coming, they had to stay calm for now. No matter how much they resist this time, they could still be defeated. As he approached, he swung his sword to summon a large horde of ugly monsters. Leading them was a bronze giant, a bronze figure with blood-red eyes. Look at that, that's Juna's power right there. The bronze giant struck down mercilessly and quickly. Ganji Huni quickly used a ghostly, spreading spell to fight swiftly. The bronze giant's movement speed was affected. Solin remained calm, those things were useless. On Faken's side, his sword glowed so brightly, it seemed to bind his whole body. His eyes locked onto him. This time he's definitely dead. Even Solin was scared. The bronze giant had no awareness, so it wasn't afraid and kept attacking. But Fakon quickly sliced it cleanly. He panicked, completely flustered. How could he so easily cut in half a level 200 bronze giant? The bronze giant decisively fell back with a loud thud. Look at that, who knows what level this guy really is? Just like that, the bronze giant took massive damage and was defeated. The creatures under its feet were also crushed and wiped out. Ganji Honey was stunned, surprised that his teammate was so strong. He felt annoyed inside. He really was too dumb. Even if he got power from an immortal god, he would never be able to beat Falcon. Numero 30. One damn, this guy's both handsome and strong. A real monster. His opponent has to be on that level. Meanwhile, the knight over there was still fighting fiercely. Suddenly Aeu Hyun appeared, startling him completely. The sword was drawn, and struck with a very decisive and swift slash. Just like that, the enemy was easily defeated. But looking back, that damage wasn't enough. At this moment he was pale with fear, waiting a long time to find another chance. When the sword emitted a destructive light, it was launched forward at lightning speed. The mummy shuddered. Could it be that he's going to die like this? The knight launched it so powerfully that even Aeu Hyun was shocked. Let alone Kato Jin. He laughed triumphantly. By now Jahan was so furious. Veins were bulging, letting out a terrifying power filled with hatred. He stared at them, those damn bastards. He shouted loudly using a sorcerer's ultimate skill. that startled Jinsung. He used the phantom rage, causing the earth and sky to tremble, scaring both birds and people. By now Bin had been defeated, so scary to die from just one blow. That made Jinseong fall hard and very quickly. Papa G was summoned, quickly caught him after the staggering fall, landing safely on the ground. He thanked Papa G a lot right now. He had to summon both Lai and Papa G to face Jihan. Together, Johan glanced at them without saying a word. He stood with his back to the light, creating a gloomy atmosphere, summoning so many, but it's useless anyway. Jinsung was a bit scared. What should he do now? The situation didn't look very promising. He was scared now. Johan only needed one move to take down Pin, so it seemed impossible to use aerial attack tactics. Just magical or bow attacks. Better use it early. He thought of Rake, but its defense was even weaker than Pin's. The same thing would happen. He quickly swung his staff, preparing to attack Blessings of the Wind. Blessings of the Warrior. His abilities were enhanced. Protection of the Turtle Dragon. The Fanny Lai's rage was strengthened and took the damage, instead too strong. Jinsong was extremely pleased. It's great to be in a fully supported state with all these effects. It's definitely worth trying. Awesome. Johan still stood there brooding for a long while. He had to make a move. The wizard's blessing. His power once again began to spread fiercely. The sword also glowed brightly. His mask looked truly terrifying. Within him, destructive power spread throughout his body. Filled with hatred, his strength increased significantly. Ayuhan looked scared. Even Hen was shocked, not knowing what was going on. Jinsong laughed fearfully. He looked up at the dark sky. Looks like I have to take back my earlier. Worth trying comment. Hen and Lucia were full of panic. Lucia was extremely scared. Johan's transformation was terrifying. Hen agreed that's right. He guessed this was the first time she had seen this, and surely some viewers wouldn't know either. So let me explain. Everyone should understand the class of the player. Johan, it's a hybrid class called a witch. It allows her to use both magic and swordsmanship. He uses sword skills, but until now, which skill he's more proficient in hasn't been revealed. Everyone assumed the top swordsman was Sajin, and the top mage was Jamie. The reason his appearance changed is because witches actually use dark magic. When they use dark magic, their appearance changes as well. According to Lucia, it's scary enough to make you shiver. Seriously scary. I thought it was because of the dark magic, but actually it's not. It's just because look. Jinsong is overwhelmed. That overwhelming feeling is terrifying. Meanwhile, Pudgy was just lying there scared. You'd better pray to heaven and Buddha first. Before fighting hard, Lai got knocked back, collapsing against the wall corner. Even Papa G couldn't take it and collapse. Too scary. Jinsong gritted his teeth. Johan alone can now overpower both him and the three spirit beasts. Clearly he's already impressed him, but now it's time for him to die. At this moment, someone quickly raised a staff to create a shield. All thanks to the support player Hajin. You were protected by a sudden shield. Johan couldn't believe it. He felt something was wrong. Where did this support player come from? He was proud. Just like that, it was a surprise. He quickly activated the ring on his hand. Now it's really starting. Hajin did an amazing job. She quickly landed. Jinsung felt very excited. It was really right that he apologized to her when she was upset. So lucky. Johan was pale with fear now. He thought it was terrifying that no one from the guild came to support. What else could he be hiding? Is Hajin a cleric? That's a headache. Lucia was also surprised but didn't understand why Johan's attack couldn't penetrate the cleric's defense skill. Maybe it's because the skill gap is too big. Han was curious too. Witches use dark magic. What about the cleric's magic? Is it supposed to counter dark magic? This is a sure win. Suddenly, Jahan laughed loudly. He was brimming with murderous intent. Ridiculous. Where does he get the confidence to fight him? With just a cleric. He tried his best to strike the shield. Although their powers countered each other, the difference in level and skill between him and Hajin was huge. But look closely. That magic defense armor is about to break. He smiled slyly after breaking this defense layer. He swore he would bury Hajin along with him. But at this moment Hajin strengthened his magic, making all of Jahan's efforts go down the drain. He was very irritated, almost at his limit. A defense even stronger than before. Looks like he has to attack faster. Jin Song was very smug. What's this? The florin fruit was already next to Hajin. Knowing this would happen, Jin Sung had prepared some high-level support. Right away these two helpers, along with their strength, made Jahan tremble with fear. In this situation it's normal for him to be scared, because they had the upper hand. He was so angry he was shaking, shouting at them, "Shut up." Then he charged forward to attack. The two helpers combined their forces to create a strong, protective shield. Jin Song calmly shifted the space. Alright, now it's Puji's turn. Puji's going to make a move. He stood in front of Hahan and used his power. He shouted fiercely. Immediately his huge shell rose up. Even though Jahan knew the turtle shell was very tough, he still tried to hit it like smoke, but it made them disappear pretty fast. Runner Ha. He looked at Puji surprised. Puji attacked but only took 3 damage, taking advantage of his distraction. Jin Sung told him to spray water. Hearing that, he quickly gathered water in his big belly. He quickly sprayed out a powerful jet of water, so strong that Johan couldn't stand it, and couldn't see anything anymore. Now it's Hajin and Florence. Turn. The magic seal on Jin Sung's staff started working. He quickly summoned Jia D and aimed his blue bow, shooting an arrow with destructive power. Jia D quickly charged, with the arrow flying at a very high speed. Jahan just opened his eyes after the water attack, and was startled. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Each one stabbed straight into him, dealing huge damage and paralyzing him. Not only that, he was also slowed down. Hen and Lucia were overjoyed. Jahan got hit. Now will Jin Song manage to turn the tide? Everything around stopped, like a chaotic mess surrounding Johan. He was still cocky, saying it was only 1 hit. Did he really think that 1 hit could defeat him? Exactly. A figure slowly stepped forward from behind. It's clear that was just a warm-up hit. That person is Faye. I guess you're a bit surprised. He still hasn't been defeated. Johan was scared the moment he saw him. Is this the person Salin talked about? He approached from behind. So Salin's army was completely defeated. Hajin started healing. Ayuyan and the knights quickly helped to recover him. He's scared now. They've all gathered together. Supporters and even the ones taking the damage. It's definitely too much to face them all at once, especially while he's affected by paralysis. And slow, could he actually lose? Thinking that, he suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed like a madman. Interesting. He admitted that he's lost today. Seeing Johan like that, Jin Song was surprised. What's wrong with him? His expression suddenly changed. But still, he vowed he'd make him pay for this humiliation. You pulled out a piece of paper. He tore it decisively. Let's retreat. He began to enter the teleportation state. The entire army also entered teleportation, including those who had died. Then they all quickly disappeared. Jin Sung was surprised. Just retreat like that? He's loaded, spending 600,000 yen on potions. He sat down relieved. Joy was clear on his face. Anyway, everything ended well. Hen stood high above, looking down and laughing loudly. Wow, unbelievable. That's Lotus. They actually managed to defend themselves against Dark Luna, the #1 guild. That's truly a miracle. But probably because he got too excited. He said, "Shoot everything pure and powerful right at Lucia." She just wiped her face while he kept saying, "Oh no, this can't just be called an ordinary miracle anymore." Everything succeeded, thanks to the #1 summoner of the Lotus Guild player Ian and his rare strategy. Ian was still stunned when he was mentioned. Then he thought it over. Yeah, the strategy was really his. Even if it was barely enough to survive. Winning is still winning. But suddenly Ian snapped awake. He shouldn't have let his guard down like that. The reason Dark Luna stayed strong as the top guild was because of Len's crazy obsession with victory. You know from far away seeing it. You calm down, you were really scared just now. Well done, thanks to you, I survived. He recalled when Ian suggested switching spaces, which made him fuming. Ian was hurt, then gave you a loving cheek claw and he sulked off, leaving Ian sitting there crying. Boo-hoo, Ian sobbed, wondering when he'd grow up, evolve and get stronger. Suddenly someone called Ian, making him open his eyes. Master, how much do you know about Pudgy? Pudgy, huh? Ian didn't answer right away, but asked Pudgy if it was okay. Then said, my royal turtle. Poggy is a big-headed turtle that loves meatballs. The dragon, seemed to think Ian didn't know much about Pagi, so it decided to explain from the beginning. Pagi belongs to the abyssal species. Living in ancient times, there are two ways. These ancient species can get stronger. The first way is by using magic beads, like the one you got from it. But if Ian plans to evolve using magic beads, he might not level up. You might also get side effects. At this point, Ian still didn't understand. What's good about leveling up? According to the dragon, a turtle wants to level up to a divine turtle, with a real god's presence. So that's extremely important, because Pudgy is an abyssal species, can freely use water's power here. Ian wondered how to get stronger without magic beads. It's the turtle spirits, residing inside the royal turtle. You need to collect 10 turtle spirits, and bring them to the water god's shrine. Turtle spirits can be created by Pudgy, or entrusted to Ian by any one of their species. That's all the dragon knows. But Ian was deep in thought. It's a bit complicated for Pudgy to get stronger, but it's not the only one that needs to grow stronger. He's realized that through many battles. But the summoner class is too weak for PvP. Ian hurriedly opened the system to check his inventory. The screen showed Cassio's egg with a 93.7 hatch rate. Even though things might have been different, if Cassius hatched this time, Ian didn't kill anything and Lihan returned, so he didn't accomplish anything. Ian stared into the distance, vowing to fix the base next time.
Lihan frowned suddenly.
A terrifying summoner's voice behind him made him jump. You returned after losing almost everything. He angrily shouted, "What's that attitude, Sajin? I told you to attack Lucifer from behind." Sajin was calm. "Your attitude at the last meeting was suspicious. So I investigated a bit. You lost Holder Jim's crown. And right, when the desert warriors died and were punished, you revived them only to wipe them out again. I guess Lihan's now famous only as a punching bag." Feeling insulted, he got even angrier and growled, "Shut up and tell me your target. Are you here to take the top spot?" After destroying Sajian, Sajian just found it ridiculous. Of course not, even if they are the top guild now. Rumors can still spread, and those damn Sippo bastards might band together to claim the title. Amid the chaos, Sajian was pretty stunned, because the Lotus base looked like a fortress. Sajian asked him if he wasn't curious how they managed to strengthen their base when they weren't even elite fighters. Seeing her message, he asked, "How did they do it?" Sogan leaned in close. "They've got a monopoly on war trade. I'll give you the power to take them down. In return, you have to hand that over to us, okay?" He suddenly laughed loudly, making her freeze. "All right, I accept." Jahal looked at the broken arrow in his hand. Right away from the start, he knew Sejin was a big shot, but for her to know so many details meant there was a traitor. In Lusabo, you can't believe they actually managed to defend themselves. Against Dark Luna, they finally have a spring in Lusabo. But he thought it was still too early to say why. Haven't they started reinforcing the Lotus Guild right now? The other guy realized it was already too late for that. "This is the worst part," he asked with a panicked face. "What do you mean? Wouldn't it be better for us if they stopped everything at the front lines?" The guy with his hand on his chin explained, "We're ranked pretty high enough to be third and fourth among all guilds, because our guild is relaxing, while one ranked over 90 is struggling on the battlefield, so the community must be busy bad-mouthing us already. And what's even scarier is how much they've grown. They jumped from level over 100 to over 90 in just 1 week, and who knows what they're like now, because they've already been able to defend themselves. Against Dark Luna, we're gonna get swallowed up by them." He slammed the table and stood up. "So what do we do now?" He smirked. "Easy. Just strike first before they do." Ian sighed in relief as he finally finished. Took a whole week to repair the base. At least, they can earn some special service points and fame. After stopping Dark Luna, even with such huge numbers, you can still aim for the top rank. Ian thought, all that needed to be done now was to level up. Ian looked full of energy. "Then let's go, Pudgy. Pudgy, find a hidden dungeon." Huang Kuei giggled. "Master Pudgy doesn't have that ability." Casa walked over from afar and asked, "Are you looking for a place to level up?" When I regained my memory, I realized something. Ian immediately asked him where it was. Casa said it was at the Salama's altar. Huang Kuei spoke up, "If it's Salamis." "Do you mean?" Casa smiled mysteriously, his voice confident. "You're spot on. It's the tribe that specialized in creating summoners since ancient times. the sacred shrine of the Salamis tribe. Ian felt like he'd been hit by lightning upon hearing this news, in his heart full of amazement. Unbelievable. If this is the shrine of the ancient summoner tribe, wouldn't it be filled with countless relics and legendary monsters? Casa said excitedly with a bright face. Then the next destination is crystal clear. Let's head straight to the Salamis temple. But Ian looked a bit worried. He wondered if Casa planned to go dressed so carelessly, with barely any clothes on. Doesn't that look really messy? Pudgy even complained that he smelled bad. Then Casa noticed his hair was greasy, like it hadn't been washed for a millennium, and his body was covered in dirt, like he just crawled out of a muddy rice field, catching crabs and snails. Casa was casually sleeping on the rooftop, while Gachi knew he struggled to climb up. He asked with a frown, "How can you take a nap in a place like this?" Casa lazily glanced over. "Oh, is you what's up, kid new?" He clenched her fists, suppressing her discomfort, telling herself she had followed this guy day and night, just to learn how to absorb ancient power. But for the next mission, she definitely had to get away from him. He gathered all her courage and energy, then shouted, demanding Casa fight her. Hearing this, Casa immediately guessed. The kid wanted to escape slavery. He teased, "If that's the case, I'll gladly lose. Then come on, kid. Give it your best." Ian then turned to ask, "Looking at you, haven't you already lost?" Casa sighed and replied, "Are you stupid? How could I possibly lose?" Then he added, "Don't you have eyes?" No wonder he still wonders why his older brother looks so scruffy. Casa was speechless, not knowing how to explain. Balaam was the first to strike. He lunged forward with a dark slash, but Casa easily blocked it, not forgetting to praise, "You're pretty good." Nu's face went pale with horror. She wondered if he could really block Balaam's finishing move. With that knife now, it was Casa's turn to attack. In a flash, the knife was plunged straight into Balaam's neck. Nu also used her power to pull the shadows, turning the ground beneath them into water. Casa held Balaam, causing the ground to sink, and unintentionally released a wide area attack. Instead of a normal stab, suddenly, Balaam and Nu's faces turned pale. As an explosion occurred when he opened her eyes, she found herself sitting up, but still didn't understand what had just happened. Casa then asked, "Awake already? Thanks to you now everyone's all dirty." He made a sour face, tearing up, then opened her bag, pulled out a rope, tied up Balaam and dragged him away, not forgetting to shoot Casa. A sharp warning glance. "Don't go looking for me," Casa shouted after her. "No matter where you go, be back next week." He was furious, thinking he really is a heartless jerk. She thought he'd show some mercy, since they'd been together so long, but instead he blew her off without hesitation. Even if she died, she wouldn't come back. Casa reminded Nu to watch out for that dumb Lord Kaiman. He might attack unexpectedly, so don't go too far. That only made Nu angrier. She swore that, once she had the power of the immortal god, she'd come back to settle the score. After hearing Casa's story, Ian realized maybe they had misunderstood each other. After walking for a while, Casa said they had arrived, but Ian couldn't see anything in this god-forsaken place. He grumbled seriously, "It's just a desert." Then suddenly he fell with a scream. Casa jumped after him. Ian fell from a height and took 26 damage. He braced his hands on the ground, and tiles started to appear beneath them. They had arrived. A door appeared in front of them. This was the Salamis temple. Ian's eyes went wide in admiration. "This place is amazing." He felt his heart pounding, like it might jump out of his chest. But then Casa reached out his hand like a boss, making Ian's world brighten up. Ian thought to himself, "He's reaching out to pull me up. Has he gotten gentler?" But then Casa said something that broke Ian's hope. "Apologize. I want you to apologize for doubting me before we got here." That stunned Ian. His heart skipped a beat. He was such a fraud, but he still muttered sorry. Then they walked around, standing before the door. Ian didn't know what to do, since it wouldn't open by itself. Casa put his hand on it, and used all his strength to open it. A flash of light flared, then the door burst open. When the light dimmed, Ian opened his eyes and was stunned, wondering, is this really the Salamis temple? They were the first to set foot here, but Ian wondered who the scary old man standing over there was. Casa seemed to know him and said, "Long time no see, old man. You look way older. It took me a while to recognize you." The old man glanced over and replied, "You haven't changed a bit either." Ian curiously asked, "You know him?" Casa explained that he was the only survivor, After a duel with the guard of the Salamis tribe, Eclipse Ian suddenly realized that, if he fought Casa and survived, he must be incredibly strong. Eclipse also asked Ian who he was. Casa was taking in a Tamer as a student. He looked at Ian and said, "I'm under this Tamer lord." The old man couldn't believe it and shouted, "What did he say? That made you willingly bow down like that?" Ian scratched his head with an innocent look. "I gave him a legendary item." The old man was shocked that it was only that. Ian didn't understand why. Eclipse seemed to want to test who had stronger nerves. Going around in circles, he just asked why you came here. Ian then remembered and asked, "I heard the Salamis tribe are summoners. So does that mean you're a summoner too?" The old man turned his back and glanced over. "Am I a summoner?" Suddenly, a strong wind blew. "That's right. I am Eclipse, a 1,000,000 summoner, and brave warrior of the Salamis tribe." The strong wind almost blew Pudgy away. Ian still didn't understand what a summoner and brave warrior combined meant. He wondered if the old man was some kind of dual profession. At this moment Casa spoke up. "Enough joking around. We're here to pass the Salamis challenge." Seeing this, he came closer to Ian and sized him up. "You look like you meet the standards, and you should be able to get through all the challenges." Ian then asked what happens when you pass a challenge. Eclipse replied that to enter a challenge, you have to show your level. Eclipse changed his tone and asked, "What do you think, Tamer? Come on, kid. Do you think you can handle the challenge?" Ian said firmly, "Of course." Another gate opened. Casa was the first to jump in. Ian didn't expect there to be a secret passage in a place like this. As he stepped in, the system announced, "This is the first stage of the Salamis challenge." Pudgy suddenly disappeared. While Ian was still stunned, Eclipse laughed out loud. "What do you think, kid? The Celestials challenges only recognize you as a true warrior if you pass them without relying on companions or equipment." Hearing that, Ian felt like he'd been doused with cold water. He thought to himself, "True warrior? My foot, a summoner who can't even summon a spirit beast, fights with faith." The old man kept grinning. "Everything depends on your ability. I'm also a 1,000,000 summoner, but I had to go through the same situation to overcome my own obstacles." Ian's face fell. He thought, that's because he's an NPC with a pre-programmed storyline. "Mr. Eclipse," the old man told him to choose. "Now you get to pick a weapon to use. These weapons will help you complete this stage." Ian thought for a moment and told himself, if it's random then it doesn't matter what I pick. So he chose the one in the middle. After choosing, he clasped his hands and prayed, because that was the only thing that could help him. "Please give me the spell book." Bow and magic wand. Then the blind box opened. A giant sword appeared. It was twice his height. Ian wondered, is this the Judgment Great Sword of the Soul King? But all the effects of the Judgment Great Sword of the Soul King had been sealed. He mumbled, "At least I can still use the one." 500 damage. Then Ian froze and panicked. 500 damage. Damn. This great sword is really powerful. But Alip didn't know if a body like Ian's skeletal frame could even lift that sword. Yet he kept encouraging him with all his might. Ian suddenly remembered he was a summoner, and he had never used a great sword before. The old man spoke up to explain the challenge for him. The ancient Salamis tribe ranks warriors based on their combat ability, starting from the lowest rank elite, then commander, emperor, prime minister, and the highest rank is grand king. They will summon a warrior spirit, equal in strength to you, Ian. When you defeat him, a higher ranked warrior will appear. Ian then asked, "Equal strength means you're only judging physical power, right?" He laughed loudly, looking very confident. "Alright, it won't be long before the king level warrior has to step up." Alip really liked his confidence. Alip said, "Alright, let's get started." A magic circle appeared. An elite level warrior appeared. Ian looked at his opponent with determination. Then they both charged forward. They had a saying, strike first to control the opponent. Ian made one move that caused the other guy to spit out a whole tomato. The Salamis tribe's challenge officially began. The scar-faced old man laughed heartily and spat. "That kid is pretty good." Ian sighed in exhaustion. He thought quietly, "Good thing that worked. I knew the strike first tactic would be a winning card, but this strategy only worked because of his high agility and the powerful attack of his weapon. If that bastard could block my attack, I'd definitely be hit by the great sword system. Notification. You have completely overwhelmed the Salima's warrior. Your class will now be adjusted to fit your abilities. We will proceed to battle the Salima's warrior. Your new class is priest. The old man was very pleased and amused. He praised impressive, then added, "Alright, pick another item." Summoner Ian took a quick look around. He looked interested, wondering this time, am I really choosing or is it random again? His options were dagger, spear, staff, bow and arrow, quite a variety. Using bow and arrow would be pretty convenient, but he wondered if he could take down a priest with just a bare glove. But if he used that glove and couldn't use it for other classes later, that would be risky. He was a bit confused. So he asked the old man directly, when I move on to the next round, will that weapon disappear? And will I get to pick a new one from this list? The old man smiled slyly and said, sorry kid, that's completely up to me. Ian tilted his head, itching to know if the old man was losing his mind. So according to this old man, even if I win with a different weapon, I can't be sure what weapon I'll get to use next round. The answer was already decided. In the end, Ian chose the Judgment Longbow of the Spirit King. He picked the weapon he felt most confident with. Item info: Legendary Limited Longbow. Warrior equipment of the Salamis tribe class. Grand King in 8-power magic arrows. You can shoot magical arrows, even without physical arrows. Judgment Storm is sealed, with a 10 chance to summon Judgment Storm on attack. Judgment Storm is influenced by soul mana stats, and enemies damaged by it suffer 1 damage, based on their remaining health. This item belongs solely to user Ian. This is a quest item provided temporarily. All options are sealed holding it. He just wished he could be rewarded. This item permanently, he wanted it so badly. He was practically drooling. The clip spoke up now that Ian has chosen his weapon. Let's begin. A Salomo's tribe warrior class priest has been summoned. Before attacking, Ian politely said, sorry for doing this while you're still being summoned, but I'll attack first. Its eyes suddenly lit up like it was awakened. Dodged his move but still got slashed across the face. That was the Salamis tribe warrior class priest. Looks like that strategy won't work from this round on. Both sides fought with bows, but Ian's side seemed slightly stronger. The force of the 2 bow strings clashing was intense. Casa and the scar-faced old man calmly crossed their arms and watched, then laughed loudly. The old man said, your master is pretty good. The Casa family coldly cut to the chase. No need to worry about that. What's the purpose here? In the previous round, there were no witnesses at all. He was curious why Casa chose to stay with him, asking if the master had gained some big benefit from him. Casa answered, actually he didn't have many memories of his past. He was captured by the Kaysan Empire, lost everything and was tortured like a prisoner. It was a long time before the master came to rescue me. At first glance I felt something from the master, a feeling somehow connected to my past. At that time, Ian scratched his head and said a few words, but it was set that it would return to him. So Casa had to become one of his subordinates. To be able to use it, Casa thought this was his chance to learn more about this bastard master. Casa urged Ian, hurry up. I thought you said we were running out of time. He continued, and I became his subordinate to find out what that feeling was. The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this. That's quite convenient for you. Ian interrupted, wait, I heard you say you lost your memory. So how did you find this place? He looked at his hand thoughtfully. Even if it's just bit by bit, my memories are coming back since I set foot on the central continent. Coming here might slowly restore some of my memories. Just after a few words, Ian already settled everything neatly. System notification. You have completed overpowering the Salamos warrior. Priest profession. Your profession will be adjusted to remove the Prime Minister profession. We will now proceed to the battle with the Salamos warrior, the Grand King profession. That old man is really interested in Ian, praising him quite highly. Even I couldn't fight like that at his age. Ian said, please summon the weapon and the Grand King profession. Warrior. Ian's health fully recovered. After downing that green bottle, that old man suddenly drew his sword and declared himself the final round of the Salamis tribe challenge and the Farah Eclipse profession warrior. Right after saying that, he pointed the blade at Ian. The summoner proves his strength. The last battle has begun. The The fight with the Farah. Salama's tribe Eclipse Warrior is underway. Ian feels the pressure bearing down on him, making him want to give up, as everything is happening too fast. So for a moment he couldn't keep up. He called out, "Wait, old man, I thought you said you fought. Casa survived and stayed here to pass down the story to future generations." The old man replied, "Ian, you don't have to defeat me. What matters most is just proving your own strength." He didn't want to say more and rushed forward. Ian was too scared, unable to stand still. He chose to dodge the first strike. At least he needed to figure out how the old man fights. "Your feet are really quick." Ian recalled what happened. "Where's the weapon? You're not planning to give me a new weapon, are you? I already caught you off guard plenty of times." The old man suddenly realized he forgot about that, and he was standing too close to Ian. He said, "All right, it's free anyway. I allow you to use any weapon here at will." The system immediately displayed, "You are allowed to use all judgment weapons of the Spirit King. If you want to switch weapons, just shout switch followed by the weapon's name. All options are available for the Spirit King's judgment weapons." Ian thought, if he's willing to accept such a disadvantage, then Ian will switch whenever he feels it's necessary. Without worry he shouted, "Summon the great sword." He seemed very confident he could win. The judgment flame effect was activated. When everything was settled and better than before, the old man asked, clearly ready to fight now. Ian was pretty excited for this fight. He also wanted to know just how strong he really was. "All right, old man, get ready." The first strike already gave Ian a hard time. Ian blocking with the great sword, a wide-surfaced weapon, while attacking with the spear. A long-range weapon, the Spirit King's Judgment Spear, has a 10 chance to trigger the Judgment Ice effect on attack, freezing the enemy. Ian seemed frozen in place, stunned without any reaction. The old man was about to launch a powerful attack. Ian switched back to the staff. He didn't expect the kid could dodge it, thinking to himself, looks like the kid's not just quick on his feet. And so, every move was completely thrown by that scar-faced old man. In this situation, Ian could only block or dodge. He thought silently, good thing I carefully reviewed all the weapon options earlier. The Spirit King's Judgment Staff has a 60 chance to trigger the Spirit King's After Image effect when attacking, which roots the enemy. After rooting him, Ian switched to using a bow. He told himself he'd attack from a distance with the bow, since there's no limit on switching weapons. He kept rotating, changing weapons to fit the range and situation. Right now he was using a dagger. The Spirit King's Judgment Dagger has a 60 chance to cause bleeding and deep wounds on the enemy. Ian planned to finish the old man off with the dagger. But things weren't that simple. The old man gave a very confident smile and grabbed Ian's arm at that moment. In case of an unexpected twist, Ian switched to gloves. He flipped the script with another surprise. Move the Spirit King's Judgment. Gloves have a chance to trigger the Spirit King's aura effect when attacking, creating a dazzling light. He started gathering power into his fist and punched the old man straight in the face, then switched back to the dagger again, thinking at this close range, better use a small sharp weapon. Finally the battle was over. He thought he could take down the final boss, but at the last moment, the old man landed a punch that echoed for miles, hitting the wall so hard it cracked. He probably wasn't hurt lightly either. Ian was shocked, only 3 left. He took 1 hit and his health dropped to just 3. What kind of skill is this? He felt really confused and restless. Eclipse spoke up, the challenge isn't over yet. Summoner, the warrior spirit of the Salama's tribe. All combat stats increase by 40 for 20 minutes, and the duration of negative effects is reduced by 50. Ian was gasping in pain and exhaustion. After using so much energy on the final move, he thought he had won, but no. What crazy skill is that? All stats combined to boost one other stat. Zach John didn't want to end the fight too quickly, since he was enjoying it, so he suggested to Ian that if he still wanted to fight, he'd better summon all the rest of his clones. Ian gritted his teeth, tired and worried. With 1 clone it was already tough. Now with 4 it was surely over. Zach John launched his finishing move. The summoner's illusions attacked continuously. Meanwhile, things were going smoothly over at Pollen's side. He thought to himself, this Casa guy's kinda scary. This fight, he mumbled about how, since Casa was tormented in the Kaysen Empire, he'd been filled with his own deep hatred. Ian, on the other hand, was taking continuous damage. For some reason, purple light suddenly appeared and distracted her. Ian seized the chance. Here's the opportunity. The void illusion took 172 damage from Ian. The Spirit King's judgment effect activated. Thanks to the successful attack, the light of judgment was summoned. Sakjan looked like he was burning at that moment. The void illusion took 999 damage from the Spirit King's judgment, and was completely destroyed. Sakjan took 631 damage from the Spirit King's judgment. Ian thought Cassius's egg still had 6 left to hatch. Is this really the Spirit King's judgment effect? Lucky she mistook the energy, incubating Cassius's egg as an attack. Actually, the fact that we could summon this energy means everything is going according to plan. Finn and Pudgy did really well. Ian praised Finn for perfect timing. Finn, great job. Right after saying that, Ian jumped onto its back to escape. The 3 clones surrounding him. Holly jumped up, 2 clawing and tearing at them. The void illusion took damage from Holly and was completely destroyed. Sakjan was bitter and speechless. Couldn't believe the situation reversed. With just 1 stab, Ian asked, "What the hell is that weapon?" He was excited. Now it's time for me to show off one more move. Maybe now Sakjan would use the sword energy. Is it her strongest weapon? It's not even a normal sword energy. It's spreading everywhere. Sakjan thought, if she wanted to turn things back to how they were, she had to use the skill. Caught off guard, Hallie blocked, took the damage and disappeared. It was defeated by just 1 strike. Sakjan used the Desert Warrior's wish, exactly like the skill that Icy Bastard used. Ian wondered if that guy had also been through some kind of trial. She even knew how to remove all her clones, to avoid spreading damage. Her combat ability was really formidable. Sakjan's weak voice said, "Why don't we just end this?" He urgently told Finn to sweep through, and she took damage from Sakjan's surprise attack. The Desert Warrior's wish was activated. A curtain of swords formed, because of the sword curtain's effect. Sakjan's attack stat increased by 15. After a while, Finn was counterattacked. The strike was so strong that just 1 hit caused Finn to be unsummoned. At that moment, Ian was sitting on Finn's back, so when this happened, he fell freely. Sakjan shouted, "Let's end it here." The final scene ended at the most dangerous moment. Ian reached out with 1 hand and grabbed her face tightly. His other hand threw a punch, but it was useless no matter what he did. She could always counter with a stronger blow. Ian took 10 critical damage from Sakjan. Even after hitting so hard, he only took 10 critical damage. Way too little. Repeated attacks like that only caused him minor damage. Overusing the sword veil made it start to shatter. Ian thought if things kept going like this, she'd be the one in trouble. He needed to try something different. Used a skill on her, it landed a hit. Ian then fell down a cliff. The 2 reporters looked worried, restless. It had been 2 hours since the invasion of Dakruna, and Titan began. What we're seeing on the screen now is the first wall of the Lotus Guild collapsing, and the nearby defense towers. That's Sakjan pushing inside. After successfully defeating the summoner, Ian's arm was still raised, so he was still trying to get up, though it took some effort. At least he was safe. System notification. The Solam's warrior will skill has stopped activating. Due to time limit, Ian breathed a sigh of relief. She's gone now. We barely survived, thanks to shifting leftover stats into defense. Because of the Solam's warrior will effect. That damn Sakjan, her confused face, when she realized she was actually causing critical damage. If I'd known, I would have taken a screenshot. Ian thought, well, even if the first wall falls, this was expected. I should go help Lai. He stepped forward, pulled his weapon stuck in the rubble and said, "All right, let's go, Sak." John was also cautious. Ian wondered, who the hell is that bastard? He's tough like a normal person. Shouldn't he be a summoner with limited defense? Just forget it. The biggest obstacle is gone. Now the only thing left is to find a way inside. Victory is already Kimon's. Kano sat alone in the cave watching the fight. It's way more intense than I thought. Mrs. Lamb asked, "But is it okay for you to stay here? If I remember right, you have someone you need to defeat over there." When he finished the match, Ian came so Heron could heal the Divine Guardians. He took the chance to ask, "I think we need to go help Lai. Do you agree today?" Heron was kind-hearted and definitely wouldn't refuse. He summoned Rake to carry the 2 of them. For convenience, he reminded, "Hold on tight." And then they arrived at the battlefield of death. He saw Lai and turned pale. What the hell is that? What the hell just happened? Back to when Lai was fighting Rahan. At that time he was closing in. Rahan could strike once to push him back. Kimby said, "You stupid wolf. You must want to die. I guess one beating wasn't enough for you, huh?" Lai was still very fierce. Of course not yet hearing him. Reply back he was startled. "This wolf can talk, so you understand, huh? Your summoner, and your precious priest aren't here to protect you." Li answered like a brave hero. "Since no one's here I can go all out." Li is an ultimate Fenrir and king of all wolves. But even though he evolved from a Fenaria bloodline into the ultimate Fenaria, he never had the chance to truly show his power, because he had seen with his own eyes both Shark, Lot and Oval belonging to Lunacy. Lai knew Lunacy would target Ian and his team, so he held back on using his full strength. His full power could only be used when he was alone. Isolated Lai unleashed the power of the ultimate Feria. This was when his true power finally burst out. Yet Jahan saw it as a joke. He was stunned by just one attack. Eyes wide in surprise he said, "The battle is just getting started. No matter how strong you are, there will be a slip-up." That's why Lai took a hit from him, and was knocked far away seeing the situation was bad. Yoon and Roy stepped in to fight, not knowing if they'd survive. They told Lai privately, "Please protect Ian for us." They all took heavy damage from Rahan. Lai used Shadow Invasion. All of Lai's attacks would now deal critical damage. Lai's movement speed increased by 50, and his dodge rate rose sharply. Rahan switched to using the Mask of Damnation. After a long fight, the mage's blessing effect from him was nullified. The Mask of Damnation effect was also nullified. He told himself anyway, "I really respect Lai's strength. You did well even if you're just a subordinate, but your master and Lotus will lose." Lai burst into tears after hearing this, crying, "I'm sorry master." He seemed to collapse in ultimate pain. Lai died from a critical hit from Rohan. System announcement. The spirit beast with Shadow Invasion skill has died. Skill is now disabled. The darkness in the sky gradually faded. Only Rogant remained. Ian urgently called out, "Heron, heal him." After a moment he opened his eyes. Ian, who was always by his side, immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Richard replied, "Luckily Richard is fine, but you shouldn't be here right now. Ian Rahin has gotten inside." At the same time Goa sent him an urgent message. "He needs to come here immediately. The second defense gate has been breached." She doesn't know how they found the basement agency. Before Ian arrived, he asked Gowan and Casa to try to stop them. But the NPCs are already wiped out. They're not moving at all, like they're glitched. Seems like the battle has already started. "I have to go." Ian was frustrated. One problem after another. He showed his frustration openly, and told Roy-san what happened, but still wasn't sure where the problem was. Roy-san thought that Samu and Martin's group had finally made their move, saying Lender and Aland had joined Titan's forces, so the assassin had returned. Aland had shown them how to open the city gates. "Last time looks like things are getting worse and worse." Ian complained, and even worse. The only spirit beasts left with him were Rake, Baji and Pudgy. "What the hell is Casa doing right now?" Heron curiously asked Ian. "What's that over there?" His eyes went blank. "Too much death and destruction here." Logan burst into tears when his pet died. Casa couldn't move anymore. Teammates were getting beaten to death one by one. Sir Pauline collapsed in Syria's lap. Ian panicked. How could he feel something fluttering? The assassin was here to shattering Sirius ice. Casa seemed haunted by the past. That feeling again. That feeling was just like when I met the Lord, Assassin and Heron after so many battles. "We met again," the assassin said. "I opened the city gate like I promised, and Heron had wiped out all the remaining monsters, except that one." He pointed at Casa. But Casa didn't move at all, like he was paralyzed or glitched. The assassin suggested, "Then I think we just need to cut off his head." Her thinking was simple, and Heron agreed to do it quickly. The ghost technique combined with the chain slash was about to be unleashed when they sensed something strange. What was that? A highest-level dimensional magic tower appeared. Jeep was thrilled inside. Finally, it has awakened. She was the master of the dimensional magic tower, pure dragon Master Wally, present in the northern continent. He also knew about it, the awakening everyone had been waiting for. He said, "My old friend, one of the 5 dragon gods." Cassius just woke up and roared loudly, shaking everything. The roar was so loud it hurt the ears, making those two turn pale. His body suddenly emitted a purple light. He was stunned. Could Cassius's energy be coming from those bastards? Cayman that Lee defeated earlier. System alert. The energy required to awaken Cassius has been met. One of the 5 legendary divine dragons is shedding its shell. Due to the absence of a leader, all summoning commands from others have been cancelled. The heavenly guardians around him instantly disappeared. He is about to receive an incredibly powerful new force. Casa thought to himself, so this is the battle dragon. Cassius, he growled, staring at Ian with sharp eyes. Are you the one who awakened me? I can sense out there a soul like mine. I'll get there first. Meanwhile, Sat John kept staring at that huge spear out there, wondering what the hell is that. It's not a snake but a real dragon, huh? In this situation, you can still hear Rohan's forced laugh. You find this situation funny. He told the dragon it looks like part of it, but it's only level 1. Rahul said, I don't know how that damn summoner managed to tame a dragon, but we still have a chance to succeed. The situation just got more urgent. Ian didn't hesitate and told Heron to follow him. Sat John trembled. How did this even happen? Should we gather an air combat squad and launch a joint attack? The monster looked at Casa and politely asked, May I borrow your strength? Only then did he realize this feeling was caused by the Lord. Casa replied, all right, I'll lend you another power of mine. He raised his hand and transferred a part of it to him. He was so exhausted he collapsed. At that moment Ian saw it and panicked. Sat John was thrilled to see this. That stupid dragon was attacking its own ally. Rahan immediately shouted, hey, are your eyes just for decoration? His current level jumped from 1 to 302. An insanely huge level up process. Sat John stopped laughing right away. Now he could only gape in shock. Rahan said, so that dragon isn't attacking him. More like it's absorbing him. At this point things got serious and tense. Rahan ordered prepare for battle. He's about to use that skill. Everyone get out of the way. But it was too late. Everyone had to endure the deadly black hole. About to charge recklessly. Sat John felt something weird. What's going on? Why is something holding me back here? Damn it, he split off another clone to help himself escape from the black hole. Knowing he couldn't stand directly on the ground, he stood on his own sword. Kano was just watching but already reacting strongly. They were trying to run away. The death prison appeared, bones forming a square cage trapping them inside. You can't run from the sun. Ian and Heron witnessed the whole process. Heron asked, is this for Rayal? So Flashy the Titan, Guild and the Kruna were completely wiped out. In the blink of an eye the battle was over. Huni turned and said, let's go. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Casa was exhausted, barely able to stand. Truly amazing. The 5-centimeter distance from Lotus's breath. Domain was blown away by 1. In Min Floral, and said the defense was successful. Casa's power has returned too. Anyway, that last moment was all thanks to his skill. He's gotten a lot stronger. I look forward to seeing him again soon. Ian saw Casa muttering, so he curiously ran over and asked, what do you mean by successful? That dumb dragon just blew away the whole domain. Casa replied, although it was pretty impressive. Thanks to that, we were able to hold off the second-ranked guild from Kylan. Now they won't be able to challenge us anymore, because we took some loot from those damn Cayman guys. We can repair the domain and level up at the same time. Halfway through he suddenly remembered. Oh right, Casa, what's your relationship with that dragon? Casa explained, during the founding era of Kylan, there were 17 gods with different powers. Among those gods 5 descended to the human world to stop the demon realm's invasion. However, those gods couldn't directly interfere in human affairs. So the war god Chajet granted his power to the war dragon Cassios and the human hero Lucibo. After that, Cassios fought the demon dragon Khalifa, along with the dragon master in the northern continent. And that was the end. The war god Shizue worried Casa might be in danger too, so he sealed Casa's memories. That's how Casa's wandering journey across the human world ended. But over time, the seal weakened and Casa's memories fully returned. When Cassius blossomed, due to the connection through the war god, Shizue's power. Ian stroked his chin and wondered, was that all preset Casa said? But that story doesn't really concern me. The point is, I need to help him regain his original strength, and I need him to reach the hidden power at level 100. 2 Cash is put on a construction outfit. People around even complimented his skillful hands. Thanks to that, the job went smoothly, Casa thought, but since he borrowed my power and leveled up on his own, he's probably only missing about 2, though that won't make much difference. And if I summon this guy, I can't summon other subordinates, due to lack of leadership, so I'll definitely need some help. Seeing Cassio's so enthusiastic, Ian spoke up enough. I'll just ask Casa for help. At the Titan domain, Rahan gruffly even hit his own people, making Sakjon confused. Rahan, what will you do now? Our ambush failed, even though we hold many of Kaisen's kingdoms. I'm worried. Do you have any other ideas? Let this anger double now. You're so weak. You want to give up just like that? We'll make a new strategy to attack them. So go inside and hold the meeting. Sakjon won't go in because he fears conflict. So ask Len to go in for me. Just report back to me afterwards. It's over now. Ian returned to reality. At least with Casa's help. Kasha should reach level 100 soon. The central continent is the best place to level up. Then his phone rang. He reached into his pocket, took it out and said hello. It was Sajin, the broadcast specialist, calling him. I'm contacting you to discuss profits from the video of the second defense siege. Are you interested in? Right. She said the video will be live tonight or tomorrow. Right, how much profit are we talking about? She replied, well, I'll know more details when a video is released, but the full video's profit will be around 8,000 won, and highlights will be about 12,000 won. That's just your personal profit. Ian heard the numbers. Ian was completely shocked. That much? So Jen explained. After all, you're one of Kalen's top rands now. Thanks to you, I can hire a whole editing team with that profit. I'll contact you again when the video premieres. So Ian imagined what he'd do with all that money. In the future, should I transfer it to my parents' bank account? No, don't think about that. They'd suspect I stole it. I think I just used it to go out to eat with Heron. It's been a while since I checked the community. Hasn't it better go see? After all, we won the siege. The hottest searches now include stories about God Ian, Ian's strategy and who Ian's close allies are, along with lots of positive comments. Ian's subordinates are amazing. Lotus really is the light of Lusabo. Lotus is awesome. Is there still room to join the Lotus Guild? Rahan and Sakjin are just fake spies. You'd be dead after just touching one hair of Rahan's. Some say you die from the vice guild leaders, but usually those desert warriors kill you first. They're all rookies. This feeling really makes Ian proud and happy. Yeah, it's really great. Besides that, they're trash-talking Lucifer's strongest guilds who are hiding, and they're really disgusting. Just quit the game and delete your character. Why not try to be a little braver? There are rumors they made some dirty deals with Titan. Such a betrayal. It really makes no sense that the Lotus Guild, ranked 41, could defeat Kaiman on their own, while the top-ranked Lusabo guilds keep burying their heads in the sand. And on top of that, they put us in danger by allying with Titan. Blender and Owen have decided to team up with Titan. Thinking back, if we didn't have Cassius, we probably would have lost. This really pisses me off. How dare they mess with us? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'll take revenge in the cruelest way possible. Ian sat back in his chair thinking hard. I know I said I'd get revenge on Owen and Lender, but how exactly besides what Roger told me? I don't have any proof. If only I could find something. He decided to go search and see if there was any useful info, but unfortunately there wasn't a single slip-up. Suddenly, not long after he found what he needed over at Lusabo, Rahan was sitting inside a tent with Celine, discussing things. According to what Celine knew, the Kylan community was buzzing about the Kylan Empire, that Olin and Lender were making a deal. Rahan asked, is it a deal with Titan? Not the Kylan Empire. So Rahan, you don't need to freak out like that, Celine said. Then her face suddenly turned angry. She grabbed a knife and pointed it at his neck, like she wanted to kill him. Shut up, you already agreed. Didn't you? But that was just a scenario Celine imagined. It was a vivid scene, but it couldn't really happen. I'd be dead. Back to reality. Rohan was curious. So what's the deal with Titan? Then Celine forced a smile. She replied, our strategy is to make it the trump card. On the forum there's a hot post about Lotus, revealing they're going all out to hunt down spies from Åland. The plan is to use that info when Lotus jumps into a fierce fight with Åland and Lender. Feta will ambush and wipe out all 3 guilds. In one fell swoop. Rohan frowned, admitting it was a pretty good plan. If luck is on our side, we could take them down without lifting a finger. However, Rohan stressed, we need a detailed plan for this strategy to work. We have to push Lotus to fight Åland and Lender as soon as possible, because those two will just hold each other back, and then call it quits, and then we can take over all the surrounding strongholds, eliminating Lotus, and Lotus will be kicked out of this war, completely shattered with no way out. Hearing this brilliant plan, Rohan's eyes lit up. This idea is interesting. I like it. All right, let's roll it out. A few days later at Lotus Stronghold, the atmosphere was extremely tense. They were seriously discussing the upcoming battle. So the forum says, Åland and Lender are about to attack us. Those bastards stabbed us in the back. And that still isn't enough. Could this be Kaiman's scheme to divide Lucifer's forces, or something? After weighing both sides, Ian thought both were possible. Åland and Lender are backed into a corner. Who knows what they'll do when they have nothing left to lose? Flora shook her head. Chin said, as I mentioned, this is Kaiman's golden opportunity. All the strongholds around them have been taken. That's the clearest proof. They're using this situation to gain an advantage. Yoon exclaimed in panic. So what should we do now? And Ian, with a confident look, reassured him. Don't worry, I have a pretty great plan. Then he handed Eun a thick book. Meanwhile, at another scene, Haran and Salin looked furious. They stormed and kicked the door open, both charging straight at him. Salin getting right up close. Ice cold. What the hell is going on here? You bastard, it's been days since that post went up, and those damn Lotus dogs still haven't made a move. Solon was so scared his whole body was shaking, unable to say a word. Sharp almost hurried to soothe the situation. Please stay calm, we're also making plans. Because Kaiman has taken almost 80 of the continent. The Lotus Center has no other option but to act. But Solon angrily pressed a knife to his neck, warning. Shut up. He hasn't given you permission to talk that much. Wanna cause more trouble? Seeing the situation getting worse, after quickly calming himself and everyone, he said, please stay calm. Don't make a big deal out of this. This is one of the scenarios we anticipated. If they don't make a move, then we can only invade them. We have more strongholds. What we need to do is strengthen our forces and attack at the right moment. Time is on our side. These words seemed to be what Haran wanted to hear, so he let go. You better take responsibility for what you just said. Because of that, Solon withdrew. His threat done, they left immediately. Solon and his group breathed a sigh of relief. Man, that was way too hot-headed. But what the hell are those bastards up to? Why haven't they made any moves yet? Just then, Ian summoned Cassius and opened his info panel. He belonged to a legendary bloodline, with destructive traits, and the ability to evolve a passive war god skill that boosts attack power for allies within a 150-meter radius, based on a certain ratio, depending on the number of enemies. The passive, Dragon Skin, reduces 40 damage from magic attacks, and 10 from physical attacks. If no damage is taken within 10 seconds, it regenerates 2 health every 2 seconds. For Dragon Might, causes fear status to enemies within a 50-meter radius. The higher your level compared to the opponent, the greater the chance to trigger fear, and once in that state, the enemy won't be able to attack. Cassius's Dragon Breath continuously deals damage, equal to 40 attack power over the next 10 seconds. But for the user, the effect is halved. Polymorph lets Cassius transform into human form. In human form, all combat stats drop by 30, and active skills can't be used. Cassius, the dragon, is one of the 7 legendary holy dragons, with abilities passed down by God. His power hasn't fully recovered, so he hasn't reached perfection yet. After reading the rare skill list, Ian was very excited. Who would have thought he had this skill? Cassius Polymorph lets go, right after he transformed into a human shape, but surprisingly looked painfully ugly. What the hell? Ian froze. What is this crap? Cassius seemed to not have been in this form for a long time. Ian compared him to a friendly neighbor uncle. After polymorphing, all of Cassius's stats dropped 30, and he cannot use active skills while in this form. Kasha slowly admired and examined every part of his body. It's been a long time since I polymorphed into this form. Ian was using this skill for the first time, so he asked cluelessly, "Is this your default form when you polymorph?" Even his way of speaking gradually changed. Cassius replied this wasn't his default form, but he felt most comfortable in it. "Why aren't you happy I didn't turn into a woman?" Ian then showed a few photos of Samu and Mon, asking, "Can you transform into these forms?" That's pretty easy for him. Of course, no problem. A week later, Samu clenched his fists, face scowling angrily. "Damn it, we got played. I shouldn't have listened to that. Damn Ma, and seems a bit late to realize now. Thanks to him now, everyone's suspicious of us about why we didn't help Lotus, and whether we secretly made a deal with Titan behind their backs. That damn mercenary assassin ran away in just a moment, and we also fell behind Valiant in the guild rankings. This is such a damn situation." Samu stood high up and saw Mon being blocked. "Even though you're the leader, we still need to verify your identity." He didn't say much and immediately attacked them. "No matter how much you try to run, you can't escape." Samu didn't understand what was happening, and ran like a fool. "What the hell is this? What's going on here?" He tried to run after to catch up with Mon. The mission was immediately assigned to him. After Mon looked directly at all the Allen members, he grabbed his weapon and approached the Lender Guild. The Lender City Gate had been opened because of an ambush. Samu was the one who shot the arrow straight inside. Everyone gathered. They used grappling hooks to cling to the walls and climb into the city. Only at this moment did Samu realize it was a trap. They were completely surrounded by chains. "Oh God, my body can't move at all. Why would you do this to us?" Samu blamed Mon. "You attacked my guild members first. Then you ran away, you bastard." Mon pretended to be innocent and clueless. "What are you talking about? Why would we do that? There's no time to think about this right now. 2 days ago, one of our guild members was assassinated by an arrow in the scorpion hunting grounds. That was Allen's doing, you coward." Samu was even more annoyed by these words. "What kind of nonsense are you spitting out? Why would our archers go all the way there to hunt those tough scorpions? I think someone's trying to divide us." After a while, Samu was finally able to move normally again. What Mon said wasn't certain yet. "Just a guess, Samu. You're not as smart as I thought." Outside, Ian and Samu, disguised as Cassius with polymorph, were hiding right in the bushes. "They found out earlier than you thought. You planned to stage a scene at Samu's base. How boring anyway. It looks like they still suspect each other. This might just give me enough time. Cash has discovered something strange." He called Ian over to check it out. "The Immortal Dark Lord is a consecutive hidden quest. You've met all the conditions to awaken the power of the Immortal Lord. This person founded an underground, immortal empire thousands of years ago. You've successfully completed all the tasks from the Immortal Soul, and you now qualify to become the next Dark Lord. Right now, awaken the Immortal, sleeping at level 100 in the underground dungeon, and defeat him. He will become the Dark Lord." The difficulty of this SSS rank solo quest has been acknowledged by the Immortal Soul. There is no time limit. The reward changes your class to Shadow Magic, depending on the player's current class. The reward may vary. Casa noticed that. It seems like that kid has found a way to activate this mission. That's why the mission window was shared with me, because that kid is my subordinate. But he's a bit puzzled. Even missions done by my subordinate are shared with me. If the difficulty is SSS, it's on par with the challenges in the Sailmist tribe. I'm the village chief, but I don't know what this guy's up to, and he might get legendary summoner rewards. I don't think we can just ignore that. Right then, Ian sent a message to Chuhuni. "I heard you just got a big mission, right? Don't pretend I already know Casa is your master. Isn't that right, since you're Casa's subordinate? This mission was also shared with me." Honey sighed, not hiding it either. Ian asked straight up, "So what do you want from me?" Ian simply wanted to join the kid on that mission. The kid hesitated. After all, it's a dark magic mission, so you probably wouldn't benefit much, right? And Ian didn't care about that. Don't worry, we'll figure it out once we get there. Seeing Hunie's expression getting worse, Canuel immediately showed concern. But the kid didn't want to say it's nothing big. Looks like someone else will join our mission. We need to finish this mission quickly and deal with that person. And Kano lit up at the words that person. Could it be the summoner? Ian and Honey spoke seriously. Coldly, he might also show up. Meanwhile, Kano was more excited than ever. Awesome, finally I get to meet him. He skipped around like a kid. Honey was dumbfounded. You admire him that much? Canuel went on. You know Honey, he's the strongest summoner. If I meet him, I'm definitely going to ask him to teach me how to train dragons. While the Lotus Guild was discussing, Ian was suddenly missing, turns out. He said he had something important to do, and already left actually. It wasn't that important, but Floriland wanted to ask him about the next updates for Keelan, and also about what was written in the book Ian showed us last time. Ayu Hyun firmly put his pen down. If you say so, then those are the plans for the future. The plans for Lotus. Lotus will leave the central continent. Floriland knew nothing until hearing the news, and was stunned. What about everything we've built so far? Right now, over 85 of the central continent belongs to the Cayman Empire. With just our defensive weapons and strength, we can't make a difference. When Kaysen targets this fortress, we will retreat to the fortresses on the northern continent and take over all the fortresses around the Luffy Empire. Although other guilds will resist, it will still be okay. We have the excuse of being the only guild standing against the Kaysen Empire in the central continent, using the reputation we've built in the central land. Ian will be promoted from deputy commander to commander, and we will create the Lotus Kingdom. Floral and pulled at her hair. It was too complicated. She couldn't understand it right away. Right now, we can take over the Night Guild or the Magic Tower, the Special Defense Tower, and other game content in the central continent. A kingdom created solely from our guild. Understanding the issue, they were all ready when we declare the kingdom came in. If you really have the ambition to unify the continent, you will definitely attack us. Do you know what rank our guild is? Floriland answered without hesitation. We're ranked second, not high, but not low. Then she suddenly paused. Her eyes widened. Wait, could our ranking have been completely manipulated? We need to hide our strength while continuing to grow stronger. When we're ready, we can confront Kaimen. Ian and Casa were walking together on the snow. The atmosphere was gloomy. Even the sand was gray. Makes sense because this is the land of the undead. Casa, do you know anything about the undead of the Black Sea? Casa murmured. The undead. Simply put, they are allies. The Lord of Darkness can manipulate the undead and turn them into minions. Their true nature is cruel. But over a millennium, humans and the undead have joined forces to fight against the demons of the underworld. Because humans also need to protect their territory. They share the same goal. The demons aim to conquer this dimension, and during the alliance with the undead, the witch profession was formed. The high undead are the origin of all witches. At the same time, Ian ran into the Lord of Darkness. Huni, he waved enthusiastically. Long time no see, you're different now. Looks like you've grown taller. And the kid didn't want to say much. Yeah, and I seem more mature. Enough talk. Let's go, we'll take down the undead. Ian summoned Lai to attack first. It used its claws to tear through each enemy. Knoll even got to watch Ian's gameplay up close. It's really awesome, Lee. After a long time not being summoned, you're pretty fired up. And Knoll also had a role in this mission. Awesome, I won't fall behind. Dion charged in, but got tangled up by the opponent's legs, and fell flat on his face. Want an earthquake? Ian warned him. Your skills still have a lot to improve. As for Huni, he calmly used the spirit slash and cursed. Then came the realm of Death's revenge. The undead spirit envoy was stunned. The undead dry bones were stunned. The undead scorpion was stunned. Congratulations. You've completed dungeon number 36 of the undead tribe. Casa lay back relaxed, watching the kid. I sensed it since last time, but your skills have definitely improved a lot. So you're a witch recognized by the Immortal Clan. Ian was really happy for Huni. You've really gotten better. By the way, were you the one who captured Rahan and Sargon last time? Ian talked a lot but got totally ignored by the kid. which hurt his pride. At least say hi before leaving. I'm really grateful to you hearing this. Huni finally spoke. No need. I just didn't want that bastard to be killed by someone else. He's someone we can't easily handle. By the way, the beneficial effect from first dungeon exploration is still the best. Ian leveled up and his leadership skills improved a lot. Now he can summon both Lai and Cassius at the same time. Let's hurry up, finish quickly, and go hunting in the Immortal Clan's prison. On the 100th underground floor, just as expected, the SSS level dungeon is no joke. Everyone's summoned beasts are exhausted, and the whole group's stamina is nearly drained. Can they even defeat the immortals in this state? That's probably what everyone's worried about. Suddenly remembered, I still have a question, Casa. If the Immortal Clan is an ally, why do we have to kill them? Like I said, they're temporary allies. Now that the war against the demons is over, the Immortal Clan could become enemies anytime, and the number of undead monsters has recently increased, don't you see? It looks like the Immortal Clan is scheming something. I'm sure Rufio and Kaiman don't want to see those undead monsters running wild. In essence, what we're doing is helping cut off those cancerous tumors. Based on this info, they decided to open it. Huni began chanting, O Dark Lord, immortal, descendant of the one who completed all preparations, and came to this dark cathedral. The Dark Lord appeared and asked, have you witnessed the true realm of death with your own eyes? They heard the voice and were terrified. Everyone fell under the Dark Lord's shadow strike. It's pitch black and you can't see anything. The Dark Lord took slow, deliberate steps. I guess you want to see that realm. I will personally guide you and show you the realm of death. The immortal damaged by Cassius Lee, Ian Canole, and even Huni froze in shock and was thrown back when they saw Ian's group's power could completely overpower the Dark Lord. He called for his allies in a savage tone. Rise up, my undead army. The undead slowly crawled up from the ground. As soon as they heard the call, soul energy activated in those creatures. The immortal fully recovered his health. Attack while I'm speaking in such a hurry. Huni just grown up, and already facing so many tough situations. He devours the zombies to heal himself. We need to take out the skeletons first. Ian handle this quickly and cleanly. Cassius, let's attack together. The immortal laughed and said sarcastically, oh, so you really want to kill me? He cast an aging spell on them at the same time. It exhausted them and blinded them. However, only Cassius was immune to the curse, thanks to his dragon skin. Lee and Balam were also immune, due to their dark resistance. From this, the immortal realized some bugs seemed immune to his curse. Father is fine, just let the zombies finish them off. Ian panicked, sweating profusely. What should I do? We're at a disadvantage if we have to fight with this negative effect. Besides, I can't focus because I'm blind. The only ones who could fight were his 3 immune guardian angels. Lee, does the dark wizard have any weaknesses? Huni thinks a really strong magic attack might work. We can't let him absorb all the souls at once. Maybe Cassius's dragon roar will be effective. Could it be our last hope? But if we use it, the dungeon might collapse on us all. Ian hesitated, thinking about how to pull off a move to take him down. Huni then came up with a strategy. But with this plan, we have to risk our lives. Hearing that Jin Sung was stunned, risk our lives, he collapsed, face full of panic. What kind of terrifying strategy is this? Dihan calmly replied, counter-attack skill. You know this skill. It's the counter you used in the arena last time. He guessed right, but to target the immortal with it requires 2 conditions which aren't easy. First, the immortal has to launch a really strong attack. Second, they have to be able to withstand that powerful attack. You already planned this out with Balam to be ready, but they can't deal enough counter damage because of that dark wizard's innate dark resistance. As for Jin Sung, his weakness curse is at a low level, so he can't withstand the immortal's attack, all because he dealt the most damage before. So if he gets close, the immortal will hit back fiercely. So basically, you want to use me as a human shield, right? No matter how I feel about it. That's how it is. Can you do it or not? He smiled confidently, of course. Just watch the timing carefully. Then Cassius suddenly touched Jin Sung. He knew exactly what he had to do. He stood up firmly. Let's try it. Outside he was like that, but inside he was a bit worried. This really is a reckless strategy. This plan requires me to approach him from the air. It's not really my specialty, but it's okay. I totally trust Dahan's skills. More than that, I'm not sure I can withstand his attack in this state. Look at him, his aura is terrifying. Completely the opposite of me. He quickly ordered Cassius to fly toward the immortal. In about 3 seconds they'd clash. It rushed up at a very fast speed. But the immortal showed no fear at all. Funny, attacking is useless. Just as planned, dragon roar strike. Cassius suddenly acted strangely, surprising the immortal. Startled, he looked back and saw Jin Sung rushing forward. He was stunned, dazed, and thrown back. With this formation, he wouldn't lose quickly using aging. But Jin Sung wasn't just anyone, so he immediately used the turbo boost. Right then, Ji Hyun quickly used the counter-attack skill. A big serpent started to appear. The atmosphere was chaotic. Now it flicked out its long tongue. But he wasn't scared, so he looked at it resolutely. Suddenly it bit his neck. He couldn't block it and jerked in pain. Now Jin Sung had taken a huge amount of damage. What to do? The bite got stronger suddenly. A huge explosion shook the whole place. Cassius was startled looking at it. The white tiger was also shocked, and the others were scared stiff. Now let's see how it goes. Ho looked on with mouth agape, confused about what just happened. What's the outcome? What just happened? Now Jin Sung lay unconscious there. Luckily he used the Ceramus clan's will to resist, and now he only has 2 health left. The immortal wasn't very surprised. There really was nothing special, but he was shocked because he started coughing up blood. Oh no, could this be the counterattack skill? You activated that skill during that brief moment. Why is he staring at D1? Who's catching Jin Song, that damn dark wizard brat? What is this? He fell freely. A big fall causing a destructive explosion. He lay motionless, having taken damage up to 1 billion. It was truly an unexpected defeat. The skeletons gathered around him again. The old man immediately recognized. He was about to use soul devouring again. Dahan turned back. You're wrong about that. Those skeletons actually wanted to attack him, which scared him clearly. He's their master, but they betrayed him. It really was the mage's big failure. As he screamed in despair, it hurt so much, and then he was mercilessly defeated by his own soldiers. Dihun wondered, have they already won? Jin Sung shouted angrily, that bastard. If it weren't for Sister Thong, I'd be done for. He slowly retreated. Daehoon was very happy that their strategy worked. He was full of excitement and praised him. That's perfect, you did great. It made him blush with embarrassment. Suddenly there was a big explosion. The immortal rushed out angrily. Did they really think they had defeated him? Jin Song was startled. He had come back by turning his body into a zombie. They couldn't avoid this. He charged forward fast, ready to die. Suddenly, Ji-hoon stood up to block for him, which surprised him. He just turned back and smiled at him warmly. Jin Sung shivered. What are you trying to do? The immortal's fierce slash hit Ji-hoon, but at that moment he still smiled. A smile that made Jin Sung's heart ache with sadness. Ji-hoon stepped in to protect Jin Sung. To his astonishment, he turned back and gave him a tender smile. He grimaced. What are you planning? The immortal's sweet slash came straight down on Ji-hoon, who kept smiling though it seemed he couldn't hold it much longer. His nature was still fearful, grimacing but feeling nothing. He slowly opened his eyes. That weapon was just pressed against his neck. Ji-hoon was shocked at the sight of Kasa standing there. He came and stabbed straight into the immortal. His large sword pierced decisively, and destroyed the unsuspecting immortal. The immortal stammered, who are you? Kasa clenched his teeth, his aura full of fierce anger. Jin Song immediately realized. He excitedly praised Kasa. His head was cut off. The immortal angrily said, how dare you? Kasa stomped his foot hard. So he had successfully defeated the immortal. Unexpectedly, right after, Jin Sung happily ran over to Kasa. He was very thrilled because he thought Kasa was gone. But unexpectedly he appeared here. Daehoon quickly picked up the staff. He looked at his staff proudly. So the mission was done because of that. He got a bunch of good stuff. Suddenly the gem in the skull started glowing. Surprising Ji-hoon, it shone brightly. Almost blinding power surged fiercely again. Ji-hoon's eyes suddenly lit up with a strange color. Could it be he was possessed? But no, he returned to normal. Only stronger. He successfully leveled up from Dark Mage to Lord of Darkness. Then Jin Sung was surprised. Is that Ji-hoon's new class? Suddenly you wonder, why did you save me? He didn't understand. For a moment, Ji-hoon looked at Kasa with an unhappy expression, wondering why did you save him. Kasa didn't understand either. What is this guy even talking about? But Ji-hoon got angry and shouted for him to stop, pretending clearly, you wanted to kill him before, so you don't remember. Wait, did I ever do that? He was startled. Could he be talking about that one time? He quickly pulled up the screen. That's when he realized their contract had already been cancelled. Daehan gritted his teeth angry and shouted, what the heck is this? You mean I'm not worth fighting for properly? He stepped closer, saying it was all just a misunderstanding. Kasa said with a tired look, that time was just a scare, but you were so good. I accidentally took the fight seriously, before they were actually having fun. He just wanted to play with you a bit, to break the contract. But then you disappeared and he couldn't do it. He seemed shy. It was surprising that Kasa actually apologized. To Jaehin he reached out with sincerity and happiness. He congratulated him on becoming a hero. Jaehin also reached out happily, shaking Kasa's hand. This time he would forgive him. They looked at each other happily. So the misunderstanding was resolved. At that moment, Jin Sung and Ken Owen clapped to celebrate. But Jin Sung's face didn't look very happy. He happily opened this gift box. It's all over now, better check the reward. He equipped the item, not bad at all. It's the Immortal's Cloak, which gives a lot of benefits, definitely not bad. Jin Sung was a bit curious. Ken Owen is also a summoner, so she probably got a mythic tier item right? She really did get the command earrings. She showed it off. It boosts command stats by 15,000. That's amazing. Jin Sung got jealous. He really needed that. Angry, he asked anything else, but inside he wished she'd stop bragging. Of course there is, she said, ready to share with him. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. She shared a mission with him, the Pure Dragon Wish. His task was to find the wandering soul of Jiley somewhere in hell and complete the challenge. To finish the mission, he felt a bit sad. That was his grandfather's mission, but when she shared it, no Ken Owen angrily slammed the screen, almost breaking it, making Jin Sung scared. Okay, no need to share it. He thought it over anyway. He figured his grandfather disappeared after doing something with his legacy. Suddenly the eye on the immortal staff asked, do you know about Oalii? Hearing the strange voice, all four were startled. The most panicked was Daehan. He quickly explained, I'm not saying anything. Then the staff suddenly laughed loudly. Did everyone think it was really going to die? Two of them panicked and wanted to rush forward, but Kasa realized and stopped them. It'll be fine. Clearly, Kasa didn't sense any hostility at all. He thought they should just listen to what it had to say. That would be best. Said right away. He transferred his soul into the staff. When his body was destroyed, that's not important. What's important is, does Jin Sung know about Oalii? He shyly said, I met him before. That's all he could say, because admitting he already got this mission before would reveal his identity. Actually, it had suspected something odd about him. When it saw him battling the divine dragon, it even sensed love from his hand. Jin Sung was surprised. Was it talking about the person in the forest of love? It immediately asked, will you fulfill his request? He got the mission right away. This was the demon's work. This mission was linked with the demon dragon. Kafa's earn mission too, he doubted. So they killed the person who was preparing the battle against the demons. Felt he was feeling too bad. And there was another person. Its descendant. Daehan was surprised it was him. Why would it seriously entrust him with the fight against the demons? Hearing that made him ready to sacrifice himself. Those eyes suddenly lit up, but then went dark like nothing happened. Ji-hyun tried shaking the staff but got no response. Did it disappear? Daehan seemed to realize something. He turned around and saw Kasa furiously angry. He looked at him 5 to 5. Very angry. Did it just say demon? At Jin Sung's beautiful house, the weather was really nice today. Inside, the lights were shining as Jin Sung sat focused at his computer. Turns out he was watching a video. The video was about Kalen's war across dimensions. Just hearing that tells you how huge it is. The video started in a freezing place, stretching across continents. Kalen's dimensional gates began to appear. Through these gates, creatures from other dimensions would come to fight. Here the first barrier opened in the other world. It's a barrier, and the creatures there were really strange. Those are the demons. Many explorers have gone in, but sadly none of them were a match for them. Those people tried hard. That new power born from strong desire and willpower, combined created a great force called Zola. It's a mode that combines players of different levels, designed to defeat creatures from the other world, and gradually they established it as a way to team up with players of different levels. Get ready for a new battle. Jin Sung observed carefully, then said this must be the mode the system just updated. Right, looking at these two, that mage can shoot red beams, and the swordsman fights midair. But something's off. What can a summoner really do here? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, he realized something looking closely. They're demons, not monsters, so they're harder to deal with. Demons are way scarier. Jin Sung brightened up. He was right, good thing he remembered that. He was happy thinking. He jumped to conclusions, and almost scared himself to death. Remembering, Kasa's strange look when he said the word demon sounded really frightening. Kasa looked extremely tense, which surprised Jin Sung actually. Kasa knew very well that many had made great achievements, fighting creatures from the other world. Those people were called heroes, because they fought directly, like Faker for example. They knew those creatures better than anyone. Because of that, each hero prepared for battle in their own way. Kasa wondered how they would get to the Love Forest. Jin Sung thought there was no need to rush. Slow and steady wins the race. Actually but Huey's first exploration of the Immortal Clan dungeon ends. They'll have to clear all the stages here to make the most of that effect before moving on. Jin Sung also suggested that Ji-hoon and Kanul join the two of them in this battle. The other two were very surprised. All the work was divided now. It was time to fight now. Jin Sung was very happy thanks to the dungeon battle. Their group had grown much closer and improved their skills together. But that wasn't the biggest prize. The biggest prize he got was the Ring of the Spirit. King, I'm really happy. I finally got the item that boosts my leadership stats. Thanks to that ring, Jin Sung can now summon Cassio's earbud, FIM, and even Harley all at the same time. If I can get Kanul's command earrings, I'll be able to summon Pudgy, and Paji all at once too. That's awesome. But this is the most important step yet. I opened the glass box, and now I think I have to head to the Love Forest. Jin Sung put on the glasses and quickly logged in. Successfully, a bright light flashed right in his eyes. At that moment, the sun was shining over the central continent. Lotus City. Jin Sung and Kasa were discussing strategy. The Love Forest is in another dimension, so he has to climb the magic tower and ask Pillar for help to get there again. But then he suddenly remembered something. When he was in the Love Forest, he was given a gift, a crystal ball. If he has it, he can contact them whenever he wants. But why would they give him something so nice? So he quickly opened his bag. Jin Sung excitedly fumbled inside and pulled out the crystal ball. This is perfect. Jin Sung handed it to Kasa, who was stunned, bewildered, and almost fell over. He quickly called out Israel. Very soon, the crystal ball started glowing on the other side. Israel was startled. She stared at the crystal ball in confusion. What appeared on the main screen was Kasa's 8-pack ABS. Seeing that made her blush. What is this supposed to mean on this side? The reply made Jin Sung happy, but little did he know, she was cursing him on the other end. She covered her face shyly. Put some clothes on, please. At this point, neither Jin Sung nor Kasa understood what was going on. Clearly Jin Sung was wearing clothes, but just look at what's in front of him now. Jin Sung froze. Got it, that's not mine. The two quickly headed to the teleport gate. Even I feel amazed. I didn't expect that. Just rubbing the crystal ball 3 times would take me to the Love Forest. This is awesome. They quickly stepped through. As soon as they passed the gate, a beautiful scene appeared before their eyes. Israel was already waiting there in the middle. She greeted them cheerfully, and on her arm was truly the golden ring of the goddess. She looked even more beautiful standing under the sun, quickly welcoming Jin Sung back to the Love Forest. She looked at him with such a tender gaze. Just a bit more and you'd be completely smitten. She told Kasa and Ian to stop by her place and talk more later. Ian looked around. Then a hesitant thought crossed his mind. She seems okay, but I already have a girlfriend. What about Kasa? He looked uncomfortable. He's been single for 1,000 years. And Kasa's face was all scrunched up, like a monkey's. But is the mood here always like this? Suddenly he pulled out a huge sword and said, "We have to cut them all down." Then the 3 of them decided to sit down, to eat some cakes, drink tea and chat. The girl spoke up. I know why you came. Here you want to learn about the demons. Through the immortal clan, right? Then why don't you ask Kassa about those who have fought demons before? Kassa, resting his chin on his hand, said, I'm not the type to remember those little details. Ian chuckled. My friend's mind isn't quite normal. The girl looked shy. You're right. So Kassa turned his face away. Looking annoyed, the girl suddenly stammered, looking hurried. Anyway, you're so eager to help the immortal clan. So when will it be my turn? Turned out Ian had forgotten about that task. You've been trying to level up as fast as possible. Already, she stood up and said she had something to give him. She brought out something like a gourd. According to her, this is an ancient book, and a gourd used in a battle 1,000 years ago. Contains clues about this war, and the clues about the demons are top secret. The ancient book is sealed, and the gourd is an artifact created by ancient magic. If you use that gourd to capture 10 demons, you can imprison their souls inside it. Ian thought for a moment. She means the demons live in the demon realm. He asked her which demon souls he should collect. If Ian can tame low-level RAKO demons, and bring back the souls of 200 RAKO inside the gourd, she can break the seal on the ancient book. Hearing this, Ian got excited. So you think now we can infiltrate the demon realm? Right, that's right. But the demon realm is a different world. Just like this one, I can open a barrier for you to reach the outskirts of the demon realm. But at most you can only stay there for half a day. But Ian felt half a day was too short. The girl understood that too. I wish I could keep the barrier open longer. But I'm not a demon, so it takes a lot of energy to open the barrier. In the end, none of this stopped Ian. At the hall, a woman spoke. That concludes our presentation about Kalen's third update. Thank you all for listening. The crowd started murmuring. Mr. Google Trans stroked his chin before speaking. Thanks for your report, Director Kim. In your opinion, what's the biggest difference compared to the last update? Director Kim responded immediately. Mr. Chairman, it's the feature that lets players change content based on their decisions, of course. Our original storyline has lots of room for development, but looking closely, players can only change content within allowed limits. No matter how they play, it's just a difference in timing and outcomes. The direction of the stages is the same, but with the latest update, depending on the player's ability and decisions, they might branch into a different platform, which is what Wanchan just asked the director about. To give an example of what was just said, Director Kim is still that quick. For instance, in the first storyline involving the demon world, in the game a player can choose the battlefield based on completing a mandatory mission, disarming across the continent. We don't know if this battle takes place in the human world of these players or in the demon world. Where the demons live, no one can guess. Not even the game development team 5. Ideally, if the player completes the mission as we expect, the battle will continue with the demon world invasion stage. Wanchan crossed his arms, looking very pleased with himself. If they fail the mission, then the human world will be invaded, right? Director Kim confirmed that, depending on where the battlefield is, the story elements will change. He proudly praised it as a bold idea. Then, asked when players could start the mandatory mission. She confidently answered that the mission has already been unlocked across the continent, but the demon world is still being completed, because we estimate users will only be able to access the demon world in about 2 to 3 weeks. Suddenly someone burst in, shouting loudly, "Report, the manager's been attacked." Director Kim asked what was going on, since she remembered telling him not to interrupt the meeting. He was out of breath, saying sorry. But it's really urgent. The demon world, the map to the demon world, that's still under development, has been accessed. This news hit like a lightning bolt. Everyone there, Ian and Kassa, were standing facing a bunch of vicious rats. Ian thought to himself, could these be the vermin Israel was talking about? After regaining his composure, he decided, all right, let's start the fight. Ian charged forward, and one by one, the rats were wiped out. Kassa asked if he was sure these were demon beasts. They're much weaker than you think. Ian told him to trust him, because he was certain these were demon beasts, and the reason they're so weak must be because of that thing, right? As soon as he arrived, Ian looked around cautiously. So this is the demon world. It's not much. Suddenly, the system popped up, confusing him. What's magic resistance? He had stepped into temporary zone 1. 25 of the Demon World, and Ian had to face a new challenge, meaning the Demon World map is still under development. They increased magic resistance for them to make the challenge harder. So doesn't that mean they're lowering the difficulty a lot just to collect 10 data points for quality analysis? Magic resistance is also applied to all their minions and close allies. That means in this demon realm, Ian is the king. Thinking about it, he felt like a kid with a secret and giggled to himself. Who would have guessed that perfect? Tai Lan had such a glaring weakness. While he was excited, a demon beast suddenly jumped out and bit his hand. Ian was attacked by a low-level demon beast, thanks to his magic abilities. 940, 5 damage was absorbed and his health only dropped by 95. Ian realized that no matter how low his level was, he could still easily defeat these demons. Looking at the demon beast, lying motionless on the ground, he thought, if I didn't have magic resistance, I probably have to fight for my life just to beat this one right. Casa seemed to read his mind and asked, you mean because of magic resistance? We've become stronger. How does that work? Ian scratched his head and said, even if I explained, I doubt he'd understand a word of it. For now, we just need to focus on wiping out all these bastards. In the big room, everyone was focused on their work. Director Kim looked uneasy and complained that she couldn't believe some lunatic dared sneak into the demon realm. Right now, Manager IU hesitantly asked what they should do now, or if he should contact the server side to disconnect them, the director side. Even if we could do that, do you think we'd still be here right now? Skyland is a high-end full-dive VR game, so if we suddenly cut the server connection, the players would be directly affected. The moment that happens, our entire team's career would be over. And if this incident reaches the chairman, we're done for at least 15 years. The female manager finally responded to IU's words. Right now all we can do is keep watching. She recalled that, in the previous meeting, she said this was the main topic of discussion. Our goal is to get player Ian out of the unfinished Demon Realm map, even though we blocked his experience points and reputation from increasing. The items he drops and the info inside the Demon Realm keep appearing. The enhancement system is the same. Someone suggested that, since we froze his experience and reputation, we could just ask him to log out, then restore all his items and enhancement points. Afterward, she immediately rejected that. No way, player Ian played normally, and this is clearly our fault for missing this case. A demon raised a hand and asked, so what if we just reward him? That way, he won't spread info about the demon realm outside. We'll let him keep his enhancement points and items. The female manager was pleased. Good idea. We're in a rush to prepare everything for the demon realm map update anyway. So manager, I'll authorize you. Make sure player Ian logs out now. The meeting is over. Thanks for your hard work. Then everyone left, leaving him standing there confused. They expect me to handle everything alone in the game. Ian tried to recruit Ian-kun, but the system kept saying no. No matter how many times he tried, it didn't work. He said regretfully, Ian-kun, sorry, but maybe you can't be my subordinate after all. Cried and begged, is it because I'm too weak? He quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not that. It's probably because I'm not a noble. Thought it was something serious, and then showed him the entrance to the demon realm. If that's all it is, I'm relieved. If you keep going that way, you'll enter the real demon realm, and you can grant me a favor. No, he happily agreed. Of course, what do you want? Suddenly a notification popped up on the screen. Curiously, he read. It was a quest, but what is pure demon blood? Ian-kun, it explained to him. Simply pure blood from a demon, but if you drink it you'll become a half-demon. He was stunned for a moment, then gasped in amazement, half-demon, like that character in the otherworldly trailer. Deal or class? He did some quick math. Mid-level demon crystals are pretty powerful, but pure demon blood is as powerful as Musen's crystal. After thinking it over, he said to Ian-kun, all right, Ian-kun, I'll handle this for you. It was very grateful. Thank you, sir. Then gave him something. Please take these items. He was puzzled. What are these? It enthusiastically explained. These are high-level demon seals and a demon realm map. If you possess the high-level demon seal, low and mid-level demons can't touch you. He was delighted. Monsters, huh? Thanks a lot. It didn't forget to mention, there are lots of sneaky monsters all over the demon realm, but most only appear in zones 115 and 107. He cautiously thought, even though my eyes are about to fall out. I have to somehow endure until this mission is over. Then he said goodbye to Ian Kuan. I have to go now, Ian Kuan. See you next time. Casa went with him deeper into the demon realm. On the way he kept talking, but Casa didn't reply at all. Being given a mission is a good thing, right, Casa? Not hearing a response, he called again, Casa. Only then did he realize how time was just passing by. Suddenly a notification from EU popped up. Piquing his curiosity, he was very surprised. It came from the system operator. He thought they'd talk to him eventually, but didn't expect it to be now. He replied, yes, that's me. Then the space around him disappeared, replaced by networks surrounding him. Confused what the hell is going on, O appeared out of nowhere and bowed to him. Hello, Ian. Nice to meet you. I'm one of the system operators for Kalen. You returned the politeness, yes. Hello, sir. I could chat with you, but I'm pretty busy, so I probably won't stay long. Not sure what's going on. Even though you said that out loud, inside you're thinking I need to stick to my ground. While IU was scratching his head, unsure how to start the conversation, you just focused on the number 500 above his head. Isn't level 500 a bit over the top? Since gamers aren't demons, I can't do anything to him. Just one swipe from him and I'm wiped out. And finally EU spoke up. Sorry to bother you, I didn't mean to waste your time. First, the Soft Federation wants to sincerely apologize to you, Ian, for the control issues that caused problems. You had to keep playing through a lot of weird stuff. It's all our fault. You quickly waved it off. It's okay, but inside, with him being this kind, it was hard for you to stay indifferent. You started to pull out your sly side. So what are you planning? You're not just going to apologize and leave it at that, right? You grabbed EU's sleeve and grinned mischievously. I guess you just tossed your conscience aside to grab some benefits. You was shaken back and forth by you, but stayed calm. Of course not, we admit our mistake. But instead of simply giving you power in the game, we want to offer you a deal. You were suspicious. A deal? Are you confirmed? That's right. Why don't we make it a win-win? You know, there's an update coming in a few days. A bunch of our game developers have finished the final touches before the new content drops. But we can't do it while you're still here, Ian. So we're proposing a deal with you. The condition is you log out, righty? And you're not about to waste your effort for nothing. So what do I get? EU started to make the offer. What if we let your character keep 5 resistance? You quietly calculated. They're letting me keep 5 resistance. This deal is better than I thought. But the thing about resistance is, it naturally increases when you fight demons. I don't know if that 5 is really worth much. In this situation I have to push my advantage. You went on, of course. You can increase resistance through quests, by continuing to fight demons. But even a 1 resistance boost is tough to get. 5 is not a small number. While talking, you acted like he knew. Everyone knows this. But you still want more, so what about max resistance? Is there a max cap like other stats? IU immediately said yes. The max level for resistance is 30. Hearing that, you bargained right away. Then let me have an extra 5 on top of that 30, and I'll accept immediately. EU saw you set conditions and quietly calculated. If I agree, his max resistance stat will be 35. It's pretty much impossible. If he insists on maximizing all the stats, should I just go along with it? After thinking for a bit, EU gave an answer, yes. We can do that, but once you saw him agree, you want to ask for even more. Is he really willing to accept that? Should I ask for more? So you asked about the items already taken. What about the items and stuff obtained in the demon realm? You answered right away. As soon as you exit, those items and stuff will disappear, because this is the demon realm's mission area, and the items will be automatically deleted. You asked again then, what about the things I enhanced using demon essence? This question was also discussed in the EU meeting. You will let you keep the enhancement points, but the mission you're currently on will have to be abandoned. Hearing that, you felt pretty satisfied. Of course, I spent hours enhancing those items. You smiled and said goodbye to you. Thanks a lot. You also said goodbye but didn't forget to remind you. No problem. Sorry for disturbing your gaming experience. So when will you log out? You bowed deeply. You go ahead. I'll clean up and log out as soon as possible. You checked the time and estimated. Please try to log out within 10 minutes for me. You scratched your head and smiled. Of course I'll be done in 5 minutes. Don't worry. You said goodbye and waved his hand, sending you back. Goodbye, goodbye. You screamed in shock. But actually you were sitting on the floor. That's weird, I'm back already. Suddenly, you stripped off all your clothes and Casa's too, which made Casa jump. What are you doing? The owner ignored it no matter how much Casa protested. You didn't care as long as they weren't taken, so you decided to make use of it. You started taking off all your clothes. Only then did you step out of the gaming machine. You stretched, looking tired. Then you grabbed your phone to check the time. It was already late. No wonder I felt like I was about to pass out. Definitely got a great deal. If not for them allowing me to choose a fully enhanced, super rare item. Remembering back in the game, you used all your stones to enhance your gear, until it couldn't be enhanced anymore. Once fully enhanced, it glows white. You put it on and spun around glowing. That's a bit flashy, I don't want to attract attention. Then you fiddled with the control panel. I set the mode to hide all personal info already. No way I'm walking around with this stuff showing. Good thing there's an option to turn off equipment effects in settings. And I also got extra gear for trading, plus recovery options. Even the controls for this fit pretty well with my playstyle. At least agility is still the main stat. You didn't think about anything else, and went straight to bed anyway. And it's hard to believe I got this while you were sleeping. The guild leaders were discussing. Samus sighed, resting his chin on his hand. We've successfully held off the Cayman Kingdom. Until now, even when times got tough, Marin still focused on reading books. All this time because the honor of the Cayman Kingdom has left the battlefield to carry out missions in the other world. Samus felt a bit angry seeing Marin so indifferent. With 5 days left before the big update, should I just stay here? Marin still didn't look up, replying, what's the point without them? Lusaba will collapse soon anyway. Samus asked again, don't you think with this situation, the Cayman Kingdom will monopolize the next update? Marin finally closed the book, just temporarily. The supplies they get from the central region aren't enough to keep them going, and I don't know what the new content will bring. I guess something weird will be released that can't compare to our specialties. But in the new content, you'll obviously get higher level rewards than usual. Samus was a little surprised. What, didn't I say that from the start? Myron analyzed further. What if I do this? I'll set up a war team to stop the war, and a team for the other world to promote that content. 2 each week. I'll rotate the lineup. Though this might be slow, we can stop chaos in the central region and keep pushing the other world content. Samus felt like he'd woken up hearing that. Good idea, then I'll trust you one last time. A new day started, and Jisung sat down at the game machine again. Let's start the new day. When logging into the game, you noticed everything looked different. Isn't this the love forest? I guess I've been sent to the demon realm. Look at all this pink. It's so overwhelming because in the demon realm, you only see darkness. Let's see what my gourd and ancient book do. After checking the map for a bit, you happily exclaimed, great. Confirmed they're still intact. Now I just have to meet Aizen. After some traveling, you stood in front of a house. Aizen looked out when she heard knocking. She was very happy to see Ian again. Oh my, you returned safely. Lord Ian, I was worried, since you wouldn't come back until the barrier closed. You felt a little embarrassed for being late. Sorry for being late, Aizen. There were some complicated things in the demon realm. She politely invited him inside. I'm really glad to see you're still doing well, because this isn't an easy mission. Why don't you come in? After offering Ian some tea and pastries, she got straight to the point. Did you bring back all the souls from that mansion? He immediately took out the gourd and the scroll. Great, here they are. When he checked the level of those souls, his eyes widened. Only grade C. Maybe it's because I finished the mission too late. It's okay, more is better anyway. Losing 3 favor points isn't a big deal. But Hassan was really happy when he got the items. Awesome, you collected exactly 200 souls with a grade 10. Alright then, I'll start restoring the ancient book. Aizen began quietly chanting some spell, and shortly after, a book with a bright red cover appeared in front of Ian. Seeing Ian didn't seem to fully understand. The demon world, she said. Let me explain the demon realm to you first. Then used her magic to vividly recreate the demon world. To introduce it to him that night in a small house. Ian rested his chin on his hand, admiring the ancient book and the pen on the table. Thinking I didn't expect this, but my drawing actually looks pretty good. Memories of Aizen's explanation flooded back. Demons and monsters are two completely separate forces. There's no struggle for power between them. Demons are divided into royal and noble classes, while monsters have ranks from high to middle to low. These classes didn't just appear randomly. They were formed through brutal battles. Monsters also have rankings, using a naming system, similar to monsters in the human world. Monsters ranked above legendary have astonishing intelligence, some even able to communicate with humans. Any species can become a demigod if they use pure demon blood and learn to harness a new energy called dark energy. At the same time, they can connect with lower-ranked monsters. Even the last female hero. Players can participate in official battles. To decide the rank of demons, Ian was dazed, a worry creeping into his mind. What worries me is whether the author of this handbook is also there. Elder L, who became a demigod thanks to pure demon blood. The half-demon Elzabian knight had fallen. The thick darkness covered the area. A small house hidden in the forest still cast beams of light, illuminating the surroundings with flickering fireflies. Ian sat at the table focused, reading every line of the system, without missing a single word. This is the next part of the Demon's Move mission. The basic content is that a super VIP level, pro EGL character completely trusted him. After seeing the results of how he restored the ancient demon beast guide, she wants Ian to infiltrate the demon realm and find out their plan to do that. First, you have to break into the garbage city and meet Seraphim with Seraphim's help. Ian needs to figure out the demon's moves and stop them from invading the human world. Ian couldn't help but be suspicious. What kind of mission involves a half-demon noble? From what he overheard, is a human hero who turned into a half-demon. Still, this unreliable info didn't help the current situation at all. Ian sighed deeply, feeling helpless, until there was an update about the demon realm. Earlier he tried opening the gate to the demon realm for a test run, but it was a total failure. Ian scanned the situation. There's no way to level up in such a short time. Maybe he should head back to the central continent, update Zuzun, and wait for his genius brain to come up with a new plan. Just thinking about it made Ian excited, eager to get moving right away. The next morning Ian returned to the central continent and recounted everything that happened over the past few days. The other two were obviously shocked, speechless. Their expressions looked like they just swallowed a chili pepper. And of course Ian couldn't miss the chance to lightly flex about himself. During the story anyway, from the meeting the three agreed on their goal, to become the #1 guild from their current 10th place. They had to strengthen their forces, so much that even top guilds couldn't catch up. With Lucifer as their foundation, they could create a new independent nation, where Ian would proudly sit on the highest throne. A day before the Demon Realm update, Ian and Ha-Jin arranged to meet in real life. Ha-Jin downed her drink, excitement clear on her face, eager for the newest Kalen update. Ian wasn't far behind, he was just as anxious and eager. Little sister Ha-Jin was extremely happy, considering herself lucky, thanks to the update, and today they had a wonderful date. Right. Suddenly she flipped her attitude. Her tone changed, sounding sharp like a popped balloon. With a threatening glare she asked Han Ian, scaring him stiff. Words almost slipped out but were swallowed back. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Of course you're really enjoying this, huh? Even if you had 10 guts you wouldn't dare say otherwise. Suddenly Ian suggested, how about her Jean comes over to play Kalen with me? She obviously didn't refuse. Wait, before that, our sensitive boy had prepared a meaningful gift. For her he patiently organized some mission info, so she could enter the demon realm, with the ingredients she might need for cooking. Maybe they wouldn't be able to do the mission together, so Ian thoughtfully made a notebook for her. He kindly reminded her, when you finish everything, remember to call me. Ha-Jin felt quite happy inside. She smiled brightly, eyes sparkling. Then the two sat down and shared all kinds of stories, the kind only lovers tell each other. The next day, as agreed, Hajin came to Ian's house. He hurriedly urged her to hurry up, less than a minute until the server opens. Seeing Ian's eager and flustered expression, Hajin was puzzled. Do you like Kalen that much? That stuff doesn't really matter. The two quickly got ready to log in. As soon as he entered the game, Ian saw Lucia happily greet him. You have returned, Lord Ian. The notification that he logged in successfully, for the first time, appeared everywhere. Everyone who saw that huge message relaxed, smiled and sighed in relief, while the opposing factions' faces turned dark as a pot bottom, grinding their teeth angrily. So Jiang joined in, half joking. Trum truck, she's gonna go crazy. That girl, with anger management issues, suddenly punched a wall with a loud bang, shattering it. Rahan seized with murderous intent. Cursing bastard, looks like she won't let Ian off easily. Meanwhile, Ian had successfully entered the demon realm. Continuous notifications popped up, and he was surprised by the amazing features. When exploring this new space, it was on a whole different level, compared to exploring dungeons or mining areas. Ian mentally calculated a 2 resistance increase, meaning he no longer had 99 resistance. Looks like he'd have to fight hard, just to catch one tough monster. Then Ian calmly and quickly summoned Balaam. No sooner had he spoken, than a huge surge of power burst out. His spirit beast was mighty, his terrifying power tearing through space. Lightning flashed around. Ian looked at the beasts, wildly charging at him like they were foolish animals. He smirked slightly and ordered, let's start the hunt. Finally, Ian and his guardian angels wrapped things up smoothly, but it was definitely tough. Huang Kuei told Cassius, I think the master will keep hunting. And Cassius agreed. What are we going to do? I don't think we'll get a break for the next week. Huang Kuei felt jealous of Puji. Why wanna rest too? Cassius teased him, but haven't you rested enough? I'm the one getting summoned all the time. Huang Kuei joked about others' tiredness. If you don't work regularly, you won't want to work. That's what humans call Monday syndrome. That's what the master's girlfriend told me. Everyone goes to work with shoulders drooped in boredom, leading to Monday blues after the weekend. People just hate working. The demon realm sky was blood red, a dull gloomy color. Cassius said every line like it was a direct hit. Wasn't it because we're all bored inside? Ian and Lee watched their conversation helplessly. Those two must be acting. Do you guys really think hunting is work? You guys are so lazy, unlike the other two dragons. Kia Lai is really enthusiastic about hunting, so Ian cares for her a lot. And then the twin dragons thought Lai was crazy. Why would she want to go hunting? This is called workaholism, a scary disease. For hours later, from afar, Syria and Helen arrived. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so Ian was really excited. I have a mission for everyone, Syria. Just pick up heroic grade items and above. Okay, Halim, you take care of the remaining monsters and Casa. Come hunt with us. His eyes always look like he's sleep-deprived. He bluntly said he doesn't like these ordinary monsters. It's really boring if there's a rare level monster. He'll step in. Ian shouted no. It's not worth the time to fight rare level monsters. Normal monsters give more experience. You could tell from Cass's eyes that he was still skeptical. Ian opened the ranking window. His current level was 179. Number 1 was 181. He thought he was about to catch up, but it looked like it would take a while. But isn't Remia the top one on the leaderboard? At first, Remia, a famous mage, was ranked number 1. But now her info had disappeared, so she set it to private. Why would she do that? If Remia hadn't stopped playing, she'd probably be 12 levels above number 1 now. Ian told himself to work even harder. He started to join them. Is this the demon realm? It's way more comfortable here than I thought. The Crimson Flame King is Remia, a former member of the Lendo Guild, and once the top-ranked mage in the magic level leaderboard. She used to be known as the Crimson Flame. When she was on the Central Continent, she completed the Fire Dragon quest and created the first legend. She became the Crimson Flame King, the heir to the will of the Fire Dragon. Granhin Romia was excited to find out. The first person to enter was Ian. The Crimson Flame King had stepped into the demon realm. She was also curious how Ian got into the demon realm so quickly. But Remia wasn't about to lose. The fight was intense eventually. They both got injured because of the Soul King's judgment effect. You heal 10 HP after dodging an enemy attack. It had been a week since Ian entered the demon realm. Until he started the quest. There were quests related to the demon realm. One from Iriel, one from Ian Kuan. He had to finish Ian Kuan's quest before doing the one from Iriel. Time to start the first quest. Ian remembered feeling a bit uneasy. Wait. To do this quest, he had to pass through the place Ian Kuan was guarding. Could the intimacy level have dropped? Because of the update last time he beat him easily, thanks to a bug in the magic resistance stat. Now he wasn't so sure he could win. If the quest was still active, maybe the intimacy was still okay. Area 120 belonged to the demon realm, but Ian Kuan wasn't there. There was also no big summoning circle like last time. Does that mean I can handle the corrupted monsters here? This was Ian's first time in this area. Best to be cautious. The ground was still cracked, and a bunch of monsters were popping up. Some even screamed loudly. Ian took a hit that left him confused. Damn, what kind of damage is this from these monsters? Casa and Syria counted on support, but he raised his hand and said, I'm fine, I can handle it myself. This was the first time he saw a creature like this. The creatures were level 2, 62 then 2, 63 also had names. They seemed to be chaos. If my magic resistance was less than 1, I'd probably be done for. Awesome. Ian summoned a whole bunch at once. Full force attack. Baji cast Long Turtle's Blessing on Lee, and activated absolute defense. Finn used a crushing move to block the enemy's vision. Cassius watched over that spot. Lee went in to fight up close with him. The warrior, Selamus, will transferred all stats into speed anyway. Ian kept his cool and stayed calm. Chakut kept attacking non-stop, then used his claws on him. After a while of struggling, the Soul King's Transcendent Judgment effect activated. When dodging an enemy attack, there's a 15 chance to deal lightning damage, equal to 30 of attack power. When dodging an enemy attack, there's a 30 chance to recover 10 health. At that moment, Lee stepped into the middle of the fight. His claws were razor sharp, thanks to the effect from Long Turtle's Blessing. Baji took damage instead. Baji was invincible, thanks to the absolute defense effect. He took no damage in a heartbeat. Lee successfully defeated them. The fight was over. Ian arrogantly said, easier than I thought. Since all stats were converted to speed, my attack power is weaker, but thanks to the Transcendence option, I can heal while dodging. Just by dodging attacks, I deal damage to the opponent. From this battle, I also figured out the weaknesses of Ian's Wong group. Right now there's Casa and Syria. Probably should count Pudgy too for damage. There's Casa Healim, Holly and Kasha supporting. But only Syria has the ability to heal a lot of damage. And that's not enough to help us progress far. This is really strange. Ian quietly wondered if he should let Hallie, who has pretty high defense, join the Wong team. Looks like we need to find more support quickly. Guild 37 is also entering the demon world. 10 days after the last update, they found this place on the community page. Kalen said, the terrain in the demon world varies by region. If that's true, this must be the outskirts of the demon world. Everyone cheered to level up together. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. At that moment, a type of vicious creature attacked him. He grabbed its neck and told everyone not to overlook them. We will defeat it, the community post said. We'd get rich by collecting magic stones from them. He ordered everyone to eliminate all those vicious creatures. 10 days after the Demon World update, top guilds entered this area one after another. Meanwhile, in Demon World Region 1, 15 Jin Sung looked around stunned. He asked what this crystal was. Region 115 in the demon world was chillingly dark. The tip of a stone stood tall there, sharp enough to pierce everything. Jin Sung was startled. What is this crystal? It was a huge stone with 2 sharp ends, radiating a strange gloomy power. What is this thing? Region 115 was a dark, gloomy place, and the buildings were collapsed and ruined. Just looking at it, you'd know this was the home of demons. Jin Song's group walked slowly down the dark, foggy road. He wasn't feeling great. It had been 10 days since entering the demon world, but they were still stuck in this scary region 115. He was very cautious now on the way here. Besides Cha-Kut, he had encountered countless different monsters. He couldn't forget the terrible, corrupted monsters mentioned in the Ian Kuan quest. Until now he couldn't get past here, because those creatures blocked their way. He was tired from walking. Let's take a break. He opened the quest page. Luckily they were getting closer to Ian Kuan's mission. If they killed those rare corrupted monsters, they'd get intermediate magic stones. He held up a red intermediate magic stone. Didn't expect it to show up so soon, but it's best to just throw it away. If it can't be purified, what's the difference from just a regular stone? Totally useless. Looking around was depressing too. Besides those damn corrupted monsters, no idea where else they'd come from. They kept coming endlessly. In this tough situation, just a confident smile helps. But fixing the root problem is still more important. Jin Song quickly used magic to summon his spirit beasts. 2 cute spirit beasts appeared fast. He quickly updated them on the situation. The corrupted monsters kept appearing. They couldn't keep fighting like this forever. Go check around nearby if you find anything suspicious. Report back to Jin Sung. The two quickly took the order and flew off for their mission. Now he put on his glasses. Time to rest a bit. The two flew off quickly. Cha-Kut was feeling a bit annoyed. Lately, the owner has been summoning those two way too much. Might have to report to the labor department about this. FIM tried to respond, but the language was really strange. CapCut was helpless and didn't want to say anything. It didn't understand a thing. It seemed like it remembered something, which made Finn jump. Now let's do our best. At this time Jin Sung was happily enjoying himself, like on a beach trip, even though we're at the demon's base. Not just you but everyone else too. FA can fell asleep without any caution at all. At that moment FIM suddenly flew over. Seeing Finn, Jin Sung was extremely happy. As soon as he saw it he quickly shared the information. Of course it was in some hard-to-understand language, but since Jin Sung was the master, he understood right away. He stood up and told everyone the break was over, and we have to head to Fury City to find John Kuan. After that, he'll use demon blood and become a half-demon. By then, Jin Sung will be promoted in the hidden profession to a pure demon master. Awesome. In Zone 1011 of the demon world, this place is way scarier than the last area. Explosions keep happening and the sky is blood red. Jin Song is fighting demons fiercely. He's really determined. He waits for the right moment to fly up, and must aim carefully, if not, he's done for. As soon as he touched it, a blinding light appeared. The demon kept growling like nothing happened, which confused Jin Sung. Now it's its turn to attack him. He tries to block it, but it's going to be tough. It slammed hard on the tiled floor, shattering the ground everywhere. At this moment FA can also attack to help him. FA Can's strike was sharp. Green syrup splattered. Wrong move. The demon roared in pain. Jin Sung was terrified when attacked. Luckily he blocked it just in time. Seems like the farther they go, the stronger the monsters get. It's about to be down for the count. The group quickly came over to check on Jin Song. Zebian was very excited. The reason these demons keep getting stronger is because they're poisoned by frenzy stones. It's like humans taking stimulants. Jin Song did really well. Everyone's awesome. Pudgy was scared out of his mind. If they get past here, they'll soon reach their destination. If they get through they'll enter Zone 110. Hearing that Pudgy was terrified. Zebian led the way, excitedly talking non-stop. Jin Song looked on doubting, because the group was already exhausted from listening. He talks so much, explaining every point. Lilith's weakness is its lower back. That part of its body is super weak, so even a small force can make it twist in pain. Then he introduced another one. Hey Kazun, just watch its eyes. When its eyes glow red, that's when it attacks fiercely. Jin Song thought it was alright. Although this old guy talks a lot, not everything is useless. They all provide useful knowledge for these brains. They've encountered something awful. Right ahead is a huge strange purple magic circle. Xavier recognized it immediately. They had reached gate 109. To get to the next area, you have to face one of the gatekeepers there. It's not going to be easy. So are you ready to fight now? Ready or not, fighting is just something you have to do. Javon wanted to step forward, but Jin Sung panicked and stopped him. He's not mentally prepared yet. Oh man, I've got a headache. What should I do in the fight with Jenkin? I won because I had 99 magic resistance. Now, it's hard to say fighting someone on par with Jenkin is tough at this point. It's probably not going to go well. It's 100 likely I'll lose. I'm too nervous to fight. This is really tough now. Zebian was very surprised. Didn't he just get past area 120? Why is he still scared? Jinseong was really embarrassed. Yeah, I got through, but it was just luck. Jebin looked a bit sad. He then slowly explained there is another way. If you don't want to fight now, you need the demon mark from the gatekeeper of area 120. He felt the chance to get it was like the chance of the sun appearing in the demon world. But who would have guessed Jin Sung actually had it? He took out a sphere with the mark. Is this it? Zebian walked over, examining it from every angle in astonishment. Is this young cook's mark a really high-level demon? How did Jin Sung get this? Nobody knows. He was at a loss. How do we use this now? It's actually quite simple. He pointed to a nearby tombstone. Now just put the mark into the slot there. Jin Sung quickly stepped forward and decisively placed the mark into the hole. On the tombstone it fit perfectly. No gaps at all. Suddenly, the magic circle shone brightly. A supernatural light made everyone afraid. A stream of energy escaped. Lightning crackled. It turned into a very strange hole. Even Jin Song was startled by what it emitted. Is it ready? He was very happy now. They could get past area 110 without fighting. Awesome, everyone. He happily led the way. Alright, let's go guys. At area 107. It was dark and gloomy and there was a huge scary maze. He looked around, because this place really felt like a maze. Zebian admitted that's why he set up his lab here. The demons here belonged to royal and noble families, and they were a big nuisance, because they were stronger than most demons around. But Zebian didn't want them meddling in his experiments at all. So he came to this maze-like area, where they wouldn't pay attention, allowing him to experiment freely without interference. He stomped his foot hard, surprising Jin Sung. Now they'd arrived at the lab location. This place was huge but sealed off. It was the demon factory. Jin Song's eyes widened. This factory was a demon factory. Everyone quickly went inside. It really was a ruin, of course, because Khalifa destroyed everything, and it had been abandoned for over 1,000 years. At this point Fa Khan expressed a question. They had gone from 107 to area 107, but hadn't encountered a single demon. It was all because of the madness stones. Zebian shared information that shocked everyone. All demons near area 107 could smell the stones, and gathered here. Jin Sung was startled. His whole body tense. What they all gathered here. Zebian wasn't surprised. Not only the areas they passed, but areas 105 and 106 too. To those demons the madness stones were like human drugs, he said. The madness stones were like a stimulant that caused excitement, but in reality, they were even stronger. If a demon absorbed the madness stones, it wouldn't feel pain anymore and would get addicted, constantly craving the stones. Jimin touched a door opening. It would bring a surprise. The door slowly opened. Inside was nothing but dust, making Jin Song cough. He could barely see inside because of all the dust. What was inside was revealed. A super dense crowd of demons, swarming to eat the madness stones. Everyone panicked and couldn't move. The demons saw them too, and the door was quickly shut in time. They all stood still, not moving. Jin Sung, Syria and Zabine looked at each other awkwardly. Why open the wrong room? But then a loud noise startled. The three Fa tensed and swung his sword. Pauline watched the door with interest. A loud noise rang out. 3 huge claws slashed at the door, revealing a terrifying demon eye. The door was quickly destroyed by the demon, scaring everyone. Jin Song shouted for everyone to block the demons fast. Those hateful demons, relying on their numbers, charged in without mercy at this moment. Ian's group was being ambushed by monsters. Ian struggled to block the cave entrance, and ordered everyone to stop the demons. D was using chaos magic to buy some more time. Seeing this, Ian joined in and summoned Li Babaji, Cassius, but as soon as Long was summoned, he hit his head hard on the ceiling, because it was too low. Ian saw him in pain and felt a bit sorry. You okay? He held his head and replied, too many stars already. He transformed into a big guy to fight more easily. Seeing the army was ready, he gave the order, now together. But before he finished, Lai rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Lai took down the group of monsters surrounding them. Ian watched this scene puzzled. He tried calling Lai, but Lai seemed not to hear and kept fighting. Even though Lai seemed different, Ian was still really excited by Lai's fierce look. "What's going on, Lai? Lai, what's up? Are you always this strong?" He said, "It's because the moon is very bright here." "Master, you look dazed." Moon. Zebian suddenly remembered, starting from zone 109. "There are 3 moons here. I think that's why your wolf got stronger." Ian was a bit skeptical, really. Then he started checking Lai's stats. He reviewed the stats, and was shocked to see Lai's passive stats tripled. Speed increased by 90, and 9 HP regeneration per second. After that his eyes lit up. So the moons here turned Lai into a zombie assassin. Zebian saw everyone was too absorbed, so he spoke up. "Let's go deeper. The Chaos Stone storage is at the center." They all went in, but only the big, scary guy got unsummoned. Because of the increased stats, Lai seemed more sensitive to smells. "Master, I smell monster blood." Ian suspiciously asked, "Blood? What blood smell?" Zebian pushed the door open, and saw a giant bird having its meal. He squinted, looking at the monsters on the floor. All dead. Syria trembled. "What kind of monster is this crow-like thing?" Zebian recognized it as a monster he worked hard to create, a hero tier monster, with strength equal to legendary tier. The soul of a black eel is the best material to create a legendary monster. Ian was amazed. "It's the material to make a legendary monster." Zebian confirmed, "Exactly, it's an extremely rare monster. If you can't tame it, who knows when you'll meet one like it again." Ian was a bit annoyed. "Damn it. Such a waste. I still don't have demon blood, so I can't tame it. Why now of all times?" Suddenly he turned around and shouted to the group. Zebian saw this and knew they'd been located. Ian immediately summoned Baba G and told Syria, "Summon Dang D," and she immediately followed the order. Summoning Dang D, Ian began assigning tasks. Baba G teamed up with Dundee to hold it back, then turned to ask Zebian, "Does this black eel have any weaknesses?" He straightforwardly shared the info. "There are a few things you need to watch out for. Its fur will catch fire. Every time its health drops to a certain level, that burning state lasts for 5 minutes. If the flame is red, it will be immune to all magic damage. But if the flame is blue, it will be immune to all physical damage." Hearing this he was very surprised. "Is there an order to the colors of the flames?" Zebian wasn't sure about that. "Sorry, I don't know." He started thinking another way. "I understand now, thank you. So far our forces haven't suffered losses, but it looks like we have to accept sacrifices to defeat that monster, and I really don't want to kill it." The spinning top kept flying high, making it impossible for Huang Kuei and Dong Dai to attack. Huang Kuei angrily looked up and shouted, "It's hovering in the air like this. How can we hit it?" But Ian confidently said, "No problem, we can fly too." Now he snapped his fingers to summon Fim and Rake. They appeared immediately, and he confidently taunted Black Eel. The aerial battle began. Black Eel let out a roar, and shot fireballs from its mouth toward Ian. But Ian quickly jumped on Fim's back to fly higher. He ordered Fim use Crushing Grip. Rake used Dragon Chant. Babaji cast the Blessing of the Dragon Turtle on Cassius. Hun Monglong also transformed and flew over, to lend some power to the fight. He grabbed Black Eel's 2 wings, making it spit a fireball at Hun Monglong. But Hun Monglong retaliated painfully, and then dropped it, letting it fall freely to the ground. But ironically Lai was waiting for it below. Lai jumped up and swung fiercely, forcing it to use all its strength to fly back up. At the same time, its whole body was surrounded by blue flames, which it used to throw fireballs widely downward. Ian struggled to both protect himself and command the battle. "What is this? What did that crazy bird just do?" It shot fire from its burning wings. "Those are blue flames, so it's immune to physical damage. So Lycosa and Helam's attacks won't be effective. But Finn and Rake's damage is too weak, and Cassius's long. Gum's skill has too long of a cooldown." He shouted in frustration, "Damn it everyone, focus on dodging first until that fire dies down. Just hold on." Suddenly, the demon shifted its attack direction, surprising him. "What's going on? Why is it attacking Wang first? Is it so crazed it can't see clearly? If so, that's good." The fire is fading at that moment. He ordered everyone to charge. Black Owl used the Roar of Darkness skill, severely injuring everyone except Finn and Ian. who were above seeing everyone wounded. His anger turned into anxious worry. Everyone along with Finn rushed to attack Black Owl. He stabbed his spear straight into one of its wings, injuring it so it couldn't fly. After landing, Black Eagle looked at him unfriendly. But he wasn't scared now. What? You can't fly anymore, right? But he still felt regret. Unfortunately, the effect from the Soul King's judgment didn't work. He still resisted and spat a fireball at Huang Kuei. He reacted quickly, ordering Beiji to defend absolutely. A protective barrier formed around Huang Kuei, but its power couldn't compare to a legendary-level monster, so Huang Kuei still took heavy damage. He then ordered Syria, once the absolute defense ends, heal Beiji even with careful protection. Syria was a bit worried and asked, but Baji doesn't have much health left. On the contrary, he insisted on prioritizing the main sword, and told her to heal Baji first. While Huang Kuei was struggling to resist, he took the chance to order Casa and me to attack. Casa agreed immediately. All right. He was determined, even though it meant taking more risks himself. He had to fight alongside them, because if they lost, the summoned beasts and NPC support, their hunting efficiency would be cut in half. Then he ordered everyone to charge together. After a while of fighting, neither side had the upper hand, but they were all exhausted. Sadly for Ian, side FIM and Rake had died. Ian saw the situation and ordered everyone to stop. Casa was a bit stunned. What? Same with Han Mong Long. We need to attack now to take it down. He ignored them and did quick calculations. The fire had changed color 6 times. According to what Zebian said, Black Owl had less than 20 health left. He looked back at everyone and made his decision. I will tame it. Zebian was shocked. What, don't you know only half demons can capture monsters in the demon world? But he was confident. I know. Then used first aid on himself. He ordered Baji, when I signal, use the dragon turtle's blessing on me. Baji nodded. Got it. Lexel looked much weaker, but still fought back by spitting a fireball at Ian. But he easily broke the attack and said to Zebian, this is why I want to test it further. Then he signaled, do it. He jumped up and slashed Lexel, knocking it to the ground. It didn't let him hit easily, and flapped its wings to knock him away. But Baji took the damage for him. He jumped up and kept attacking. But now its entire body was surrounded by red flames. The red flames made it immune to magic damage. That meant it had less than 10 health left. So before it used its wide area attack, he had to beat it into submission. Then the battle with Ian Kuan happened again. But this time Black Owl took hit after hit of damage, and lightning strikes repeatedly. You fought while taunting. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Even if it doesn't take damage, still hurts, huh? You kept fighting hard without holding back. Your basic attacks deal physical damage, so they still hurt it, but the effect from the Soul King's judgment didn't do anything, so I'll keep moving. So dealing basic damage and torturing it with electricity, without worrying about killing it. Casa and Chaos Dragon outside were watching the battle, and felt like they'd seen this scene before. Looks like we've seen this before. Right then they remembered the fight with Ian Kuan. Definitely an interesting experience. When the flames on Black Owl started to die down, you put your plan into action. The flames died out, and right then you used a capture move, launching a large net around Black Owl, so it couldn't escape. Lucky, roared a system alert that there was no demon blood running in Ian's veins, so you couldn't tame this monster. Up until becoming a half-demon, you failed to capture a hero-level monster. You stood there silently cursing in your mind. Damn it, you twisted your wrists and ankles. Was that not sincere enough? Lucky noticed your change in attitude, and seemed to realize something. Gibeon sighed, threatening won't help. You can't tame demon realm monsters until you become a half-demon. A flood of memories flashed through Lecky's mind. Then suddenly it went silent, knelt down and bowed deeply to Ian, leaving Zebian stunned, confused, and completely shocked. He couldn't believe what was happening anymore. Right then, the system appeared and said that hero monster, Lecky, wanted to become your summoned beast. But since Ian had no demon blood, you couldn't control Leaky. After summoning, will you accept it as a companion? Ian happily and obediently said, that's good, this makes it easier for both sides. I agree. Zebian, witnessing this, found it utterly ridiculous. What he thought impossible for hundreds of years was solved through violence. At this moment Ian noticed him. You just mentioned violence. Then he turned and gave Zebian a warm look. Those were just cute little moves. Zabian was unwilling to willingly hand the pure demon summoner role to Ian. Then you check the info again. Successfully taming an untamable monster. Meeting the conditions to unlock a hidden class. It will evolve to the next level. Then other stats, but one thing made Ian hesitate. You never thought your profession would have levels. And how does it level up exactly? So Ian had to figure it out. After reading 2 scrolls, he concluded it was communication and sacrifice. But he still didn't know which one to use. Ian loudly asked Zabian where the remaining corrupted monsters were. By then the man had wilted, whispering, "You still want to hunt more? You should rest." But Ian still wanted to continue, because there were tasks to complete. Rebin tiredly stood up and said, "If you want, I'll comply." Soon after, a few monsters were seen lying dead on the ground. He said, "So, we've dealt with all the remaining corrupted monsters in the lab. Thanks for your hard work." After thanking Zabian, Ian thought that, since it took a long time to catch Lucky, the mission rank would be low. But it wasn't when he read the next mission. Ian was surprised the requirement was to sell the demon. Man, how the heck could he do that? Things were supposed to be like that. Zabian cut him off. "At first, to test your quality, I planned to assign you to tame monsters. But you caught Lucky while he was still human. Do you understand what that means?" Ian looked bewildered because he had no clue. Then bam, a notification popped up, saying he completed the mission. The beginning of the Demon Alchemist 2. Ian's eyes nearly popped out. How the hell did I finish the mission without doing anything anyway? Ian had to thank Zabian for the recognition. He asked what his plans were now. Zabian said he intended to stay here to repair the lab. They shook hands in a peaceful agreement. "Then let's part here. I'll come back after I get the demon essence." So they both left. Ian was telling everyone to head to the city, but hadn't finished when he fell asleep. Drooling, seeing this, Pudgy splashed some water on him, some kind of water to wake him up, but Ian still thanked him for waking him. Turns out they'd been gaming non-stop for 17 hours. Time to log out and get some sleep. His friend asked Noel if he knew what Ian was doing, or where he was now. Noel figured Ian must have defeated a bunch of demons and monsters, and become some sort of demon king by now. He didn't know why his friend would even ask that, or maybe he just missed Ian. He chuckled awkwardly. "No way." Noel laughed out loud. "Of course not." "Then let's wander around and maybe find him too. I have some things to ask him." The next morning, warm sunlight streamed in, rays slipping through the window cracks, waking Ian up. He rubbed his eyes groggily and checked his phone. Strange, how long had he been asleep? He felt something was off, but was determined to grab a bite and get back into the game fast. When he logged in, the scene was a pile of rubble. No building remained intact. Everything was destroyed, collapsed. Ian smirked excitedly, checking where he left off. Before logging out, he took a deep breath and shouted in a deep, powerful voice, "Hey everyone." As soon as he finished his spirit, beasts quietly ran from all directions, and obediently stood before him. Ian asked them, was the hunt good? Each one had their own style and opinion, and soon, they started fighting and clawing at each other again. Ian was amused. He understood everything his beasts were saying. So this is the power of communication. I guess I have to switch to automatic hunting mode. He eagerly opened the notification to check what goodies they brought back from the hard hunt. Ian was a bit stunned, more gems than he expected, so he couldn't say no. He grabbed his staff and started sorting, from low-grade to mid-grade stones, countless in number. Suddenly the system popped up, congratulating him on upgrading the item. Soul King's Judgment Staff. Looking at the last lonely stone in his hand, Ian grinned slyly. If he let it go, he'd regret it. Better to use it himself. But reality wasn't as dreamy. Even using stone after stone, the Soul Poet's Judgment Staff stayed the same, stuck at level 6 or 7, failing repeatedly. Several times Ian was heartbroken. He collapsed, tears streaming. Utterly defeated. Damn it, it's like the heavens are messing with you. The white dragon looked at his exhausted and hopeless owner worriedly. Are you okay, master? Ian joked, always like this, huh? Only you care, bro. I don't. The dragon was brimming with killing intent. like it wanted to fight 100 rounds coldly. They still have to eat, so of course they have to get up early. At the city's arena, a towering and sturdy tower loomed with a dark, eerie atmosphere enveloping the inside. A red-headed goblin was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly his 3 eyes snapped open. He could sense that person's energy. Meanwhile Ian, Casa, Pauline and Syria stood outside the arena, finally arrived at what's called the City of Arenas. Seeing the gate guards were level 300 surprised him. He stepped forward and greeted, "Hello brother, I'm Ian, a human requested by Ian Kuan, one of the demon lords of the demon world. May I enter?" He showed the orb bearing the demon lord's symbol. The guy examined it for a while, then agreed and invited them in. Ian stepped in sideways first, but when Cass's group tried to follow, the guard stopped them. He sneered, "The rest of you can't come in." Casa couldn't take it anymore. "I was about to draw my sword, to teach these rookies a lesson, when Ian stopped me just in time. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. They should take a break for a bit." Caesar was fuming and about to explode right there, but luckily my reason held on, so I agreed all right. Suddenly the gatekeeper said something shocking. Soon, Ian Kuan might no longer be one of the 12 demon lords. He kindly warned me to be careful, since this is a sensitive issue in the city. If you're looking for Ian Kuan, he's probably inside the tower in the city square, following the guard's directions. I went straight ahead looking around. I had to admit there really were a lot of demons, but at least, I was glad to have passed the challenge safely. Announcements kept popping up updating the situation. After a while of searching, Ian finally found the right spot. I asked skeptically, "Is this where Ian Kuan lives?" The Tower of Punishment, chains clanking, eerie screams, deafening noise. Skeletal gaunt bodies kept clinging to the bars, begging to get out. Some of those demons even screamed, like their lives depended on it. Oh man, the atmosphere was so gloomy. The sound of chains was enough, and those demons screaming with pitch-black faces really scared me to death. Ian cried out in fear, almost peed his pants. I was timid, small, teary-eyed and cowering among these terrifying demons. Ian trembled, stammering, "What kind of demonic atmosphere is this? Could this be a slave market or something?" The system popped up announcing, I had discovered the Tower of Punishment. For the first time reputation increased, and I even received a slave contract. This is definitely the fastest way to get rid of fear. Holding the scroll in hand, Ian had 100,000 questions. I asked, a little confused, "How do you use this slave contract?" The system immediately explained, "Normally to sign a slave contract, you need to be at least a high-level demon, but if you have this scroll, you can sign a slave contract with any demon, regardless of your user level, not reaching high demon rank. If the demon's level is too high, the fee will be reduced next time, and the scroll can only be used once." Hearing this, my face lit up with excitement. It's a treasure, but right now I haven't figured out where to use it, so I'll just keep it for now. The most important thing now is to hurry and find Ian. And 30 minutes later I was dazed and stunned, almost falling over. It seemed like this was the path I had run through before, but my head was throbbing and I dragged my feet. Damn it, why is it so hard to find the way? There were slaves everywhere like ants. No clue which way to go. Just when I was about to give up, my sharp eyes caught sight of a demon, dressed cleanly unlike the slaves here. Without hesitation, Ian rushed forward to greet the comrade. He smiled happily, and asked if he knew where Ian Kuan was. The other person was jotting something down, then suddenly paused and watched him. After a moment he slowly said, "Maybe it's in the crime center on the 10th floor. After saying that he quickly left, not giving him time to ask more. Ian was full of questions. Had he done something wrong? Scene shift somewhere else. A red-horned demon, covered in wounds, was struggling to launch an attack. That powerful punch landed straight on the face of a long-haired red knight, but just when the red demon thought it was over, a long-haired purple knight, quick as the wind, took advantage of the red knight's blind spot and rushed to attack. A sharp, decisive slash flew out, hitting the red demon, who was caught off guard and immediately collapsed. He struggled to hold himself up, sneering, so typical of bullies piling on the weak. In front of him stood 3 knights and a mage. The knight with parted hair smiled happily and advised him, "Exactly. You should just give up. You can't beat us." The red demon gave a thumbs up. He had to admit these guys were strong. they were qualified to get inside. The long-haired, red knight pointed his sword at the red demon's neck, threatening qualified. Ridiculous, as soon as I kill you. Isn't that exactly what I want? Besides killing you will earn me fame and loot. So why should I keep you alive? The red demon didn't argue. If they killed him, these people would get fame and loot, but they should think carefully. He calmly analyzed, if you kill me, the new gatekeeper demon will be appointed immediately. If you want to get through the gate, you'll have to fight again. Think carefully which option saves more time. The young knight's hair parted as he understood, then advised his teammates. Enough, Sejang. She asked irritably, why deal with the next gatekeeper? It's annoying, but now we can get loot. Salong held her hand. Yes, they would get loot, but this is the best way for everyone. If they kill him, they'll have to wait for the next gatekeeper to be appointed right now. They need to make sure everyone stays alive, so they can take full control of the area inside. Zone 110. So Jiang finally listened. Sheathe your sword, the battle ends here. They're free to enter and exit the gate. The mage immediately summoned a spirit beast. She excitedly asked, they defeated the gatekeeper, so they must have been faster than Ian, right? And the little demon didn't answer, instead asked, what if they could? What if they couldn't? The mage was confused. Could it be that Ian was the first to defeat the gatekeeper of 110? The little demon curled its lip. It's not that they were the first to defeat the gatekeeper of 1 and 10, but that he has the seal of a high-level demon. That's a different story. No one answered that question. Just now he had received a virtue demon's gem, a rare treasure that let him experience what it's like to become half human, half demon. Immediately he checked the info about it. It's a rare item, a kind of essential oil extracted from demon red syrup, and especially, the user has to be well prepared mentally before using it. Looking at the current situation, he felt this wasn't a good deal. The gem was hard to use, and he wasn't sure he could even survive until the end of this challenge. Just as he was about to risk it all for a final fight, the system announced he had passed all the trials. He was more stunned than a clueless deer. It was over. The glowing blue light from the system shone, along with the announcement that he had officially become a Cambion. Immediately everyone rushed to find him. I found him. That person smiled brightly and cheered. Ian became a Cambion, he shouted loudly. Beaming with joy, the ghost is celebrating. LeMay said, even if you can use demon power, you're not the first, right? She thought she had found the stone first, thinking it over if her prediction was right. Ian must be nearby. Then she remembered Ian's guards and quietly considered, especially about the boyfriend. Everyone thought his talent was nothing special, but they were wrong. On the contrary, it seemed Sarah from Carmen was the one who judged him most accurately. Determined to reach her goal, she and the ghost kept chasing after him. The ghost teased like a dog chasing a chicken. Too much, right? That itchiness was driving LeMay crazy. Meanwhile, Ian was finding his way to Seraphim's house. Following Jenkins' advice, he would tell him, I was held here, and you can talk about how you handled my investigation. Request the rest, he'll take care of. Hearing Seraphine's familiar name, he checked the system info and quickly said goodbye to the rough place. Ian's turtle was still leisurely grazing, proudly saying, Master, I've eaten a lot of herbs. My head's bigger than my shell and harder too. I can't wait to show it off. But immediately the passing wolf laughed mockingly. That's nonsense. Suddenly, the turtle ate some strange herb. Its whole body lit up. Cut to Ian approaching Seraphine's castle. The dark castle, its lights flickering in the wind like a haunted place. He felt angry. Was this really a demon's place? Even Cassius, his companion, found it strange, not just the size, but the garden didn't fit the place. The plants were lush and glowing beautifully, but the surroundings were dark. As they entered, Ian hesitated and asked Cassius, do you see any signs of life here? Cassius wasn't sure but replied, maybe there's an invisible barrier around the garden. Suddenly a voice echoed, a human and a dragon, what a rare combination. The mocking voice continued, not just an ordinary human, but a Cambion. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. The voice echoed loudly throughout the castle. Ian blurted out, who's there? Who's speaking? The voice proudly replied, "It's me, the master of this castle, Seraphine." He looked up to see Seraphim sitting on the throne, his gaze cold and authoritative. He didn't hide it either, explaining that Ezreal brought him here, and that he wanted to learn about the demons. He realized Ian was a more important guest than he thought, and this wasn't the place to discuss things. He snapped his fingers, and a magic circle appeared beneath Ian and Cassius. Then both of them disappeared, along with the magical light. On the battlefield side, Lisa Han was standing with her arms crossed, watching everyone fight the monsters, reaching double class and becoming a Cambion. Isn't the only way, maybe there's another way, but no one knows about it. He was still keeping an eye on Ian. He was impressive both in skill and luck. His subordinate reported that the scouting around had been completed. Lisa Han would take down that monster herself. He raised his sword, eyes full of killing intent. Though he entered the demon world later than Ian, he received a hidden mission. Thinking that he closed in on the monster's feet, he took a running jump, slashing at the monster's back, making it stagger. Lisa Han jumped again, this time higher, stretching over the monster's head, aiming straight from its crown and slashing down, successfully splitting it in two. Amid the cheers from others, he sheathed his sword. If he completed this hidden mission, he would truly become a demon. Your half-hearted effort won't beat his real determination. Meanwhile, Ian was now sitting across from Seraphine, and they began their discussion. He mentioned hearing about the saboteurs, and wanted to seek his help. Ezreal said that, to stop the war between humans and demons, they first had to stop the internal conflicts among demons. Seraphine was surprised that Ezreal knew about the internal matters. Even though she was far away, a new mission popped up in the system. Find the Lord of the Demon Island, Demon King Jikato. Seraphine raised his hand and a scroll appeared. It was an item, a letter from Seraphine. He asked Ian to deliver it to Jikato, suggesting that preparing carefully before moving would be better. Ian agreed, since he planned to reach at least double class before leaving, or if combined with this mission, it would be easier to achieve. However, what Ian needed was the hidden class. So first he had to go to Zebian's Research Institute, in Area 1:07. Suddenly he remembered, and asked Seraphine about the high-level demon named Jockin, recounting what had happened between them. Seraphim had no idea that Jockin was imprisoned in the punishment tower because of the saboteurs occupying the city, so his powers were severely limited. Even the demon lord Hyken was affected. You were worried that Seraphim's strength wasn't enough to free Jockin, but he assured you he could help at the latest, in a week, earliest in 3 days. So he asked you to unlock your hidden layer. Within that time frame, since your deal with Seraphine was done, you needed to head to the slave market. Ian pulled out a small piece of paper, wanting to ask him about the slave market. In the city center, he was surprised. His attitude immediately changed, showing extreme annoyance and anger. You were also startled, glancing toward the Susa, who were sound asleep on the chairs. Hearing Ian's question, Seraphim froze for a moment. Then he suddenly burst out laughing, as if he just discovered something very amusing. I was just distracted by the item in your hand. Anyway, it's a hidden item. This time you were the one frozen. Is it really that impressive? It's just a contract. Seraphine looked at it and knew right away. It seems you don't really know much about it either. He revealed some news about the city to you. The owner of the slave market, Dice, declared he would open the market on the lowest floor, where only demon lords, or those carrying slave contracts, could enter, but only once. Usually that place is reserved only for demon lords, and it opens once a year, just for high-ranking demon nobles or elite demons, and there they sell slaves, so rare that no one has ever even heard of them. Ian couldn't believe it. No way. What could be so important about a slave contract for him to do that? Looking at the contract in his hand, this definitely seemed like an amazing opportunity, but at the same time it could also turn into a headache, and the source of trouble. Seraphine also revealed a fact. The slave contract itself might not be worth much, but there is one important factor. It's extremely rare. It's an item issued only once a year. Ian finally realized what kind of background the thing he was holding had. So it really is very rare. When something's rare, even if it's a common item, can increase in value. You still weren't convinced. But even so, the value of the slave contract was still way too high. Just as he said, why would that demon named Dice go to such lengths? He sighed in frustration, but revealed there was a reason. He's a father who loves his child very much, and he has a beautiful daughter. Ian was so shocked, his mouth dropped open like a fish out of water. At 100 demon zones, the southern gate suddenly flashed a blinding light. Streams of energy intersected, lighting up the space brilliantly. Cyclone was thrown out of the gate. He struggled to steady himself, cursing. Damn it, it's too strong. Sullivan reached out to help, but didn't forget to mock him. You're still alive. Cyclone was helped up and angrily asked, aren't you happy your guild leader came back safe? Sullivan pretended to be innocent, saying, why would I say that? That wasn't what I meant. After joking, he got serious. So can you tell us what happened over there? Cyclone reported the situation. It's going to be hard to get into the 99 zones for a while. It's more complicated than I thought. The entrances to the 2-digit zones look a bit different from before. It's not a structure where many people can try at once. No matter how many people enter, each one is sent to a different trial room. And in each room there's a hero-level monster waiting. Scarlet asked directly, so did you defeat the monster? Cyclone took a sip of water and replied, if I did, would I be thrown back out here? I made it all the way to zone 99. Silent was confused, but you came back safely. You mean the monster spared you and pushed you out? He bluntly replied, no. I was brutally beaten by that monster. However, when my health dropped below 10, I was automatically pushed out. I'm strong and yet completely defeated. I couldn't even get that monster's health below 50. Then Cyclone announced, for now, we will pause challenges in the double-digit zones. We'll return to Wrath City to reorganize our forces. Sarone couldn't understand. Why is there silence all over the team? The gate still radiates a blinding power full of danger. Cyclone's plan is for us to try again, after reaching level 200, but he thought that was unrealistic. Looking at that gate, not even level 200 would be enough. At least, we can only try again after getting a dual class. On Seraphim's side, he took Ian to the night market. While walking, he told the story. Dice is a high-ranking noble. His daughter far away is just a normal demon. She wants a slave she likes as a gift for her 20th birthday. Ian summed up. So basically you're saying, he wants a slave contract, as a birthday gift for his daughter, like asking for a doll. Seraphim winked teasingly. Because of that slave contract, you got a great opportunity, right? Arriving at the closed gates of the night market, he told Ian, let's go. Lucky Master, I'll tell you the key points to consider when choosing a slave. They entered inside. Suddenly a voice echoed above them. Welcome, Seraphim. It's been a long time since I last saw you, my friend. Looks like Dice, the owner of the slave market, has shown up. Seraphim hurriedly introduced. This is the friend I mentioned before. This is his first time visiting the slave market. Dice studied him carefully. Oh, I've seen this one. I thought he was just a high-level demon, but turns out he's a half-demon. On top of that, he's a 1 million level soul master. Definitely a special guest. Ian shyly scratched his head and said, Lord Dice, this is the item Lord Seraphim mentioned to you. He handed the contract to Dice. Dice recognized it. Yeah, that's the slave contract. Holding the contract up, his eyes sparkled like stars as he excitedly praised. Good, good. The top item has been confirmed. I'm curious how you got this rare item. But it doesn't matter, alright. The deal's done, follow me. I'll take you to the lowest level. Ian left a message for Seraphim. I'll see you later. Then he followed Dice. Looking around, he was filled with curiosity. Is this the place Seraphim mentioned everything before? Ian's eyes made him freeze for a moment. Dice gestured behind him and respectfully introduced. This is the lowest level of the slave market. In Wrath City, a spiral staircase stretches endlessly before you. Dice carefully warned, once you enter here, you can only sign a contract with one slave. The time limit is half a day. If you don't sign the contract within that time, or as soon as the person signs it, you'll automatically be teleported back to the first floor. I hope you find a slave at least at the hero level. Ian remained very calm at this suggestion. Alright, let's look around carefully. Heading down the stairs, he kept analyzing what Seraphim had said. Most information about the slaves is hidden. The most important details can't be confirmed until the contract is signed. So Seraphim suggested 3 types of slaves. Ian stopped in his tracks and stared ahead. 3 names came to mind: Moon Elf, Kaga Phantom, and Karagon. These are 3 races the Moon Elf was chained, with iron shackles right in front. Remembering back, Seraphim said, buyers usually focus only on a slave's stats. They think that's useful for their overall strength in the future, but that's really foolish. Using slaves as regular troops in war is the worst choice. Ian was a bit surprised hearing this for the first time. Then Dice explained that, no matter how high a slave's stats are, they ultimately can't defeat a high-level demon. That's really a waste of slaves. So when choosing a slave, instead of looking at their stats, look for the slave's special abilities. Ian studied the slave in front of him. That's why Seraphim suggested these 3 races, with outstanding special abilities. This Moon Elf is one of those races. But another important thing is specialization. With race linked to special abilities, taming info pops up a real a level 1. 05 attack 2, 125 defense 1, 450, 5 agility 2, 5 and 12, intelligence 3, 3, 12 horsepower 132, 459 130, 2 450, level 105 race trait, Moon Elf slave classification, unknown rank personality sensitive, special ability a race trait unknown. Special ability B, she's a night fairy. Under the moon's influence, she creates beneficial effects for her allies. Looking at Areola's radiant appearance, he silently evaluates related to race. Means the special ability is connected to the race. Race specialization means, when the special ability related to the race is used, that ability is boosted by 2 levels. Race specialization only matters if it comes with a prerequisite of being related to the race. If a slave of the Moon Elf race has a special ability not related to their race, even if there's a race specialization option, it won't mean anything. It's all just a facade and empty shell. Ian immediately turns and leaves, even though she's Moon Elf. Since her special ability doesn't have race specialization, he'll pass on her. So on to the second slave. He swipes it aside quickly, hoping the second one's not a beast slave. Next, Ian checks and immediately knows this one's not right. Either he holds his head frustrated and helpless. No slave is suitable. Time's running out and his steps get faster. Not much time left, but I will definitely find the best slave. Just then, Ian encounters something that makes him freeze. For a moment he hesitates and says, "Is this person Kaga Phantom?" Even Cassio's behind him is stunned and stammers. That's Ian looks back at him puzzled. "What's wrong, Cassius? Do you know something about this slave?" At a mansion in the southeast of Fury City, inside the building, Saklan stands alone among a group of people. As you all know, this guild mission is a great opportunity for our Titan Guild. We are the first to receive this guild mission from the demon realm. Only our guild can bring 20 members into Fury City. At Saklan's rallying words, everyone is filled with energy. He shouts determinedly, "So we can't let this chance slip by. Now is the time to wipe away the bad reputation of always coming in second. This is our chance to rise up and become the #1 guild." The guild collectively shouts Titan, Titan, Titan. Saklan promises everyone, as soon as the reorganization is complete, I'll end this mission. On the bottom floor of the black market, Ian and Cassio's are both so shocked. Their mouths hang open, unbelievable. Cassius's eyes are full of surprise. He can't believe a creature like this exists. Looking at the Koga Phantom in front of him, he finally regains composure. "I've never seen such a cute dragon since I was born, Master Ian. I didn't expect an old man to have such taste. You like that type?" He evaluates the chubby dragon in front of him. "So this is a dragon, a female dragon. Why is she fat like a pig? Isn't she supposed to be a winged lizard?" Kaga senses the disdain from that guy. "What are you looking at, Ian?" Cassius guesses curiously. Did you have a big head and chubby cheeks, like this when you were little? Is being chubby the beauty standard for dragons? He stammers his denial. What do you mean by a divine creature? No way I was like that. Master Ian exposing Cassius' words. You just said it was cute. Older people always make excuses. It's adorably weird. And Ian thinks that makes no sense. What does that even mean? But he has a hunch. So he opens the system to check. I think it will fit reading the info. Ian is shocked. Let's see. Is this really an amazing creature? Taming info for Kaga Phantom. Level 145. Attack 135. Defense 77. Speed 97. Intelligence 78. 12 HP 2. 334 out of 2. 334. Level 145. Race. Kaga Phantom Slave. Classification undefined. Personality shy. Special ability a race-related specialization. Race-based evolution ability undefined. Special ability B rare ability undefined. Special ability C race-related specialization. Race-based evolution ability undefined. This is an ancient race now forgotten. Some believe they are the ancestors of the Kaga Phantom, or the ancestors of the Kagan race, but the truth hasn't been confirmed. They have big heads and small bodies, giving the impression they haven't fully grown. But what's amazing is they're like living fossils, having lived for at least 3,000 years. They hate being called cute. He doubts it while looking at Kaga's goofy face. Intelligence 7 8 12. He decides not to believe those stats ridiculous. Ian clenches his hands. He's about to choose. Why didn't I realize this is a devil's temptation? He silently watches the seemingly dumb dragon. Stay calm and make a reasonable judgment. Just like Seraphim said, if the skill isn't useful for combat, you shouldn't choose it. Now that I look closely at the info window, something seems off. Intelligence is 3 times the HP. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a level 145 game character with less than 10,000 HP. That means, even a light bite from Pudgy could kill it instantly. Right? What good is high intelligence if the skills and other conditions don't fit? Honestly, the risk is way too high to make a contract. I know that, but I can't make the call. Ian turned to ask his partner, what should we do, Cassius? Should we choose it? He started preaching. Master, recently I came across a saying. It's hard to understand, but seeing you now made me realize it's true. Meaning the answer has been decided. The owner has been decided. The answer has been decided. And the master doesn't need my answer. So master, do whatever you want no matter what it is. Finally Ian boldly sealed the deal.
Sorry.
Then let's welcome a new friend. Unlike the calm at Ian's place, over at Hun's a tense battle was underway. They entered the gate and fought a monster with a chubby body. A wave of power radiated from its mouth, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Canwell was knocked back by the aftershock of its supernatural power. Seeing that, Hun warned, dude, that's an AoE skill. He understood the situation clearly. Okay, one move. Order Dragon Jaw to summon my beast. To charge into battle system notification. The summoned creature Canual Order has used Dragon Jaw. The gatekeeper Selasiuma is silenced for 10 seconds and experiences fear for 3 seconds. Knowing the moment had come, Canul ordered Va Lam, now's the time to attack, and Lam immediately charged to attack Selakuma. While it was immobilized, the team saw the odds tipping in their favor, cheering wildly, are we really going to beat it? Looking at the boss's health, down to only January 3rd, he's really hopeful. We're almost done with it. If we take this down, maybe we'll level up again, right? Just one more level and I'll hit level 180. That means I might unlock a new skill. Han's magic staff radiated dark supernatural power, attacking Selakuma. By this point, the monster was utterly enraged. You pathetic humans, you. Its giant hand stretched out like a warning. To show humanity its power, it summoned an undying flame, aiming straight at Selakuma's weak spot. The moment has come. We just need to strike back accurately. The battle will be over, you know that, right? Kanyon getting excited now at this moment. He summons Ion. It's time. Ion aggressively charges towards Selakuma. The monster isn't phased at all, and unleashes a powerful barrage straight at Ion. Is not afraid of fire, and still rushes wildly towards Selakuma. Meanwhile Hun grips his staff tightly, his face full of confidence. He's been waiting for this moment. Magic from him surges toward the enemy. It's the vengeful spirit's retribution. Selakuma stubbornly uses his fire magic to block the dark energy blast. The two forces clash, as if trying to tear apart each layer of energy. Han doesn't hesitate and boosts his power. He pins it straight onto Selakuma. The final strike leaves Selakuma smoking as he's burned. Han is proud to have taken down a high-level boss. They realize the barrier is fading, along with Selakuma's collapse. The path to Area 1:09 has opened. The gate is open. Canuel quickly steps forward to congratulate Hun. "You're really amazing," he casually replies. "I'm the strongest dark mage in the universe." Hun wonders to himself, I know some top players, including Ian, have reached Area 100. But why is the gatekeeper of Area 100 still there? It doesn't matter anyway. I'll keep fighting, and look for Ian in the Demon King's castle. The whole castle is shrouded in a dark, gloomy atmosphere. Cyclone's group has arrived. The heavy gates slowly open. System message. You have entered the Demon King's castle. For the first time of wrath. Gilbert's fame increases by 150,000. Personal fame increases by 50,000 each. Magic resistance increases by 0.5. He's very excited finally. I've stepped in here and Gil first among all Gils. This place is the perfect spot for our guild. Titan to dominate inside the Demon King's chamber. Demon King. Hakian has been waiting for them for a long time. He coldly crushes Saklin's dream. That ambition I will never allow you. He's stunned. What are you saying? You refuse to give us the mission. Hakian calmly confirms exactly. You must complete the mission under my conditions. To be authorized with a total of 8 members. Each class must have 1 person. You must form a group and complete the mission. Saklon didn't expect to run into such a difficult guy. Here, damn it, what a sudden problem. After we thought we were doing so well. The Demon King missions. Reward is to become an official guild in the city. It sounds not that important, and at first glance it might seem trivial. But if registered as an official guild in the city, through the mission reward, the shop usage fees in the city will be significantly reduced, and the guild will also be able to receive offerings from the Demon Temple in the central square, along with access to the nearby teleport gate. But with the mission blocked like this, Saklon has no choice but to accept these terms for the mission. Understood. I will meet the conditions and come back. Leaving the castle, the whole group discusses what should we do now. There are assassins and dark mages around level 160 in the guild. Those 2 might somehow be sent to the demon realm. But Silent knows the real problem is the summoner, right? Our highest level summoner in the guild is only level 140. Saklin analyzes someone level 140 isn't even considered a threat. Like the Demon King said, a rookie player won't pass the test. He feels helpless. So boring, man, this headache. Where can we find a 1,000 level strong summoner? Like that. Ian's side is in the same situation. He's just his headache written. Damn, it chose wrong. Every rash decision comes with a price, and now Ian has to face a mindless dragon. Didn't expect this guy to be so useless. He tries to salvage a bit, looking at the potential ability. It's not totally useless. First is the race's signature skill. Descendant of Darkness is immune to all attacks, except those with light attribute. Takes 50 times more damage from light attribute attacks. So when he pulled this curtain back, Kaga screamed loudly, which annoyed him. You're the Descendant of Darkness. Isn't that like dying whenever you see light? Then there's another unique ability. Hearing the explanation, it's not bad. But unfortunately that amazing skill falls on this guy. Greedy dream skill. If he sleeps, he can bring back rare items from dreams. But seeing Kaga wide awake, Ian lost patience. When do you plan to sleep? Kaga sadly replies, Master, I don't know how to sleep. My entire race doesn't sleep. I haven't slept for 3,000 years. Ian feels like he bought something that doesn't work. As advertised, if it doesn't sleep, then how is it supposed to bring back rare items? He keeps complaining, oh man, I've been totally tricked. Damn, it's my own fault for choosing rashly. It only has one real use. Maybe that use is being cute. making anyone who sees Kaga fall for him. Oh my god, look at it flapping its wings. So cute, a big round belly. Just the way I like it every time it flaps its wings. The belly bounces too. Ian frowned and thought to himself, does Sarah like this kind too? Do these two have the same taste? As a responsible man, Ian finally had to give in. This is really giving me a headache. But no matter how useless, cuteness is definitely a plus. He told the group from now on. We're heading to Serbian's Research Institute. On the way, whoever contributes the most will earn the exclusive right to pamper Kaga. For a whole day, everyone's eyes lit up with the desire to have that adorable dragon to themselves. Even if just for a day. Looking at the silly creature beside him, Ian found its advantage. They say dog poop can be used as medicine. Using you as a stimulant isn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, the others fought fiercely. Kicking up dust, I won't lose. Keep dreaming. Ian's words hit the pride of the chubby dragon. Cute, I really hate that. From then on, he didn't pay any attention to Kagami's words. That attitude is what's really cute. You're really stubbornly adorable. Just then Serbian appeared. Even though they just met, he was rudo. You're a monster, Ian responded immediately. Hey, it's been a while. You're a bit rude saying that. He complimented Ian. I thought no matter how fast it would take you a month. But that's really amazing. Alright then, get ready for your dual careers. The day Ian had been waiting for had arrived. Finally he exclaimed. Awesome, Serbian continued. But I do feel a bit guilty. Ian suddenly had a bad feeling. When asked why he looked innocent, he replied, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. The lab isn't ready yet, so we need more time to prepare. Ian quickly sensed something wasn't finished, so he asked directly how much longer. Serbian answered, probably at least another week. Ian wanted to help. Is there anything I can do? Anything, just say the word. Serbian noticed Ian was getting a bit impatient. Over at Soklin's group, they rested in a building inside. The group looked exhausted, like they'd been drained by capitalism. After 16 hours of work, Soklan sighed. This is frustrating, seriously. Is it really impossible? Sulin next to him also gave up. If you ask me, that this is the third time already. He angrily slammed the table and cursed loudly. Damn it, if we just pushed a little harder, we could have done it. Seeing the members slumped in front of him, he realized how serious the staffing problem was. Their skill level is just that. Skills can't make up for it. This is the consequence of being careless in recruiting. New profession members regretting now won't help. The only way is, they growled angrily. You evil master. The white wolf was really pleased. I thought I had finally found the right master. Watching it dance, the others quietly sneered. That guy must be crazy. I thought so too. Only Pudgy stayed quietly in the corner, knowing clearly it shouldn't come back. The master is really scary. Coming back now means being forced to work, thinking about selling its life to the capitalists. It immediately ran away. Even if I join in, it won't help much. You need to keep taking herbal medicine to get stronger. After becoming a cooler turtle, my Perry will proudly return to the master. Ian woke up after a long sleep feeling very refreshed. It's been a long time since I had such a good sleep. Looks like I slept for about 10 hours. Looking at the sunlight shining through the window, Ian sighed. The weather is warm and the sun looks beautiful. Feels like the whole world is full of joy. A deep sleep really is the best. Had enough sleep. Finished eating, now I'm full of energy and shout. Let's play some games. Let's jump right into the lawn server. The dual profession is waiting for me. Inside the game, the battle of the demon beast group was coming to an end. Cassius, tired and pleading, said, spare me, no more fighting. Seeing this scene, Ian wondered, have I been too harsh? Oh, my friends, Cassius the Seven God asked. The master understands that too. So Ian kindly gave them a day off. Everyone rest until the next hunt, as he knew if he kept making them work without a break, their loyalty points would drop. Serbian came up to greet Ian. Oh, you're back. Let's check your profession info. Ian was excited, of course. I worked really hard to get this. Here it is, the hidden profession. Summoner using demon beasts. Summoning magic using demon beasts. The info board appeared. Dual profession classification. Hidden profession proficiency beginner. 0 related stats list 11. mana needed to control demon beasts. To summon higher-level demon beasts, a huge amount of mana is required. 2. Compatibility with demon beasts is needed to capture high-level demon beasts. 3. Proficiency affects the success rate of creating demon beasts. Skill list related to the profession currently owns 1. Demon beast summoning skill. 2. Mental focus.
3 Demon Beast Crafting Technique.
For demon beast decomposition skill. This hidden profession was created by So Bien, a half-demon after hundreds of years of effort. So Bien developed a forbidden technique called demon beast crafting. From that, he created incredibly powerful demon beasts. If you master the demon beast crafting technique, you can create demon beasts stronger than you can imagine. So Being's overall evaluation, like summoners such as you, leadership ability is required to summon. To summon demon beasts, mana related to the profession is needed. Ian wondered, mana isn't like regular mana. It doesn't get used up. Is demon beast compatibility the same as friendliness? Looking at that info board, he thought, there's a proficiency stat too damn. In the end I still have to grind. Mental focus skill disables action for 30 seconds. The skill resets the cooldowns of all special demon beast skills. High risk but a useful skill in combat. It helps demon beasts recover cooldowns super fast. So Being said, demon beast fusion is the essence of the demon beast. Summoning profession. Demon beast fusion combines the main demon beast with one or more material demon beasts to create a stronger demon beast. If it fails, the material demon beasts disappear, but the main demon beast does not. You must quickly improve your fusion proficiency. If proficiency is too low, even low-level demon beasts will be hard to fuse successfully. Ian was curious, isn't it, that even if fusion fails repeatedly, fusing high-level demon beasts increases proficiency. Fast he shook his head and denied. If fusion fails, proficiency won't increase. Of course, fusing low-level demon beasts repeatedly at first is more beneficial, Ian thought to himself. So the high-level demon beast, Lakel I caught before, won't be used for a while. The path to becoming a demon beast. Fusion mage isn't easy, so Bien encouraged him. Only persistence and constant effort will make an outstanding fusion mage. Just like the summoner profession, you also need a very serious research spirit. Choosing demon beasts for fusion is also extremely important. So, you must keep researching and learning from experience. Ian regained his enthusiastic spirit for research and grinding. This really is the perfect profession for me. Even So Being was surprised. I didn't expect you to react like that. So Ian's demon beasts continued training. He stood nearby directing. Back off if you get hit one more time. You'll die, Beiji replied. Understood, master. Ian ordered Baoji demon beasts to block in front. Watching FIM flying overhead, he instructed FIM to observe and warn. When they got close, his demon beasts bit down on the target tightly, while Ian used his formation to capture it. System reminder: you successfully caught a low-level demon beast. Your vigor, proficiency in demon beast crafting increased by 0.15. Ian praised, good job. Baji live and FIM2. Ian knew the mana needed to catch a low-level demon beast was about 500 to 1000. My mana is about 17,000. So I can catch around 25 creatures. That's the limit for now. You told your teammates and the magical beasts. Alright, let's take a break and head back to the tent. Ian knew it was time to sit by the fire and warm up. Ian checked the system. Now let's try crafting a magical beast. He was quite surprised to choose the low-level magical beast, Sabli, as the main beast and low-level Vigo as the material. Adding a low-level magic stone as material increased the success rate by 20. This was good news for Ian. Great, the system announced. Starting magical beast crafting. Siza stepped aside, confused, watching his actions. What the heck is that? Ian replied. Be quiet, I'm concentrating. A beam of multicolored light appeared before his eyes. The system reminded, you have successfully crafted a magical beast. A mid-level magical beast. Caro has been created. Your proficiency in magical beast crafting skill has increased by 1.5. You've succeeded for the first time in crafting a magical beast. Ian was extremely excited. Alright, that's how it should be. The The system reminded your fame has increased by 100,000. Your proficiency in magical beast crafting skill has increased by another 10. He ordered Seza to get ready. It's time. Seza was stunned. What now? Seza announced. What's next? Time to grind. Ian thought to himself, grinding never betrays you. In reality, studying English for 2 hours doesn't improve you much. But grinding in Kalen gives fast results. So let's go catch more catch again. From today on I'll be the lord of magical beasts. You magical beasts belong to me. He told the group. All right, rest a bit, everyone's tired. Out of breath finally. Some rest, it's about time, master. But Ian was still working hard at crafting magical beasts. The system reminded, you have completed magical beast crafting. You failed to fuse the magical beasts. The loyalty of the main material. Vigor decreased by 5 points. The secondary material supply was destroyed. Ian's mood plummeted as after about 10 tries, he only succeeded in crafting the high-level magical beast 5 times. This feels like gambling with beginner's luck. Why is the success rate lower than I thought? But if I grind hard, I think I can level up by tomorrow. Right then Seza called out. Master Ian turned around confused. What's up? Caesar frowned and asked. Grinding is fine, but where are we headed? Everyone was curious. Ian replied, we'll keep hunting magical beasts like this. Then we'll return to Fury City. There's a new member we have to bring back. He chuckled to himself. Now Seza will have a new superior. I'm really looking forward to seeing his reaction. Then where are we going? Nana curiously asked. Where are we going? He answered. Back to Fury City. At Fury City, Hun's group had arrived. Hun joyfully shouted, brother, that's Fury City. Kanul was just as excited. Finally, we can officially enjoy the content of the Demon Realm. Hun said, to get into Fury City we have to do the security forces missions, right? He admitted, that's right. Someone posted a guide in the community. That person is from Gunten. The in-game name is Sailor, right? Is he a knight or something? Sailor's side also got the news that they had arrived. His brain isn't even online yet. Who is that? A teammate answered. The dark mage you're looking for has arrived. In Fury City, Sailor's spirit is lifted. You can see it. That's great. Get ready to welcome the guest. Hun got a message. Hello. Are you Hun? Hun suddenly jumped, shouting. What the heck is this? The saying about the tiger appearing when talking about it is no joke. Silence spoke up. I guess you've reached the edge of Fury City. Bear Titan will help you with the mission, okay? Hun hurriedly ran off. Hurry up. Follow me, Canal. Curious behind asked, going after Hun. Why the sudden dash like that? He revealed some great news. We can get through Fury City's gate for free. The details weren't clear yet, but he rushed after Hun, who was running into the castle area. What do you mean? Thick smoke swirled around the gloomy castle. Right at that moment Ian also appeared.